Welcome to the residential survival game. Here you and your own residents will together participate in a contest of survival. Only the players who endure until the final round may advance to the next competition. Those who fail shall become refuse forgotten by the world. Cheng Xu glanced at the novel on his phone, slurped a mouthful of loasafen, and continued to turn the page. Novels these days are really something. Click. Just as Cheng Xu was about to flip the page, the sky outside, which had been brilliantly sunny, suddenly dimmed, and the world plunged into utter darkness. Cheng Xu switched on the flashlight on his phone and groped his way forward, trying to find the light switch in his home. Yet before he had taken more than a few steps, the world outside the window returned to normal. The sunlight once more shone bright and beautiful. Perplexed, Cheng Xu walked to the window. The scene outside made him wonder if he was still half asleep. The residential compound he lived in remained exactly the same, but the city beyond its outer walls had vanished without a trace, leaving only a vast expanse of shadowy silhouette-like mountain ranges. There was no sun in the sky, and yet sunlight still existed, falling upon Cheng Xu's face with the same familiar warmth. Buzz buzz. Cheng Xu's phone vibrated, and a forcibly connected call suddenly rang out. Welcome, players. I am your administrator. The voice was neither male nor female, but sounded as though it had been processed through some kind of audio mixer. I will send you the detailed rules shortly. In advance, I wish all of you taking part in the survival game a delightful time. The inexplicable call was cut off. At the same time, an email was delivered to Cheng Xu's phone. There were no other words in the email, only a single link. Cheng Xu tapped it directly. A streak of radiance burst forth, shooting straight into his eyes. Moments later, strange menu options began to appear before Cheng Xu's eyes, along with a detailed explanatory document. Survival Game Guide. New players, welcome to the game of survival. Each player will be bound to their own dwelling. When your dwelling is completely destroyed, your health will also drop to 0. Therefore, what you must do is gather resources and strengthen your homes. Daytime belongs to you. During the day, no anomalous entities will appear. Night, however, marks the birth of all things uncanny. A multitude of eerie creatures will invade your rooms. At that time, your home will be your only sanctuary. So survivors, the time left to you is short. The information ended, and at the edge of Cheng Xu's vision, a countdown appeared displaying a single time, 759. The implication was all too clear. In 7 hours and 59 minutes, the world would be plunged into darkness. Cheng Xu was just about to open the door and go out to search for supplies when he suddenly noticed a communications panel appear within his field of vision. Group invitation. Cheng Xu opened the button and discovered that he had been simultaneously invited into 2 group chats. One was named Survivors Group, containing a full 475 members. The second group was the Administrators Group, which had only 10 members. Cheng Xu opened the Administrators Group first and found that the IDs of all 10 members ended with the character Chia. Names like Nanki, Shuiki, Sishinki, Baidanki. As for his own ID, it was Dianxia. Why is there no Zahongxi? Cheng Xu waited for a while, and seeing that no one was speaking in the Administrators Group, tapped into the Survivors Group, instead only to find that the chat was already at 999 messages. Suzhen, what's going on? I woke up from a nap and my whole family is gone. Pandan, wait, where's my car that was parked downstairs? I just came back up to grab a jacket. My Yao, does anyone want CDs? I've still got quite a collection. If anyone wants one last bit of enjoyment before they die. A clamorous crowd of people poured out their shock and distress, each in their own way. Just then a new message suddenly appeared in the Administrators Group. By donkey, this batch of newbies is even more foolish than the last one. Not a single person in the entire compound has begun searching for supplies. Shiki, come on, every time you host a survival game, it's always after the first day's death toll is announced that they finally start moving. By donkey, speechless. Sishinki, who's the newcomer that just got added? Nanki, him. He was temporarily reassigned to another world. We just added him by mistake and forgot to remove him. Shuiki, then don't remove him. We're colleagues after all. I remember the place he went to is pretty dull. I may as well let him have some fun too. Nanki, have it your way. Cheng Xu let out a long breath. His identity had come dangerously close to being exposed, but fortunately the various Chies had shown mercy and left him in the group. Just as Cheng Xu was about to get dressed and head out to see what he could scavenge, a file was sent in the Administrators Group. Nanki, resource distribution. Zip. Nanki, this is the first day's resource allocation. If there are no objections, I'll start distributing. Kaksiki, no problem. Shuiki 1. Sishinki 1. Bang. A thunderous boom suddenly echoed through the entire compound. No one knew what had happened, and the Survivors Group once again filled with a jumble of frantic messages. All at once the group fell silent. Administrators have enabled restricted speaking. Each person may only send 1 message within 5 minutes. Cheng Xu hurriedly opened the file from the Administrators Group, extracted it, and located the drop points of the various supplies. Food. Compressed biscuits and canned goods were undoubtedly top-tier survival supplies. With them, one could endure many days in such an environment. Rice and flour could be considered second-tier. They kept for a long time and could sustain food consumption over an extended period. The residential compound where Cheng Xu lived had 15 buildings, each 21 stories high, divided into 5 units with 3 apartments on each floor. Thus, on the first day, there were a full 4725 survivors in the game. A truly enormous number. Yet the food the administrators had dropped looked as though it would only be enough for 1/10 of them. Cheng Xu immediately seized the moment, slung on the school backpack he used to carry, and dashed downstairs. He lived on the 4th floor and didn't need to take the elevator to go down, giving him a certain time advantage when it came to gathering supplies. However, at night the risk of Cheng Xu being attacked by monsters would also increase. Rukio, the first survivor, has appeared. In the administrator's group, a photo of Cheng Xu instantly popped up. His hurried descent down the stairs had drawn the administrator's attention. Cheng Xu, then I'll bet on him. This guy will definitely survive the first day. Shiki, I'll put 100 on him not making it through the first day. Kaksiki, I'll put 200 that he does. He'll definitely live. Cheng Xu had no time to check the chats and had no idea the administrators were placing bets on him. In his eyes, there was only one thing that mattered: the beef cans scattered throughout the garden. The winter temperature was not very high. Cheng Xu had rushed out in a hurry wearing only a thin coat, and the cold bit into him. He glanced around, and seeing no one nearby, hurried toward the garden and stuffed the cans of beef hidden in the grass into his bag. Cheng Xu, unable to see the discussion in the group, was completely absorbed in the exhilaration of gathering canned food. Perhaps because it was the first day of the survival game, and the supplies were unevenly distributed in a short span of time, Cheng Xu had picked up more than 30 cans of beef. His backpack was on the verge of bursting, so Cheng Xu decided to head back. Carrying over 30 gene of canned food up to the 4th floor, his body, untrained for many years, was almost pushed to its limit. Panting heavily when he finally returned home, Cheng Xu dumped all the cans onto his bed, then poured himself a glass of water, intending to rest for a while. A prompt appeared. His stamina had been trained, and his maximum stamina value increased by 1. Only then did Cheng Xu notice that he possessed an attribute panel. The panel showed Cheng Xu Survivor, Level 1 Health 100 out of 100, Stamina 45 out of 91, Sanity 50 out of 50. He also discovered that his apartment had attributes as well: door number 20403, house level 0, unreinforced, a durability 1000 out of 1000, available upgrade points 0, basic reinforcement materials, wooden boards 0 out of 3. So he thought, if I want to strengthen my home's defenses, I must find wooden boards. He glanced again at the documents and noticed that they marked the locations of the boards and other reinforcement materials. However, those reinforcement materials were a fair distance from his building, and hauling them back and forth would make it easy to be robbed. Thus, Cheng Xu decided not to reinforce his home tonight. With a durability of 1000, it looked sufficient for now. He decided to find a handy weapon for himself in case any monsters broke in. The managers chatted among themselves about weapon drops, but Cheng Xu's attention was fixed on his next move. This time, Cheng Xu kept the manager's group chat window open at all times, pinned to one side of his field of vision. From the photos shared in the manager's group, he realized they could not see the interface that appeared in his eyes. As long as his actions were not too conspicuous, no one would suspect him. Cheng Xu decided to take a stroll around the gate, pretending to look for an exit, while seizing the chance to check the weapons in the security booth. The weapons had been delivered in the form of equipment crates, and before opening them, no one knew what they contained. The building where Cheng Xu lived was still some distance from the gate, so, in order not to be seen, he crept forward along the ground. As he went, Cheng Xu scavenged for resources, even finding quite a few bags of snacks which he munched on as he walked. No one had noticed him along the way, but just as Cheng Xu was convinced his actions were flawless, he spotted a human figure at the gate. The person was peering outside. From the figure, it seemed to be a woman of older age. In the manager's view, this was the first true trial placed before the survivor. The managers coldly discussed whether he would show misplaced kindness. Crouching low, Cheng Xu intended to launch a direct sneak attack on the middle-aged woman from behind, but his footsteps were still not light enough. The woman heard him, immediately turned her head, and a smile appeared on her face. "Young man, let me ask you something. Can we still leave the neighborhood now?" she said. Cheng Xu studied her hands carefully and noticed that she kept them hidden behind her back. Although her strength was certainly no match for his, if she held a weapon, his superior physical power would be meaningless. Forced to be cautious, Cheng Xu also put on a smile and habitually scratched his head. "I don't know either. I just came down to look for a way out myself." Cheng Xu replied, slowly edging in the direction of the security booth, always keeping a distance of 3 or 4 steps between them. The managers marveled at how naturally cautious he was, calling him a born survival player. Another comment revealed that the middle-aged woman had already stabbed 2 people to death, sending a chill down his spine as he read. Cheng Xu kept watching the movements of the middle-aged ant with the corner of his eye. "So, young man, how old are you this year?" she asked. 23, he answered. Pretending to chat idly, the ant casually edged closer to Cheng Xu. Cheng Xu noticed that her handbag was stuffed full of various supplies. "Annie, why are you asking my age? Planning to introduce me to someone?" he joked. The two of them moved like partners in a slow ballroom dance, the distance between them never changing as they both shuffled in the same direction. "But of course, I've got photos of a few daughters on my phone. Come, let me show you one," the ant said. As she spoke, she suddenly quickened her pace toward Cheng Xu. Feeling this, Cheng Xu dropped the act altogether and hurled a can of fruit he had picked up earlier straight at her. The narration of the sound continued as the action unfolded. With a dull thud and a cry of pain, the can smashed directly into the ant's nose, knocking her to the ground. The slender kitchen knife she had been hiding behind her back clattered onto the pavement, leaving her momentarily unable to resist. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Xu rushed to open the door of the security booth, searching inside for any usable weapon. The managers praised his clear head, noting that he had not grown reckless just because he had gained a momentary advantage. Another manager speculated that perhaps he had noticed the second knife hidden behind the woman. Inside the security room stood 4 weapon crates of different sizes, each secured with a combination lock. With no time to lose, Cheng Xu grabbed the security guard's wooden stool and brought it crashing down again on the ant, who was just about to stand up. The heavy wooden stool knocked her flat a second time, smashing her already bleeding nose completely crooked. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xu hurried to the first weapon crate and checked the drop document. The password was simple 11, but instead of opening it immediately, he deliberately entered several wrong codes, first only then keying in 11 eon. Inside the weapon crate lay a black short sword that looked exceptionally sharp. Cheng Xu seized the short sword and charged toward the middle-aged woman. The sharp short sword pierced directly into the middle-aged woman's abdomen. Dazed by the blow from the chair, she had no time to react before her heartbeat ceased. Cheng Xu showed no hesitation. He stepped hard on her arm and delivered a second precise slash across her throat. His gaze remained calm and unshaken, utterly devoid of panic. Cheng Xu placed the woman's 2 kitchen knives into his backpack, then dragged her lifeless body toward the roadside shrubbery. Afterward, he waited quietly in the bushes for a brief moment, only proceeding once he was certain no one had passed by. Petunia, who is this kid? Even the last murderer wasn't this ruthlessly efficient. Roselle, his rationality score dropped only 5 points. Preposterous. Water eggplant confirmed. He used to be a novelist. 10 sepal eggplant, next time we should recruit more novelists. Cheng Xu feigned trying 10 different combinations, paused thoughtfully, then spun the 3-digit lock to 111. Click. The second weapons crate opened successfully, revealing a torso-level stab-proof vest. Cheng Xu donned it swiftly. The blackened camouflage fabric blended seamlessly with the foliage of the green belt. Before the third crate, Cheng Xu paused again, pretending to deliberate, then dialed 111 once more. As the lid lifted, he exaggerated his astonishment, refraining from retrieving the gear inside, and instead rushing immediately to the final equipment crate. South eggplant, my oversight. I'll ensure future passwords are far more complex. Skypricking eggplant, oh come now. It's more fun this way. Boss, just try 222 next time. Inside the last 2 crates lay a silent crossbow and a serrated combat knife. Cheng Xu stowed all items into his backpack and departed the security room without delay. He knew well the ancient truth: an ordinary man bears no guilt, but possession of treasure invites calamity. These tools must remain hidden. Until he acquired firearms, he could not hope to stand against many. Moving with meticulous caution, Cheng Xu returned safely to his apartment. Only after setting down his backpack did he realize his legs had nearly locked, too weak to straighten. Physical endurance enhanced, maximum stamina 2. Staring at his meager stamina value, just 2 points, he felt lightheaded and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. After roughly 10 minutes, his stamina recovered to 10 points, just enough to rise shakily to his feet. 6 hours remained until nightfall. Cheng Xu decided a brief rest would suffice, and that he might venture out again. Lying on his bed, he reviewed earlier supply drop files, searching for any mention of backpacks or similar gear. Petunia, team leader, when shall we deploy today's second batch? South eggplant, wait until 4 hours remain. There are only a few special items. Vine eggplant, team leader, could we grant our number 1 seed a slight advantage? I'd like to see him survive longer. South eggplant, absolutely not. There may be even more exceptional players concealed among them. The drop locations must remain randomized. Cheng Xu drifted into sleep while scrolling through the chat log. He awoke to a low resonant hum. Attention survivors, today's special item has been deployed. Proceed immediately to the location marked by smoke guidance. A booming announcement echoed across the residential compound, audible to all. Cheng Xu leapt from bed and rushed to the window, spotting a vivid crimson smoke plume rising from the garden beside his building. No specific inventory list had been released in the administrator's group. Indeed, the special item was likely housed within a randomized loot crate, its contents revealed only upon opening. Cheng Xu paused to layer his attire, the stab-proof vest beneath his outer coat, and a concealed dagger secured inside the coat. Fully prepared, he slung his worn, hole-riddled backpack over his shoulder and sprinted downstairs. Mid-ascent, he glimpsed a figure already bolting out the main entrance, someone from the neighboring unit. His pulse spiked. He accelerated, leaping steps, racing down to the ground floor exit. By the time he arrived, the down-jacketed figure had already reached the crimson smoke and begun prying open the sealed wooden crate. Inside the crate sat a small safe, its bluish iron casing faintly rusted. The man tore violently at the outer wooden planks, oblivious to whether anyone watched or approached. Seconds later, another figure came sprinting from behind, closing the distance in an instant. The two exchanged heated words, their faces contorted with agitation. Cheng Xu held back, not out of fear, but calculation. Rushing now would be futile, timing was everything. As expected, the argument flared into violence moments later, the two grappling, rolling together on the ground. Cheng Xu drew his dagger and charged. I said, Cher, are you deaf? Get lost. A larger, stronger man gained the upper hand, pinning the down-jacketed figure beneath him, fingers locking tightly around his throat. Cheng Xu's sudden appearance stunned them both. Neither had anticipated intervention. The dominant man caught only a blurred silhouette before shouting, but Cheng Xu was already behind him. The blade plunged deep into his neck. No hesitation, no tremor. As the man's limbs went slack, Cheng Xu struck again, severing his life force entirely. The corpse crumpled. The man pinned beneath stared stunned. You, why save me? His question died mid-sentence as Cheng Xu slit his throat with a single clean cut. To prevent further resistance, Cheng Xu drove the blade once more, straight into the man's heart. In mere seconds, 2 lives ended. Yet Cheng Xu wasted no time, turning instantly toward the massive airdrop crate. Inside lay a 3-digit combination safe. Cheng Xu began methodically testing number sequences. South eggplant, he's trying again. And yes, his first attempt was 111 once more. Roselle, best of luck. He won't find this code easily, it's truly random. Petunia, though, no one else has arrived yet. In that sense, he is rather fortunate. At last, after repeated trials, he cracked the code 663. The safe sprang open, revealing a floating golden luminescence. Cheng Xu touched it, and instantly a new item materialized in his palm. Without pausing to examine its properties, he fled, hugging the walls as he raced back to his apartment. Upon returning home, Cheng Xu discovered that the so-called special item was a one-time consumable. Rashomon coin can instantly enhance the defense of a house, repair any damage it has sustained, and eliminate nearby anomalous creatures. During the item's effect, the house cannot be destroyed, lasting for 24 hours. It's a life-saving item. Cheng Xu checked his stamina and found it had dropped to just over 40 points. If he went out again, he would likely run into problems at night. After all, he had acquired quite a bit of equipment now, and in case of a deadly invasion, he would have a chance to save his life, so he decided to rest well. Cheng Xu placed the equipment he had collected next to the bed, putting the dagger under the pillow with the crossbow leaning against him. Looking at his flimsy door, Cheng Xu still felt a bit uneasy. In the end, he moved the bedside table to block the door hinge, making it impossible for anyone to open the door if they tried to break in. Cheng Xu's house wasn't large, a 50 square meter single apartment with one room, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom, so there weren't many windows. He didn't have any suitable materials, so he could only barely cover the windows with curtains, plunging the entire room into dark. Cheng Xu returned to the bedroom, closed the door, drew the curtains, charged his phone, and began to sleep, preparing for the fierce battle. Shui Xia, boss, I've randomly completed the monster spawn locations for tonight. Do we need to prepare in advance? Nansha, not for now, they're just level 0 monsters, you can control them easily. Shui Xia, I'll come back later. Kashi Xia, special item. Zip, Kashi Xia, boss, the data for the 4 owners has been logged completely. Nansha, submitted in the system, don't post it in the group, it's useless. Kashi Xia, got it. Cheng Xu curiously opened the compressed file and found data on 4 people along with the special items they possessed. He himself possessed a defensive one-time item, while the others had different one-time items. Invincible spray, owner Sun Tingyu. It can provide invulnerability to the sprayed target for 15 minutes, nullifying any damage. Cheng Xu glanced at the owner and found she was a beautiful woman, quite attractive. This item is fine, it poses no threat to me. Cheng Xu continued to check the second item. Food baking card, owner Zhang Fun. It can summon a large quantity of food that fills all storage spaces in the house, valid for one use only. The owner is also a woman. Oh, I need to remember her location. For a woman, possessing a large supply could be a curse. Even if Cheng Xu wasn't interested, others would be. However, when Cheng Xu saw the specific data of that woman, he dismissed the thought of robbing her. Zhangfen survivor, LV1. Health, 190,190. Stamina, 133,263. Sanity, 50-50. Referring to other data, Cheng Xu discovered that this woman, named Zhangfen, used to be a boxing coach. Her physique was such that no ordinary person could stand around against her. Such a person must be hunted using ranged weapons, but it's not worth it for just some food. Universal key, owner Li Yanshan. It can unlock an uncrackable lock, ignoring levels and other conditions, and disappears after one use. Cheng Xu's eyes widened as he closely examined the owner's information, but unfortunately, it was a male far removed from him. See you tonight. After reviewing all the information, Cheng Xu lay on the bed and drifted into sleep, his hand resting on the hilt of his short sword. During the more than 3 hours he slept, many events unfolded. A group of individuals who refused to believe in the authenticity of all this banded together, attempting to run directly out of the community through the main gate, only to be executed by the manager Ting Xia. To address this, the responsible Rose Xia drafted a notification and distributed it to all survivors. Most survivors were still unwilling to face reality, hiding in their homes, believing it to be a scam. A small portion began to search for supplies within the community. Some kind-hearted individuals even started to help others, banding together to ensure each other's safety. In just 3 to 4 hours, they formed dozens of groups of varying sizes. Meanwhile, the managers granted survivors the ability to chat privately and form private groups, leading to the establishment of numerous group chats. Even Cheng Xu received several invitations, not knowing who was so oblivious. Just after the 8th hour mark, the sky plunged into darkness, as if the power had gone out. The distant horizon also displayed a bright orange glow resembling the glow of city streetlights at night, preventing the darkness from becoming so profound that nothing could be seen. Cheng Xu's alarm clock woke him, and despite a slight headache, he endured the discomfort and sat up. Night has fallen, survivors. Tonight will be your first night, and I hope you are prepared. After the brief notification, Cheng Xu opened the manager group and found they seemed to be preparing to spawn the first batch of monsters. By Dong Xia, has the data for the first batch of monsters been completed? Shui Xia, rest assured, I'm a professional. I've packaged them separately. Sure. Yi Xia, remember to send me a copy of the data for submission to the system tomorrow. Shui Xia, sure. A few seconds later, an air raid siren-like sound echoed throughout the community, causing a shiver down people's spines. Shui Xia, the deployment is complete. Let the show begin. Kashi Xia, place your bets. How many of those 4 will survive tonight? Sure. Yi Xia, won $20. Ru Xia, for $50. Ci Tian Xia, I don't think any will survive, and am not betting. Teng Xia, I'm betting on that ruthless kid like me to survive, $100. Nan Xia, everyone quiet down, send me the deployment points. I want to check the odds. Shui Xia, deployment points. Zip. Cheng Xu hurriedly clicked to open the data, checking the spawn locations of the monsters and the various types of monsters. There were only 4 types of monsters for the night, perhaps due to it being the first day the monsters had no formidable ability. The first type was an extremely ordinary zombie possessing a highly infectious nature. As long as bodily mucous membranes came into contact with its fluids, one would be infected by the zombie virus. The second type was a licker capable of crawling on walls, possessing enough strength to shatter glass, and fond of devouring. The third type was a corrupted hyena. Those bitten would be eroded by corrupt bacteria and die from sepsis. These 3 types of monsters belong to the as long as you don't seek trouble, you'll be fine category. However, upon seeing the last type, Cheng Xu's breath quickened. The pseudo-human. These creatures are extremely dangerous. They can mimic human behavior and use sound as bait to lure people outside, ultimately achieving assimilation. This poses a grave threat to the survivors who have formed groups. Moreover, their sounds could attract the attacks of other monsters, posing significant danger to the survivors. I hope no imposters start shouting at my door. Cheng Xu glanced at his stamina, noticing it hadn't recovered much, only reaching 60, likely due to the poor quality of his recent sleep. The neighborhood at night is not as quiet as one might imagine. Cheng Xu could even hear people talking upstairs. In the survivor group, some are still sharing their opinions about the survival event, seemingly unwilling to admit that all of this is Yuan and everyone. Don't be afraid, trust in science. Those monsters are merely tactics to frighten you. Hua Kai Fu Goei, yes, we must expose your lies. Everyone follow my instructions and gather downstairs tonight. Ping and Shilu, yes. We will never bow to you evil beings. These usernames seem to belong to individuals not very young, and it's unclear how they have banded together. Cheng Xu estimates they won't survive more than 10 minutes. Out of caution, he chose not to open his door, instead sitting on the floor to minimize noise. The administrator group was silent. It seems the monsters haven't started hunting yet. Cheng Xu continued to browse the group chat and discovered he had 2 group requests. The first group is named Second Unit Building Group, which already had over 40 members, so Cheng Xu casually accepted the request. The second chat had very few people, only 2, titled 4th Floor. Cheng Xu clicked to join, puzzled by how these people had gotten his information. After some investigation, he realized that his information in the survivor group was public and accessible to anyone. Cheng Xu hurriedly switched to anonymous mode and did the same for the building group. Sun Liu, brother across the door, can I hide in your house for a night? I'm scared. Cheng Xu, suddenly the female resident living opposite Cheng Xu spoke up in the 4th floor group, specifically tagging him, worried he might not see it. Cheng Xu did not respond. He knew that in this survival game, the more compassionate one is, the faster they die. No matter how attractive the person, life is more important. The resident in the middle door was also a woman. She quickly tagged the opposite Sun Liu to express her opinion. Zhangning, Sun Liu, can we go together? What if that stinky man? Cheng Xu found this amusing. To him, women were nothing but red powder skeletons. But unexpectedly, Sun Liu continued to be overly persistent, tagging Cheng Xu again, and even attaching a rather Sun Liu, Cheng Xu, brother, as long as you let me stay for a night, I am willing to do anything. Sun Liu's photography skills are remarkably professional. Under the soft yellow light, she slightly leaned forward, striking a lazy pose that revealed her graceful figure, her eyes filled with a pitiful, pleading look. Cheng Xu still ignored her, closing the 4th floor group chat to check other information. Bang! A sudden collision sound echoed not far above Cheng Xu's head, followed by several screams. Messages began to flow in from the administrator group. Tung Chia, the monster gathering point, is right above our seed now. Exciting and thrilling. Shui, Chia, even if a licker enters his house, it doesn't matter. That guy's weapon can definitely handle it. Cheng Xu heard several footsteps and the clattering of metal objects coming from upstairs. However, the dominant sound was a low growl reminiscent of a beast. Get out of my house. My leg. Something is knocking on the door. Accompanied by a sound of tearing flesh, something heavy fell to the ground. Meanwhile, several new messages suddenly appeared in the 2nd unit building group. Higuxian, help. Save us. Is there any kind-hearted person to rescue us? Higuxian, something has broken into our home. 2 people are already dead. Higuxian, there's a monster scratching at the door. Liang, the monster has entered the house, and you still have the nerve to send messages. No one would believe you. Hi and Xian, there are 5 of you. Everyone knows trying to rob, and saying it openly, how shameless. Funzi, exactly, look, no one is responding to you. Cheng Xu glanced nervously at his window, not making a sound, his legs tensed, ready to flee his room at any moment. The licker seemed to have entered the 5th floor residence, heavy footsteps slowly echoing on the ceiling above Cheng Xu. The creature moved from the bedroom to the living room, wandered around seemingly finding nothing, and then returned to the bedroom. Cheng Xu listened as the faint scraping noises gradually moved along the 5th floor window, not daring to breathe. The licker's heavy breathing came from the boundary between the 4th and 5th floors. It seemed to be considering where to go next. A sticky substance fell onto Cheng Xu's windowsill, causing his nerves to tighten instantly. In the eerily quiet room, he could only hear his own heartbeat. He struggled to control his body, trying to calm his nearly exploding heart to avoid being heard by the licker outside. Pat! Hiss! The licker's tongue slowly extended, leaving a silhouette on Cheng Xu's curtain. That long and deadly appendage curled up the fallen flesh and blood and stuffed it back into its flat mouth, producing a grinding, chewing sound. The blood dripping from its mouth fell slowly, splattering on Cheng Xu's windowsill like raindrops leaking on a rainy day. Cheng Xu's heartbeat trembled in rhythm with the falling liquid, and his highly tensed body had become somewhat stiff. Moments later, the licker left the window near Cheng Xu and began to climb to a higher floor. Who? Cheng Xu exhaled slowly, feeling a bit numb in his hands. After all, facing such a real monster for the first time, he was somewhat unaccustomed. In the fourth floor group, suddenly, there were over 10 new messages, all tagging Cheng Xu. Sun Luyu, Cheng Xu, there's something climbing outside my window, please help me. Sun Luyu, I beg you brother, I'm really about to cry. Sun Luyu, if all else fails I can call you daddy as long as you're willing to save me, anything is fine. Sun Luyu, I saw what happened on the 5th floor, save me, and I can give you all my belongings. Knock knock knock. Suddenly a hurried knocking echoed from outside the door, prompting Cheng Xu to rise and listen intently to the sound. Cheng Xu remained silent, feeling a twinge of worry that it was not Sun Luyu outside, but rather a fake person. Yet moments later a female voice emerged from beyond the door. Brother Cheng Xu, please open the door. There is a monster outside my window. Cheng Xu pondered for a few seconds, deciding to check at the door to ascertain whether it was a fake person or a human. If it was a fake person, he would remain silent. If it was Sun Luyu, he would send a message urging her to be quiet. Alternatively, he could open the door and let her remain silent forever. Cheng Xu slowly approached the door, intentionally making the slightest sound with his bare feet. The light from the corridor was faintly visible through the peephole, flickering slightly. Beneath the orange-yellow light, Cheng Xu saw a figure. The silhouette appeared unremarkable, revealing a woman dressed rather provocatively. Based on the earlier comparison of images, Cheng Xu could confirm that this was indeed Sun Luyu, who lived directly across from him. He opened the group chat for the 4th layer and began a private conversation with Sun Luyu. Cheng Xu, making noise will attract monsters, be quiet. Sun Luyu, I promise not to make a sound brother, can you let me in? Cheng Xu, go back to your own home. Sun Luyu, brother, can you really bear to see me, such a weak woman, perish at the hands of a monster? Cheng Xu, you have 1 minute. Cheng Xu initially thought Sun Luyu would unleash a torrent of curses or obediently return to her room, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Outside, Sun Luyu's voice turned more coy, her tone capable of making any young man weak in the knees. Brother, I can give you anything. Sun Luyu gently tapped on Cheng Xu's door, her actions exceedingly tender, as tap, tap, tap. Sun Luyu's voice now held a hint of impatience amidst its flirtatious tone, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with Cheng Xu's apparent indifference. Brother, as long as you let me in, I will play with you for as long as you want. Cheng Xu remained unmoved. For a staunch advocate of solitude, any negotiation from others was merely a trap. Cheng Xu stood at the door, contemplating how to swiftly resolve this situation while remaining as quiet as possible. Just as he slowly drew his short sword, preparing to open the door and eliminate the threat, another voice suddenly emerged from the corridor. Hello, your delivery. The unexpected shout made Cheng Xu's hair stand on end, for only a fake person would make such a sound. Sun Luyu's voice was instantly filled with urgency as she called out towards that voice. Delivery, brother. I'm trapped in here. The voice echoed through the corridor, sounding remarkably loud. However, a few seconds after the sound faded, there was no response for Sun Luyu. She felt a mix of confusion and trepidation as she asked again, is there anyone there? Hello, your delivery. The voice was indistinguishable from the previous one, its tone, pauses, and enunciation complete. It was just closer now. Sun Luyu began to feel a chilling fear hurriedly pounding on Cheng Xu's door, her earlier allure completely evaporated. Help! There's a monster. Please save me. Hello, your delivery. The voice had now entered the corridor, dangerously close to Sun Luyu. Oh! Sun Luyu let out a piercing scream, falling to the ground, her body colliding with the floor, creating a dull thud. Don't come closer. Don't touch me. Her voice abruptly cut off like a recording paused mid-play. A sound of skin scraping echoed in the corridor, resembling someone forcefully rubbing their hands together. Bang! A flesh and blood body slammed against the wall, followed by an unsettlingly sticky sound. Moments later, Sun Luyu's voice rang out again, returning to its previous alluring tone. Brother, please open the door. I will give you whatever you want. Cheng Xu slowly stepped back, placing the unsheathed short sword on the sofa, trying to make as little noise as possible. He was certain that the entity standing at the door was definitely not Sun Luyu, but a fully transformed fake person. Her current appearance was undoubtedly terrifying, lacking half a head, or with a body proportion that was unsettling, invoking the uncanny valley effect. Brother, please open the door. I will give you whatever you want. The same voice echoed again, precisely like a repeatedly played recording. If this continued, the fake person might not be able to enter immediately, but it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other monsters. Cheng Xu had not yet devised a plan. He decided to retreat to his room, where at least there was still a door. After returning to his room, Cheng Xu opened the manager's group chat and found that the managers were discussing the situation concerning Tung Chia. Haha, I said this kid has talent, not an ounce of compassion, ruthless and cold-blooded. Sure, Yi Chia, the female survivor from across the way, was previously involved in related work. No wonder she is so skilled. Kashi Chia, what kind of trash do you keep bringing in? No more bringing these vases next time. Nang Chia, who calls the shots, you or me? Kashi Chia, you're the boss, you're the boss. Nang Chia, diversity is what makes survival games enjoyable. Shui Chia, fake people are still too weak. As long as this kid doesn't open the door, there will be no problem. Tian Chia, after all, it's the first day. Oh, people like him are still rare in the first round of the game. The fake person outside continued to babble incessantly, its voice echoing through the corridor. After a while, another voice emerged in the corridor, sounding like some beast growling softly. The monsters gathering at the door are starting to increase. Several messages appeared in the survivor group, drawing Cheng Xu's attention. Hua Kai Fu Gue all dead. When Tian, oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that group of idiots wandering out at night. Serves them right. Zhuobo Tao in Building 7, over a dozen died. I took a photo. A blurry photo attached below showed a scene of blood-soaked ground, where a pile of bodies could be vaguely seen along with a few monsters feasting nearby. Yang Tao, I told you don't doubt it. I just returned from outside, and there are now a lot of weapons respawning. The anonymous individual shared a photo of a Nepalese knife on a table along with a highly realistic-looking handgun. Son, I found some too. Just be careful, and there will definitely be no problem. Big head, really. Where? Ingzheng, you'd be better off believing me. I am Qin Shi Huang. Kelly, it's true I found a very sharp dagger, and even killed a zombie. Flamingo, I also killed 3 zombies plus an extra reward. Cheng Xu was somewhat puzzled, but didn't voice his opinion. Instead, he turned back to carefully examine the photo. There is no metallic luster, and it seems there are white edges from paper cutting. Just as Cheng Xu noticed that the blade of the military knife in the photo was missing a piece, the photo was retracted. Having seen those flaws, Cheng Xu could basically confirm that this person's photo was forged. So what could be the reason for these guys to forge photos and fabricate facts? Some people in the survivor group were still making a fuss, boasting about what they had found that night. Some uninformed individuals even went to ask them where those weapons were found. How could others possibly share the best resources with you, let alone at such a time? Cheng Xu was completely unmoved. After all, there was a fake person at his doorstep and a corrupted hunting dog outside, making it impossible to venture out. After more than 10 minutes, it seemed someone really went downstairs searching under the cover of night. That guy was quite lucky he wasn't directly killed by the monsters. But his mind hadn't turned around yet. He was still posting photos in the survivor group, asking others, "Seeker Big Shots, where did you all find your weapons? I can't see anything at all." The photo seemed to be taken among the bushes, where beneath the cover of grass leaves a large group of zombies could be seen wandering outside, likely remnants of a previous protest. Yang Tao, if you go further ahead, cross the street in front of Building 6, you can find weapons in the garden of Building 7. The person speaking was the one who had claimed to find the weapons earlier and was the mastermind behind the forged photo. Others chose to remain silent, and not a single person was willing to reveal the truth to that deceived survivor. After all, losing one person meant one less competitor for resources. When the speaking time limit was reached, the second sentence from that survivor appeared again. "Seeker, alright everyone, wait for my good news." Such naive survivors were certainly not few in number. One wondered how many would become the souls of the first night. The fake person outside Cheng Xu's door seemed to have grown tired of waiting and finally stopped making its mechanical repetitive sounds, dragging its steps away from the floor. The hunting dog also fell silent and likely left about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Cheng Xu pricked up his ears and listened for a while. The sticky footsteps of the fake person gradually moved away toward the corridor. Cheng Xu gently opened his room's door, somewhat relieved that the sound insulation of his apartment was poor, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. He maintained a slow pace, moved to the doorway, and looked outside through the peephole. Outside the peephole was not the clean corridor Cheng Xu had anticipated, but rather a slightly distorted face illuminated by the emergency lights. The fake person hadn't left. Cheng Xu then realized that the footsteps he had heard earlier were merely its mimicry. Such terrifying disguise could easily deceive anyone who wasn't careful. Cheng Xu's residence was positioned at the side door, allowing him to see all situations in the corridor. But for the resident of the middle door, the corridor was currently empty. She walked to the door, glanced at the outside environment, and Cheng Xu could hear the sound she made clearly. The fake person also turned its head, twitching, revealing a face that was half bone. Cheng Xu saw that constantly writhing, twitching flesh face wrapped in an indistinguishable black substance flowing out like a liquid. Creak. A crack opened in the middle door, and a faint light spilled out through the gap. Is anyone there?" the girl at the middle door asked with a trembling voice. It seemed she was testing if anyone was outside, but in reality, it was merely a form of self-deception, a way to deceive her own consciousness, telling herself that there were no monsters outside. Cheng Xu watched as the fake person silently approached the door gap, growing an eye from his fingertips. After waiting a few seconds, the girl at the middle door seemed to have completely determined that no monsters existed outside, slowly opened her door. When the gap of the door expanded enough to accommodate an arm, she saw a face growing on the arm. "Brother, save me." "Ah!" The girl's scream abruptly stopped as the door was slowly pushed by the fake person, the hinges creaking. The fake person, resembling Sun Lu Yu, spat out a mass of gel-like substance, completely covering the face of the girl at the middle door, exploring down her body. Many things resembling human limbs, but as soft as octopus tentacles, grew out from the fake person, beginning to rip off the girl's skin and flesh, sending them into its mouth. Those bodies tainted by the gel fell off very easily, and it took the fake person only a few minutes to completely swallow. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, the fake person vomited out a large mass of mucus from which a brand new fake person was born. Cheng Xu had hardly seen his neighbors as he lived a secluded life, only going out to buy groceries, and he would buy a week's worth at once. He had no familiarity with the individuals in the middle and opposite doors. Long ago, he had been diagnosed with mild personality disorder and lacked empathy towards others. The two neighbors died overnight, and Cheng Xu felt no sadness whatsoever. In his mind, the first thing that came to mind was that he could loot their house for supplies the next day. The fake person, whose face seemed to have been stretched tenfold, stood up from the mucus and walked towards the door. The two fake persons pressed together, as if engaging in some form of communication that humans could not comprehend. After a moment, they opened their mouths and emitted exactly the same voice. "I am your neighbor. I have some canned goods to trade with you." They repeated this phrase as they walked toward the corridor. Once Cheng Xu confirmed that the two fake persons had truly left, he began to devise a plan on how to bring their vacant rooms. He even planned to use one of the rooms as a trap, or should a monster attack or someone invade, he would escape to the trap room. Ting Xia, I bet that kid will turn both of those apartments into his territory. Caxi Xia, the night isn't over yet. Who knows if he gets caught off guard and gets eaten by someone. It was only halfway through the night, yet the entire neighborhood was already engulfed in a bloody storm with numerous people devoured by monsters. However, the remaining survivors had essentially grasped the survival rules for the first night. As long as they remained quiet and kept silent, they would encounter no issues. Yet within the management group, another state was unfolding. Nanxia, alright, there are 2 minutes left until we reach the halfway mark. Have the additional rules been drawn? By Dongxia, the drawing is complete. The rule is fierce frenzy. Nanxia, for the first day, this is somewhat of a good thing. At least we won't draw it again later. Kashi Chia, when both zombies and hounds have learned to crash through doors, I wonder how many more will suffer. Ruchia, not just that the hound's sense of smell, the zombies hearing the sight of the liquors, and the mimicking ability of the imposters will all be significantly enhanced. Their hunger will also reach its peak. Upon seeing this information, Cheng Xu's mind began to race. He couldn't act immediately. Doing so would only raise the suspicions of the management. First and foremost, the most vulnerable part of this house was the windows, and with only 2 minutes left, there was no time to search for reinforcement materials. Thus, Cheng Xu chose the optimal hiding spot for himself, a windowless bathroom. Confronted with monsters possessing significantly enhanced detection abilities, Cheng Xu began to ponder how to respond to this situation. The security door was the most significant point of contact between Cheng Xu and the outside world, especially since it had a slightly drafty lower edge, which could easily allow his scent to escape. Facing the hounds with heightened sense of smell, Cheng Xu decided to block the gap at his door with cloth and sprinkle it with spices, dish soap, and laundry detergent to confuse the hounds' judgment. As long as the hounds couldn't discover him, the other two types of monsters posed little threat. After all, hiding in the bathroom, as long as Cheng Xu made no sound, the detection methods of the zombies and liquors would be rendered entirely useless. Ding! A bell suddenly rang out within the neighborhood, and all survivors heard this sound. Moments later, they received a notification from Mei Guiqia. Survivors, tonight's midnight lottery has been revealed. Congratulations. The curse you have drawn is fierce friends. The monsters will display their madness, so prepare yourselves. Cheng Xu feigned confusion for a few seconds before quickly running to his sofa, tearing off the sofa cover to block the bottom of the security door. Then he rushed to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of vinegar and a bottle of cooking wine, and poured them over the sofa cover. Soon the living room was filled with the pungent aroma of spices. Not feeling entirely at ease, Cheng Xu went to the bathroom to fetch a bottle of laundry detergent and poured half a bucket of it. The scent at Cheng Xu's door had become exceedingly strange, both fragrant and sour, with a hint of cooking wine diluting his human odor. Having completed all this, Cheng Xu immediately grabbed all his weapons, ran into the bathroom, secured the door, and wedged a mop against the door hinge. Then he laid down 2 barely used bath towels near the door gap, pouring the remaining half bucket of lavender-scented laundry. Finally, Cheng Xu placed his crossbow beside him, seated himself next to the bathroom door, gripping the hilt of his short sword tightly, ready to attack at any moment. He had completed all this in under 4 minutes, and the frenzy effect of those monsters had just begun to take effect. Tungxia, damn. Did you see that? A genius. A genius long bound by human society. Sure, Ichia, alright, we know you like that kid, but there's no need to praise him so much, is there? C.I. Tian Xia, quite deserving. That kid managed to react within 5 minutes of seeing the message and hid himself in the safest spot. Shui Xia, tomorrow, if he draws a survival skill, he will undoubtedly be the champion of the initial screening. Tungxia he. From now on, I will support this kid exclusively. Cheng Xu sat on the floor, feeling the warmth of the heated floor, gradually relaxing his breathing to avoid becoming overly. In less than half a minute, Cheng Xu faintly heard a cacophony of shrill howls from outside. It sounded like a pack of stray dogs gathered downstairs attacking each other. It has begun. Within the survivor group, someone sent a photo, surprisingly taken outdoors. The photographer was perched on a branch of a large tree with a group of zombies passing by, seemingly unaware of him. Cheng Xu looked at the ID and realized it was the guy who had been tricked into searching for weapons earlier. He was still alive. Chasing Seeker, there are no weapons here. I have searched all the bushes and found nothing. If I survive and return tomorrow, I will definitely drag out everyone who deceived me one by one. Cheng Xu carefully observed the position in the photo, realizing that the guy should be near Building 7, not too far from him. I'll need to steer clear of him tomorrow to avoid being entangled by this madman. Just as Cheng Xu was checking the information, some noisy sounds emerged from the hallway, as if someone was laughing. Cheng Xu listened carefully to those sounds, trying to determine their direction. The sound of claws scraping against the floor echoed in the corridor, accompanied by that eerie low laughter wandering close to Cheng Xu. These sounds originated from a group of decayed hounds gathering together, searching for humans to serve as food. Cheng Xu involuntarily held his breath as one hound ran into the neighbor's house next door, sniffing near the wall behind. The unmistakable sound of inhalation made Cheng Xu feel a surge of instinctive tension. After a while, he heard a short growl, and the pack of hounds departed. It seems these measures are indeed effective. Roar. Suddenly, a hound below Cheng Xu let out a roar, and the corridor was filled with the sound of frantic claws hitting the ground. Thud, thud, thud. A certain room downstairs was under siege, as the pack of hounds had evidently found. The 3 survivors hiding in a room panicked and the sound of a metallic object crashing to the floor echoed through the room. The noise was so loud that Cheng Xu couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, this sound further incited the frenzied aggression of the hounds who began to tear and scratch at the security door. "Help! Help!" The helpless survivor let out a wail, but this only earned him scolding from his companions and the mocking laughter of the hounds. The pack of decayed hounds howling like hyenas finally knocked the locking mechanism loose, and the trembling door revealed a small gap through which the greedy hound's teeth could be seen. Red decayed pus seeped through the door, bringing with it a stench reminiscent of hell. The already terrified survivor did not flee, but turned to glance at his friend before frantically reaching out to the hounds. Moments later, his hand was utterly torn apart by the rotting hound's blood spraying violently. Crimson scars began to spread across his body, grotesque pus-filled blisters swelled beneath his skin, warping his appearance into something uncanny. "Didn't you just scorn me? You've been cursing me all along, calling me your burden." His voice rang out sharply, loud enough for Cheng Xu to hear clearly. "Don't come near me. Shut the door quickly." His companions appeared to be hiding in the same spot as Cheng Xu, yet their shrieks were shrill with. The infected survivor was rapidly succumbing to death. Lethal pathogens coursed through his veins, erupting across his flesh in clusters of crimson bulbous growths. Even as his consciousness blurred, he staggered stubbornly toward his human companions. He still remembered the two who had mocked him, and even in death he intended to drag them down with him. Boom, 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 boom. Outside the door, the hounds grew frenzied. The security door's hinges groaned under strain. Several had already thrust their forelimbs inside. Blinded by swelling tumors, the infected survivor dragged himself to the bathroom doorway, and with the last vestige of lucidity uttered a single phrase, "I hate you too." Snap. His pathogen-swollen corpse collapsed against the door, shattering the latch. The handle sprang open, and his skull wedged itself tightly within the narrowing gap. A strange, eerie smile twisted across his bloated face, as if he still lived, trembling faintly toward the two companions he had once called kin. "Hurry, push him out. Why don't you do it? You go now. If you delay, we'll all die." As they bickered and hesitated, the hounds finally shattered the door inward and lunged straight for the two cowering inside the bath. Claws tore through the first survivor's corpse, splattering thick, crimson, foul-smelling pus across the floor, granting those two selfish, ununited survivors a fleeting hellish vision before their own bodies were ripped asunder. Cheng Xu listened to the brittle crunch of snapping bones and the wet, viscous spatter of pus, then pondered whether he ought to expand his territory further downward. Bang! Crash! Cheng Xu's expression tightened. Slowly he cocked his crossbow and aimed it squarely at the back. That sudden sharp crack seemed to originate from the kitchen window. Likely a licker had breached his home. Heavy footsteps confirmed Cheng Xu's suspicion. A licker was indeed prowling his residence, hunting. These creatures tracked prey by sight and sound. Cheng Xu stilled his breath, minimizing every trace of movement and noise from his body. Bang! Tinkle, rattle, clatter. The creature emerged from the kitchen, hurling Cheng Xu's belongings across the floor in chaotic. Then it entered the living room, pacing with unnerving slowness, surveying the space as though wandering through a museum. After a while, it showed no inclination to advance toward the bathroom, instead halting motionless on the living room floor. The licker's sounds vanished, abruptly, utterly. No matter how intently Cheng Xu strained his ears, not a whisper of "Tung Xia." This kid's either absurdly lucky or catastrophically unlucky to have a sated licker choose his house for a nap. Sure, Xia. Wonder if he'll resist curiosity. So far his performance has been remarkably sharp. Nan Xia. Enough chatter. Compile the data. Submit by dawn. Reading these messages, Cheng Xu relaxed slightly and remained seated on the floor, waiting for the creature to depart. Minutes passed. A faint tingling prickled his skin, perhaps from sitting too long. He prepared to lie down and rest. Just as he shifted to recline, the licker in the living room let out a piercing, guttural roar, jolting Cheng Xu's nerves taut once more. Yet the creature did not move, remaining rooted in place, breathing heavily. Bang! Crash! His living room window shattered. A second licker entered his home. Roar, whine, whine. The two lickers began vocalizing to each other, a low, rasping friction of hide. Minutes later, their calls intensified, growing louder, more raucous, and rhythmically synchronized like percussive instruments beating in deliberate cadence. Cheng Xu knew nothing of what unfolded outside, but the overseer group erupted. Tung Xia, ha ha ha. Boss, you'll regret missing tonight's spectacle. Two lickers are reproducing right now in this kid's living room. CIT on Xia, incredible. Sure, Xia, ha ha ha. Hiccup, Mei Gui Xia. For sheer theatrical impact alone, this guy deserves the title uncrowned sovereign. By Dong Xia, pity the boss is occupied. Within minutes, the newborn lickers will emerge. The sounds in Cheng Xu's living room gradually faded. Both lickers exhaled deeply, laboriously. Within 10 minutes, Cheng Xu heard a sharp, sickening snap of bone, followed by one licker's agonized guttural shriek. Plop! Something soft landed on the tile floor with a wet, adhesive thud. Then, astonishingly, a baby's wail pierced the silence. The cry unsettled Cheng Xu, briefly making him wonder whether a pseudo-human had slipped into his home. At last, the two lickers appeared, ready to depart, their heavy tread receding steadily toward the living room window, fading beyond the range of his hearing. Just as Cheng Xu began to ease the numbness in his buttocks, the infant's wail erupted again, forceful, rapid, and gratingly persistent. Once begun, the crying never ceased, not even for breath, resounding incessantly in Cheng Xu's ears. The source crawled slowly across the living room floor, passing the bathroom door and inching toward the kitchen. Tink plop. Amidst the wailing came clatters of pots, pans, and metal utensils, suggesting the thing was preparing to leave his home. But Cheng Xu soon realized his error. He heard the refrigerator door swing open, and then the wet, rhythmic crunch of gnawing teeth devouring food. Yet the loathsome wail continued unabated. Even as the creature fed, it wept without pause. Stay calm. Absolutely stay calm. Cheng Xu released the tension in his limbs, lowered himself gently onto the floor, and deliberately emptied his mind, bracing himself against the wail's mounting intensity. Just as he neared acclamation, another voice echoed from beyond his security door. Young man. I'm an old man with nowhere left to turn. Please, save me. Even Cheng Xu's famed composure cracked, his brow furrowed sharply. These monsters are holding a gathering in my home. After enhancement, the artificial person seemed to have learned how to use its own arms. It swung its arms with all its might, banging on the door, making the anti-theft door of Cheng Xu rattle. Cheng Xu even saw the health bar of his room's door drop to 99. After smashing the door for a few minutes, the artificial person left, heading towards the stairs, and it sounded like it went upstairs. However, the crying sound from the kitchen had not ceased, though it had diminished significantly. Gradually, Cheng Xu felt his consciousness becoming a bit hazy, likely due to the excessive tension of the night, and he began to feel drowsy. As the baby's crying slowly faded away, Cheng Xu drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he returned to that school from which he could never escape. Every time he felt unwell, he would return to high school facing an exam or attending a particularly unpleasant class. Oh, the plague god has arrived. The malicious homeroom teacher appeared before him, as Cheng Xu had been taking sick leave every day and occasionally would vomit or convulse during class, disrupting the order. Thus, the homeroom teacher had always been extremely dissatisfied with him. In the dream, this dissatisfaction was magnified, infinitely twisting the teacher's face into a contorted, sycophantic grin. Disgusting. Just as Cheng Xu was about to raise his hand to slap him, a sudden loud bang startled him awake. With only half a minute left until sunrise, the house was silent except for Cheng Xu's own breathing. The previous loud bang was caused by him accidentally pulling the trigger of the crossbow in his sleep. The bolt had struck the bathroom door, making the sound. I must not let that happen again. If that bolt had hit my leg. Cheng Xu waited for time to pass, watching the diminishing countdown, feeling a bit of relief from his inner displeasure. Ding! The familiar chime rang out, signaling the arrival of peaceful daylight. Cheng Xu pulled the bolt from the door and put it back into the quiver, then opened the bathroom door. To his surprise, the expected mess of slime was absent. Apart from the 2 shattered windows and the scattered pots and pans, everything else was clean. At that moment, the rose cauliflower sent out a notification. Survivors, you have now officially become part of the survivor. After a night of training, I believe you all have a full understanding of our game. Regarding your performance, we have decided to grant all survivors a gift to help you survive better. At the end of the notification, a small red flower appeared, looking just like real rose cauliflower petals. Cheng Xu plucked the flower, and a red interface suddenly expanded before him, bursting forth with numerous numbers. In the end, a bright red 6 hovered in front of him. Vine cauliflower boss, what can I say? This time it was random. I have no bias against him at all. South cauliflower luck is also part of strength. The fact that he drew the skill of sequence 6 only proves that he is indeed suited for this game. Rose cauliflower, he is luckier than anyone I have seen before. Water cauliflower, what was the highest sequence we had previously? 10. Sepal cauliflower 7. Water cauliflower, new record. Cheng Xu watched as the red number slowly floated toward him, merging into his palm and vanishing. Congratulations on unlocking skill sequence 6, Killer. This sequence will provide you with skills related to stealth, assassination, poison making, mechanical arts, traps, and agility. You will become a qualified killer shining in the survival game. In Cheng Xu's system, a new button labeled Survivor Skills appeared. Upon opening it, the killer skill tree that the system had just mentioned was revealed. Currently, Cheng Xu had 2 skill points, and could only activate 2 points on the main branch, of which only 1 was a skill. Buzz. The moment the skill was activated, Cheng Xu felt some changes in his body, feeling lighter and more energetic. All attributes increased by 10, no wonder. Apart from the first attribute boost, Cheng Xu also awakened a second, Conceal Steps. After activating this skill, it will eliminate the sound of your footsteps and erase your footprints. Consumption 10 stamina points. If stamina is insufficient, it will deduct from mental points. If mental points are insufficient, it will deduct from health points. So there's no mention of mana. Soon the second notification arrived, once again, marked by the red rose cauliflower symbol. Very well, all monsters have been eliminated, and we wish you all a delightful time during the daytime collection activities. The message was brief, yet unexpectedly filled Cheng Xu with a hint of youthful vitality. It seemed the author of this message. Cheng Xu checked his refrigerator and found it completely empty. Even the old cabbage heart he had stored in the corner had been. Both the refrigeration and freezing compartments of the refrigerator had been emptied by the previous occupant, leaving Cheng Xu with no provisions. Fortunately, he had scavenged quite a few cans, so breakfast was still solvable. After hastily eating half a can and drinking a large cup of water, Cheng Xu picked up his weapon and prepared to venture out for exploration. However, the area he intended to explore was not the outside world, but his neighbor's house. Upon opening the door, Cheng Xu saw 3 or 4 pieces of women's clothing scattered in front of his door, appearing semi-transparent, with a faint scent of perfume or laundry detergent lingering. After some searching, Cheng Xu found a key. Holding the key, he tried to unlock the door across the hall, and discovered it could be opened without a problem. Thus Cheng Xu pocketed the key, preparing to explore the middle door that used a combination lock, as once it was closed it would be impossible to open again. The layout of the house behind the middle door was completely different from Cheng Xu's. It had 2 bedrooms and a living room, all sunlit, making the interior very bright. The minimalist decor style suited Cheng Xu's taste well, but its owner was a girl, and some things were slightly different. Cheng Xu opened the refrigerator and found only 2 moldy tomatoes and a takeout box inside. She must be a working individual who only eats takeout. As expected, the freezer section was empty, and the interior of the refrigerator was cleaner than new. In Cheng Xu's impression, this girl had never come downstairs to look for supplies, so he held little hope for her apartment. In the end, Cheng Xu moved all her knives to his home and took away quite a few of her clothes for emergencies. As for the household appliances, Cheng Xu only took a few lamps, leaving everything else in place, as taking them would serve no purpose. Just before leaving, he found a note hidden in the closet by the door, which contained the house's passcode. Very well. Then Cheng Xu arrived at the door of the house across the hall, took out the key, and unlocked it. When he opened the door, his lips twitched slightly, because what awaited him was a whole cabinet of forcibly harmonized items. It's a bit nauseating. Sun Liu's entrance was filled with various, uniquely shaped toys, making Cheng Xu feel a chill run down his spine. There were all kinds of shapes, models, and styles available. Cheng Xu bypassed the extremely bizarre entrance cabinet and entered the living room, where the sight before him was even harder to accept. In that living room, there was no television or coffee table, only an enormous fill light and a long bench. On the bench lay a metronome and a dozen small toys of various designs. Beside these items, there was a camera that looked quite... The camera was connected to a nearby computer and was currently recording. Cheng Xu walked over to check the recorded content and was even more shocked. At the start of the survival game, Sun Liu had been recording herself. She flashed an alluring smile at the camera and then to all my subscribed bosses. The metronome exercise class I promised you is about to begin. If you like it, well, have an upgraded version next month. Pop. Cheng Xu closed the computer and did not continue playing the video. Such things held no meaning for Cheng Xu, so he began to search around her room for usable supplies beyond these oddities. To his dismay, the room was even worse than he imagined. The bedroom was cluttered with various cardboard boxes from deliveries, easily numbering in the hundreds. The bed was also piled high with clothes to sheer volume, leaving Cheng Xu at a loss for words. Her bedroom contained nothing but trash and clothing, with no small knife to be found. After searching for quite a while, Cheng Xu found nothing. The kitchen was filled with takeaway bags that had not been disposed of in time, some of which were already moldy and smelled terrible. Naturally, her refrigerator was also empty, except for a few frozen rotten vegetable leaves, which had been changed. Why is there garbage everywhere? The bathroom door was locked, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Cheng Xu pushed hard and opened the rusty door. The sight in the bathroom was so disgusting that it made even someone as ruthless as Cheng Xu, who could kill without blinking, feel uneasy. On one side of the bathroom, there was a pile of used toilet paper emitting a foul odor. On the other side were several basins filled with murky liquid, the contents unknown. Cheng Xu abandoned the idea of searching for supplies inside, as the entire place was difficult for a normal person to accept. Teng Xia, it seems even assassins have their weaknesses. This room seems to make him question life. Rookie, after all, it is indeed quite dirty. No normal human could live in such a place. This place should be converted into a trap house. It's simply unlivable. The layout of the middle door house wasn't suitable for staying at night. There were too many windows, and the room was larger than Cheng Xu's own house, but the password lock was still relatively safe. Thus Cheng Xu decided to use the middle house as his storage room, spreading out the surplus supplies for safekeeping. After exploring these 2 rooms, Cheng Xu prepared to venture downwards, as a massacre by hunting dogs had occurred there yesterday, surely leaving behind usable supplies. At that moment, statistical data suddenly popped up. Last night, survivors dead 2,269 people. Remaining survivors 2,456 people. When death turned into cold data, it became less real. At least in Cheng Xu's perception, the deaths of others had nothing to do with him. All 3 individuals on the 3rd floor had died during last night's monster riot, but Cheng Xu could not confirm whether these 3 were residents of this floor. The 2 rooms nearby seemed undamaged, with their doors closed, making it impossible to tell if anyone was inside. The door that had been smashed open by the hunting dog still hung there, the twisted hinges and shredded wooden shell bearing the marks of that brutal slaughter. Cheng Xu did not rush, and now relying on his skills, he waited at the door, observing for the presence of other people. After confirming that there was indeed no one inside, Cheng Xu opened the already damaged door and stepped inside. The supplies in the room were even richer than he had anticipated. It seemed the 3 had also gathered resources yesterday. Inside their house, Cheng Xu discovered over 20 cans of various types and 4 sets of standardized heavy protection. He even found 3 wooden boards embedded in the window, which were highlighted by the system. The owner of the house is deceased. Dismantling is allowed. Cheng Xu gently pried one off, and the wood embedded in the window frame fell into his hand. The wooden board had little weight, its edges appearing ethereal. Cheng Xu placed it on the ground, and the ends of the board quickly elongated until they reached the wall. Cheng Xu mentally tried to widen it, and the object gradually expanded until it filled the entire floor of the living room. Just right for repairing the window. Cheng Xu collected the 3 wooden boards and placed them in his backpack, returning to his house with those supplies. After storing the food and clothing, he began to fiddle with the 3 wooden boards. After barely sealing the broken window, Cheng Xu discovered that his house reinforcement had reached level 1. House reinforcement system activated. Please select house reinforcement type. 1. Trap type house. 2. Settler type house. 3. Fortress type house. The first type of house would allow for various trap construction spaces to emerge, but the survival area would be compressed, resulting in poor comfort and average sturdiness. The settler type house is more balanced, lacking the trap-like features that lure enemies into. The overall structure of the house would be very balanced, improving living conditions, trap arrangements, and defense against enemies. The fortress type house emphasizes the sturdiness of the structure, reinforcing the house's defensive capabilities in a manner that nearly isolates it from the outside world. A thoughtful note was written at the bottom of the options. If you survive in an unowned house for more than 3 days and nights, that house will become yours, so there's no need to be overly concerned about the type of reinforcement for the house. Cheng Xu pondered for a moment and decided to convert his base into a fortress-type house. He was a person who had long accompanied loneliness, and the sense of isolation from the outside world was merely a testament to. Cheng Xu scanned the administrator group chat, but found no new messages, neither weapon deployments nor other supply drop. He decided to continue exploring the upper floors, recalling that someone had been killed by monsters there. Yet he noticed a red that had appeared on his survivor skill interface. Opening the interface, Cheng Xu discovered an unfamiliar task system had inexplicably appeared. Complete any 3 tasks to level up. In, tasks refresh once at dawn and once at dusk. In, current progress 03. 1. Perform 1 undetected tailing operation, 10 minutes. In 2. Execute 1 assassination. In 3. Construct 1 trap. And of the 3, only the last seemed remotely feasible. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a coil of steel wire and a pair of wire cutters from home. Leftover materials from his renovation, tough, yet slender, ideal for crafting a rudimentary tripwire trap. Cheng Xu ascended to the 5th floor and paused at the corridor entrance, observing that all 3 apartment doors stood fully ajar, not even slightly ajar, exuding an unsettling openness. This unnerving degree of exposure heightened his vigilance. He withdrew the combat knife he always carried and approached the partition wall between the elevator lobby and residential units, pressing himself against its outer surface to listen intently. Seconds later, a faint rustling sound emerged, followed by hushed, muffled voices. Damn poor bastards. Nothing worthwhile here. Alright. Still not a total waste. We'll walk away with something. In? Bro, how about we pick 1 unit to squat in? 3 days and it's ours. Fine. You haul the stuff back first. Dump the clothes on the living room sofa. And got it. A single set of footsteps then receded from the central doorway, slow, labored, as if bearing a heavy load that scraped repeatedly against the carrier's back. Clang, and slow down. It's too heavy. I didn't see. Cheng Xu held his breath, pressing deeper into the shadow of the wall, and slowly raised his blade. And the man carrying the clothes emerged from the central doorway, dropped his burden onto the floor, and began panting heavily. Bro, it's too heavy. Can you help me lift it? In? I'm still scavenging. Just take the elevator upstairs. What's fine? I'll go call the elevator. In with that, the man stepped forward, crossing the partition wall, completely oblivious to Cheng Xu's presence. In that instant, Cheng Xu erupted from concealment, driving his blade deep into the man's neck, precisely where cervical vertebrae met the base of the skull. The razor-sharp edge pierced skin instantly slipped seamlessly between bone and cartilage and severed vital nerves. Not a whisper escaped. The man who moments before had been cheerfully grunting now sank into eternal silence. Cheng Xu lifted the limp body and eased it gently into a corner beside the wall, minimizing blood spillage. His accomplice waited half a minute, growing puzzled, when his junior failed to return for the bundle of clothes. Jin Tao, more cautious than Cheng Xu anticipated, the second man did not rush forward. He paused at the partition, breathing steadily at first, then increasingly ragged. Soon the metallic tang of blood would surely reach his nostrils. Cheng Xu seized the moment. He hoisted the corpse and hurled it violently into the partitioned area. In thud, a wrench slammed down onto the dead man's skull, deepening the already oozing wound with a sickening dent. Exploiting the distraction, Cheng Xu stomped hard, pinning the wrench momentarily, and lunged forward, driving his knife straight into the exposed throat of the stunned intruder. In blood sprayed as the man clutched his throat, collapsing slowly. Cheng Xu caught him before impact, steadied his body, and delivered a second precise stab directly into the heart. Once certain of death, Cheng Xu dragged the corpse outside the elevator partition and laid it beside the first body in the same shadowed corner. He then retrieved the second corpse, the one whose skull had been crushed, and stacked them together. He returned to the partition wall and waited. 5 minutes passed. No sound emanated from any of the 3 apartments. Likely cleared. Cheng Xu quickly uncoiled the steel wire and rigged 2 tripwires. One at the stairwell entrance, another near the elevator, secured tightly to the drain pipe and fire suppression piping. The wires sat taut at shin height, deceptively thin, lethally effective for anyone careless enough to stumble. After installing both traps, he began searching for supplies, only to find the 2 men had already scoured the units clean, packing everything into 4 burlap sacks placed neatly in the central unit's living room. Food, electronics, clothing, tableware. Cheng Xu discarded the sack of cookware and instead hoisted the 50-kilogram bag of food, heading back toward his own apartment. Back home, exhaustion washed over him. He felt near collapse after ascending just 1 flight of stairs. Checking his stamina bar, he saw only 19 points remaining. The rest is just clothing and small tools, useful only for traps. No rush, and he decided to pause rest. Just then a message finally appeared in the administrator group. Ninxia, alright. The briefing hosted by Lord Cataclysm has concluded. Any feedback from the team? Xue, Xie increasing monster species count from 4369 to 5771. Is this truly viable? Some specimens haven't even undergone closed testing. Nan Xia, precisely the spirit of this survival game. Evolution, transformation, transcendence. By Dong Xia, even the elder himself ordered us to escalate weapon deployment volumes. Utterly baffling. In Nan Xia, his intent is clear. To infuse the entire survival game with vitality, dynamism, and exhilarating unpredictability. In Ru Xia, team leader, here are today's drop coordinates. Confirm if acceptable, and I'll initiate deployment immediately. In Ru Xia, drop package 111. Zip. Nan Xia, well balanced. Proceed. In Cheng Xu's urge to rest vanished instantly. He hurried to open the file. Weapon quantities had indeed increased substantially, and the nearest drop site lay just below in the building's garden. Peering down, he spotted only 2 figures scavenging, likely collecting canned goods. Worth attempting. And he ate a slice of luncheon meat and drank deeply. Then slinging his battered satchel over his Kashi Chia, that protege you've been championing seems unusually active today. In Tung Chia, indeed. He's practically ransacked someone's entire residence. Whoa, 2 confirmed kills. In Sure Yi Chia unscathed so far. Impressive, honestly. In Ci Tang Chia, so what's he doing descending now? Tung Chia obviously completing tasks. Surely he isn't going down just to scavenge canned food. Cheng Xu saw these messages and decided to disguise himself a bit. He couldn't just walk directly to the weapon box. After all, a guy among the managers had found an excuse for him, so he planned to use the task to cover his true purpose. In the garden outside, 2 very obvious down jackets were swaying, seemingly unaware of Cheng Xu's presence. Both were middle-aged, one an uncle and the other an aunt. They were picking up items while chatting, and it sounded like they were cursing something. What a piece of junk. Yeah, they had a meal at our place last night, how shameless. Cheng Xu squatted at the door, realizing that the task had already started. The 2 middle-aged people continued chatting, searching for various items in the garden to stuff into their pockets. I can't give you that I haven't eaten yet. You've already taken so much, it's my turn to take one, right? Cheng Xu initially planned to stay at the door, but the task is about to leave the tracking range. Cheng Xu had to take a few steps forward, staying at the edge of that range, trying not to be discovered. With his stamina only restored to 30 points, Cheng Xu dared not recklessly use skills and could only rely on his physical movements to avoid detection. They moved like 2 plowing machines, walking in a straight line towards the other side of the garden. All the food on the lawn had been picked up, leaving only a pile of seemingly useless materials. There are wooden boards and iron bars. Cheng Xu opened his housing panel. After selecting a route, he had only glanced at it hurriedly, without a detailed look. Upgrade resource requirements: iron plates 6, iron bars 12, wooden boards 10. Such a terrifying demand. Cheng Xu put the iron bar and 2 wooden boards into his backpack. They had no weight, not affecting his movements at all. The 2 middle-aged people seemed unaware of the importance of enhancement materials and kept searching for food. Cheng Xu followed behind them, picking up various enhancement materials and some small parts that looked useful for making traps. 10 minutes quickly passed, but the 2 middle-aged people hadn't ventured too far, not even reaching near the weapon box. Sigh. Anyway, the task is complete. Cheng Xu aimed at the weapon box hidden in the fountain and ran towards it quickly. What kind of lunatic is this? Stay away from us. The 2 frightened middle-aged people shouted, while covering their faces, fearing that Cheng Xu would harm them. Cheng Xu dashed past the fountain, retrieved the weapon box, then climbed over a low rockery, made a circle, and ran. Using the last bit of his stamina, Cheng Xu ran up to the 4th floor in one go. Worried about being discovered, he didn't use the key to open his door, but chose to unlock the main door with a code. Hiding inside, Cheng Xu sat on the floor, breathing heavily. After this workout, his stamina limit increased by 2 points. Tung Chia, this guy is losing out. Special items are about to be deployed. Ci Tian, Qian, no one is perfect. Even if you solo push him, it would be the same. Cheng Xu pondered what to do in the next 4 hours while trying the code. The essence of the survival game is to grab resources. But my current strength probably isn't enough to go rampaging at night. If possible, do the night task, but don't push it. I can't compete for the special items, but I can still try for those things upstairs. Click. The weapon box opened, revealing a fist blade that perfectly matched Cheng Xu's skills. Although it's not a hidden sword, it's still quite good. Cheng Xu lay on the sofa by the main door, set an alarm for himself, scheduling to wake up in 2 hours. Then he fell into deep sleep, his exhausted body almost forgetting what insomnia felt like. 2 hours later, he was awakened by the alarm, his stamina slightly restored to 45 points, which was just about enough. All the special items deployed today had been snatched away, and even the woman who acted as a wrestling coach had obtained 2 items. Monster transformation card can transform a monster into your teammate, lasting 1 night, disappears after 1 use. The owner was a very ordinary male, previously just an office worker, wearing glasses, very thin, posing no threat in Cheng Xu's eyes. Ghost armor summoning card can summon a ghost armor to shield you from monsters. It lasts only 8 hours. It disappears after 1 use. The description of this item was somewhat vague, and Cheng Xu was unsure if it could attack others. Its owner appeared to be a very angry ant, and Cheng Xu memorized her information carefully to avoid unnecessary. One-time flamethrower can spew a large amount of flame, disappears after 1 use, and cannot stop the flame's emission. This weapon posed the greatest threat, and its owner was very close to Cheng Xu, just in the adjacent unit, separated only by a wall. Cheng Xu planned to hunt this guy once he truly possessed assassination skills. After all, if his place caught fire, likely. There were only 3 special items today, which Cheng Xu considered good news. The fewer variables, the better. Cheng Xu checked his skills and found that all 3 tasks had been completed and his level had risen to LV3. The next one will unlock a new skill. Cheng Xu's physical attributes received another boost, leaving just 3 tasks to the next skill point. First he'll go upstairs to move things down, then reinforce the house, and wait to see what happens at night. Cheng Xu activated his skills and walked upstairs with silent steps. When he reached the staircase, several bloody footprints appeared on the ground, seemingly extending to higher floors. The barbed wire Cheng Xu had set up at the door was also damaged, but it seemed to have fulfilled its mission. Traces of someone having fallen could be seen in the corridor. Cheng Xu warily drew his military knife. The folded sharp blade extended from his right hand, like a snake flicking its tongue. In his left hand, he tightly gripped the fist blade, its sharp edge yearning for the taste of blood. The corpse that Cheng Xu had piled in the corner had disappeared at some point, and there were traces of blood being dragged on the ground. Cheng Xu held his breath and approached the elevator alcove, only to find that the several packages previously stacked on the floor had vanished entirely. Yet all 3 elevator doors remained wide open. Thump, thump. Faint footprints were barely visible on the floor of that room. Cheng Xu slipped quietly into the room and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, tracing the dusty footprints toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was locked. From within came a faint rhythmic thudding sound. Cheng Xu first checked the adjacent bedroom, finding it empty, then took cover beside the bathroom door, waiting for whatever, or whoever, was inside to emerge. HSSSS. A low, satisfied exhalation echoed from inside the bathroom, like the contented sigh of someone savoring a cigarette. Someone was indeed in there. Cheng Xu remained crouched outside the bathroom, straining to interpret the occupant's actions through sound alone. Plap. Something heavy struck the floor with a dull thud. After several seconds, the noise ceased, replaced by the soft, rhythmic draw of someone smoking. Cheng Xu still could not decipher what was happening inside, until suddenly a loud, animated conversation erupted from the bathroom, voices booming, as if 2 people were speaking directly to one another. Sounds like someone secretly watching a movie. Minutes later, the voice returned, until finally, following a long, deeply relaxed sigh, the film's audio cut off completely. The sound of running water rose from the sink, as though someone were rinsing something thoroughly. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open, and a man stepped out, clutching an object in his hand. Ah, pure bliss. As he sighed aloud, Cheng Xu lunged from his hiding place and drove his knuckle dagger straight into the man's chest. Startled, the tall, powerfully built man instinctively raised the object he held to block the strike. Cheng Xu felt the blade pierce something soft, and then lodge deep, unable to advance further. Yet his right hand's combat knife had already flashed forward, carving a gaping wound into the man's right pectoral. Stung with pain, the man panicked, dropping everything and sprinting toward the nearest window while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help!" Bang! Crash! His massive frame shattered the glass outright and hurled itself through the opening. His body struck the ground below and lay motionless. Cheng Xu glanced at his left knuckle dagger. Embedded in its tip was an indescribable object. Where do these survivors even come from? It's like every single one has some kind of psychiatric condition. Their cohesion is inherently fragile. After all, each harbors pathologies others find intolerable. That's precisely how a figure like Seed No. 1 emerges. I quite like this young man. Does that mean I'm unwell too? Indeed. I watched your last operation against the boundary violators, and even I shuddered. Limb-tearing quintuple dismemberment. Cheng Xu moved to the window and surveyed the man's body below. Lying supine, neck grotesquely twisted, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath him. He's likely dead, but just in case, perhaps he possesses some latent ability. Cheng Xu pushed a flower pot from the windowsill. It plummeted and struck the man's skull with surgical precision. Pity, the supplies are gone. Time to return and prepare for tonight. Judging by his words, he must have accomplices. Cheng Xu departed the scene without a trace, silently descending from the 5th floor. No sooner had Cheng Xu vanished than another figure barreled down the staircase, gripping a watermelon cleaver, eyes blazing with raw aggression. His physique was thick with dense muscle, easily twice Cheng Xu's mass. For this man, words like caution or prudence held no meaning. They were synonymous with weakness, with cowardice. He stormed into the 5th floor corridor and bellowed, "Who's in there?" Cheng Xu, having just reached the 4th floor, heard the roar and weighed the odds of engaging him. Stamina 37. If he charges down, I might yet prevail, but it's hardly worth the risk. Cheng Xu eased his apartment door open, then closed it again with near-silent grace. The man's voice boomed so fiercely that Cheng Xu heard every syllable clearly, even through the ceiling slab. "Whoever you are, when I Jing Tian find you, I'll sever your head and use it to honor my brother." How did someone like that survive the first night? Did he simply hack his way through? In the final hours of daylight, Cheng Xu fortified his apartment, applying every available reinforcement material. Every window was double reinforced with iron plates and wooden planks, enough to withstand even yesterday's liquor-class abominations. The security door received additional armor, including 2 newly installed heavy-duty hinges, to resist forced breaching. All remaining reinforcement materials were deployed in the bathroom, transforming it into his secondary defensive stronghold. Upon completion, his residence displayed the following status. Unit ID 20403. Structure type Fortress. Level LV. 1. Reinforcements: iron plates, 46 iron rods, I 312 wooden planks, 510 additional hinges too. Structural integrity 16131630. The door damaged yesterday by the mimic hasn't fully healed, but it's stable enough. With all preparations finalized, Cheng Xu noted that 1 hour remained until nightfall. I'm becoming something of a Da Vinci, adapting seamlessly to segmented sleep. Cheng Xu lay down on his bed, slid his combat knife beneath his pillow, and sank into slumber. Has tonight's monster deployment been finalized? Confirmed. Per the Cataclysm Sovereign's directive, several specialized entities have been integrated. Excellent. Please transmit the distribution map. I've adjusted the placement of specialized entities to maximize concentration in high-density survivor zones. Does this align with your expectations? Deployment configuration 222. Zip. Approved. Proceed with implementation. Hiss. After being awakened by the alarm clock, Cheng Xu felt as if his head was about to split open. The consequences of insufficient sleep began to manifest. Enduring the discomfort in his head, Cheng Xu opened the file for the manager group and browsed through tonight's monster arrangement. Half-body corpse noise, beside Reaper smoke, corpse chainsaw stitcher, abandoned baby bell calamity. These names came without any annotations, leaving Cheng Xu to guess the abilities of these monsters. Cheng Xu flipped through the chat records and found that someone in the manager group was actually complaining about this matter. 10 sepals, at least write some annotations. I can't be searching for data links one by one for my report tomorrow. Water sepal, huh? When did we start needing links in our reports? Isn't it enough to just write the monster names? 10 sepals, it was changed. The leader required it. Annotations are a must, otherwise the leader won't understand. Water sepal. How did he even become a leader? Curse Sky sepal, stop talking nonsense here. Water sepal, I've sent the monster directory below. Ooh, I built it myself. If you need annotations, find them yourself, or just send the links directly to the leader. Water sepal directory file 1166 new. Zip. The massive file contained over 5,000 pieces of information, each one extremely detailed. Moreover, this directory included a search function, alleviating Cheng Xu's headache significantly. Then Cheng Xu began to look up the monsters he would face tonight. Half-body corpse F. A corpse with only half a body, usually disguising itself as a rotting body, will attack using the tentacles that lurk within it when humans approach. The corpse's tentacles possess a potent paralyzing toxin, leaving the victim conscious for only 10 seconds without any resistance. The directory entry also included numerous test results and photos of the half-body corpse, many of which were even GIFs detailing how the monster killed and devoured humans. As long as I don't provoke this kind of monster, there shouldn't be any major issues. Noise BE. A swarm of bees producing tremendous noise. They do not generate toxins, but will lay eggs in human flesh. A large number of parasitic eggs will hatch within 2 hours into larvae that can consume protein. These larvae secrete a large amount of proteases, dissolving human muscles for absorption, transforming into adults within half an hour. The photos below depict some tragically deceased humans, their bodies covered in white maggots. I hope my windows are sturdy enough. Scythe Reaper D. A puppet that attacks with a scythe approximately 70 centimeters tall, possessing 6 limbs, equipped with scythes, enjoys dissecting human bodies from behind. Their movement speed is remarkably fast, and their wooden structure allows for unexpected agility, but they are afraid of fire and blunt force. This entry seems to only have 3 simple photos with no experimental footage. Smoke Corpse E. A corpse without a head and arms. It spews a large amount of sparks and ash from its chest cavity, which can cause extensive burns upon contact. This thing is somewhat amusing as they have poor balance and no eyes, so they often fall over, and once they do, it's hard for them to get back up. Indeed, the photos concerning the smoke corpse are all of it falling down. Chainsaw Stitcher B. A medium-sized monster made up of 6 corpses stitched together with 3 arms bound with chainsaws. It moves slowly, but is extremely destructive. Due to the nature of the stitcher, once it kills a human, their corpse becomes a new part of the monster's body. Cheng Xu checked and confirmed that the release quantity for this monster was only 6. Abandoned Baby C. A vengeful spirit formed from discarded infants. It possesses an intense obsession with women, clinging to them in desire to return to their wombs. For men, it harbors pure malice, relentlessly pursuing any male it detects until it kills them completely. Conventional physical methods have some effect on the abandoned babies, but killing them only causes them to temporarily dissipate, reappearing after an hour to continue their previous actions. From the dozen or so photos of abandoned babies, it's clear that these beings are still biological entities rather than ghosts, and can even be confined in cages. No wonder the rating is only C. If this can still be dealt with. Bell Calamity. A Cheng Xu's eyes widened suddenly after all. The highest rating for the previous monsters was only C, and now this Arad 1 appeared, making Cheng Xu feel somewhat uneasy. A ghost that rings a bell and possesses a strong offensive capability. It will launch frenzied attacks on its targets. Conventional physical methods cannot repel it. When the bell tolls, certain sounds will appear around the affected individuals, either instilling fear or temptation, inevitably drawing the attention of those influenced. When the affected person focuses on and investigates the source of the sound, the second phase of the influence will begin to manifest, with the things represented by those sounds gradually appearing. These phantasms will evoke desires within your heart, compelling you to touch them or flee, a sensation that deepens with time. When the affected person touches the phantasm, they will become her target, at which point she will shred the body and soul of the affected. This ghost had no photos or other descriptions, but just this introduction makes it clear how dangerous she is. Cheng Xu glanced at the distribution map again, and found it rather coincidental that this Bell Calamity was being deployed in the garden of Building No. 2. Tonight might be better suited for sleeping. After all, once a person falls asleep, they won't care about any sounds, and Cheng Xu felt that his body was yearning for rest. No matter how good things are outside tonight, I can't go out to snatch them. I must not be greedy. Cheng Xu placed his weapon beside him just in case, then grabbed a pillow, walked to the reinforced bathroom door, closed it tightly, and laid down in the bathtub. A few minutes later, Cheng Xu fell into a deep sleep. Soon the entire community entered the night of the second day, and the monsters began to move. After the first day's selection, the fools and weaklings were basically eliminated, leaving behind individuals with some skill. The least capable understood when to keep quiet. Of course, some people were just purely lucky, including Zheng Tian, who sought revenge on Cheng Xu with a watermelon knife. This guy on the first night, using his watermelon knife and sheer bravado together with 2 others on his floor, managed to kill 4 or 5 zombies. On the second night, he still planned to do the same, standing at his doorstep with that watermelon knife, waiting for the monsters to come knock. Big brother, take a break. Perhaps the third one was just scared by himself. Oh, standing here, waiting won't make him come to you. Zheng Tian ignored him, still holding the watermelon knife, standing at the door, looking into the pitch-black corridor with a furrowed brow. Sigh. Then I'll just go back and get some sleep. Another person walked to the bedroom, closed the door, and it sounded like he was blocking something heavy behind it. They're all such cowards. That person's voice was extremely loud, echoing through the 3rd and 4th floors of the corridor. Moments later, he heard footsteps and a heavy breathing sound. 2 smoke corpses that had just been teleported were climbing the stairs, spitting out sparks as they moved. A large amount of ash sprayed onto the floor, forming black clumps that emitted a tar-like smell. The 2 smoke corpses clearly heard Zheng Tian's voice and walked straight to the 6th floor, heading towards his door. However, due to the smoke corpses' near-zero vision, they did not see the threshold of the fire door in the stairway, tripping over and falling to the ground, gasping out hot smoke. It was evident that the 2 smoke corpses were anxious, as their spitting speed had obviously increased, causing a large amount of ash to spread indoors, making Zheng Tian extremely angry. Without saying a word, he brandished the watermelon knife and charged towards the 2 fallen monsters, striking down with all. The slender watermelon knife sliced through the monsters' bodies, and more hot substances spewed out from the cracks, some even burning Zheng Tian's feet. Damn it, evil creature. Not believing in evil, he raised the watermelon knife again and struck the smoke corpses back fiercely with more than 10 blows. Numerous cracks appeared on the shattered back of the monster, revealing the hot substances inside, spilling into the corridor and instantly bringing a wave of heat. Big brother, are you okay? The person who had just gone to sleep heard the noise and came out to check on his companion's safety. Through the rolling thick smoke, he saw his brother's silhouette and heard his strong cursing voice. Get lost, you bastards. Suddenly a piercing bell rang in his ears, and shortly after he saw his brother, who had just died half a day ago. His brother's face was half-rotted, covered in cold dust, looking at Zheng Tian's face, then vomiting a large mass of hot coal. Just as Zheng Tian hesitated whether to strike, a small knife pierced through his chest. Monster! Die! Monster! The small knife kept stabbing, entirely shredding his organs. His companion held the knife amidst the bells ringing, his face covered in blood, trembling all over, as if he had seen something terrifying. Soon after, a twisted red figure appeared behind him, using his own knife to slit the man's throat. Blood sprayed out, and the man's consciousness gradually blurred. In his dying moments, he seemed to see a female ghost in the process of brutally dissecting her own organs. Cheng Xu had just fallen asleep, but the bell ringing close to his ear still startled him awake, causing his headache to worsen along with feelings of irritability and impulsivity. Ja! Ja! A scratching sound rang in Cheng Xu's ears, and the scent of laundry detergent from Sun Liyu's clothes wafted in the air. Tap tap tap. A rhythmic sound echoed in Cheng Xu's ears, exactly like the video he had seen that morning with Sun. Then a female voice slowly emerged, seemingly right next to the pool. Cheng Xu controlled his head, lay comfortably in the bathtub, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. But that voice grew louder, the human presence more apparent, even seemingly approaching Cheng Xu's side. Although Cheng Xu had certain emotional barriers, he still reacted like a normal person in such situations. Listening to the suddenly appearing voice, memories from the morning began to surface in Cheng Xu's mind, the images from the video starting to play automatically. Calm down. Calm down. Cheng Xu pinched his thigh, controlling his thoughts, forcing himself to calm down. As his heartbeat gradually stabilized, Cheng Xu barely managed to stop thinking about that woman's figure. Tisk, quite a few changes, but not too impactful. A few minutes later, Cheng Xu heard footsteps next to the pool, and a woman leaned closer to him, emitting a soft voice. Am I not good looking enough, brother? In an instant, the appearance of that fake person appeared in Cheng Xu's mind, clearing away all the filthy things in his head. The voice continued as if someone was really speaking beside his ear. Brother, I want to stay with you. Ding! The bell rang again, and all those voices disappeared, drifting away into the distance. Who? Cough cough. Cheng Xu released his grip on his thigh, slowly sitting up from the bathtub, checking his body, only to find a dark bruise on his thigh. This kind of thing is far scarier than a cold-blooded killer. Tung Chia, the king, absolutely the king. He can endure this. Ru Chia, as a human male, he is indeed very impressive. Nan Chia, I hope he won't become a saint because of such things in the future. Tian Chia, boss, you are actually watching too rare. Nan Chia just received a message saying that there will be a life and death brawl in the final round. I'm here to see if there are any suitable candidates. Tung Chia isn't the perfect candidate right here. At this moment, Cheng Xu was checking his tasks, planning to calm his mood down. After everything that had happened, Cheng Xu could no longer sleep, and only reading and thinking could help him regain drowsiness. 1. Use a dagger to kill 3 enemies. 2. Use traps to capture 1 enemy. 3. Dodge a lethal attack completed. That just now could actually be considered a lethal attack. Cheng Xu couldn't help but shake his head. If all lethal attacks were so intense, he would be very welcoming. After completely calming down, Cheng Xu felt a slight drowsiness returning to his consciousness, laid back down planning to check the group messages and sleep until dawn. Nanxia, have tonight's rules been drawn? Ruchia, so early today? Nanxia, there might be additional rules soon. You draw first, and I'll go ask Lord Disastrous Tribulation. Ruchia, it's drawn, and it's black gold distinction. Tingxia, ha, a special night task. That kid just prepared to sleep. If he doesn't go, the advantage of being a seed will be completely lost. Cition Xia, I estimate he will go, but it's hard to say. Cheng Xu, upon seeing the message, became even more resolute in his decision to continue sleeping, immediately closing his eyes and sinking into slumber. Nearly 4 hours of sleep had significantly calmed his mind, and his stamina had nearly been restored to full capacity. As the bell announcing the halfway point of the night rang, Cheng Xu opened his eyes full of spirit, as if a sword had been drawn from its sheath. At the same time, he noticed a notification from the rose hibiscus. Congratulations to everyone. Tonight's rules have once again arrived. Black Gold Amulet Resurrection of the Fallen. All vocational tasks will be massively refreshed. Moreover, all previously deceased survivors will briefly return tonight. Their lives will bloom anew for you. Cheng Xu's task list suddenly exploded with 9 red dots, igniting a sense of excitement within him. 1. Use a dagger-type weapon to kill an enemy. 2. Carry out an unnoticed assassination. 3. Perform 3 long-range assassinations. 4. Conceal oneself in a crowd for 10 minutes. 5. Kill 5 enemies consecutively. 6. Go to another survivor's home and conduct an assassination without them. Perform a fall from higher than 3 stories. 8. Use a crossbow to kill an enemy. 9. Create a poison. Even those who have returned from the dead. Wouldn't my neighbor be an excellent target? Cheng Xu's heart trembled slightly. He felt that the female ghost earlier hadn't excited his nerves as much. A sense of evil lingering at the edges of human society stirred his pleasure, nerves immersing him in his own world. Why do I feel this urge to kill? As if someone is inciting me. Cheng Xu quickly strapped on all his weapons and headed. Activating his skill, Cheng Xu quietly approached the front door, carefully listening to the sounds inside. Discovering there was no noise, he decisively pressed the code and slowly opened the door. Upon opening the door, apart from the sound of a drop, he also heard the steady breathing from the bedroom. Could it be that all the resurrected individuals are essentially living their normal lives? Cheng Xu did not close the door, silently slipping and drawing his military knife, holding his breath as he approached the bedroom. Sure enough, the owner of the house was still asleep, breathing steadily, completely unaware that someone had entered. I need you to die once more. The military knife pierced the girl's skin, directly stabbing into her heart, blood instantly gushing out like a fountain, leaving a trail of beautiful plum blossom-like marks on the ceiling. Cheng Xu delivered another stab to her convulsing head, quickly ending her suffering. Then Cheng Xu realized that this single stab had completed 3 tasks, allowing his level to rise by 1 with an extra. Congratulations, survivor. Your vocational level has been elevated. You have officially awakened your core skill. Please make a choice, as it will determine your future development direction. 1. Butcher. 2. Assassin. 3. Artist. Cheng Xu could understand the first 2 as they still belonged to the category of killers, but the last option genuinely intrigued him. I choose artist. Ding. A skill tree appeared before him, and a brand new skill popped up. Bloodbone Rose. Cooldown 2 hours. Cost 5 stamina points. Can release an attack upon contact with another's body, creating a 2 centimeter diameter hole in the flesh until bones are visible. The flesh surrounding the cut will be sculpted into the shape of rose petals, beautiful and everlasting. Just with the second skill, Cheng Xu felt the ferocity of his skill sequence. To be able to create openings and sculpt living bodies was surprisingly inexpensive. Cheng Xu struggled to contain his eagerness to try it out, but completing tasks was more pressing. His rationality reminded him not to get overly excited. After calming his emotions, Cheng Xu took out his crossbow, strung it, and then retrieved the key to the door across the way. Inside, he could hear someone speaking. Likely Sun Liu was still recording a video, unaware of the changes in the surrounding environment. Without a second thought, Cheng Xu opened the door and charged into her room. Oh. Sun Liu, who had just been filming, was startled by Cheng Xu's sudden appearance, letting out a short, high-pitched scream. Then her throat was pierced by a silent crossbow bolt, copious amounts of blood spewing from the wound, indicating her trachea. She struggled to stand, attempting to flee, but all her strength was fading. Cheng Xu's gaze held no other emotion, and he felt no attachment to Sun Liu's graceful figure, directly pulling the bowstring and firing a second bolt. The bolt pierced through the back of her head, rendering that beautiful body completely still. Cheng Xu pulled out the 2 bolts, even wiping them on Sun Liu's flawless back before stowing them in his quiver. Upon closer inspection, it's nothing special. I wonder how much the beauty filter was cranked up for the video. The consecutive killings did not make Cheng Xu feel the slightest discomfort. Rather, they exhilarated him further, even causing some data anomalies. Tingxia, a born cold-blooded killer. If this kid didn't write novels, I estimate he would have been locked up long ago. Tingxia, even his mental value has exceeded the limit 6550. That's outrageous. Sure, Xia, there were people who enjoyed killing in the past, but they could at most kill to regain mental value. This kid directly breaking the limits is absurd. Good making traps is somewhat difficult, but poison is doable. Cheng Xu recalled a science short he had seen previously combining toilet cleaner and 84 disinfectant could generate chlorine gas, which definitely counts as creating poison. Cheng Xu had 84 disinfectant at home, but no toilet cleaner, so he aimed to search this room for it. Upon opening the bathroom door, he immediately regretted it, as it was still filled with fermenting toilet paper, just like during the day. A beautiful exterior, a disgusting soul. Ultimately, Cheng Xu found toilet cleaner in the front room, successfully completing another task. After discarding the dangerous poison, Cheng Xu also used his skill points. After enhancing all attributes, he felt completely refreshed, and the long-range assassination task was completed by 13. If this distance counts as long-range, then I have an idea. Cheng Xu recalled his neighbor on the 6th floor. That guy had a fiery temper and would definitely come out if provoked. Cheng Xu swiftly arrived at the 6th floor, peering into the corridor, and discovered 2 piles of ashes on the ground devoid of any remaining embers. In the nearby garden, the roar of a chainsaw echoed, followed by a string of curses from the front door. You son of a b. Cutting grass and chopping trees at midnight, can't anyone sleep? Hey, you filthy idiot. Can you hear me? The man shouted several times while the chainsaw continued its annoying roar, gleefully toppling the trees in the garden. You wait for me. I'm coming down to find you. After saying this, a hurried voice came from the front door, sounding as if he was putting on his shoes. For Cheng Xu, this was an effortless gain. He loaded his crossbow arrow, awaiting the man to open the door. Damn it, I'll smash your... It sounded like the man had rushed to the kitchen to grab something. The sound of metal clashing accompanied his movements. Clang! The security door was forcefully flung open, and the man emerged cursing. Awaiting him was a silent crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow struck precisely at his eye, piercing into his brain. There was not much blood splattering, but his life abrupt. He fell to the ground, the watermelon knife in his hand clattering onto the floor. His neighbor next door heard the sound of the knife hitting the ground and cautiously opened the door to check the situation. When he discovered the crossbow arrow, it was already too late. Cheng Xu's second crossbow arrow struck the neighbor's neck, directly piercing his carotid artery, causing both of them to lie together. With the long-distance kill task completed, Cheng Xu needed to finish 2 more tasks to gain new skill points. Still need to achieve a 5-kill streak, a fall from 3 stories, and concealment. It was unclear what the criteria for a 5-kill streak were, but the task currently displayed 45, surprisingly counting the few people Cheng Xu had killed tonight as part of the streak. Cheng Xu gently poked at the 2 piles of ashes with his crossbow arrow, finding them unresponsive. Then Cheng Xu boldly stepped into the dark corridor, lingering near the elevator wall for a brief moment. After confirming that no one was lying in wait for him, he retrieved the 2 crossbow arrows. Unfortunately, the tip of one crossbow arrow had been broken off, losing its piercing ability. Cheng Xu had only 4 crossbow arrows in total, and losing one made him feel a bit pained. To avoid further losses of crossbow arrows, Cheng Xu set the crossbow aside, drew out a short sword, and knocked on the door of the last house. Knock, knock, knock. Cheng Xu knocked frantically, as if there was something urgent. The lights in the corridor flickered on, only to extinguish again after a few seconds. But there were no footsteps coming from inside the door. Cheng Xu exerted even more force, knocking on the door again. This time footsteps finally came from inside, but they did not head directly towards the door. Instead, they stopped at a distance, followed by a shout from within. Who is it? It's me, your neighbor from across the door. The big brother at the front door has fainted. Do you have any heart-saving pills at home? No. After saying this, Cheng Xu heard a commotion of heavy objects being moved inside, and then it seemed the door was blocked by something. Faced with such a vigilant opponent, Cheng Xu chose not to force it. There were still plenty of other targets available. There's still an unwelcome person on the 3rd floor, maybe I can try that guy. Cheng Xu put away the watermelon knife, took his crossbow, and headed straight to the 3rd floor. The sound of the chainsaw was gradually approaching outside. The buzzing noise was becoming increasingly loud. Cheng Xu knew he had to speed up, the monsters might arrive soon. As soon as Cheng Xu stepped onto the 3rd floor, he heard singing coming from his left. He pressed against the security door and listened for a while, discovering that the singer was a young girl with a heavy electronic voice, probably from a CD or a live concert recording. Besides the singing, there was also the sound of a person's heavy breathing, occasionally accompanied by stomping sounds. It sounded very cumbersome. When the song ended, the person cheered, AI Yinchan is the best. Nights when you can't sleep should be spent listening to AI Yinchan's concert. He's an idol otaku. No wonder the neighbors disliked. Cheng Xu decided to take the simplest approach to get him to open the door. Knock, knock. Cheng Xu quickly knocked twice on the door. Hello, your takeout has been hung on your doorknob. Huh, do I have takeout? The idol otaku inside said this as he walked to the door, opening it without any sense of SSH. The short sword plunged directly into his plump abdomen, but due to the thick layer of fat, Cheng Xu failed to pierce his organs in one go. Oh. The chubby idol otaku unleashed an incredible strength in the face of such an attack, pushing Cheng Xu away, using all 4 limbs to try to escape from the pursuit of this psychopathic killer. Virum. Screech. The chainsaw collided with metal objects, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache very close to Cheng Xu. Cheng Xu knew he had little time left, so he lunged at the chubby man crawling on the ground, unleashing his skill. Bloodbone rose. A remarkably beautiful flower blossomed on the chubby man's back, his flesh and blood sculpted into a rose with large amounts of fat flowing out along the petal seams. Immediately afterward, blood burst forth, with several arteries spraying blood like a fountain. Even the strongest chubby man could not withstand such an attack, dying on the spot. After completing the kill, Cheng Xu hurried back to the fourth floor, locked the door carefully, and listened intently to the sound of the minutes passed, and the sound remained the same as before, only slightly fatigued, not as sharp. To gather more information, Cheng Xu opened the administrator group to see if anyone was discussing. Ci Tian Xie, next time don't bring such a thing, we'll talk after changing the venue. Shui Xie, indeed today was my fault. Nan Xie, monsters stuck at the door can sometimes be scarier than those that run wild. Tung Xie, it even scared that little fellow back into the house. Cheng Xu was somewhat amused. The reason that the chainsaw monster hadn't gone upstairs was that it was stuck outside the door, so it was taking its anger out on the door. I wonder if sneaking past it will work. Cheng Xu was just one task away from completing his mission. He either had to jump down from the third floor or sneak through the crowd. But a monster like the stitched creature was equivalent to several people tied together. Cheng Xu ultimately decided to give it a try. If he couldn't defeat it, he could always run. To provide the administrators with a more reasonable explanation for his actions, Cheng Xu took out a special item he had treasured and placed it on himself. Ting Xia, he's going out to toy with that poor stitched monster. Cheng Xu made his way down the stairs to the first floor. His stamina was running low, so he did not activate any skills. As he approached the main door of the first floor, he vaguely heard voices. Cheng Xu paused at the junction of the first and second floors, straining to listen to the commotion below. What on earth is that thing? I've recorded it, and once the internet is back tomorrow, I'll post a video. That's just too outrageous, it's like an alien. Cheng Xu realized that his task had entered a countdown, so he simply stopped it. The two residents seemed unaware of the survival game, most likely having returned from the dead. Ligo, what if that thing doesn't leave by tomorrow morning? What then? Well, film it. What a great opportunity. If you go viral, being a paranormal vlogger would be much more comfortable than working at that milk tea shop. Oh, you really are clever. Yeah, I couldn't think of that. By the way, I woke up tonight and found your sister-in-law missing. Is your wife still around? No, I've searched a few times and can't find where she went. Tisk. What if we both went missing? Ligo, what do you mean? I have a feeling this place isn't the real world. There's no internet, no signal, and there's a giant monster. Let's hope no psychopathic killer comes looking for us. Don't say such things in a place like this. The more unbelievable you make it, the more likely it is to come true. Cheng Xu listened with great interest, not far away, deciding that once his task was completed, he would spare their lives since those two would vanish come dawn. Tung Chia, tisk, why isn't this kid moving? Didn't anyone tell him there are extra rewards for killing special monsters? Shui Xia, no one has mentioned it. The survivors' levels are still quite low. Ting Xia, I've almost overlooked the fact that this kid isn't even level 10 because he's been so decisive in killing. Sure, Xia, but that stitched monster is easy to kill, especially since he has a crossbow. Tung Xia, given his personality, he probably won't waste crossbow bolts. Cheng Xu noticed the messages in the administrator group, paying close attention to that special reward, but lacking a valid reason, he could only watch helplessly. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the two residents waiting for a signal had filmed over a dozen videos showing no intent. Cheng Xu secretly glanced at the chainsaw monster stuck at the door and found that half of its body had actually squeezed and 3 chainsaws had already torn away half of the building's door, and a large amount of wall dust was stripped away. Although the rebar had not been cut, the chainsaw was now able to move freely. This is bad. That thing is about to break free. Cheng Xu immediately set aside his greedy thoughts and quickly ran. The two resurrected residents were puzzled by the sound of footsteps, but after a moment, they shook their heads disdainfully. It's probably some coward who ran away. After all, not everyone can possess my demeanor. You, Li Gu, are unflinching even in the face of danger. Li Gu, you are incredible. Before he could finish his praise, the framework of the building's door completely collapsed, and the gigantic body of the chainsaw monster squeezed its way inside. It moved at incredible speed, and the seemingly bulky parts of its body were actually muscle, unleashing immense strength. After the chainsaw monster removed the building door, a child on all fours crawled in after it. Its crimson eyes fixated on the two residents, causing their legs to suddenly give way, and they fell down the stairs. Buzz. The already dull chainsaw rolled over the two and mercilessly crushed their bodies with its immense power, incorporating them into the body of the stitched monster, making it swell even larger. The eerie infant moved even faster than the stitched monster, reaching the resident's door in the blink of an eye, sniffing this. Tilting its head, some black liquid seeped from its body, emitting a strong stench. These substances began to grow like mycelium, forming fluffy black threads that proliferated throughout the corridor. The strange figure of the infant began to crawl along the threads like an agile hunting spider, meticulously searching for every human it could regard as its mother. Roar. Thud. 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 The massive chainsaw monster barely crawled to the third floor, only to tilt its body and accidentally get stuck among a pile of debris, letting out an angry roar as it smashed the debris with the chainsaw. The abandoned infant moved swiftly, climbing up to the fourth floor using the threads. There it finally caught the scent of the first one it discovered was Sun Liu, who was directly across from Cheng Xu, as her feminine aura was stronger. Her corpse was already cold, lying on the ground surrounded by coagulating blood. Wah! Ah! The abandoned infant let out a bone-chilling wail, then approached her lifeless body, rolled her over, and curled up on her small abdomen. Perhaps sensing the cold, the abandoned infant lay for only a short while before waking up shivering. Its wails grew louder, prompting Cheng Xu across the way to draw the clasp of his crossbow. Mom! Cold! The abandoned infant used its little hand smeared with putrid liquid to tear at Sun Liu's abdomen. Her abdomen was ripped open, revealing blood-soaked organs within. The abandoned infant crawled into her cold entrails through the opening, curling up into a ball. Sun Liyu's blood gradually turned black, thick liquid oozing from her body. Her body became decayed and grotesque. Her muscles began to shrivel, and black mold appeared on her skin, oozing black pus, while she seemed to convulse, as if alive. Mom. Wah. The abandoned infant wailed again, for Sun Liyu's corpse provided it no warmth. Cheng Xu detected a heavy sense of disgust and hatred in its cries, instinctively feeling a twinge of panic. Driven by this instinct, Cheng Xu hid in the bathroom, sitting on the floor to calm himself. There's still an hour until dawn, and nothing unexpected should happen now. The voice of the abandoned infant began moving from the door across, gradually reaching the middle door, where it started to bore into the corpse of the long-dead woman. I want Mom. I want Mom. When its cries sounded once more, Cheng Xu sensed its anger. Just as Cheng Xu was about to relax and check the information, he heard a sticky plopping sound coming from his living room. Mama. Mama. A voice, thin, distorted like decaying VHS tape, suddenly echoed from the living room. Cheng Xu forced himself to stay calm and swiftly opened the management group's files to locate the specific entry on the research dossier on the abandoned infant. Spanned 107 pages. Cheng Xu flipped through them rapidly, searching for any possible vulnerability. The abandoned infant's physical form maintains a tenuous link to its soul essence, akin to an external organ. Though capable of regeneration, it requires consumption of flesh and blood to do so. A viscous wet sound grew steadily louder in the living room. Black sticky filaments crept forward, spreading across the floor until they reached the bathroom door, where they finally halted. Killing the abandoned infant is virtually impossible. In the absence of nearby flesh, its physical form must be destroyed 43 times before it enters a state of pseudo-death. You're not my mama. Black threads seeped beneath the bathroom door. Cheng Xu slowly raised his hand, but kept searching the documents. Conventional vital point strikes are ineffective. Its sole anatomical weakness lies in its umbilical cord, a feature easily overlooked if one isn't vigilant. Splash. The black mucus rose like a sentient thing coiling up the doorknob. At that moment, a voice rang sharply in Cheng Xu's mind. Come now. Let it know true terror. Instantly, his skull flared with electric exhilaration. The earlier fear vanished entirely. A savage, intoxicating thrill sharpened his nerves to razor-edged clarity. This sensation had first flickered earlier tonight, when Cheng Xu began hunting his neighbors, but then it had not yet matured enough to speak to him directly. It was as though a second self, long dormant within Cheng Xu, had abruptly awakened. In this instant, he had become a predator far more dreadful than any specter. The umbilical cord. Click. The bathroom handle turned slowly. Outside stood an infant cradling the severed head of the woman from apartment 3, blood and bone shards forming a grotesque redanned white sigil. Are you my mama? Bang. In reply came a crossbow bolt, launched with lethal precision, striking a small black protrusion just below the abandoned infant's abdomen. Enraged but unslain, the abandoned infant surged forward, not upright, but spider-like, skimming the floor in a ghastly, unnatural gait. The old Cheng Xu would have fled instantly. Survival above all else would have dictated his every motion. But the Cheng Xu, now altered, heightened, did not retreat. Instead, he snatched up his short sword and charged straight at the... As they closed the distance, the abandoned infant lunged, its grotesque corpse hurtling forward, arms slick with black ichor aimed squarely at Cheng Xu's abdomen. What met it was a single flawless stroke. The umbilical cord severed clean, black blood erupted, its body crumbled into ash, scattering midair. The viscous filaments surrounding its form withered and turned, crumbling into drifting motes of gray. Cheng Xu remained frozen, mid-swing, muscles torn, nerves screaming with searing agony. He dared not move. Even the slightest shift sent spasms of hysteria racing along his nerves. Clatter. After holding rigid for over 10 seconds, he collapsed, stiff-backed, onto the floor. He glanced inward at his own status, stamina depleted to zero, a sanity halved, and still plummeting. What is happening to me? Fragments of alien memory flooded his mind. Events he had never lived yet recalled with unnerving lucidity. Lying on the floor, the grain of the wooden planks felt hauntingly familiar. Pain and tremors blurred the line between hallucination and reality. He saw a man he loathed, holding a green beer bottle, bringing it down hard upon the head of another woman, someone intimately known, yet nameless to him. You surnamed Cheng. You only come home to beat your wife and child. Are you even human? Whether I'm human or not is none of your damn business. A new voice pierced Cheng Xu's ears, familiar yet colder, more feral than his own. I know what you're thinking. I've always lived inside you. We are, and always were, one being. That voice held a hypnotic pull. The searing pain receded, replaced by a rising tide of brutal, unrestrained madness. Now, take up your weapon. Drive it deep. Let him know who truly reigns as the most terrifying demon in this world. Cheng Xu roared, a guttural, bestial cry, as he rolled to his feet, seized a Western chef's knife from the kitchen, and plunged it into the man's back. Blood blurred his vision, dragging him deeper into a euphoric, demonic rapture. Cheng Xu laughed, a sound like echoes rising from the depths of hell. Ugh! He jolted awake from the crimson delusion, back into reality. The physical pain had faded, but his psyche lay shattered, teetering on the edge of total collapse. A dull, throbbing ache pulsed behind his eyes, nauseating him. The memories replayed relentlessly, leaving him mute, with a mind barely clinging to coherence. Cheng Xu accessed his skill tree and allocated a point to a branching node. All attributes increased by 15. New skill acquired dormancy. Ugh huh. Thanks to that 15 boost, Cheng Xu barely clung to life, his sanity stabilizing at 20 points. The abandoned infant. Yes, the abandoned infant. Staggering upright, Cheng Xu grabbed a bundle of cloth, soaked it thoroughly, and wedged it tightly beneath the bathroom door. Then his strength gave out. His legs buckled. He slumped to the floor, hands trembling uncontrollably. If it comes again, I'm finished. 20 minutes remained until dawn. Clutching his short sword, Cheng Xu resolved to end himself before the abandoned infant could dissect his body. Skill activated dormancy. Cheng Xu's silhouette dissolved, his form turning utterly transparent. Every trace of breath, scent, and sound vanished. Only then did Cheng Xu realize he now possessed a new ability. Dormancy. When the user remains completely motionless for 60 consecutive seconds, their form and presence vanish entirely. Movement immediately nullifies the effect. Cost none. Ow, ow, ow. The hallway of Cheng Xu echoed with the cries of an abandoned infant mixed with the sound of. Suddenly a group of monsters violently slammed into Cheng Xu's door, producing a loud bang. Immediately a torrent of black slime surged through the cracks of the door, transforming into the figure of the abandoned infant in the living room. The indistinct wails of the vengeful spirit crashed against the bathroom door as the black slime completely engulfed a pile of soaked clothing, releasing a strong stench of decay. The abandoned infant's tattered body was reborn from that pile of clothing covered in rotting mildew, as if it had been strangled by its own mother in the school bathroom on that fateful day. Yet as it howled in rage, intending to take revenge on Cheng Xu, it found no one in the bathroom, only remnants of Cheng Xu. The abandoned infant crouched on the ground, carefully sniffing Cheng Xu's scent, then let out a furious roar. Someone has abandoned me again. I will tear open your belly. Tear it all apart. With a roar, the abandoned infant transformed into a puddle of pus flowing directly into the sewage system of Cheng Xu's home, vanishing from sight. Cheng Xu's various stats were slowly recovering, but he still couldn't move. Had the abandoned infant sought him out earlier, he would have had no power to resist. Thanks to my skills. Otherwise, I would definitely be done for tonight. Cheng Xu was puzzled, wondering why his mind had been so abnormal yesterday, completely different from his usual cautious self. Perhaps my issue isn't an emotional disorder. Cheng Xu thought that pondering these matters was pointless, as he was still in a survival game. Staying alive was the most important thing. Cheng Xu checked the skills he had selected while in a semi-conscious state, and found that the skill tree had 3 distinct branches. Stealth techniques, the art of killing, mental tearing. Very much in line with my idea of an artist. These 3 skill trees could be enhanced at any time, and Cheng Xu's choices would only affect the order in which skills were unlocked. He briefly skimmed through the names and specifics of those skills, gaining some understanding of the 3 skill trees. The stealth technique skill tree contains skills related to concealment and escape with excellent survival effects, especially a few skills that greatly excited Cheng Xu. Shadow step, misty navigation, interdimensional passage. I wonder when I will be able to unlock these skills. The branch of the art of killing was very diverse, with various assassination skills, close-range attacks, long-range sniping, trap, setting poison, mixing curses, and even demon summoning. Spatial theft, ghost, mother whale, and I can even summon demons. Cheng Xu couldn't make out any of the skills in the mental However, he instinctively sensed the danger of the skills. Each point of light carried an overwhelming madness that filled Cheng Xu with dread. That madness was familiar from his memories, yet it also caused him great pain. I can hear you. I can hear you. The voice of the abandoned infant re-emerged with less than 3 minutes until dawn. That angry, sharp voice echoed through Cheng Xu's living room, followed by the sound of rattling at the door. If you don't come out, I'll let these creatures destroy your house. Suddenly, the living room was filled with the roars of various monsters, and smoke with a sulfurous smell quickly spread, even seeping into the bathroom. Cheng Xu smelled the unpleasant odor, forcing himself to suppress the urge to cough and remain quiet. Bang! Crash! Cheng Xu had no idea what monster was rampaging in his living room, but it sounded like it was breaking a lot of things. The abandoned infant reappeared, the black slime swirling and twisting, opening the bathroom door, followed by 2 or 3 smoke corpses. Those smoke corpses were dragged into the bathroom by the abandoned infant, wrapped in slime as if they were livestock. Cheng Xu glanced at the time and realized there were only about 30 seconds left until dawn. He decided to step out to stall for time. Wait. I'm here. Just as the smoke corpses were about to spew scorching ashes onto his furniture, Cheng Xu moved his feet and spoke. The moment the abandoned infant saw Cheng Xu, it let out a piercing shriek, its face splitting open into a bizarre smile. Are you my mother? Cheng Xu deliberately paused for a moment, watching the filthy abandoned infant crawl. 3, 2. Cheng Xu raised his head at the last second, speaking in an extremely mocking tone to the abandoned infant. I'm your father, you foolish child. The abandoned infant's howl was cut short as dawn broke and all the monsters vanished. Hiss. Cheng Xu lifted his painfully sore leg, forcing his body up against the wall as he walked out of the bathroom. Congratulations on surviving another day, survivors. Today's data report is here. Yesterday, 736 survivors died, leaving 1720 remaining. Please keep up the good work. The majority of the casualties yesterday were due to the tolling bell disaster, as no one dared to venture out at night to scavenge for supplies, so most survivors remained alive. Starting today, we will add a new rule. This represents new opportunities and challenges for you all. The amount of tasks refreshed at night will be permanently doubled, and the number of weapons dropped will also be doubled. If you want a fortified residence, the strength to walk through the night and servants to embrace nighttime is your chance to overtake. The announcement concluded, and Cheng Xu struggled to move to the door, closing it behind him. Is there any reinforcement against ghosts? This door can't even stop a half-physical creature like the abandoned infant. Cheng Xu checked the reinforcement list and found that these categories could only be unlocked once the room reached level 3. It's time to change the target. I'll set aside my professional skills and quickly gather some reinforcement materials. However, there was no way to do that today. Cheng Xu could barely stand, finding it difficult to even go downstairs. Leaning against the wall, Cheng Xu entered his bedroom and discovered that half of the bedsheets had been burned away and various pieces of furniture were toppled, scattered all over the floor. Sigh. As long as I can sleep, that's enough. Cheng Xu lay on the bed, which still smelled of burnt fabric, closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep, as if plummeting into an abyss. When one is extremely fatigued, they generally do not remember their dreams, and Cheng Xu was no exception. When the bell tolled again, it was already nighttime. Cheng Xu felt that his body was still a bit weak. After using the bathroom, he held a can of food, eating while checking the chat records of the management group. Nanxia, I estimate that many people will choose to go out for tasks today. Prepare more trap-type monsters. Shui Chia, got it. Shui Chia, monsters. Cit on Chia, can you add a timestamp to the file? It's really troublesome for me to type it out every time. Shui Chia. Cheng Xu immediately relaxed a lot, opened the file, and checked the specific monster list. Bone thorn flower, parasitic, ant nest, blood louse, temptation, white shadow, soul eating tree. They don't seem like the type that would attack on their own. Cheng Xu began to search through the item files, eating the beef can while reading. Bone thorn flower, a flower that can spit poisonous bone thorns with a harmless red appearance and a strong musky fragrance, able to attack those who approach within a radius of 2 meters. Blood louse F, a tiny parasitic creature that hides in grass and plant flowers and leaves, able to attach itself to humans when they come close and suck their blood. Humans whose blood is drained by the blood louse will develop febrile diseases, and severe cases can be life-threatening. As long as you don't provoke them, it should be fine. Parasitic ant nest C, ants that actively seek human traces, loving to parasitize within human flesh, breeding and nesting. Common medical methods cannot eradicate them. They can erode an entire adult's bones in half an hour, but they dislike water, so staying in water ensures safety. I'll seal the door gaps later. Temptation, white shadow C, a carnivorous plant that can produce mental fluctuations. Those affected will see a highly alluring phantom, which will take the form of what they desire most. By the way, what I saw was a meat fork piled high with grilled sausages. When the affected person approaches the phantom, the carnivorous plant will spit out a large amount of hypnotic substances, subsequently devouring the unconscious human. Soul-eating tree B, a plant that actively hunts humans and loves to sow its seeds, growing extremely quickly and knowing all human weaknesses, able to attack with its limbs that have straw-like structures. The seeds of the soul-eating tree can grow on the surface of any object. Their roots merely serve for clinging and have no ability to absorb water or nutrients. All their energy comes from humans. Any location with human traces will be filled with soul-eating plants. These plants can survive for 3 hours without nutrient replenishment. It seems still feeling a bit weak, just a little exercise, and I'm already sweating all over. Cheng Xu discovered that his stamina limit had decreased by 20 points, presenting a state of exhaustion. Then he had an additional status. Physical overdraft. Your body has overdraft due to excessive exercise. It will return to normal after 7 hours and 39 minutes of rest. He put away all the towels and wet cloths, then lay down on the bed, and the countdown for that debuff slowly began to decrease. It's rare to have a rest today. Let's see if there are any tasks I can complete. Cheng Xu's tasks had refreshed, adding 6 more. 1. Kill 6 monsters of any variety. 2. Kill 3 survivors. 3. Create 5 traps and successfully trigger them. 4. Use Bloodbone Rose 10 times. 5. Run continuously for 10 minutes. 6. Climb up 16 meters. It seems today I'll just have to lie down completely. Cheng Xu lay on the bed in a very peaceful posture, planning to find some fun for himself. Then he opened the survivor group he hadn't checked in a long time and found that there were still quite a few people speaking inside. Big Clock Mallet, any girl who feels insecure can come to my house. It's a fortress-style home, absolutely safe. A selfie of a bearded face was posted below with his home's defense facilities and various supplies piled high in the background. In the corner of the photo, Cheng Xu also saw a female figure dressed in a maid outfit. Someone upstairs. Big brother, is it okay for a man to come? I don't want to try hard anymore. Next time for sure. 111, I want to ask too. Big Clock Mallet, men get lost. I only take care of delicate girls. This is righteousness. What's a big guy like you doing here? Next time for sure. You really have no shame, wanting to build a harem, who can't see through that. Acting all righteous, what a joke. Big Clock Mallet, did I give you too much face? Come down for a onion if you dare. Next time for sure. Tisk, which building? Big Clock Mallet, Garden of Building 2, if you don't come, you're my grandson. Cheng Xu didn't expect that this person was actually in the same building as him. Cheng Xu walked to the window, removed a small piece of protective material, and looked out at the garden in the night. There it was, already overgrown with soul-eating trees and blooming with many pink flowers, clearly being bone thorn flowers. Cheng Xu heard the sound of the elevator in his building, indicating that someone was going downstairs. After a while, the user who openly declared he was forming a harem sent another message. Big Clock Mallet, I'm here. Where the hell are you? Next time for sure. Don't rush, I'm in building 9. It seemed that everyone was quite excited about this cricket fighting competition. Cheng Xu looked through the window and saw many figures peeking around the glass. Strange. He said he arrived, but where is he? Cheng Xu carefully looked at the situation in the garden under the distant orange light and found that there wasn't a single person. This guy isn't trying to pull a fast one, is he? Big Clock Mallet, hurry up, or I'll come look for you. Below was a photo of Building 2, and the angle of the shot definitely seemed to be from the garden. Cheng Xu carefully compared that angle, then searched around the possible photo points, but found nothing. Some people shared the same doubts as Cheng Xu and thus directly sent a message in the survivor group. Big-eyed guy, you're not even in the garden. There's no one there. Regent, yeah, there's no one downstairs at all. I see you're just a grandson. Big Clock Mallet, I've activated my skills. Even idiots can't see me. Boxed yogurt, haha, self-deceiving. Big Clock Mallet, you all wait for me. Ooh, I have plenty of time, and I'll drag you out. Just as Cheng Xu was about to reinforce his protection, once again a beam of flashlight illuminated from the distance. A figure staggered through the garden full of traps, shimmering with a radiant glow. A new message appeared in the manager's group indicating that those few were also watching this farce. Shueijia, to think they used their special tools for such a trivial matter. My Gijia, this is why those up top have such far-sighted views. Gathering lunatics together just brings more fun. Nanjia, too bad their choices are quite unified. Only a few came down to complete the task tonight. Additional rules will need to be added for the second half of the night. By Dongjia, rewards could be doubled or more resources could be offered. Nanjia killing feast, the more kills the greater the rewards. It should spark interest in some people. Cheng Xu pondered for a moment and decided it was best not to take risks. The manager seemed intent on further reducing the number of survivors. I'm coming. Where the hell are you, bid? Cheng Xu heard an angry shout echoing from the corridor, seemingly from the brute who had come from Building 9. However, no one in Building 2 responded to him. He could only angrily open the chat group and vent his frustration by flooding the chat with curses directed at the person who made him come. Next time for sure, you bastard. Next time for sure, dog. Next time for sure, I'll crush you. Next time for sure, your mom. After sending the messages, he still felt unsatisfied and vented his anger on a nearby door with his weapon. It sounds like it's on the 3rd floor. I just hope this guy doesn't come to the 4th floor to bother me. Another message popped up in the survivor group, coming from another person. Hey, dude, that photo up there was stolen from me. I'm the original owner of the photo. A picture was attached showing him holding a long-haired girl in a maid outfit with a watch beside them that matched the current time. Hey, if you can find out who stole my photo, she's yours. The burly man with a beard sent another photo with the maid posing a heart sign at the camera. Next time for sure, Dazhonka, you little brat, just wait for me. Next time for sure, if you really give her to me, I'll find her tonight. After saying that, the dim-witted brute took his axe and headed up to the 4th floor. Yesterday, Cheng Xu had left the doors of the other 2 houses open, while only the door to his own residence was shut, making it clear that someone lived there. Clang. The brute wielding an unknown object slammed it hard against the partition wall, producing a sharp sound. Is there anyone alive? Come out. Cheng Xu got up from by the window and picked up his crossbow from the bathroom. The crossbow only had 2 bolts left. One had been taken by the abandoned baby yesterday, and he had no idea where it. Sigh. Why must I always have to deal with trouble? Cheng Xu readied the crossbow bolt, quietly walked to the door, and stood still waiting for his skill to activate. No one here, huh? Then I'm going to start chopping. The brute's voice echoed in the corridor as he entered the opposite door, then came back out and wandered around the middle door. Finally, he stopped in front of Cheng Xu's door. Pah! Pah! The guy spat twice into his hand, then tightened his grip on the fire axe, shouting loudly. If you don't come out now, I'll make sure you have nowhere to live. Creak. Just as he raised the axe, Cheng Xu's door opened. But there was not a single soul inside. In a state of hibernation, as long as Cheng Xu's feet did not move, both his body and the items on him would become complete. Cheng Xu did not shoot immediately. If he lost a crossbow bolt for such a brute, it would be quite a loss. No one. The brute tilted his head, resting the axe on his shoulder as he stepped into the door, a look of arrogance plastered. Sigh. My reputation is not unfounded at all. Even a little mouse shivers when it sees me. Bang. He suddenly felt a warmth around his neck, a strange heat surging up his spine. A magnificent blood-red rose of flesh bloomed on his neck, the intricate patterns appearing as if they were naturally grown, resembling a true rose. In the next moment, torrents of arterial blood sprayed from his neck, splattering Cheng Xu's face. Art always has its imperfections. The brute collapsed weakly, the color draining from his face as he turned pale. Cheng Xu stepped on his neck, applying pressure. Crack. His life was completely extinguished. Cheng Xu closed the door. Why'd I hear of all places? Regardless, he needed to wash the blood off his face, so Cheng Xu began rummaging through the... Aside from the fire axe, the guy also carried 3 fruit knives and 2 knots of sharp gaming darts. Nothing valuable here. Finally, after gathering everything, Cheng Xu planned to throw the brute's corpse outside to naturally disappear by morning. However, as he approached the front door, he heard a faint hissing sound. Peering through the peephole, he was astonished to see that the corridor was overgrown with plants, the green roots unmistakably resembling the soul-eating tree. If he had arrived a bit later, he might have been consumed by the soul-eating tree. Cheng Xu paid no mind to those trees. The gap in his door was not large enough for anything but liquid-like objects to seep through. As long as the soul-eating tree didn't reproduce through spores, there was generally nothing to worry about. Let me see. Cheng Xu walked to the bathroom, washing his face while checking the directory file in the manager's group. The reproduction of the soul-eating tree relies on the seeds of mature individuals, and when it comes into contact with flesh and blood, it will begin to reproduce. These seed particles are very small, capable of penetrating most airtight gaps, but the number of seeds produced by each mature individual is quite limited. If the soul-eating tree reproduces under energy deficiency, it will generate a large number of weakened young forms. Cheng Xu suddenly recalled that when he killed that guy, a gush of arterial blood seemed to spray outside the door. Cheng Xu no longer cared about cleaning his face and hurried to the living room, only to find that the tattered cloth he had blocked the door with had already sprouted several green branches. Cheng Xu immediately dragged the corpse away from the door to prevent those branches from growing. Those slow-moving, thin, and shriveled branches must be the so-called weakened young forms mentioned in the records. They appeared to. Cheng Xu went to the bathroom to fetch a mop, extending the telescopic handle to its longest length, and awkwardly cleaned up the remnants of blood. The slowly swaying branch touched Cheng Xu's mop, producing a crisp sound, leaving a small dent on the mop's handle with its sharp appendage. Cheng Xu cleaned most of the bloodstains, rinsed the mop, and stood in the living room looking at the plants, slightly easing his body. Vine tomato, this must be the kind of enemy he hates the most, can't win in close combat, and can't be fooled even when it goes invisible. Milk tomato, this soul-eating tree that relies on traces to hunt its prey, is definitely not a simple foe. 10 calyx tomato, it's not that hard to deal with, just leave it alone. The weakened juvenile forms seem to have found traces of the blood, greedily sucking up the remaining water on the ground. The nutrient-deficient moisture did not allow them to grow, instead it further stimulated their thirst for blood and flesh. The already frail branches quickly grew, rapidly elongating their trunks as they climbed towards the corpse in the living room. Cheng Xu slowly raised the fire axe he had just acquired and struck down at the longest branch with force. Crack! The fire axe struck the tile floor, creating a crack and severing the fragile branch. The branch, now lacking its tip, quickly sprouted side buds and began to elongate from the sides. Crack! Cheng Xu chopped off another section. The thwarted branch began to retract, disappearing from Cheng Xu's field. The weakened juvenile forms are truly weak. Cheng Xu mimicked before severing 4 or 5 bloodthirsty branches, making those plants recognize the danger he posed. Without a supply of energy, the overgrown, weakened juveniles began to shrink. The excess branches started to wither, turning into a puddle of soft mud. The remaining branches began to sway slowly, attempting to find a direction to bypass Cheng Xu. Crack! Cheng Xu's fire axe accurately hit those branches each time. Whether they tried to circle from afar or take a route overhead, they would be detected by Cheng Xu. They tussled like this for half the night until the individual soul-eating trees completely starved, allowing Cheng Xu to take a brief rest. However, the number of dead juveniles was exactly 6, reducing Cheng Xu's professional task by 1. I actually completed a task, that's some gain. However, Cheng Xu's debuff timer had only reduced by less than 2 hours, leaving over 6 hours of duration. Whatever happens, unless this guy revives, I don't plan on moving. Cheng Xu lay on the living room floor, imagining himself as a salted fish waiting for someone to buy him to make porridge. The information from the rose tomato arrived, punctually announcing the new rules for tonight. Survivors, tonight, you will face an unprecedented opportunity. The killing feast rules are about to commence. The number of kills each person makes will accumulate points, with a total of 100 rewards of varying levels waiting for you. The top 100 survivors in points will receive this mysterious reward. Hurry up and take action, survivors. Cheng Xu's stamina had recovered to over 50 points, which wasn't abundant. He felt somewhat conflicted. After all, there were still quite a few people left, and only the top 100 would get rewards, so simply causing a kill or 2 wouldn't guarantee a basic reward. What if? Each time he felt conflicted, Cheng Xu would toss a coin to decide his choice. If he liked the result, it meant he made the right choice. If the coin landed and he wanted to toss it again, that indicated the other choice was more suitable. Ding! Snap! Cheng Xu felt another voice within him slowly resonating, offering a fatal temptation. Come on. Kill them, let this world feel your malice. No, I can't just rush out recklessly. You can't persuade yourself, even the coin won't help. You are just a bloodthirsty little demon. No, I'm not. That has nothing to do with me. Cheng Xu held a coin, yet he could not bring himself to act, filled with inner struggle. A new message appeared in the manager group, and Cheng Xu opened the chat to distract himself. Vine tomato, by the way, what exact? 100 weapon boxes. Caxi tomato, that's not reasonable. There must be layers of gradients, but the last 50 are indeed just weapon boxes. Vine tomato, haha, those who fought hard to reach the last 50, only to find that what they received was less than what they lost. Caxi tomato, rewards for ranks 21 to 50 include a special item, while ranks 11 to 20 get a weapon box, plus a special item. Vine tomato, that's really ridiculous. City tomato indeed. Caxi tomato, for ranks 5 to 10, 1 self-selected weapon box. For rank 4, 2 self-selected weapon boxes. For rank 3, 2 self-selected weapon boxes, and 1 self-selected item box. Vine tomato, just out of curiosity, how broad is the selection range? Caxi tomato, it's the range of a normal game process. Vine tomato, then that's rigged. In the first game you can't even select firearms. Caxi tomato, so this rule is just to lure them in. The rewards can't be said to be proportional to the efforts. Caxi tomato, second place gets 4 self-selected weapon boxes and 2 self-selected item boxes. First place gets the same rewards as second, but with an extra revival coin. Vine tomato. Caxi tomato, it's really boring, isn't it? Vine tomato, it's extremely boring. The existence of such items is an insult to the spirit of combat. Just as Cheng Xu was about to lie down, he sat up again, then lay back down, convincing himself that it would be a loss to go anyway. Milk Tomato, by the way, what about that kid you were optimistic about? I haven't seen the footage. Vine Tomato, he solo killed an abandoned infant yesterday. Today, he's lying down due to a muscle strain. Caxi Tomato, his luck is not bad. He managed to avoid this deceptive event because of an injury, even saving himself the trouble of convincing himself. Vine Tomato, let me check. Hey, he's really lying on the ground, but why is there a dead person behind him? Milk Tomato, he doesn't have kill points. He probably got that before the killing started. Vine Tomato, he looks quite composed. He must have seen through the essence of tonight's rules long ago. Tin Calyx Tomato, you just keep flattering him. One day you might flatter him to death and stop talking. Cheng Xu looked at the chat in the manager group, his body completely relaxing as he lay on the floor, letting out a soothing sigh. By the way, why don't I just lie on the bed? Cheng Xu stood up wanting to lie back down, but he felt he wasn't too sleepy. Ultimately, he decided to sit by the window for a while. The long silent kettle finally emitted its familiar sound, allowing Cheng Xu, who had been fighting amidst blood and chaos for days, to once again experience comfort and warmth. They say drinking tea at night is bad for your health. But who cares? Cheng Xu took out the tea leaves that he didn't know how long had been sitting there, brewed them with boiling water, and then removed a protective panel in front of the glass to look outside. There were no figures in the garden outside. The carnivorous plants were moving slowly, as if the competition had not yet begun. Bang! A figure falling from the sky shattered the tranquility like a fish feed thrown into a pond. The first person to die attracted countless carnivorous plants as well as some individuals who targeted plants for their slaughter. Steel saws, carpentry axes, homemade incendiary bombs. The division of labor among these individuals was very clear: burning, cutting, and digging, with each person ultimately sharing the spoils. Not long after, conflicts arose within this organization that had been formed at some unknown time. Why do you get one more? I don't know, it wasn't intentional. It's not your fault. I saw you chop one more time. Are you out of your mind? I had a shovel digging up plant roots. How could I have chopped one more? Damn it, I haven't got any kills. This won't do. The person responsible for throwing incendiary bombs had been busy for a long time without scoring a single kill, while the heads of the plants counted towards others. If you don't have any, it's your own fault. Don't blame the road for being uneven. Exactly, hurry up. Do you want to kill or not? The guy looked around at the people, each with a 2-digit number above their heads, while he stood out conspicuously with a 0, instantly feeling a surge of anger. You didn't even tell me when I was making incendiary bombs. You love treating me like a tool. I told you all to grab kills, so damn it, don't survive. Boom. A burst of flames erupted as the one with the incendiary bomb-making skill went mad and ignited all his incendiary bombs at once. Dozens of bottles exploded, igniting a large area around them. Immune to the flames, he stood at the center, mocking the companions who had just walked with him. You bastards, I'll clean up these plants myself later. Not sharing a single bit with you. Unfortunately, those guys were not directly burned to death by the incendiary bomb's flames. Flames, if not sufficient in quantity, can at most only cause burns to the skin. Though the aftereffects are severe, the instantaneous lethality is minimal. Bang! The laughing man suddenly had an axe embedded in his forehead, piercing through his face with blood and other fluids gushing out. Cheng Xu, watching all this from above, nodded, savoring the taste of the tea and feeling the soothing warmth of the hot water. So it turns out that participants in the competition have corresponding numbers above their heads. Cheng Xu looked up and realized there was a 0 next to his head. I wonder what kind of person can achieve first place. The managers in the management group seemed very excited and were engaged in. By Dong Xie, currently the top is a guy who uses a chainsaw for weeding, rampaging through the garden. Ci Tian Xie, he even used flashing star marks, ignoring all attacks for 15 minutes. It seems he wants to quickly accumulate points within that time and survive to the front. Mei Gui Xie, the second place, is a crazy killer specifically targeting those with higher scores. It seems he has figured out the true rules of this game. Ting Xie, as long as I kill everyone ranked higher than me, then I will be first. Quite easy to understand. Kashi Xie, the fire from building No. 2 just now successfully attracted a lot of attention. The battle group began to tilt that way. Perhaps due to human instinct, even amidst mutual slaughter, people were more inclined to gather near the light. As the liquid fuel from the incendiary bombs continued to burn, nearly 100 people gathered, competing for kill points while moving towards building No. 2. This is a true reality show. Cheng Xu looked at those humans stabbing each other for a kill point, feeling a strange sense of survivors. I will specially provide a list displaying the top 30 survivors on the kill leaderboard. The managers who enjoyed stirring up trouble displayed the kill leaderboard in everyone's systems to further escalate their conflict. Soon those engaged in slaughter realized the problem. They shouldn't be entangled with those beside them. Everyone's scores were far below those on the leaderboard, and continuing like this would leave them with nothing. Everyone, we can't continue fighting amongst ourselves. Hurry to find these guys and kill them, or else we'll get nothing. It was unclear who said a highly provocative statement that drew agreement. Those who had been facing off just moments ago suddenly calmed down and quickly searched other areas, hunting down those on the leaderboard. Did they not consider what would happen if they kill these people and rise on the leaderboard? The bloodthirsty individuals didn't consider these things at all. Their eyes were only on the rankings and those bloody numbers. After they left the garden of building No. 2, the soul-eating tree began to thrive, relying on a large amount of blood and corpses quickly covering the entire garden. The soul-eating tree was growing to an exaggerated extent. Cheng Xu could hardly see what was on the ground. Now no one should come here, right? After all, they can't fight these things. Just then the buzzing sound of a chainsaw echoed. A man approached from the edge of the garden, clad in extremely heavy clothing seemingly crafted from couch cushions. Behind him, he carried a small diesel generator to power 2 circular chainsaws capable of cutting trees. He looked like a war machine with a flickering glow on him, completely ignoring the attacks of the soul-eating trees. Boom. Buzz. Amidst the flying wood chips, Cheng Xu witnessed a scene reminiscent of shaving. Numerous soul-eating trees were severed in half, and the numbers above the man's head rapidly increased, reaching over 200. At this moment, the second place was not having as smooth a time as the first. He was running wildly, pursued by over 20 people behind him. Don't let him escape. He is the second place. Kill him, and we can move up 1 rank. This second place on the slaughter leaderboard possessed a profession of high potential, rank 13th, quite similar to Cheng Xu, known as Murderer. However, unlike Cheng Xu, his skills lacked concealment and agility. He solely focused on slaughter and violent offense. As the Murderer in the ranking, Heatsung cursed while running, "Beastly managers. A bunch of beasts." Before the slaughter leaderboard was released, there were attempts to hunt him down, but generally only 2 or 3 people pursued him, never exceeding 5 or 6. Yet under the influence of the slaughter leaderboard, the number of people chasing him immediately increased. No matter how fast he ran, he could not shake them off. Damn it, you want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Heatsung possessed a skill called slaughter scent, allowing him to blur the direction of a person's location through his own marking. Just now, while searching for the first place's trace, he successfully applied a mark on that guy. At this moment, he was rushing towards the first place with those more than 20 crazed individuals. Cheng Xu watched from above as the first place chopped wood, feeling as if he were watching a stress relief video reminiscent of some sort of donkey hoof repair, with drowsiness gradually creeping in. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the second place, Heatsung, rushed over with a group of people. The first place obviously heard their voices, but he appeared unafraid, directly raising the saw in his hand and leisurely walking towards the group. The first place's profession was not ranked very high, positioned at 139th, known as carpenter. The sofa armor he wore was a product of the carpenter skills. This guy was named Zhang Songhan. During the day that Cheng Xu was in a deep sleep, he obtained an item called Flickering Star Scar, which allowed him to be immune to all damage for 15 minutes. The 2 chainsaws were equipment he scavenged from a neighbor's warehouse. When the managers announced the rules, he knew his time had come. He devised a perfect plan. First, use the 2 chainsaws to accumulate enough slaughter points, then escape back to the warehouse to hide until dawn. Now halfway through his plan, his points had reached a terrifying 583, several times more than the second place's 97 points. With only 2 minutes left of his invincibility, Zhang Songhan decided to kill all these guys in front of him before sneaking. Come on, if you have the guts, come over. Zhang Songhan saw the group rushing towards him, swinging the seemingly unpowered chainsaw, and shouted. Those frantic outlaws, upon seeing another person appear, realized it was the first place. Their malicious thoughts surged, thinking that whether they killed 1 or 2, it would be better to take down both the first and second places. Heatsung, as the second place, quickly approached Zhang Songhan without attacking, but instead engaged him in rapid conversation. Help me out, or let's work together to kill these bastards. After that, you go your way, and I go mine. Buzz. The response he got was the sound of a chainsaw, clearly indicating that Zhang Songhan did not wish to cooperate with anyone. Are you fucking stupid? Heatsung was pushed back by the sharp-toothed chainsaw and cursed vehemently. Meanwhile, the pursuers had already arrived, each holding completely different weapons. Some less intelligent individuals rushed forward like madmen, wielding knives and blunt instruments, attempting to strike Zhang Songhan's heavy head. However, they underestimated the power of the chainsaw. Perhaps lacking common sense in daily life, they foolishly attempted to block the chainsaws slicing with their weapons. Bang! Crack! Hiss! The weapons of those few were knocked away by the powerful rotation of the chainsaw, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood, turning into 2 sections with ragged edges. After cutting down those reckless individuals, the remaining pursuers seemed to regain their senses and started calling out to Heatsung, intending to team up with him. Hey, that he in second place. Let's kill the first place together. Afterward, you go your way, and we go ours. Heatsung hid to the side, his eyes gleaming with malice, wanting to agree to their request. However, as he shifted his gaze, he noticed someone lurking in the shadows, seemingly pulling back a bowstring. Whoosh! Clang! In a critical moment, Heatsung dodged the arrow's attack and rushed towards the pursuers. At this moment, even though Zhang Songhan and Heatsung had not teamed up, they surprisingly displayed a cooperative synergy akin to a well-coordinated maneuver. One pushed back the enemies, compressing their attacking space, while the other seized the opportunity to take down enemies with no escape route. Through their highly efficient actions, the 20 or so individuals turned into corpses on the ground. Zhang Songhan's invincibility had ended, but he did not dare to escape like he had originally planned, shedding his heavy equipment. Heatsung snapped the neck of the hidden archer and picked up his bow and arrows, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Songhan also stared at him, guarded against his opponent through the comprehensive protection of his sofa armor. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, as if they were about to engage in a deadly struggle at any moment. Cheng Xu, who had been watching while seated, was now standing eagerly, anticipating the confrontation between the two below his home. Half of tonight's competition time has already passed. To ensure fairness, we will specifically mark the positions of the top 10 in the remaining time. All survivors are urged to seize the opportunity. A huge cursor appeared above the heads of Zhang Songhan and Heatsung, highly noticeable to all survivors. In other areas of the community, similar markers appeared, indicating other experts on the slaughter leaderboard. Of course, at this moment, they might seem more like prey. Over there. There are 2. Right there. More weapon-wielding individuals joined the hunt, including those just emerging from their houses, eager to get in on the action. Cheng Xu observed that the newcomers did not directly join the encirclement, but followed behind the group to pick up some scraps. Knives that had fallen to the ground, sticks no one wanted, all became their spoils. Excluding these individuals, those with rankings on the slaughter leaderboard had already fallen into madness, each wanting to advance further and seize more rewards. The two who were previously at each other's throats were once again forced to cooperate, standing together against the crazed mob. Amidst the influx of countless corpses and human blood, the soul-eating tree, which had been significantly reduced by Zhang Songshan, began to sprout anew, flourishing once more. Moreover, they began to launch attacks against the irrational individuals. Those who got too close were pierced through by the soul-eating tree, becoming living sacrifices hanging from its branches, slowly succumbing to death amid their agonizing struggles. However, those whose eyes were only filled with points didn't care about this at all. They continued to swing their weapons, causing as much slaughter as possible. Those individuals had long lost all rationality in their frenzied fighting, and even their perceptions began to falter. Can't hit the first or second. No problem, hitting that unfortunate soul in front will do. With such bizarre thoughts, these like-minded individuals soon fell into chaos again, starting to kill indiscriminately, and their numbers dwindled rapidly. After a dozen minutes, only a handful of rational individuals remained. Those people were wary of each other, daring not to approach. Everyone, the green mountains remain, the waters flow long, let's not make things difficult for each other. Let's each take 10 steps back, we may meet again. Unbeknownst to whom uttered such a middle school line, but his words seemed to strangely take effect. Those people slowly retreated, appearing as if they would really disperse. However, this battle did not allow anyone to withdraw early. Even if you were exhausted from killing, there would still be those coveting your rank rushing towards you. Indeed, just as these few were about to leave and exit the struggle, a wave of people surged in again. This group was larger than the previous ones, as 4 top 10 markers had appeared in front of building No. 2. Charge. I'm about to enter the top 10. I'll have a rank soon, I'll have it. Kill. Kill. Whoa. Cheng Xu was already at a loss for words. The chaos had reached a level of bloody hell. Severed limbs and broken bodies were trampled into the mud by the frenzied crowd, their blood splattering and mingling, making it impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. The entire world was drenched, leaving only darkness and crimson as the two colors. The shouts and cries from outside were like the background music of the world, and Cheng Xu felt as if he had stepped into a hell filled with slaughter, where the demon lurking within him was watching everything with delight. You know, you actually crave killing more than I do. Shut up. It's useless, your panic only proves my point. Shut up. Death, blood, and the whispers of demons gradually converged in Cheng Xu's ears, painting a picture in his heart. It was as if the corpses downstairs were all slain by his own hand, every figure, every wail slipping through his fingers. Cheng Xu reveled in the sensation of blood flowing, as if the whole world bowed to his slaughter. In the crimson illusion, Cheng Xu lost track of time, and when he came to his senses, the battle outside was nearing its end. Hiss! Cheng Xu felt a slight pain in his head, but he couldn't quite pinpoint where it was uncomfortable. Cheng Xu shook his head, his memories of the previous illusions becoming fuzzy like a forgotten dream from last night. He looked out the window where the ground was littered with corpses, and in the garden, not even a single man-eating plant could be seen, leaving only 2 figures. Hitsung had exhausted his strength, limping forward on the lawn. Not far from him, Zhang Songshan, on the brink of death, was pierced through the abdomen by a wooden spear nailed to the ground. If I kill you. Once I kill you, I will be first. Hitsung raised the broken knife in his hand, dragging his leg, which had exposed bones, towards Zhang Songshan. He knew very well that if he waited a little longer, Zhang Songshan might die naturally. But he harbored an obsession in his heart. As long as Zhang Songshan wasn't killed by his own hand, he would not be the true first. He was no longer surrounded by others. Cheng Xu had no idea whether they had fled or perished in their own struggles. In the vast garden, only those 2 figures remained, one on the verge of death, the other incomplete. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to survive here. I hate the managers. Hitsung was almost upon Zhang Songshan's body, barely standing on his leg with only bones left, the intense pain increasing his hatred. If possible, I want to kill all you dog managers. Then he raised the knife and fiercely stabbed towards Zhang Songshan's neck, blood bursting forth. Clang! As he struck, a bell rang out, illuminating the entire world with daylight, marking the end of the night. The bloodstained corpses and the chaotic remains on the ground all vanished, leaving only scars and pits to recount everything from last night. Very well. To all the surviving seekers, the ranking from last night has been announced. Welcome to check it out. Cheng Xu glanced at the top of the list, where Zhang Songshan's name was prominently displayed. The guy who had just been nailed to the ground was suddenly enveloped in a golden light, and his wounds slowly began to heal. Seeing Zhang Songshan resurrecting, Hitsung fell weakly to the ground, having lost all strength, becoming a piece of meat ready for slaughter. Cheng Xu watched all of this unfold. His breathing became heavy for the first time, even facing an abandoned infant was. Cheng Xu quickly ran to fetch his crossbow, and the last 2 bolts opened the window and aimed at the resurrecting Zhang. Zhang Songshan slowly stood up, all his wounds completely healed. Shortly thereafter, the golden light beside him vanished, and he opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Whoosh. Thud. A bolt answered his question, piercing his abdomen. TSK. Missed the mark. Due to the distance being slightly far, Cheng Xu's bolt deviated, originally aimed at the heart. It struck his stomach, instead failing to deliver a fatal blow instantly. Cheng Xu quickly knocked the second bolt and fired rapidly. The The speeding bolt hit Zhang Songhan again, but this time Cheng Xu shot even more awry, the arrow merely piercing his thigh. Zhang Songhan felt his body grow cold, vitality rapidly draining away, a sensation he had just experienced less than 2 minutes prior. Damn it. Someone has schemed against me. Zhang Songhan lay on the ground, half of his body completely immobile, his spasms from the pain causing him to convulse. Drawing upon the fleeting strength of life, Zhang Songhan forcefully dragged himself to the weapon box beside him, grabbing the first weapon that appeared the most inferior without hesitation. Even if I die, I cannot let you benefit from this. At that moment, Cheng Xu had rushed downstairs wrapped in a gray sheet, a neck gaiter hanging around his neck obscuring his face and neck. But when he reached Zhang Songhan, all 4 weapon boxes had been emptied, leaving only 2 equipment boxes that were out of his reach. Haha, thief. Zhang Songhan wanted to curse Cheng Xu again, but his neck and heart were swiftly pierced by 2 knives, and he lost his life within half a second. Cheng Xu did not spare Hitsong beside him. For those uncertain if they were dead or alive, he generally preferred to stab first and ask questions later. The 2 who had been like gods of death the previous night perished in succession within 30 seconds, just 4 minutes after they had become the champions of the killing leaderboard. Cheng Xu tossed the weapons he had exchanged from Zhang Songhan into his backpack, not bothering to look at what they were. Then he hurriedly wrapped all the boxes in the sheet he had brought and rushed away from the scene. After successfully returning home, Cheng Xu finally let out a sigh of relief. TSK. Even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. The crossbow bolt is completely gone now. He had forgotten to remove the crossbow bolt from Zhang Songhan's body in his haste. However, given his harvest from this trip, 2 crossbow bolts were hardly worth mentioning. Cheng Xu resealed his window and dumped the contents of his bag onto the bed, trying to make as little noise as possible. Before his death, Zhang Songhan deliberately chose 4 very short weapons to disgust Cheng Xu. He thought this would at least make Cheng Xu feel nauseated, but as a professional assassin, Cheng Xu surprisingly found those weapons quite suitable for himself. A pair of concealed ame daggers, a high-hardness folding knife, a pair of spiked knuckle dusters, and a keychain-sized ring knife. Cheng Xu was surprisingly satisfied with these pieces of equipment. They aligned well with his current profession and aesthetic. Cheng Xu gazed at the remaining 4 selectable weapon boxes and 4 selectable equipment boxes, pondering what he truly needed at this stage. Meanwhile, the manager issued today's announcement. Survivors, congratulations, you have taken another step closer to victory in this game. Yesterday's death toll was 969, with 751 survivors remaining. The numbers are dwindling. I wonder how this game will progress from here. Cheng Xu opened a selectable weapon box, and the system displayed an interface. Please select weapon type: bow and crossbow, staff and spear, long sword and long blade, short knife and short sword, throwing weapons, whip, hammer, axe, shield, armor. The selection is surprisingly rich. First, Cheng Xu decided to get himself a set of armor that fit better than the stab-resistant clothing, at the very least with stronger protective capabilities. Opening the armor options, many subcategories appeared. Cheng Xu selected the close-fitting armor option, which presented even more sub-options, nearly overwhelming him. After browsing and selecting for over 10 minutes, Cheng Xu chose a completely black, close-fitting soft armor. The armor's flexibility was average, and its stretchability wasn't great, but it effectively prevented cutting and piercing damage. Even lighter crossbows couldn't penetrate it. Cheng Xu donned the armor, the soft exterior wrapping around his lower face, even including a hood that could cover his entire head. Standing in front of the mirror, Cheng Xu adjusted the hood, feeling like a ninja lackey that had sprung from a low-quality anime. As long as it works. Since his crossbow ammunition had run out, Cheng Xu decided to select a good crossbow, preferably one that could be carried easily. Crossbow, small crossbow, arm crossbow. After a while of searching, Cheng Xu found an excellent option. Short piston crossbow with an additional arrowhead maker. This small crossbow served as a hidden weapon. It did not come with additional ammunition, but could fire arrows of similar length, showing high adaptability. To ensure the arrow's lethality, the arrowhead maker was included. The small machine resembled a type of press, with a high-pressure front capable of shaping common metals into arrowheads. Moreover, it provided a function to clip onto the arrow shaft. As long as the shaft material wasn't too hard, it could be easily. Cheng Xu cut a piece off an empty can with his wire cutters, placed it in the press, and used chopsticks as the arrow shaft, successfully crafting a rather crude crossbow bolt. He loaded it into the arm crossbow's slot, adjusted the settings to better suit the tension of the spring. Unlike those large crossbows powered by bowstrings, the small crossbow's power came from springs capable of enduring immense pressure. Bang! The conical canister crossbow bolt struck Cheng Xu's cabinet, embedding itself within, not falling out. For his third item, Cheng Xu planned to select a weapon suitable for mid-range use to replace his somewhat dulled short sword. I don't ask for much, just hope for a durable knife or sword. Ultimately, Cheng Xu chose a cleaver with the powder-forged Damascus steel, showcasing an exceptionally vibrant pattern boasting high hardness and toughness. For the final item, Cheng Xu selected a pair of shoes capable of handling various terrains, sturdy all-terrain parkour shoes. After all, his profession would soon unlock footwork skills. It would be disastrous if his old worn-out shoes fell off. After acquiring a full set of gear, Cheng Xu stashed the ame dagger's folding knife and ring knife in the side pocket of his armor, and finally equipped the arm crossbow on his left arm. With a homemade dozen crossbow bolts, Cheng Xu felt like the all-powerful agent typically portrayed in most movies. Status is good. With my current gear, I can definitely make it to the end, so for the choice of tools, I need to select something with potential for development. Cheng Xu opened the selectable equipment box and began checking the manager's group, hoping to obtain some useful information. Teng Chia, look, that guy is about to start selecting equipment. Ru Chia, so why are you so excited? Teng Chia, wow, all the weapons he chooses are my favorites, but it's rare to find a survivor who fits my taste who wouldn't be excited. By Dong Xia, but he might not choose useful equipment. After all, it's not easy to judge the effectiveness of items at a glance. Teng Chia, who said that? This kid is already invincible. He should just choose some developmental items. Sure, Chia, there are only 2 or 3 developmental items in the prize pool for the first round of the game. It's indeed not easy for him to spot those. Teng Chia, he can browse for over 10 minutes just to find 3 items among 500 isn't that very easy. Tian Chia, not easy. Seed of Devouring, Killing Badge, and Burst Potential. You have to open their details to see their growth potential. Teng Chia, it's just 500 short essays. I have faith in him. Cheng Xu pretended to browse, searching for some usable items, then paused for a few seconds before continuing to flip through. After 5 minutes, Cheng Xu, not having examined the specifics, found the first item mentioned by the administrators, the Killing Badge. Killing Badge. After use, the owner will gain a buff that continuously grows. Every time 10 humans are killed, the buff's enhancement effect and type will improve. Cheng Xu pretended to think, then decisively exchanged for this item. Teng Chia, see, what did I say? He can definitely find these growth-oriented items. Ru Chia, if you keep being optimistic, you might just jinx it. Cheng Xu decided to choose a life-saving item that could be used at this stage since there were only 3 growth items and 1 empty slot. Cheng Xu ultimately chose an item called Void Seed. Void Seed. After use, it allows the survivor to slip into the void for a day, invisibly observing the tangible world but unable to interact. It's equivalent to a whole day of invincibility, but with no interaction. It's solely for survival. Teng Chia, hey, don't rush. Look around before choosing. There are still many items you haven't browsed. Ru Chia, see, what did I tell you? You jinxed it. Teng Chia. Cheng Xu looked at the discussions in the administrators group and quickened his browsing speed, then paused at Burst Potential. Burst Potential. After use, the owner's attributes will receive a slight enhancement, and every 7 days they will grow again, with the growth magnitude slightly expanding. The longer you survive, the stronger your physical attributes will become. Cheng Xu deliberately hesitated, but ultimately chose this item. Teng Chia, good. Ru Chia, I can hear your exclamations from the next space. Kashi Chia, ya keep it down. Teng Chia, hee, watching this kid grow feels like playing a nurturing game. Cheng Xu finally found the Seed of Devouring near the end of the list. Seed of Devouring can devour flesh and blood, nourishing the owner's physique and increasing the maximum life value limit. I'm starting to feel like I want to initiate some hunting. Teng Chia, that's it. I told you this kid would definitely make it. Ru Chia, the boss is right next to you. Keep the fluctuations down. Nan Chia, it's fine, you all enjoy yourselves. Cheng Xu applied those 3 items onto himself and instantly felt a surge of power. But upon looking at the attribute panel, he found the enhancements were indeed, as described, very slight. His overall attributes increased by 1. 3, which could be considered extremely weak, practically equivalent to having eaten a few more bites of food or taken better than nothing. At least it will grow. Yet the buff provided by the Killing Badge was also very limited. Resilient Step enhances movement speed by 5 and increases stamina limit by 1. Cheng Xu patted his soft armor, preparing to check the assassin's profession task, only to find that persistent debuff hanging over him. Still 4 hours left until it ends. I might as well take a nap. Cheng Xu removed the weapons he had hidden in his armor, laid down on the bed, and began to plan for his future. From the conversations of the administrators, it seems there will be subsequent stages in this game, and there's a high possibility of changing maps. I wonder how many monsters I will face in the future and how many survivors. All I can do is grip the knife in my hand and kill everyone who stands in my way. So where will I ultimately go? Cheng Xu fell silent. He did not know. In this world where only slaughter and survival remained, he had no idea where he would ultimately end up. At this moment, the demon residing in his heart quietly let out a chuckle. It's simple. All the suffering you're experiencing comes from those administrators. What you need to do is become one of them and snap their necks. Not only do you need to kill the administrators, but you also have to take out their superiors. If their superior still leads you, just kill your way up. Even if you die, you can still spit blood in their face. Cheng Xu did not respond, but his hand unconsciously tightened around the weapon as if that was the only way to feel at ease. With such feelings, Cheng Xu fell into a deep sleep, visions of a hellish sea of blood swirling before him as he For hours later, Cheng Xu awoke from that extremely uncomfortable dream. The debuff completely lifted, but his mental state was not very good. Cheng Xu checked his tasks to see what could be completed. 1. Kill 10 survivors with poison. 2. Kill 10 survivors with traps. 3. Kill 10 survivors in close combat. Then he'll go out today and gather some materials to upgrade the house and deal with people as they come. Cheng Xu opened the file in the administrators group, glanced roughly at where the most materials were, then packed his weapons, donned ordinary clothes, and went downstairs to explore. Before long, the notification from Mei Guiqia arrived. Survivors, today's special items have been released. Please pay attention. Cheng Xu opened the administrators group, reading, while picking up planks and other materials. Tian Chia, by the way, is it a bit excessive to provide backpacks so late? Sure, Chia indeed, but in a way not providing backpacks is also to speed up the game's progress, preventing people from hoarding to survive. Tian Chia, aren't we in a survival game? Is the theme going to change? Sure, Chia, yes, survival is becoming a battle royale. Reportedly, the ratings will increase. CIT on Xie? Well then how about we give them more weapons? Shui, Xie no way the higher-ups say the audience loves that raw hand-to-hand combat feeling, and weapons will gradually become cold weapons. Tung Xie, does that mean there will be no firearms in the future? Shui Xie, exactly. Every time we reach the stage with firearms, those survival games turn into cliched warlord games. Then wouldn't my little friends be invincible? Ru Xie, here we go again. Today's special items are all space backpacks. Cheng Xu decided to temporarily change course and head to the nearest drop point to grab a backpack for himself, as his old one could barely last much longer. After a few days of selection, there were no more pedestrians on the road. Those elders who once scrambled for food were no. Despite this, Cheng Xu maintained his usual style, walking along the wall to avoid attracting too much attention. As he walked, he picked up enhancement materials, creating an illusion for the managers that he was still gathering materials. After a very convoluted movement, Cheng Xu approached the drop location on the map. The site of the space backpacks was an abandoned recycling station repurposed into a warehouse after being out of use for several years. That warehouse belonged to an elderly scavenger filled with discarded cardboard and various bottles and jars. However, it seemed that after the survival game began, the small house had become a temporary safe house for a certain survivor, reinforced with wooden boards and other objects. Cheng Xu saw the small warehouse that had been reinforced like a fortress. He observed it in a hiding state for a few minutes, confirming that there was truly no one inside before approaching to investigate. Since Cheng Xu was not the owner of the house, he could not remove the enhancement materials embedded in it, and forcing his way in through a window proved to be difficult. So Cheng Xu decided to try picking the lock. He had learned a bit about lock picking while writing novels. Just as he was searching for wire in the nearby green belt, someone ran over from a distance. Cheng Xu immediately crouched down using a branch to conceal his body. The figure gradually approached the warehouse, slowing down about 40 meters away, finally leaning on its legs and panting heavily. The person was dressed in a black protective suit with steel plate lining that greatly enhanced its level of protection, but also significantly increased its weight. By the time that person caught their breath and finally lifted their head, Cheng Xu had already entered a hiding state. His form vanished. Damn it, that little thief is quick to run. The person was holding a heavy iron shovel, and after scratching the roadside green belt a few times, they showed an angry expression. Cheng Xu took a closer look and realized he had seen this person before. Her face filled with fierce flesh made it hard to determine her gender at first glance. Unless one had seen her information before, no one would recognize her. Her voice seemed to have changed with her appearance, deep and resonant, more masculine than a man. Cheng Xu even saw some black fuzz on her face. This burly woman was Zhang Fun, who, like Cheng Xu, was a special item holder on the first day. Zhang Fun, built like a boxing coach, was very sturdy. After several days of selection and training, she showed no signs of decline, but rather had become even stronger. On the first night, she had decapitated 4 zombies with her bare hands, and even flattened a scythe reaper who dared to challenge her with a shovel the next day. Facing such a formidable opponent, Cheng Xu refrained from launching a reckless attack, for her armor was riddled with scars, yet bore no holes. He had no idea how many had fallen to her armor. Zhang Fun, with excellent explosive power but not much endurance, was panting as she returned to her warehouse door, muttering about unlocking it. Someone is always eyeing my stash of bread, really a bunch of starving ghosts reincarnated. If only he would sleep with me for a night, I would give him as much bread as he wanted. Her thick arms reached for her pocket, but the flexibility of the armor was poor, preventing her from reaching her keys. Annoying. Zhang Fun threw the iron shovel to the ground, lifted her armored skirt with one hand, and then strained to pull it up, while the other hand quickly went to search for the keys hidden in her pocket. Cheng Xu saw Zhang Fen's unprotected abdomen and slowly pulled the string of his crossbow. Bang! Due to Cheng Xu still being under the influence of hiding, the sound of the string was completely concealed, leaving only the whistling sound of the arrow and a dull thud as it struck Zhang Fen's waist. Zhang Fen's fleshy belly was pierced by the rough-canned crossbow arrow, but it only sank a few centimeters, probably not breaking through her abdominal muscles. Zhang Fen grabbed the shaft of the arrow, and with a forceful pull directly yanked it out, splattering blood. She arrogantly discarded the arrow and shouted towards Cheng Xu's direction, "Get out." Naturally, Cheng Xu could not come out. Since he had acted, he had to go all out. Just a moment ago, he was still familiarizing himself with the crossbow's control and did not wish for his first shot to be fatal. He loaded another bolt aimed at Zhang Fen's head, waiting for her to come a bit closer. Bang! Zhang Fen fiercely struck a dried plant beside the green belt with her iron shovel, bolstering her confidence. "Damn it, do you really think of yourself as a big shot?" she said, pretending to step into the green belt. Just as she lifted her foot with the iron shovel farthest from her face, Cheng Xu fired the second bolt. Swish! The bolt pierced Zhang Fen's cheek, entering her mouth and leaving a grotesque gash on her tongue. The intense pain and fear made Zhang Fen fall to the ground, using her arms to shield her face, scrambling backward. The crossbow's shooting was still not very accurate. Just now, Cheng Xu had actually aimed for Zhang Fen's eyes, but due to his mistake, he only shot her cheek, causing no effective harm. Before Zhang Fen left his shooting radius, Cheng Xu fired another bolt. This time it struck her armor and bounced off. Cheng Xu activated concealment, swiftly slipping away from Zhang Fen's line of sight and circling to the back of the small. At this moment, Zhang Fen was leaning against her door, shrinking her head, trying to use her hand wrapped in armor to reach for her keys. She didn't even dare to lift the armor, fearing that the strange crossbow bolt would strike her again. While Zhang Fen searched for her keys, she glanced in the direction the bolt had come from, completely unaware that someone was approaching from behind. Cheng Xu's attack was merciless. A pair of empress needles pierced directly into her temple, wreaking havoc in her brain. Cheng Xu even worried that Zhang Fen's vitality was too strong. As he stabbed, he activated Bloodbone Rose, leaving a bright red mark on her head. Cheng Xia, no matter how powerful the body is, it cannot contend against weapons. Sure, Xia, one seed player has been eliminated, but dying at the hands of another seed player is not a major issue. Cheng Xu retrieved 2 keys from Zhang Fen's corpse, one labeled Warehouse, and the other 71203. This person must be extremely lazy. The keys and locks provided by the developers have lasted until now. Cheng Xu rummaged through her corpse, but found nothing useful, so he moved her heavy body to the green belt and buried it with dry branches and leaves. It's a pity that the armor she wore is female and too heavy, not suitable for me. After confirming that no one was around, Cheng Xu opened the warehouse door. To his surprise, the warehouse was filled with bread, various types of packaged bread stuffed into every storage cabinet, and the floor was covered with breads he had never even heard of. In the center of the warehouse stood a bed dominated by bread radiating a golden glow. Cheng Xu pushed aside the bread, awkwardly squeezed and closed the door, and approached the golden light. Acquired special item space backpack medium. Cheng Xu felt a warm flow appear on the back of his hand, followed by a connection with a 3 cubic meter space forming in his mind. Cheng Xu's eyes widened as he feigned surprise, even revealing a slight smile. Teng Xia, this kid probably didn't expect to find these things in his opponent's warehouse. Sure, Xia, with his laid-back advancement, his good days will likely end after the first round of the game. Teng Xia, if he's laid back, then who can be considered diligent? Cheng Xu opened his space backpack, put his tattered old backpack inside, and began dismantling the warehouse's defensive facilities. The room, now devoid of its owner, became as wild as the outdoors, allowing for unrestricted gathering. Within minutes, Cheng Xu tossed various enhancement materials into the space. After completing all this, Cheng Xu stepped outside and used the devouring seed to absorb Zhang Fen's corpse, raising his... With the backpack acquired, Cheng Xu began to gather various enhancement materials, wandering alone in the garden, surprisingly encountering no one along the way. Cheng Xu even took a detour to find another space backpack, discovering that the one in the underground parking lot was complete. If I had known, I would have come here directly, saving all that effort battling that woman. In the end, Cheng Xu returned loaded with supplies, using the remaining time to strengthen his house. Congratulations. The house level has been upgraded to LV3. The framework of the house has been fully reinforced, and you can now perform classification enhancements to qualify for upgrading to LV4. Classification enhancement means strengthening a specific piece of furniture. For example, you can enhance the front door with flood barrier reinforcement, allowing it to withstand flood impacts. This type of enhancement is not restricted to any furniture, as long as you can think of it, it can be enhanced. Even a toilet can be upgraded with enhancements like quick passage or smart service. Cheng Xu carefully checked and found that upgrading to LV4 required 6 enhanced pieces of furniture. The first thing that came to his mind was the front door, as it was the piece of furniture he interacted with most frequently. Cheng Xu chose the profound barrier enhancement, which could improve the door's resistance against incorporeal monsters such as ghosts and vengeful spirits. Next, the second item he wanted to enhance was the windows, as they were also a crucial channel connecting him to the outside world. Like the front door, Cheng Xu also selected the profound barrier enhancement, granting all the windows in his home the ability to shield against incorporeal monsters. After upgrading the windows, Cheng Xu found that he had very few materials left. Actually, I would prefer indestructible barrier or unwavering resolve, but that would only allow me to enhance one door. Cheng Xu realized the importance of enhancement materials as he munched on the bread he had taken from Zhang Fen, pondering what he needed to do the next day. At that moment, discussions about the evening's matters began in the management group. Nanxia, there are 3 days left until the first phase of the game ends, and there will be an additional life and death duel to keep the total number of participants in double digits. Sure, Xia, double digits. It seems they are determined to hold a new competition. Nanxia, in previous survival games, there were at least 300 participants by the end of the first phase. This time, it will be directly down to double digits. Nanxia, therefore the monsters tonight must be stronger, and we need to at least have the number of participants. Shueixia boss, then I will go all out. Shueixia ultimate. Zip, Shueixia deathworm, wrong soul, stillborn woman, ripper, water centipede, deadly. Recording this lineup is quite luxurious, right? Nanxia, that's acceptable. Oh, let's go with this for tonight. Shueixia, huh? Boss, do you really think this is okay? This lineup can break through all the residents' defenses on both physical and non-physical levels. If it goes ahead, there might be only a few people left. Nanxia, the Lord of Calamity, didn't specify a number, but as long as the number of participants does not exceed 3 digits by the end of the last day. Shueixia, then I'll adjust the quantities to avoid going straight to single digits. Cheng Xu hurriedly opened the file to check the descriptions of those monsters. Death Worm B. A worm that can lurk in sand, soil, and stone crevices, possessing sharp pincers capable of piercing through the skin of its prey, paralyzing them while digesting their flesh. Wrong soul, the spirit of a deceased person filled with resentment, tainted by the power of the wrong city, holds equal malice towards everyone, dragging all souls it encounters into the wrong city. The wrong soul also possesses all characteristics of a typical soul, able to penetrate common physical barriers and using human fear as a target for its positioning. Stillborn woman, a pregnant woman who died during childbirth, transformed into a wandering evil spirit due to her hatred for life. The stillborn woman traverses various physical structures dragging her belly and dead fetus, and will attack as soon as she senses a human gaze. Her belly becomes the opening for evil souls to emerge, producing numerous baby ghosts that shred any human she notices. Water Centipede D. After handling all the trivial matters, night officially fell. The atmosphere around became exceedingly strange. A chilling wail echoed through the neighborhood, sounding like a woman. Cheng Xu knew that this must be the stillborn woman searching for her prey. As long as someone caught her gaze, they would fall into the pursuit of stillborns. In addition, Cheng Xu could vaguely hear a hissing electronic sound, very distinct, emanating from multiple sources, making it impossible to determine a specific direction. Hiss. He will bestow blessings, granting salvation to all. Hiss. Wails of despair. The television, which had not been turned on for many years, suddenly came to life, emitting a fragmented speech that was difficult to comprehend. The deadly recording has arrived so soon. Cheng Xu once again hid in the bathroom, the room with the least monitors where the chances of being recorded were minimal. The television in the bedroom continued to play that program, while Cheng Xu's phone and computer, which had long since run out of power, turned on simultaneously, presenting different content. Lament the arrival of the great God, he shall grant redemption to all suffering. Perfect killing techniques. The clown baiter will teach you how to evade pursuits and eliminate targets in a live recording. Please save her, she is our only hope, great rat man. These bizarre things piqued Cheng Xu's curiosity, but that was all. Cheng Xu's figure had already concealed itself due to hibernation. He decided to lie down here for the night and rest for a while. But at that moment, the water heater in his home suddenly lit up, the LED display, flickering, moving rhythmically, like some... Seeing the flickering light, Cheng Xu was startled and quickly closed his eyes, burying his head in his sleeves to block out all. Then the water heater's beeping alarm went off, maintaining a dynamic rhythm that oddly played a tune. The music reminded Cheng Xu of his high school, a place he despised deeply. The class bell, that loathsome sound, echoed incessantly in his ears, showing no signs of stopping. Fortunately, this didn't cause any substantial harm. Half a minute later, it seemed the deadly recording had grown bored, and all electronic devices in Cheng Xu's home ceased to play. Huff. Cheng Xu felt the house was safe, and his nerves gradually relaxed. He cautiously opened his eyes to peek into his bathroom, only to find a long, slender vine had appeared in his toilet. The vine had already sprouted many swollen buds, looking ready to burst. Cheng Xu immediately flipped over, jumped out of the bathtub, opened the door, and ran out, taking a cloth with him to seal the gap. This night is truly frightening. Stinging Nightshade, listen, does this kid even speak human language? Milk Nightshade, he might not know what has been happening in other people's homes. Vine Nightshade, ha ha ha, how did this kid think to install ghost-proof enhancements? I didn't even notice during the day. 10 Calyx Nightshade, lucky players don't last long. Vine Nightshade, humph, just wait and see. Aside from that annoying water centipede tentacle, no other monsters disturbed Cheng Xu at home. The defenses he installed during the day were very effective. In the eyes of the wronged souls and stillborn woman, the door and windows of Cheng Xu's home were no different from walls, and the fluctuations he emitted were minimized. But for others, the situation was entirely different. Among the residents in the same unit as Cheng Xu, there was a very powerful individual whose photo had even been used by others to swindle. This person lived on the 9th floor, named Su Binsai, and before the survival game began, he was a recently released petty thief. His appearance and attire inherently carried a rough aura, covered in tattoos of various designs, having been in and out of prison due to fighting. Due to his naturally dominant aura and decent physical fitness, when the game first started, some girls sought his protection. Su Binkai accepted all requests. After awakening the lecher profession skill the next day, his behavior of collecting women became uncontrollable. From receiving protection to actively capturing, Su Binkai kept 8 women in his room, tirelessly enhancing his skill. He initially thought he could stay here for a lifetime, becoming a lord in the apocalypse, enjoying a harem of 3 palaces, but today his house became the most delectable prey in the eyes of the ghosts. Having just finished upgrading his skills, he coaxed one of his women to sleep and staggered to the bathroom to relieve himself. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a pale-faced woman standing before him. Su Binkai's mind raced, trying to recall which concubine she was. However, he had no impression of this woman. Due to the attributes of lecher, he had no aversion to any woman regardless of her appearance. Thus, he displayed an extremely self-satisfied smile, leaning against the door frame, and began to flirt with the pale figure. Little beauty, why aren't you sleeping at night? Are you missing me? The pale figure's face suddenly split open, stretching her lips and teeth at an angle unattainable by human bones, the cracks extending to the back of her head. Crimson blood oozed outward instantly, making the woman's face look extremely grotesque. The frenzied wronged soul lunged at Su Binsai, her split jaw engulfing half of his head. With foul-smelling teeth tearing at his face, Su Binkai let out a scream. Get away, His roar woke the 8 women in the house, some even just having finished skill upgrades, rushing over unsteadily. The wronged soul at the bathroom door had vanished without a trace, leaving only Su Binsai, who was wailing while covering his face. Master, are you alright? His most favored woman hurried to check his injuries, forcibly prying open his hands. Then they saw Su Binkai's face, half of it bitten by the evil spirit. His eyeball drooped out of its socket, and a large chunk of flesh was torn from his cheek, exposing blood vessels and muscle fibers. Deeply embedded in his forehead were several black, bite marks from which foul pus continuously seeped out. Several timid women nearly fainted on the spot, as Su Binkai's appearance was not much different from that of a malevolent. Sister-in, what should we do? The woman regarded as the legitimate consort became the group's sole hope. After all, aside from Su Binsai, she held the highest status among them. Yet it was painfully clear she had no idea either. She had never encountered such a situation before, and in truth, she was already paralyzed with terror, utterly incapable of rational decision-making. Yet confronted by the circle of desperate, pleading eyes around her, she began issuing frantic, disjointed orders. At the very least, keeping them occupied would reduce the chaos, threatening her own position. Quick, fetch gauze and scissors. Find bandages and hemostatic medicine. You four, go draw clean water. Su Binkai had been crying out in pain moments earlier, but within seconds his consciousness began to fray, his speech devolving into incoherent fragments. Black viscous pus clung to his eyes, sprouting fungal filaments, jet-black downy tendrils that crept steadily across his entire face. Witnessing this horror, the woman beside Su Binkai panicked, rushed to his cot, seized a lighter, and hurried back. In the few seconds she was away, those black filaments spread across Su Binsai's entire face, transforming him into a reeking furred grotesque. Frantically she ignited the lighter and pressed the flame against the black filaments. The moment fire touched them, they erupted violently, bursting into a roaring conflagration. Startled by the blaze, she dropped the lighter directly onto Su Binsai's face, the searing impact triggering a sharp explosive detonation. Just then the four women returning with water containers witnessed the inferno, and without hesitation doused Su Bin. The flames died instantly. Su Binsai's skin and clothing were charred black, fresh waves of viscous black pus oozed forth, mingling with the water pooling on the floor. Sister N, what do we do now? Now. A sharp slap echoed. Then Su Binsai, lying motionless on the ground, suddenly seized her ankle and yanked her down with brutal force. Her wrist struck the floor with a sickening crunch, its joint visibly dislocated. Master, it's me. You're hurting. Ugh. Slowly Su Binkai rose into a stiff, vacant posture, black ichor streaming unceasingly down. His hand remained locked around her ankle, gripping with hydraulic, unrelenting pressure. Su, it's me. And Nan. She tried to reach him, speaking in her softest, most soothing voice. Gritting through excruciating pain, she edged closer towards Su Binkai, whose face was now utterly obscured, desperate to awaken the man who could no longer comprehend human speech. Crack. Crunch. Ahawk. As she drew near, Su Binsai's body convulsed. His arm snapped forward, dragging her ankle to his face, and he bit down hard. Tendons and ligaments tore apart beneath his teeth. The gush of arterial blood stunned the women watching nearby. Su Binkai turned his face, now completely veiled in black fungal growth, toward Nan and smiled. Gleaming white teeth glistened with flecks of her flesh and blood. You are delicious. A spectral silhouette coalesced with Su Binsai's form. Instantly thick black mist flooded the room. Every surface it touched bloomed with virulent mold. The other women touched by the mist trembled violently, foul putrid pus erupting from every orifice as their bodily functions collapsed in rapid decay. Yet Nan, kneeling before him, remained his singular favored prey. No, kill me. I beg you. Delicacies must be savored slowly. Crack. Help. Somebody, save me. Even 5 floors below, Cheng Xu heard the scream, a shriek of such raw, gut-wrenching agony that it defied belief. This is what happens when you're unprepared. Cheng Xu lay sprawled on his living room sofa, idly scrolling through chat logs in both the Overseer group and Survivor group, utterly devoid of tension, as if this were no survival game at all. After all, he couldn't summon urgency. Even if he tried, no specter would waste energy forcing its way past his door to attack a target so thoroughly uneconomical. If every night were like this. Cheng Xu peeled off a piece of bread confiscated from Zhang Fen, popped it into his mouth, and savored its sweetness. Tomorrow I'll head to Zhang Fen's apartment during daylight. She likely still has supplies. And I'll collect more reinforcement materials to upgrade the house again. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the residential complex. Through the narrow gaps in his window, Cheng Xu glimpsed an orange flash. Water eggplant. This is precisely why I classified fatal footage as strank. Sky-pricking eggplant. I thought twisting humans into monsters was impressive enough. Never imagined they become walking bombs. 10-petal eggplant. Your monster RD department certainly has imaginative flair. Water eggplant. Naturally. I designed this one myself. Utterly absurd. Cheng Xu finished the loaf, sat up, and felt a deep hollow weariness settle over him. Boredom, so profound it ached. His mission for tonight remained unfulfilled. Every objective demanded lethal action. To venture out amid roaming phantoms would be suicide. What skill should I unlock next? Cheng Xu studied his skill tree, contemplating his path forward. His current means of inflicting damage relied entirely on weapons. His innate combat skills required direct physical contact, dangerous in nearly every scenario. The next node along the Art of Slaughter branch happened to be a trap-based skill, with considerable range. Tuluo Seal projects a sigil upon impact. The target suffers a brief surge of disruptive energy. If struck again by the caster, chaotic energies erupt anew, inflicting amplified damage. Maximum effective range 12 meters, cost 5 stamina points. It could synergize with my crossbow, but somehow feels unnecessary. Mental Rupture offered no description whatsoever, and Cheng Xu had no idea how to unlock it. Its skill points remained stubbornly inert. Thus his gaze shifted inevitably to the next skill under stealth maneuvers. Shadow Dance Step, a maneuver allowing instantaneous repositioning behind an opponent during close approach. Maximum activation range 2 meters, cost 5 stamina points. This feels far more practical. a sudden 2-meter dash for a lethal strike. If my target isn't vigilant, I'll bloom a crimson flower across their throat. Green winter eggplant. Hey, did your deployed monster evolve? Water eggplant. Which one? Green winter eggplant. The one in building 2. How did a specter acquire a physical body? Shueijia. Interesting, this Wangxi soul has indeed evolved. It seems to have swallowed 9 souls in succession, resulting in an enhancement of its own spirit. My Geekia, quite impressive, isn't it? Shueijia. Indeed, I should give it a new name. The Wangxi soul that occupied Su Binkai's body underwent a mutation, not departing like other spirits, but fully taking over the flesh. At this moment, it was moving down the corridor at an extremely slow pace. Its feet had been replaced by dozens of black. Some of those tendrils originated from Su Binsai, formed from his intestines, while others came from his beloved Enna. The two met again in an unimaginable form, truly never to part ways again. Its upper body still retained a structure similar to that of a human, but there were no clear arms, only 2 twisted masses of muscle. Most of the muscle came from Su Binkai's companions. Though it possessed a physical body, it still retained the instincts of a Wangxi soul harboring pure hatred for humanity. It searched for traces of humanity, eager to devour more flesh and souls to facilitate its evolution. A survivor residing on the 12th floor was setting up traps, her presence, quite palpable, soon attracting the attention of the... Her name was Gu, in a higher-ranked wilderness hunter positioned at number 86. Gu An's ability was to create various traps, and she had relied on her skills to survive until now. The screams from downstairs had made her extremely nervous, prompting her to quickly reinforce her house with another layer of defense. Just as the defensive traps were about to be completed, the dark figure appeared at the stairway. Oh no! Upon seeing that creature, Gu An reacted, instantly activating the first trap and sealing the corridor with a cabinet. She then swiftly retreated into her trap-style house, waiting for the enemy to step into the deadly trap. Smack! Bang! Sounds of traps going off came from outside her house, indicating that many traps had successfully hit their target. Unfortunately, the monster's body suffered little damage, as numerous hit parts were simply discarded by it. Dragging what remained of its body, the Wangxi soul approached the extremely fragile door and launched an assault. Boom. As it destroyed the door, the hidden trap behind it struck its remaining body, pinning it to the door panel. Guan peeked out from another row of traps to check the situation at the door. What the heck, it died just like that. The Wangxi soul pinned to the board no longer moved, its black body gradually dissolved into a black viscous liquid. How disgusting. They'll clean it up tomorrow. I hope no more monsters appear tonight. Guan turned back to her bunk with relief, but when she reached beside her bed, she was suddenly startled. In her bed sheets, there was an outline of a person that she did not notice before slowly breathing. Gu An's hands trembled as she pulled up a corner of the blanket, slowly lifting it. Nothing was underneath the blanket. What the hell? Thud. A pair of hands gripped her neck, cold as iron. Bang. In a panic, Gu An triggered the trap she had hidden by her bed. 3 spiked boards suddenly lifted, slamming down towards her position. Just as the spikes approached, the figure gripping her neck vanished. Thud. The spiked board struck Gu An's side, tearing away a large chunk of flesh from her arm. In excruciating pain, Gu An disregarded her wound and fled, rushing towards the door. She didn't even know where to go or what she was doing, just running frantically down the stairs. When she reached the 5th floor, she felt someone shove her hard, causing her to tumble down the stairs and crash into the corridor. Her head struck the steps, creating a wound that bled profusely. Gu An's consciousness began to blur, and she vaguely saw a pale face approaching. Get away, monster! With her last bit of strength, Gu An escaped to the inner side of the corridor, crashing into the middle door with a sharp sound. Is anyone there to accompany me in death? Her body began to fade, and all life activities gradually came to a halt. With her last ounce of strength, she raised her hand and struck the middle door with all her might, producing a loud noise. Ugh! Ow! Then she was violently torn open by the Wangxi soul, her heart ceasing to beat. Inside the room, Cheng Xu was rapidly reviewing documents, flipping through files to check the entry on Wangxi soul. Where are the weaknesses? Where are the weaknesses? The Wangxi soul is a collective spiritual life with no conventional physical entity. It only manifests a physical structure when attacking or influencing objects in the real world. This physical structure does not represent its body, and damage to it cannot reach its essence, nor can it affect its actions. However, when physical attacks are obstructed, it will resort to mental-level attacks. We found that such attacks mainly involve memory. For those with normal memories, the attack will make them forget who they are, leading to a strong sense of loss that could result in suicide. But for patients with amnesia, Alzheimer's, or schizophrenia, this mental attack actually restores their memories. After inflicting a mental attack, once the Wangxi soul will completely disappear, losing its life. At this moment, the Wangxi soul outside the door completed its devouring, turning Gu An's corpse into its own. Her chest was wide open, filled with sharp teeth, and the gaps between her ribs were filled with grotesque tissues. The Wangxi soul could locate itself through the fear emitted by humans, and although Cheng Xu had certain emotional barriers, he couldn't guarantee he felt no fear at all. He stood beside the sofa, maintaining a coiled state, while desperately recalling things that could bring him happiness. Even so, he couldn't dispel all the fear within him, as instincts rooted in humanity kept him on high alert against the Wangxi soul outside. It was this faint alertness that made the evolved Wangxi soul aware of his presence. Smack! The gaping wound on Gu An's chest got stuck directly against Cheng Xu's door, and a large amount of black viscous liquid began to spew forth from the wound, corroding Cheng Xu's door. 94, 91, 86. Cheng Xu watched the steadily declining life value of the door. That thing had cost Cheng Xu an unknown amount of materials to construct. If it were to be destroyed due to this unwarranted disaster, he would be heartbroken. However, compared to a door, life was far more important to Cheng Xu. He understood the priorities. Since the wandering soul had already discovered him, Cheng Xu decided to stop pretending and directly took out the arrowhead press to start crafting arrows. This must be what the managers referred to as the evolved wandering soul. It should have a physical form and considerable lethality. After preparing enough arrows, Cheng Xu set up 3 iron wires at the door as a basic tripwire trap. Cheng Xu planned to use his hand crossbow to attack once his door was dismantled. If he couldn't kill the wandering soul, he would then take the risk of using his skills. Soon Cheng Xu's door had corroded to 50 and the door hinges began to creak. At the moment the life value of the security door dropped below 50, the lock was corroded and broke, and the door was slowly pushed open by the wandering soul. Gu An's body was left with only a single intact vertebra. The rest had become part of that gaping blood-soaked. The upper half of her body had completely cracked open, all the tissues transforming into a massive jaw lined with sharp teeth oozing foul pus. Whoosh! Thud! The first bolt struck the wandering soul's head, instantly splattering Gu An's lifeless face with gushing blood. Crack! Thud! In less than half a second the head tilted back and fell to the ground much like a useless ornament. Cheng Xu quickly reloaded and fired the second arrow before the wandering soul could take a step forward. The bolt struck Gu An's spine, shattering the vertebra that had been nearly corroded by the black pus. Then the second body of the wandering soul slowly collapsed in a bowing position, losing its support as it began to melt into black pus. Cheng Xu remembered reading that the wandering soul liked to strangle its prey. So the moment Gu An's body fell, Cheng Xu instinctively crouched down. Smack! The wandering soul's hands clapped together but failed to grasp Cheng Xu's neck. Immediately after, Cheng Xu quickly stood up, relying on his killer instincts, and reversed grip on the Amei dagger, thrusting it toward the wandering soul's neck. At the same time, Cheng Xu's legs powered up, preparing to swiftly escape after the strike. Just as the 2 sharp spikes crossed, the wandering soul's form vanished. Cheng Xu felt a chilling wind rise behind his neck. He exerted force in his legs, shifting his retreat direction, propelling his body half a foot forward. Crack! The gaping maw of the wandering soul closed just inches from his body, spraying a foul-smelling liquid. Cheng Xu's body tilted, revealing his left arm, and the loaded crossbow arrow was instantly fired successfully, hitting the wandering soul's jaw. Hiss! The wandering soul, harmed in its physical form, emitted an angry shriek. Thud! Cheng Xu lost his balance and fell to the ground, straining his waist and abdomen, attempting to spring back up but the wandering soul had already transformed into a chaotic wave, drilling into his head. Cheng Xu, barely having risen half an inch, fell again, his body starting to convulse. It's over. Realizing he had fallen victim to the wandering soul's mental attack, Cheng Xu instinctively began to struggle, but it was all in vain. He soon sank into the whirlpool of consciousness. In fact, he shouldn't have been so worried. After all, the report clearly stated that the wandering soul's mental shock had no effect on those with mental illness, even having a healing effect. But this is also a common trait among those with mental illness. They are unwilling to admit their condition, believing themselves to be perfectly normal. Cheng Xu was no different. In his subconscious, he saw himself as merely a normal person with a little mental issue. Every time after visiting the doctor, he would secretly hide the second medical report, leaving only the page that stated emotional. He would selectively ignore the parts about intermittent mania, traumatic amnesia, and hippocampal shadows. At this moment, he was experiencing a dream stemming from the memories buried deep within his heart. Cheng Xu saw a woman sitting on the ground, crying, with 2 bottles of white liquor beside her, both nearly empty. The room was filled with the scent of alcohol, making Cheng Xu want to sneeze. He found himself lying under the table, his stomach aching terribly, with a shoe print on his clothes which appeared to belong to a man's leather shoe. Mom! Cheng Xu noticed his voice was very hoarse, and the name he called out made his heart ache suddenly. The woman with disheveled hair turned around, her face covered in blood, her nose and lips torn apart. The dried blood looked somewhat blackened, making her appear like a malevolent ghost. Child, why don't you go out and play for a bit? When you come back, I'll have dinner ready for you. A forced smile appeared on the woman's face, her eyes swollen, showing no trace of happiness. All right. Cheng Xu crawled out from under the table, realizing his body seemed to have shrunk. Standing up, he was still just as he was about to leave, the sound of keys jingling came from the doorway, followed by a footstep that made Cheng Xu's heart tremble. He saw the man's face. There were 3 claw marks on his face, swollen and ready to burst, as if dozens of eyes were about to appear, which filled Cheng Xu with disgust. You little brat, dare to glare at me again. The man raised what seemed to be a brick in his hand. A wave of intense rage surged in Cheng Xu's heart, flooding his mind, prompting him to emit a wounded, beast-like growl. You die for me. His body began to move uncontrollably, directly charging toward the man's groin, aiming between his legs and delivering a heavy punch. Then Cheng Xu heard a crisp sound from the back of his head, and the world suddenly fell into darkness. A voice echoed in his ear. You have found the anger in your heart. That is your power. No, I hate it. Let me forget all of this. Just like last time, let me pretend I remember nothing. Let me escape from it all. How pitiful. Pitiful. We can never forget. We will always be angry until you annihilate everything that disgusts you. Only then will the anger subside. Kill. Kill everything. Cheng Xu suddenly awoke from his unconsciousness, his eyes blazing with endless fury, as if everything in the world had morphed into the visage of that man. He saw his house and 3 intruders breaking into his room. One of them was holding a dagger ready to stab Cheng Xu, but was startled by Cheng Xu's fierce glare, causing the knife to fall to the ground. "Boss, tear you apart." Cheng Xu's body suddenly surged like a phantom, picking up the dagger and plunging it directly into the neck of the intruder before him. The powerful force shattered his cervical spine, sending the intruder's body crashing into the other 2 thieves. The 2 were taken aback. Just as they turned, Cheng Xu had already arrived, the sharp, folding knife slashing down at one man's neck abruptly, causing a jet of blood to spurt from the burst carotid artery. Amidst the blood mist, Cheng Xu's figure resembling the Grim Reaper charged at the last intruder, knocking him to the ground. Cheng Xu did not use a weapon. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit down, tearing the man's throat apart, ripping off a large chunk of flesh. Tung Chia, impressive. Caxi Chia, let me see this kid's profile. Whoa, is this the awakening of the first mental? Tung Chia, this kid's mental world is filled with violence and anger. He's a good candidate for a killer. In their view, Cheng Xu had brutally chopped the thief's body into several pieces, his rage slightly subsiding. What is wrong with me? Cheng Xu looked at his blood-soaked body and the thief on the ground, whose face still held a look of horror and death, feeling somewhat incredulous. He slowly closed the door, which had lost all meaning, and sat at the entrance, tightly gripping the folding knife in his hand. In his panel, the skill mental tier had successfully lit up. Anger disaster. After use, you will transform into an angry disaster, gaining a 300 boost to all attributes, but you will lose all rationality, attacking all living beings you see. The angry disaster state will last for 8 hours. After that, you will enter a 24-hour period of weakness, during which your attribute values will drop to 20 of their original state. What just happened? Why can't I remember anything? Cheng Xu held his head, sitting in the pool of blood, feeling powerless. In fact, Cheng Xu had been unconscious for longer than he had imagined. After he killed those 3 thieves, only 10 minutes remained until morning. Cheng Xu stood dazed in the pool of blood for 10 minutes, his mind blank, as he tried to process the shock of everything that had just happened. His devouring seed rapidly converted the flesh and blood of those individuals into his life force. When the light of dawn broke, Cheng Xu felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. He stood up unsteadily, numbly gathered all his weapons, and walked out the door. Repairing the door requires 7 wooden planks, 11 iron bars, and 6 springs. Cheng Xu repeated those figures like a soulless machine, then picked up Zhang Fen's door key and headed towards the stairs. His face was covered in blood, and anyone would hesitate to approach such a blood-soaked harbinger of death. Survivor, good morning. I believe all of you are eagerly anticipating the arrival of dawn. Yesterday, 559 people perished. The remaining number of survivors is 192. Congratulations to all. Tonight marks the last night in this community. Let's celebrate. Survivors. Cheng Xu did not even check this message. He walked in a daze towards building No. 7. Unaccustomed to taking the elevator, Cheng Xu walked all the way up to the 12th floor and pushed open the door of room 1203. Achoo. Standing at the doorway, he suddenly sneezed, expelling a clump of crimson from his nostrils. My head hurts. I need to drink some water. Wait, where am I? Finally, Cheng Xu became fully conscious. His brain had finally isolated the memories, and the sudden recollections from last night were shoved back to the deepest recesses of his mind. 71203. Is this Zhang Fen's place? Cheng Xu scratched his head and closed the door. Zhang Fen's home was very minimalist, with not much furniture. In the living room lay a stack of weights and a yoga mat, nothing. Her choice for fortifying the house was also that of a fortress type. Many materials Cheng Xu had not found were supplemented by what was available in Zhang Fen's home. The materials Cheng Xu had dismantled even filled one of his space bags. After tidying up Zhang Fen's home, he noticed that the room next door was also open, the door covered in fresh scars. Various items were scattered across the room, including broken weapons and damaged armor. It seemed the owner of this room had undergone a deadly struggle. Snap. The fact that the reinforcement materials could be dismantled indicated that the owner of this home was dead. Cheng Xu began gathering again, stopping only after more than 4 hours. By the way, why hasn't the notification been sent yet? I still want to see how many people died. Finally, Cheng Xu remembered to open the system and discovered that he seemed to have missed a lot of information. So tonight is the last day. Cheng Xu sat on the bare bed frame, taking a moment to rest. I wonder if continuing to reinforce the room will still be useful. Taking advantage of the break, Cheng Xu checked his profession. 1. Produce 2 short knives. 2. Produce 10 arrows. 3. Produce 1 short sword. It seems quite feasible. I should level up before nightfall and unlock the shadow step skill. Thus, Cheng Xu decided not to leave and instead searched for ready-made materials in that room. I wonder if a wooden knife counts. Cheng Xu took out a dull axe, chopped off a leg from a stool, and began carving it into the A few minutes later, the short knife was completed. 1. Produce 2 short knives. 12. The task prompt popped up, confirming that the wooden knife indeed counted. Cheng Xu tossed the wooden knife aside, picked up the axe again, and continued carving. Half an hour later, the tasks for the wooden knife and wooden sword were completed, and Cheng Xu planned to return home. As soon as he opened the door, a sneaky figure slipped into the hallway, colliding directly with Cheng Xu. Oh. The person was startled by Cheng Xu's blood-soaked appearance, quickly throwing out 2 shurikens before fleeing in a panic. Cheng Xu was also startled and quickly ducked down, avoiding the attack of those 2 shurikens. Such fast shurikens. Cheng Xu did not pursue and allowed that guy to run down the stairs. Listening to the receding footsteps, he pressed the elevator button. Tonight should be the arena competition mentioned by the managers. I wonder what kind of opponent I will encounter. I just hope I don't run into that guy again. At that moment, the manager's group also sent a message. Tung Chia Kashi Chia, did you see that our no 2 seed and no 1 seed just encountered each other? Kashi Chia, what's up? Are you suggesting a proxy war? Tung Chia, of course. Don't you want to know whose judgment is more Kashi Chia? Should we give it a try? Tung Chia and Chia boss, could we arrange for the no 1 and no 2 seeds to face off tonight? Nan Chia Lord Disaster also thinks so. It would make for a better show. Tung Chia, great, I'll bet 1,000. Kashi Chia, I'll bet 1,001. Tung Chia, so we're competing on this too. Kashi Chia, aren't you the one who's... Tung Chia, just wait for tonight. Let's see how my assassin deals with your master of hidden weapons. Cition, Chia, perfect, I've finished organizing the schedule. Thanks to both of you for your timely suggestions, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to adjust it. Cition, Chia, battle information. Zip Cheng Xu downloaded the file, but did not dare to open it right away, otherwise it might expose his identity. He pretended to know nothing and jogged back to his room. Following his previous plan, he reinforced the room and crafted 10 crossbow arrows, completing the task, and after acquiring the skill, he pretended to rest lying on the bed while checking the file. The document contained not only the list of duels, but also detailed information about each participant. The information was extremely detailed, even including each person's weapon inventory. When Cheng Xu saw his opponent, his pupils suddenly constricted. Name Tang Yin, level survivor LV5, profession master of hidden weapons, skills Xian Yu hand, hidden weapon mastery, hidden weapon forging, weapons flying needles 43, a money dart 20, arm crossbow 1, crossbow arrows 4, flying knives 29. Why do I feel like I've seen this person's skills somewhere before? It evokes a genuine sense of disgust. Is it just my imagination? Facing such a person who relies entirely on ranged attacks and lacks martial skills, Cheng Xu planned to charge in headfirst and seize the initiative. Individuals who play with hidden weapons are a source of future troubles. If I don't kill them now, they might become a threat later. If they fall into my hands, it might not be a bad thing after all. Before nightfall, Cheng Xu rested for a while, conserving his energy and restoring his strength. The managers were eagerly anticipating this focal battle, even carefully analyzing the fighting styles of the two combatants and conducting a simulated battle. Tung Chia, in terms of simulation win rates, our little guy isn't very favorable. Kaxi Chia, after all, the terrain at night is random. As long as he can maintain distance, the unformed assassin absolutely can't approach the master of hidden weapons. Sure, Chia. Oh, you guys are simulating a battle. Who won? Kaxi Chia, Seed 2 has a win rate of 73. What do you think? Tung Chia, but they haven't fought yet. What if the terrain randomly favors close distance? Kaxi Chia, you're just being stubborn. Cition Chia. Oh, so that's why he's Seed 2. Ru Chia, Seed competitors don't have rankings, they were just randomly assigned. Mei Goei Chia, there's half an hour until nightfall. Oh, let's prepare for the transfer measures. Shui Chia, what's the next map again? Nan Chia, water prison or island? Shui Chia, the brand new monsters I've prepared are finally useful. Tung Chia, I've finally come up with a perfect solution. One that will guarantee his victory over Seed 2. Kaxi Chia, still talking about this. Tung Chia, as long as he has enough crossbow bolts to fire continuously before getting close to the opponent, and then activates Angry Calamity. Kaxi Chia, the win rate is 100, but it requires at least 43 crossbow bolts, and they must hit accurately. Have you lost your mind thinking of such a tactic? Tung Chia, but I can do it. Kaxi Chia, your combat department is full of monsters, he's just a survivor. How can they be the same? Half an hour later, Cheng Xu opened his eyes, radiating sharpness. He wrapped his head and mouth in armor, leaving only his eyes exposed, feeling slightly reassured by the metallic scent of the armor. He checked his crossbow bolts, loaded his hand crossbow, and attached 3 bolts to the side of the armor. Then he took out his fist blade, which he hadn't used in a long time, and strapped it to his left arm to serve as a shield. At that moment, the bell tolled. Survivors. Tonight the life and death arena will commence, and your final test is about. The victor will receive rewards and continue to survive. The loser will perish, turning into a puddle like those fallen survivors. Now open your doors and step into your arena. Cheng Xu equipped himself, took a deep breath for 2 seconds to adjust his state, and decisively opened the door. A flash of white light passed, and everything beside him vanished. 2 seconds later, his vision returned to normal, the scent of dust filling his nostrils as the surrounding space was saturated with a dark and damp atmosphere. This is a basement. Cheng Xu reacted. He had only ever smelled this damp, earthy scent in the underground storage of his apartment complex. The narrow space was cluttered with debris, and the completely dark storage room made it impossible to discern what those items were. Cheng Xu did not move recklessly. Instead, he slowly crouched down to listen intently to the sounds around him. Sure enough, not far from him, there was a desperate attempt to hold one's breath, but a distinct sound of breathing was still evident. Stealth took effect. Oh, Cheng Xu's voice and form completely vanished. It was only then that he stood up, observing the situation in the dark. Perhaps due to the bonuses of the assassin profession, Cheng Xu felt as if he could see clearly in such darkness. The figure hiding behind a roll of waterproof film was quite distinct. Unable to activate Shadow Step, the distance is over 2 meters. Cheng Xu attempted to aim with his arm crossbow, and found that the master of hidden weapons Tang Yin was skillfully hiding in the dead angle of his aim. Cheng Xu crouched down again, hiding behind a pile of construction debris, contemplating how to approach Tang Yin. Just as he crouched down, a crisp metallic buzzing sound rang in his ear. Ding! A silver needle fell to the ground, seemingly having just hit the construction debris beside Cheng Xu. Tang Yin couldn't hold back any longer. Without being able to unlock sound localization, he was entirely blind in the basement with no place to showcase his hidden weapon skills. He had faintly heard some movement from that direction at first, but the sounds diminished increasingly until they completely vanished. In this eerie atmosphere, he could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. He feared that his enemy had already found him and wanted to test the opponent's location. Thus, he threw a silver needle toward the direction where he first heard the sound. But unfortunately, he hit nothing. Tang Yin's hands trembled from anxiety as he picked up a second silver needle, intending to try again. However, due to difficulty in breathing, his fingers could not calm down, continuing to shake, making it impossible to throw the flying needle. Damn, come out, Tang Yin shouted casually, throwing 5 or 6 gold needles in various directions within the basement, firing them in a sweeping manner. Yet there was still no one. Tang Yin began to haphazardly throw hidden weapons in the basement. The more he failed to hit anything, the more panicked he became. He was someone who usually liked to ambush others and always sought to gain an advantage. He had never suffered a loss. But today he felt the taste of being ambushed by someone else. That feeling like a thorn in his back made Tang Yin feel utterly uncomfortable, his anger rising. Can't hold it together anymore. I can only say you're even worse than that, Tang Yin. Cheng Xu felt Tang Yin's footsteps, and at the moment he got close. Shadow step activated. A figure more secretive than a ghost and swifter than an arrow suddenly appeared behind Tang Yin. A faint silver light flashed, and Cheng Xu permanently ended Tang Yin's panic and fear. Tang Yin's neck was pierced by the folding knife, his cervical vertebrae precisely severed by Cheng Xu. Though this stab did not entirely claim Tang Yin's life, his body could only move his head. I don't want to die. I don't. Crack. Cheng Xu had no mind to listen to a person's last words, and immediately, devouring seed quickly activated, swallowing Tang Yin's body. Cheng Xu sat atop a small pile of construction debris, waiting for the managers to announce the results. Tung Xia said, "What? Coming. Here. Caxi Xia, you disturbed my eyes." Tung Xia, simple and easy with a bang. Hey, what master of hidden weapons, what seed, 2 dead. Ru Xia, lucky competitors don't go far. Tung Xia, TCH'll tell you they definitely go far. Cheng Xu finished this battle the fastest. While he sat down to rest, the other contestants were still locked in a fight to the death. The matches arranged for this arena competition were not randomly generated, but rather the result of careful planning and discussion. Essentially, they were organized with an eye towards showcasing entertainment. The matchups included, but were not limited to, female fighter versus male thug, emaciated patient versus obese source of infection, female nun versus male goblin shield soldier versus armorer, and Viking berserker versus Spartan berserker. These gimmick-filled matches drew large crowds, but the most explosive battle was actually that between Cheng Xu and Tang Yin. The organizers named this duel Cold-Blooded Assassin versus Master of Hidden Weapons, and specifically labeled it as Seed No. 1 versus Seed No. 2. A massive audience anticipated this battle, with many betting on it to amass wealth. However, this highly publicized match ended after only 3 minutes, leaving Cheng Xu the only one sitting there shaking his legs. The organizers initially thought that the viewership would plummet, but to their surprise it surged, almost doubled. Cognitive Entity Alpha, a clean and decisive kill. To achieve such a level as a human is nothing short of masterful. Multi-core consciousness 336. I really want to capture him as a pet. Disaster Lord, how much for one? Antimatter Group 2036. Can I replicate one to the dark side of the universe? As the superior of all the organizers, the figure referred to as Disaster Lord was currently sitting in his office, enjoying the increase in revenue brought by this live broadcast. Make sure to take special care of this guy, ensuring he can participate in the final competition. Yes, Disaster Lord. As the focus of the live broadcast, Cheng Xu was completely unaware. He was waiting for the organizers to announce the results. After waiting for a long time, the results still didn't come out. Perhaps it was because the shield soldier and armorer were still locked in their urination battle. Bored, Cheng Xu began to build a card house with Tang Yin's hidden weapons. After all, he had no intention of keeping those items, except for the one crossbow that was similar to his own style. When the card house reached the 3rd layer, all arena matches finally concluded, and the first survival game also came to an end. Let us congratulate the last 96 survivors. They will enter the next round of the game and receive a special gift. This gift is actually sorted according to the popularity of the live broadcast. No survivor knew the specific rules for receiving their gifts. Cheng Xu felt a flash of light in front of him as the painstakingly built card house collapsed, scattering everywhere. Moments later, Cheng Xu returned to his room, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort at the sight of the familiar door. Congratulations, Survivor Cheng Xu. You will receive skill points 3, special enhancement materials 10, selected weapons 2, selected items 2, special reward 1. The next competition will start in 12 hours. A huge box appeared in Cheng Xu's home, likely containing those selected items. Cheng Xu did not rush to open the box, but instead began selecting his skill points. The first 2 skills of each branch had no intervals. As one progressed further, the intervals increased, with some at the end having gaps of 5 or 6 points. Those blank interval points could only enhance the survivor's attributes without offering any key skills. So Cheng Xu planned to exchange the first 2 skills from the branches of Killing Art and Stealth Technique. Since he had already obtained Hibernation and Shadow Step this time, he chose skills from the Killing Art branch. Apart from Tulyuo Seal, he also acquired a melee attack skill, Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike launch a raid attack that ignores obstacles, able to transform into a shadow and rush to the target, launching a stab with the right-hand weapon. Maximum range 10 meters. Cost 10 stamina points. Cheng Xu spent the remaining skill point on stealth technique. Upon leveling up once more, he would unlock the next skill, Chaotic Shadow Bloom. Cheng Xu stood up from his sofa. Just as he was about to open the box to check his rewards, he heard a sound of water coming from outside. Immediately after, a stench filled with the odor of fermented protein seeped through the crack in the door. Cheng Xu approached the door and looked through the peephole. A dimly lit environment came into view with filthy, nauseating green water, floating, containing bits of rotten flesh and decayed bones. Outside his house was a structure built from wooden sticks, with 2 corpses nearly reduced to skeletons tied to it, surrounded by swarms of flies. The areas beside the structure were filled with disgusting green, stinking water littered with decaying garbage and flies. In these areas there were even barbed wire fences as restrictions. If one accidentally fell into the stinky water, it would be difficult to swim back to shore unless willing to have pieces of flesh torn off by the barbs. In the area connected to the structure, there was a small building made of mud, which seemed to connect various different zones. Due to the limited visibility, Cheng Xu could not see anything more. It seems this time the theme is water prison, even more disgusting than I expected. Cheng Xu walked to the living room window, removed a protective reinforcement panel, and checked the outside environment. The area connected to his living room appeared to be a landfill with numerous bodies piled up together from new to old, and maggots and flies seemed to be the only theme here. Even from behind the glass, Cheng Xu could hear that annoying buzzing. Among the many corpses, Cheng Xu also saw 3 or 4 thin green figures holding long hooks flipping through the body. Suddenly, one green figure seemed to have spotted Cheng Xu pointing at his window and letting out a sharp shriek. Cheng Xu hurriedly put the reinforcement panel back in place, no longer looking at those creatures. Perhaps due to their height, not reaching Cheng Xu's window, those creatures shouted a few times near his glass and then left. This is simply too. Seeing such a terrible environment, Cheng Xu decided to prepare 2 sets of protective gear for himself, one to cover his whole body and another for facial protection. In these conditions, any injury would be disastrous. I need to prepare more medical supplies. Upon opening the cardboard box, Cheng Xu discovered that it indeed contained some items that could be deemed special. Besides the 4 self-selected boxes, there were also 10 special enhancement materials inside. These enhancement materials could directly elevate the level of a piece of furniture, allowing for individual upgrades without consuming other materials. The special reward was a walkie-talkie. Or rather, something that resembled a walkie-talkie. Cheng Xu tried pressing the radio switch on the walkie-talkie, only to find it had no— Tingxia, hurry, I want to chat with him. After announcing the rules. Maiguoqi, it's being announced. Cheng Xu received a notification from Maiguoqi. Welcome victorious survivors to your second competition. Before the competition begins, you will have 12 hours to rest, and there will be no monsters during the first 3 days of this competition. After 3 days, you will compete against previous contestants for the qualification to ascend to a higher tier. In this competition, you will officially begin your evolution from human, climbing the steps to a higher level of divine. At the endless end, what awaits you will be the throne of becoming divine. TCH, such grand promises. Cheng Xu continued to check the information in the management group while unpacking the supplies. Maiguoqi, it's done, hurry up. Satiki, yeah, once it's over we still have to thaw those guys frozen in time. Tingxia, right away. Buzz. The walkie-talkie in Cheng Xu's hand vibrated, and then a voice indistinguishable as male or female emanated from it. Hello, Cheng Xu. Tinky's voice surprised Cheng Xu a bit as it was accompanied by a very heavy electronic tone. Hello. Cheng Xu expressed a hint of confusion. I am one of your managers. From the very beginning until now, I have been your supporter. You must hold on until the end. Cheng Xu remained silent, intentionally portraying a disinterested demeanor, his face showing indifference. Well, we know you are a pragmatic person. This call is just to chat and to give you some special gifts. Suddenly 3 options appeared before Cheng Xu, seemingly the contents of the special gifts. 3 sustainable growth enhancement items. B. 1 instant revival opportunity. C. A weapon with growth attributes. Cheng Xu thought for a moment and chose a. Good. No, the gift will be sent to you shortly. Wait a moment. Boom. Suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared before Cheng Xu, revealing a powerful creature formed entirely from electricity. Our boss won't let me talk to you. So let's keep this conversation quiet. The lightning figure whispered. What exactly are you doing? Remember to choose flamboyant crystal turbulent surge child of nature later. After saying this, Tinky's figure vanished as swiftly as it had come. After Tingxia left, 3 silver-white orbs appeared in front of Cheng Xu, which now seemed empty. Another voice came from the walkie-talkie, indistinguishable as male or female, sounding somewhat annoyed. Survivor, what item do you choose? Flamboyant crystal turbulent surge child of nature. Okay. Both sides felt a bit awkward except for Tingxia, who kept laughing in the background. The 3 orbs emitted the requested items that Cheng Xu had chosen, glowing with a green radiance. The management group was in an uproar, seemingly all questioning Tingxia. Shiiki, do you know that because you rushed out we stopped broadcasting for 5 seconds? Nanki Lord Disaster has spoken, deducting half a month's salary from you. Satiki, this is too outrageous for a single survivor. Is it really necessary? Tingxia, this is the last batch, the final group of the competition ladder. I finally found a little guy I like. Baidunkey, we can't let this slide. If it happens again, you'll lose half a year's salary. Tingxia, I promise it won't happen again. Cheng Xu looked at the somewhat old-fashioned emoticon and found it somewhat amusing. However, he still remained expressionless, instead examining the 3 special rewards he held in his hand. Flamboyant crystal can grow crystal scales on the user's skin, and every 12 hours the scales will undergo growth, gradually covering the user's entire body. Once the user's skin is completely covered, the scales will gradually increase in hardness, with the time interval remaining 12 hours. Turbulent surge. After use, a hot spring will be generated containing absolutely pure water. Bathing in it can eliminate fatigue and purify the body of viruses and bacteria. Upon contact with or drinking the hot spring water, a 3-day enhancement effect will be granted, during which the enhanced individual will be immune to all viruses and bacteria. Child of nature. The user will gain the ability to connect with nature, slightly absorbing nutrients when close to decayed matter and soil, and living in an environment filled with plants, fungi, and bacteria will enhance this ability. Once this ability grows to a certain stage, the user's physical attributes will experience a substantial increase, raising. The managers seemed to be busy thawing time, and no one was in the group chat. Nobody was watching him. Cheng Xu slowed down his pace and began to browse, since there were a full 12 hours of rest time. What is this? There are actually weapons that can grow. I almost got scammed. Cheng Xu selected 2 weapons capable of growth as his most commonly used blades for the future. Blood-soaked string LV0, a bow stained with blood, yearning for more slaughter. To nourish it, the more slaughter it sees, the more powerful it becomes. The bow currently appeared very rough, its limbs resembling the legs of a wooden table, saw off carelessly. Once you evolve, let me see what a blood-soaked bowstring looks like. The second weapon was naturally a dagger, still in the folding knife style that Cheng Xu favored. By Chue LV0, a rough and dull small folding knife, only the bones of enemies can sharpen its blade. Upon being stained with bright red, it will become the sharpest scythe of the Grim Reaper. Slaughter can strengthen it. What a good item. Due to the extremely harsh environment, Cheng Xu was concerned about the possibility of infection once the antibacterial enhancement on him faded. Thus, he spent 3 units of enhancement materials to reinforce the door, windows, and drainage system, enabling his house to have strong antibacterial functions at all points of connection with the outside world. He planned to save the remaining materials for emergencies. From the 2 remaining random selection boxes, Cheng Xu chose a Rescue Supplies replenishment card and a Vitality Vine. The Rescue Supplies replenishment card, as the name suggests, could provide Cheng Xu with a large amount of rescue supplies, including food, water, medical supplies, sleeping bags, and survival tools. The Vitality Vine, on the other hand, was another item that could grow. The Vitality Vine can devour corpses, decaying matter, and soil nutrients, increasing the user's stamina limit. This item was advantageous for Cheng Xu, who heavily relied on skills. Although Cheng Xu currently did not know how much stamina it could provide, it was still a hopeful prospect. He placed the hot spring water into his bathtub, intending to eat something before taking a bath. However, when Cheng Xu turned on the faucet to fill some water, a squelching sound emanated from the pipes. Immediately, green slime surged out of his faucet. Cheng Xu was quick to react, hastily shutting off the faucet, and then took a basin to scoop water from the hot spring. So that's how it is. No wonder Ting Chia was willing to risk a deduction in wages to come down and tell me the correct choice. This made Cheng Xu even more curious about how much he had won at the casino. As the foul substance dissolved rapidly upon contact with the hot spring water, the stench quickly vanished. For safety, Cheng Xu used the hot spring water to wash all his pots and pans and wipe down the kitchen with a towel. Still feeling uneasy, he filled a spray bottle with hot spring water and disinfected the entire house. After completing all this, Cheng Xu lay back in the hot spring water, feeling the warmth and nourishment of the spring. Crystal scales had already begun to appear on his body, mainly concentrated around his abdomen and chest, feeling like glass to the touch. Is the end of this competition really becoming a deity? Cheng Xu's thoughts drifted, allowing his mind to relax, and he unconsciously leaned against the bathtub and fell asleep. He slept for 4 hours and only slowly awakened when his body began to feel uncomfortable, noticing that his skin had pruned from soaking. Cheng Xu hurriedly got up, dried himself, and used the hot spring water to flush the toilet. Wait a minute, if they don't have a clean water source, can I sell the hot spring to trade for something? After all, everyone had gone through the first round of slaughter in the game, and the chances of them attacking each other upon meeting had decreased significantly. Many people would likely become more cautious about their lives. Those who made it to the second round were either clever individuals, battle maniacs, or smart battle maniacs. After all, formal rules had yet to be released, and no one knew what this world would become. Setting up a shop in a survival game. Can I afford the price? That spring generated by items could not normally be moved. Only Cheng Xu himself could relocate it, and the spring water was virtually impossible to steal. But the biggest consequence of opening a shop would be becoming a target. Those with ulterior motives would actively seek trouble. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, this is a survival game, and I am not someone who covets wealth. Cheng Xu tidied up his clothes, put on his armor again, and then donned normal clothes to start inventorying his food. He still had quite a bit of food left from the earlier rounds of the survival game, mainly consisting of beef cans, with a total of 14 cans remaining, enough for Cheng Xu to eat for 14 days. The bread he obtained from Zhang Fun was also still available, but there weren't many, only 7 or 8 bags at that time. Cheng Xu had taken a bit out of interest as snacks. Food is also a problem. Although I have emergency supplies, if they run out, I will have to use spring water as a trading item. Cheng Xu organized and categorized his supplies, then lay back on his bed, falling into sleep once more. When the 8th hour arrived, Cheng Xu instinctively sat up, only to find that the clock had not rung. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well check out the situation outside and plan some exploration. Cheng Xu quickly got up, taking his remaining 4-layer group as his notebook and began to write. First, he opened the window covering in his bedroom, revealing the adjacent corpse burial ground. Cheng Xu took a few photos, then reinstalled the protective board to avoid being discovered by monsters. Directly opposite his bedroom was a breeding farm, and inside were not other creatures, but a group of humans, their bodies filled with fat, looking extraordinarily plump. These humans appeared to have no distinctions of gender, lacking any identifiable features, only the fat piled like swim ring. Cheng Xu couldn't even be sure if these beings were human. Perhaps they are not human after all. The ones in the nearby burial ground bear no resemblance to them. Cheng Xu walked to the kitchen and found that it faced a livestock barn on the ranch where dozens of fat humanoid livestock were lying down, emitting low growls. Splash. One humanoid livestock suddenly began to excrete, and a stream of green pus gushed down, flowing into the nearby puddle. So the water in the water prison is all these creatures' waste. The more Cheng Xu thought about it, the more nauseated he felt, and he simply installed the protective board, swearing never to open it again. Cheng Xu opened the protective board on the living room window, took a quick photo, then closed it to avoid being seen again by that green, emaciated creature. Cheng Xu began to input text as his record. Cheng Xu, rather than calling this a water prison, it is more like a livestock breeding shed. Cheng Xu, we are probably all food, or our corpses are the food, so that place is not a burial ground at all, but a livestock feed processing station. Cheng Xu, the green monster, is likely the ranch's manager, and those fat beings are probably the livestock. I don't know if these creatures have strong aggression, nor do I know how severe the pollution they bring is. Occasionally recording like this gives me a diary-like feeling. It's a pity I don't know what date it is today. Cheng Xu finished recording this and changed the group name from 4-layer group to notebook. With no one left on the 4th floor, I no longer live there. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to go back. Soon the 12-hour rest period came to an end, and all the doors were opened. Cheng Xu, fully equipped, cautiously opened the door and was greeted by the nauseating smells of the outside world. However, this posed little threat to Cheng Xu. In fact, it might even help enhance his attributes. Looking at the disgusting pool of foul-smelling pus outside the door, he tested the sturdiness of the wooden frame and came to a conclusion. He must not fight at the doorway. Can this thing really support my weight? Cheng Xu was quite skeptical about its sturdiness. To be safe, he took out an extra reinforced wooden board, planning to build a bridge. Unfortunately, in the area outside the room, the reinforced material could not extend to at that moment. It was merely the size. Cheng Xu stepped back inside, extended the wood, and placed it on the rocky steps on the opposite side. The long plank was successfully secured there. With this setup, it would be possible to cross safely, but the risk of leaving the door wide open was too great. What if an invisible enemy approached? It was not worth the risk. After much contemplation, Cheng Xu decided to cross over himself and look for something else to reinforce the frame. After a few minutes of careful crawling, he successfully reached the opposite shore. There stood a church built on a stone foundation with clay walls, its interior sparsely furnished with 2 rows of decaying benches and a podium. Behind the podium was the deity worshipped in this church. Its image was extremely filthy and primitive, appearing consistent with the surrounding environment. A tangle of ropes stuck together with slime. This can be considered a statue. In front of the idol there appeared to be a large chunk of white animal fat, presumably the meat of some humanoid livestock. Disgusting. Cheng Xu was about to leave the church to further explore the surroundings when he suddenly heard the creaking sound of the wooden frame nearby. Cheng Xu's nerves immediately tensed up. He raised the folding knife in his hand, and his hand crossbow was quickly drawn, ready to fire at any moment. Oh, I thought no one was here. A man holding a hammer raised his hand, clearly tense, maintaining a stance ready to attack. He wore a set of seemingly heavy plate armor, the kind Cheng Xu particularly despised. It was an absolute bane to crossbows. As long as he lowered his helmet, no bolt could harm him. I think we all need to calm down, or after all, it's not easy for anyone to come to this place. The man was the first to lower his hammer. Cheng Xu followed his lead and slowly lowered the folding knife, deliberately loosening the useless crossbow in front of him. That's right, let's keep this distance. Cheng Xu remained silent, but proved his agreement through his actions. Just as they were about to converse, they heard the sound of someone climbing the frame from another direction, along with audible curses. That ladder was made by that damned thing. As he climbed over the ladder and lifted his head, he nearly fell into the water from— Oh, don't be nervous, stay calm, or we won't harm you one bit. The man, not young anymore, had a head full of tangled white hair, looking as if he hadn't washed it in ages. He held a cobbler's awl and a small leather hammer, dressed in finely made leather armor. Old man, let's put down our weapons first. Just like us, let's chat together, shall we? The older man nodded, slowly lowering his less lethal weapon. The three stood in the corners of the room, maintaining a delicate distance, appearing harmonious, yet cautious of one another. I'll go first, since we will be neighbors for a long time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Yao, a blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the older man's expression softened considerably, and he began to introduce himself with a slight smile. Joda, I make shoes. Old man, that's not fair. I've already stated my profession. If you don't say, and this young brother doesn't speak either, then he'll be at a disadvantage. Ma Yao lifted his hammer, slightly weighing it in his hand. I am a tanner, well, I can't do anything else. Cheng Xu looked at the two men in front of him, thinking that anyone who could come here was certainly not an easy character. It's my turn. I am Li Su, a doctor. Cheng Xu fabricated an identity along with a non-threatening profession. Oh, a doctor? Then I must befriend you. Ma Yao chuckled and nodded at the two. What do you two plan to do next? Joda remained silent, his mouth crooked, maintaining a dazed, old man's demeanor. Cheng Xu had no choice but to speak up, picking up the conversation. Let's take a look around. Alright, from my observation, this pavilion has 4 paths, 3 leading to our residence, and the last should lead to another place. Cheng Xu looked toward the remaining path. A wide stone-paved road extended outside the church leading to a small island. Shall we go have a look? Cheng Xu nodded, a smile in his exposed eyes. You go first, we don't have armor as— Alright, then I'll take the lead for you two. Ma Yao showed no hesitation, directly stepping between the benches and walking toward the stone road. He moved without any sign of being harmed by traps, easily making it across the stone-paved road. Come on, there's no problem. Cheng Xu looked at Zhou De, who coughed and awkwardly said, You go first. Cheng Xu nodded, remaining alert to the movements behind him, and then walked toward the stone road. A few seconds later, he also crossed the stone-paved road and stepped onto the small island. The vegetation on the small island was lush, with several unknown trees completely blocking the sky, leaving no trace of sunlight. But the island itself was not very large. One could see the other side from this end. Through the gaps in the trees, Cheng Xu spotted 2 more stone-paved paths connected to the churches. These things are distributed along a web-like structure. Around the island, the areas divided by stone-paved roads were all identical sewage pits filled with decades-old thick pus. Once Zhou De arrived, the 3 maintained that delicate distance and began to explore the island. This place connects to other areas. It's impossible to see where the boundaries are. Indeed, I can't see the boundaries. On that small island, there were no resources, no flowers or low shrubs, only those sturdy and towering trees. The 3 individuals briefly explored the island before deciding to head to the next area for inspection. However, they did not find a path to the next island. It seemed that all the surrounding islands were closed off. Since this place was as it is, let's go back. I truly can't stand the stench anymore. Ma Yao proposed, and the other 2 nodded in agreement, as their exploration of the surrounding environment had nearly reached its limit. Just as they were about to return, the sky suddenly darkened, replaced by a dazzling starry nebula, plunging the entire world into darkness. Buzz, buzz. A mechanical alarm shattered the tranquility of the night, and in the distance a tall tower suddenly appeared, flickering with red light. Meanwhile, some barbed wire began to materialize out of thin air. The height of the barbed wire only reached half of an average person's height, forcing Cheng Xu and the other 2 to crouch as they moved forward. Whoosh! As the barbed wire enclosed all areas, the filthy water in the puddles began to rise slowly, with a large amount of filthy garbage and broken bones floating to the surface. Cheng Xu had no time to observe the actions of the 2 others. Crouching low, he barely made it home before the sewage reached the frame. Now he finally understood why this place was called the water prison. Thanks to the waterproof reinforcement of the door and glass, no filthy substances had seeped into Cheng Xu's room. However, the sound of moving water around him was continuously rising, reaching nearly the height of the ceiling within 10 minutes. In order to prevent all his supplies from being ruined, Cheng Xu packed his weapons and food into his spatial backpack within a— Fortunately, the effect of the house reinforcement was very effective, and the sewage had not seeped in. 20 minutes after the sewage stopped rising, the sound of receding tides could be heard outside. The dirty water began to descend, and the notification from the rose calabash came slowly. What do you all think after witnessing the true water prison? The sewage tide will come 3 times every night, each lasting between 20 to 30 minutes. During this time, the sewage in the water prison will overflow your roofs. Moreover, the true part of the prison will also reveal itself. Those stinking barbed wires will fill every corner you can see, forcing any human attempting to move within to crouch down. 3 days later, the true master of the sewage prison will appear, and at that time you will face a brand new survival challenge. However, to help you survive better in this disaster, I would like to remind you that there will be no barbed wire above your roof. I wish you all find a suitable way to survive during this 3-day adjustment period. As the sewage tide completely receded, Cheng Xu boosted himself with a hot spring buff and slowly opened the door. Ugh! The exterior of his security door was already covered with a thick, deep green viscous substance sticking to the door like moss, emanating a terrifying stench. That feeling was like 2 homeless men fighting in a box full of excrement, filled with all the foul odors of nature. More terrifying was that the wooden frame was also covered in similar substances, thick and sticky, causing the diameter of the slender wooden stick to double. To gather intelligence, Cheng Xu decided to carefully observe the rise and fall of the sewage tide to understand its developmental patterns. Thus, Cheng Xu held back his disgust and climbed along the frame to a position near the eaves, squeezing out from beside the barbed wire covered in green filth. If it weren't for this immunity virus buff, I estimate I would have been sick by now. The roof of his house still maintained the flat structure of a building, as if it had been cut directly from a high-rise. Perhaps I can build a second floor here as a base for the night. Cheng Xu looked around his house according to the order he observed during the day and found that the breeding farm still existed. A large number of livestock were dripping with green liquid, but they seemed completely unconcerned. On the sides of their faces, resembling those of humans, Cheng Xu saw organs that did not belong to mammals, gills. Those green creatures responsible for managing these livestock also grinned, revealing bright red fish gills. Are these guys having a feast? Those green creatures gathered together, grasping something with their long arms, gnawing on it. Cheng Xu wanted to observe the surrounding environment from a height, but found that aside from a few matchbox houses similar to his own, there were only puddles and small islands. Near each house there existed a similar breeding farm, with a completely identical structure. Those green creatures seemed to hold no particular hostility towards humans, allowing Cheng Xu to observe and spy. The information Cheng Xu could gather was very limited for the moment, so he opened the management group, hoping to gain more insights from their conversations. 10 calabash, haha, more than 60 people have already been soaked by dirty water. Lucky for us to be merciful, no virus in the first 3 days. Thorny calabash, but this smell is already stimulating enough for humans. Milk calabash, the real stimulation is yet to come. Once they know how the supplies are delivered, many will probably break down. Caxi calabash, great, the second wave of sewage tide has arrived. Prepare to deliver supplies. Suddenly Cheng Xu noticed that the moon and stars in the sky had also turned green at some point, making the light of the entire sky seem tainted by this filthy green water. Glug glug. The surrounding green sewage began to rise, the stench growing stronger. Survivors, your supplies for tonight have arrived. However, our transportation system has encountered a minor malfunction. Before Cheng Xu, a box filled with food floated up from the thick water, slowly spinning in the rising green tide. So, dear survivors, your supplies will only appear during high tide, so please don't worry, food and water will always be available. What difference does this make from eating excrement? Caxi calabash, ha. Even the number 1 seed is feeling nauseous. Rose calabash, it will be their most nauseating time in a few days. Thorny calabash, deliver the virus and bacteria to make the sewage truly deadly, and then deliver a limited number of disinfectant effervescent tablets. 10 calabash, even a dog's brain could figure that out. Hey, Cheng Xu heard someone calling him from the side. He turned his head and found it was Ma Yao from the next room, who had also climbed onto the roof, but was drenched from head to toe. How's it over there? I'm still alive. Cheng Xu was very cautious of this overly eager person, as it was quite unnatural to inquire about one's competitor in a survival game. Is your house not flooded? It is. Otherwise, why would I be up here on the roof? Cheng Xu's response was devoid of any excess emotional expression, neither showing disgust nor welcome. Ha, good to hear you're fine. Ma Yao perhaps sensed the hidden disdain in Cheng Xu and ceased further conversation, turning instead to ask the old man. Brother Zhou, is everything alright at your place? Zhou completely ignored him, pretending to be deaf. With a warm face pressed against 2 cold backsides, Ma Yao's expression faltered, but fortunately the night was thick and no one could see. If either of you needs help, I can come over at any time. This time, both Cheng Xu and Zhou remained silent, one on the roof stretching fur and hanging it out to dry, the other pretending to admire the scenery and scout the terrain. Ahem, my food and tools have been soaked by that filthy water. Is there anyone who can help me? What do you have to trade? Cheng Xu turned to inquire. However, he had no intention of truly trading with this guy, he just wanted to probe the other's body. After all, this guy had already started pleading for help in a lowly manner, indicating he was truly out of options. I can trade anything you want. Then I want your life. Will you give it? Cheng Xu's words nearly choked him. Ma Yao paused for quite a while before speaking again. I'm just a blacksmith. I only have some iron tools. Items. What do you mean? I have food and water here. If you want to trade, bring me the items. I won't accept anything else. This item. Ma Yao deliberately raised his voice, so Zhou and anyone else who might be around could hear. But the surroundings remained silent, with no one responding to him. You, right? Ma Yao seemed to suddenly realize something, and his tone became bolder. Isn't your house flooded? Where's the food and water? Cheng Xu turned away, pretending to take something out of his pocket, then pulled out a bag of sliced bread from his spatial backpack. Cheng Xu crumpled the plastic bag of bread, making a crackling sound, then placed the bag at his feet and patted it a few times. Come on, show some sincerity. A bag of bread for an item. That's too expensive. A bag of bread is absolutely not enough. Then there's no deal. What time is it to be picky? Do you have the qualification to do so? Cheng Xu pretended to retract the items, the plastic bag, making a rustling sound against him. Truly a case of kindness being mistaken for foolishness. Someone helps you, yet you still pick and choose. Li Su. No, brotherly, I really am out of options. We are both survivors, and we all understand each other's difficulties. Let's each take a step back. Ma Yao directly pulled out 2 glowing objects from his pocket, which clearly looked like special items. He'll trade these 2 items for 3 bags of bread. How about that? Come find me after the tide recedes. Sure thing, brother. Thank you, brother. Cheng Xu was pondering how to squeeze out more when he suddenly heard a faint spring sound from behind him. Cheng Xu's nerves instantly tensed, and he dropped down. A huge crossbow bolt with 4 claw hooks slammed beside him, grazing the back of his head. Half a second later, that bolt suddenly retreated, getting stuck at the edge of Cheng Xu's roof. Cheng Xu focused his gaze and realized this was not a crossbow bolt, but the tip of a grappling hook. A chain was tied to the bent hook, now taut, with a figure rapidly approaching Cheng Xu. This is insane. Cheng Xu raised his hand, and a dark mark shot along the chain. The person running on the rope performed an acrobatic sideways flip, dodging Cheng Xu's Tuo seal, and continued to. Seeing that the figure was only a few meters away from him, Cheng Xu decided to retreat, while advancing, tightening the spring of his crossbow, and firing a bolt. The person on the chain was more agile than Cheng Xu had anticipated, dodging the arrow with a near-performance level of flexibility. However, Cheng Xu had already retreated to the other side of the roof, and was readying his second bolt. The figure swiftly crossed the chain, climbed onto Cheng Xu's roof, and headed straight for the bag of bread left on the ground. So it was for food. Bang! The bolt flew out again. Huh. The figure let out a strange laugh, then did the splits, landing on the ground as the bolt whizzed past his hair. Crack. He tightly clutched the bag of bread, wanting to stand up again, but felt a warmth spreading across his back. What am I? His last half sentence could not be spoken as he fell into unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Behind him bloomed a blood rose the crimson liquid and the salty taste making Cheng Xu feel a lot better. Cheng Xu quickly delivered another stab to his neck, ending his life completely. Crack. Pop. The sound came from the grappling hook's launcher which was now lying on Cheng Xu's roof, with concrete debris still clinging to the— Cheng Xu looked in the direction the hook was fired from, and spotted a shadow flitting across the roof next door a dozen meters away. My roof has just this narrow edge of less than 3 centimeters. I must say the aim isn't bad. 2 seeds on Cheng Xu's body sprouted tendrils consuming the figure's corpse, half transforming into stamina and half into health. I generally don't want to cause trouble, but this situation is quite troublesome. Not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid they'll be eyeing you. That house should be on the neighboring island, and getting there would require some effort. However, looking at that grappling hook gun, Cheng Xu had a rough idea of what he should do. Vine Tomato, wait. Was the one who died the 4th seed? Cactus Tomato, no, it was the 4th seed's companion, the one with the profession of clown. Vine Tomato, what a pity. Sky Tomato, given the strength of the 4th seed, the magician, it's unlikely he would be easily killed by the 1st seed. Vine Tomato, just wait and see, this little guy will definitely not let such a threatening character linger near him. As the tide receded, Cheng Xu saw Ma Yao crawling along the wire mesh in the air towards him, the strands flickering slowly between the realms of illusion and reality. Before the 3rd wave of sewage arrived, more wire mesh began to appear, filling all the space visible to Cheng Xu. We could even crawl to another island ring. Incomingly go. Ma Yao, clad in his armor, successfully crawled over the wire mesh littered with barbs. Stop, just stand there. Cheng Xu maintained a distance of 2 steps from Ma Yao and took out 2 bags of bread. Throw the items over at the same time. Ma Yao nodded while holding the 2 props. After exchanging, Cheng Xu did not rush to lower his head to grab the 2 items, but waited for Ma Yao to leave first. The armor on his back is thicker than the front and covers his neck as well. Ma Yao in heavy armor was a tricky problem for Cheng Xu, as his usual attacks could not breach the opponent's defenses. Thus, Cheng Xu remained on guard against Ma Yao's sudden attack. Then I'll take my leave. Let's keep in touch. I have many things at home that are suitable for you, and I hope we can. We'll talk later. Sigh. Okay. Ma Yao crawled back along the wire mesh to his rooftop. As he crawled, Cheng Xu took the opportunity to pick up the 2 items, not examining them closely, and tossed them into his spatial backpack before activating stealth movement, and climbed onto the wire mesh. The wire mesh that appeared out of thin air was very worn with many metal barbs on the edges. Most of it was normal, but occasionally there would be a framework with barbs and blades. Cheng Xu's soft armor could easily support him. The wire mesh felt as flat as the ground beneath him. Cheng Xu silently climbed to the treetop of the opposite island ring, where there was no wire mesh cover, allowing him to see the specifics of the nearby houses. On the rooftop of the house where the grappling hook was shot, there lay a figure motionless, appearing almost lifeless. Uncertain whether the person was armored, Cheng Xu decided to move a little lower. Following the maze formed by the wire mesh, Cheng Xu quickly reached the outer edge closer to the rooftop, where he paused to continue observing the figure's movements. While observing, he opened the manager group to check the messages. Ting Xia, the magician's decoy, is really convincing. I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been told. Sure, Xia, but I wonder how the assassin will deal with an enemy that can also turn invisible. Tian Xia, look, he changed direction. He must have noticed. Cheng Xu's figure completely vanished. He began to act like a hunter, testing his patience against his prey. He raised his hand crossbow and started to aim at other areas around the figure. However, unlike an ordinary hunter, he had a group of information providers with a god's perspective. Ting Xia, yes. Now the aiming direction is correct. That's it. Ruchia, not quite right yet. If that arrow is fired, it will likely expose your position. Kashi Qiao. He's still adjusting his aim. There's still a chance. Tung Xia, just a bit more. A little higher. Cheng Xu followed the commands of the managers and finally found the hiding spot of the magician. This cunning fellow had deliberately placed his puppet decoy in the most prominent position, while he himself hid among a pile of rubble to conceal his presence. Cheng Xu aimed at that spot, deciding to simultaneously fire the crossbow bolt and activate his skill, ensuring that the fellow would suffer greatly. Bang! A crossbow bolt shot out like a ghost, accompanied by a faintly flickering scarlet light from the Tuluo seal. The magician, hidden in the pile of stones, was unable to look up and could not see the surroundings. Moreover, Cheng Xu fired the crossbow bolt without a sound, so he naturally remained oblivious. When the Tuluo seal and the crossbow bolt struck his body simultaneously, the magician let out a mournful scream. The second explosion of the Tuluo seal directly blew through his waist, leaving a large portion of his body missing, with numerous organs reduced to ashes along with the energy dispersing. However, he did not die on the spot. The magician's skill transforming the living sustained his life force, allowing him to— The crossbow bolt lodged in his right shoulder blade, locking his joint and rendering his right arm completely immobile. He actually didn't die. Ruchia, the magician, has a move that can transfer his injuries to his puppet. If this kid doesn't hurry, the opponent will revive. Tung Xia, right, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Cheng Xu did not hesitate. Before the magician completed his revival, he aimed at his head, drew his folding knife, and activated Shadow Kill. In an instant, Cheng Xu's figure transformed into a line from a traditional ink painting, becoming the simplest silhouette in the world, piercing through layers of wire and directly striking the magician's nape. The tremendous piercing force cleaved the magician's head almost in half, yet he still did not die. He had activated 4 life-saving skills in the first phase of the survival game, which were now all coming into play. However, although the magician was still alive without a brain, his body could only twitch uncontrollably, unable to make any effect. It's surprisingly difficult to kill. Cheng Xu took out his Ame dagger and precisely severed every connection in his spinal column, causing the bullfrog-like thrashing body to finally cease its movements. Minutes later, the magician, who had no attack capabilities, was declared dead, and his body became nourishment for Cheng Xu. Sure, Yi Xia now we're good, only one of the 4 seeds is left. Ting Xia, all were eliminated by seed 1, seems like there's no problem with that. Sure, Yi Xia, we need to forcefully add a few opponents of similar strength, otherwise the audience won't accept it. Nan Xiaosai, I have to clean up this mess. After Cheng Xu swallowed the magician's body, he found 2 props in his clothes, both meant for survival, but unfortunately, he couldn't use them. Soul in a bottle. Allows the user to store their soul in a small bottle, surviving for 15 minutes. During this time, they can search for a completely dead body to occupy. If successful, the owner will be revived. Illusory butterfly. Can be used once a day, allowing the user to hide their form for 15 minutes, but sound will not be eliminated. The first one is useless to me, but this second prop is simply a blessing from heaven. Cheng Xu took advantage of the absence of sewage to crawl downstairs, discovering that the magician's front door was wide open. Inside, there was nothing clean and most things were utterly filthy. However, this posed no problem for Cheng Xu, who had access to a hot spring and could easily clean the items. Cheng Xu removed all the food from that room, as items with sealed packaging could be washed and consumed. He also took the enhancement materials and stored them in his spatial backpack. In his home, Cheng Xu discovered some rather peculiar items. Swap box, an activated magical item that allows one to spend 5 stamina points to travel to the other end of the box. Cheng Xu activated the item and found himself in another house. That room was filled with various circus props, unicycles, clown costumes, plastic balls, tightropes. The props looked incredibly realistic, suggesting this was the lair of the magician's accomplice, the clown. The supplies in this room were somewhat useless to Cheng Xu, but the connection between the 2 houses via this swap box proved to be somewhat beneficial. I wonder if the item will still work after I move the box. Cheng Xu had an idea. He wanted to occupy this house since he had 3 days of rest, perfectly meeting the conditions for occupation. Cheng Xu opened his system and noticed a red dot appeared in the house section. Upon opening it, he found information related to, do you want to occupy this house? Cheng Xu had never noticed this option before. It was his first time attempting to occupy someone. Yes. Upon confirmation, a countdown appeared in Cheng Xu's view. 715959. Indeed, it is a time span of 3 days and nights, but why is it 72 hours? Does that mean time is no longer based on an 8-hour system? Cheng Xu opened the door and climbed onto the roof, discovering it was further away from his own home. He quickly canceled the occupation, gathered his belongings, and returned to the previous house to occupy it again. Through his experiments, Cheng Xu realized that as long as he stayed within a 2-meter radius of the house, he could continue the occupation, and the roof area counted as well. Thus, when the 3rd wave of sewage arrived, he had already started setting up a temporary tin on the roof. The enhancement materials can actually function on the roof. Cheng Xu used a large amount of wooden boards to build a simple shelter, which concealed his figure while providing a lookout. After he completed the construction, the 3rd wave of sewage arrived. This time, the resources swept away were even more abundant, including several new enhancement materials. Cheng Xu suppressed his nausea and retrieved a batch of supplies, replacing the structure of his small shelter with those items. 2 wooden walls were replaced with concrete, while the other 2 were reinforced with stones, making it much sturdier. Fortunately, once those materials were used, they would shake off the sludge, otherwise Cheng Xu would be thoroughly disgusted. It seems I need to carry some disinfecting hot spring water with me. Cheng Xu planned to return to his house the next day to collect some hot spring water in a container. He spent the entire night renovating the roof, transforming the door and window structures into a fortified layout to prepare for any potential monsters. The narrow windows meant that hardly any monsters could intrude. During that wave, Cheng Xu was fortunate enough to find 2 pieces of glass, giving his rooftop castle proper windows for the first time. When daylight came, his small fortress was taking shape. Aside from the limited strength door, all other facilities were already. There's no door lock yet, but it's good enough. Cheng Xu studied the grappling gun for a moment, then swung back to his small island supported by the tree canopy. Just then, Cheng Xu happened to encounter Ma Yao, who was wandering near his house. Hey, brotherly, where did you run off to last night? I was looking for you. Cheng Xu remained wary of Ma Yao, keeping a distance. His stamina was now nearly down to 50, as the harvesting and construction activities from last night had consumed a lot of Cheng Xu's energy. What do you want from me? I have no water to drink. I don't trade water resources because I don't have much either. Cheng Xu did not want to reveal the fact that he possessed hot spring water. After speaking, he attempted to leave, but Ma Yao persisted, drawing closer to Cheng Xu. Don't go, brotherly. I have many things I can trade with you. Were you satisfied with those 2 items from last night? Cheng Xu then remembered that he had 2 items from last night that he hadn't checked. He took them out and began examining them. Adrenaline, a disposable item that significantly enhances the bonus functions, but will expire after 30 minutes, leading to inevitable fatigue afterwards. Recovery potion, a disposable item that completely restores all of the bonus attributes, but cannot restore abnormal states. 2 useless items. No wonder the trade went so smoothly yesterday. Cheng Xu calmly put away the items and looked at Ma Yao. Do you have anything better? As long as you can spare me some water, I can trade you something better. Water is off the table, but anything else can be discussed. Ma Yao's expression showed some difficulty. It was clear he was genuinely in need of water. You've helped me once already, so help me all the way, O send the Buddha to the west. You have great kindness, please help me one more time. Cheng Xu noticed that Ma Yao was not wearing his helmet, perhaps due to his impatience. Moreover, he looked as if he considered himself a benevolent saint. What can you offer me to trade for water? I can exchange a long sword and iron shield and a special item with you. Items as useless as yesterday's are not accepted. Ma Yao's face instantly filled with joy, almost writing caught a sucker all over his expression. I promise it won't be. Can you show me what the item is? This? Ma Yao hesitated, then saw that Cheng Xu's expression wasn't right, quickly putting on a flattering smile again. Of course I will show you. Who told you that you are the big brother? After saying that, Ma Yao reached into his pocket, pulling open his armor shell to reach inside. Just as his neck was exposed, Cheng Xu fired a crossbow bolt, and his figure vanished. As a survivor from the first round of the game, Ma Yao was certainly no novice who would perish with a single strike. He had been on guard against Cheng Xu since earlier. The bolt was deflected by the small round shield that suddenly sprang from his arm, sending it flying off to the side and landing on the ground. He hurriedly searched for Cheng Xu's figure, quickly spinning around only to find no one around. Realizing the danger, Ma Yao quickly covered his head with his hands and crouched defensively. But it was too late. A blade descending from the void struck his face, piercing his cheek with unparalleled force. With a roar, Ma Yao activated his skill just as the blade was about to penetrate through his flesh. The deafening roar sent everything around him, including Cheng Xu, who was hidden by Phantom Butterfly, flying away. In that instant of being thrown back, Cheng Xu activated Shadow Step, ghosting around to Ma Yao's back and delivering a Bloodbone Rose strike to his exposed neck. Blood gushed forth for less than half a second before being forcefully stopped. At the same time, Ma Yao drew his long sword and swung it vigorously around him. Damn you, monster. Show yourself. Cheng Xu crouched low, dodging the sweeping attack, gasping for breath. Ma Yao's vitality was more resilient than that of a magician. His class skills even allowed the grotesque wound to be. Despite his rapidly depleting stamina, Cheng Xu showed no signs of giving up. He believed that killing was a task that must be seen through to the end. Leaving an enemy alive would only invite trouble. With a hum. Boom. Ma Yao unleashed another slash around himself, empowered by his class skills, successfully hitting a chair in the church and shattering it into pieces. Ma Yao's stamina was running low as the heavy armor and sudden burst of energy left his body feeling weak. Leaning against his sword, he gasped heavily, constantly observing the debris around him, waiting for any signs of Cheng Xu. But what he encountered was a bolt. With a whoosh clang, the bolt shot toward his throat at an extremely tricky angle, and at the critical moment, he managed to block it with his arm, sending it tumbling to the side. The sudden attack interrupted his breath. With the surge of adrenaline in his body, Ma Yao's stamina continued to plummet. As a killer, Cheng Xu had an instinct that allowed him to sense a special wave whenever his prey was presented with an absolute opportunity for death. At this moment, he felt that Ma Yao's death was imminent. With the sound of the second bolt slicing through the air, Cheng Xu also summoned the last bit of his stamina to activate Lantern Shadow Kill, dashing alongside the bolt. Ma Yao instinctively raised his arm, successfully blocking the bolt aimed at his face. However, this action exposed his weakness, leaving the lower part of his neck completely unprotected. With a thud, hiss, a pair of crescent daggers plunged into his jaw, stirring violently within his throat before being abruptly pulled out and retreating. The sudden strike was as swift as lightning, leaving Ma Yao no chance to react. By the time he tried to lift his sword again, his hands had already lost strength. Coughing. Cough, cough. Ma Yao summoned the last of his strength to approach the sewage pit at the edge of the church, planning to throw himself in to disgust Cheng Xu. Just as his legs gave way and he was about to jump in, Cheng Xu fired his grappling hook gun, successfully hitting Ma Yao's heavily armored body. The hook latched onto the seams of the armor, pulling the gradually losing consciousness Ma Yao back to the shore due to lack of oxygen. Cheng Xu did not approach, but retracted the grappling hook gun, waiting for his prey to die naturally. He maintained a distance from Ma Yao, avoiding being counter-killed at the last moment. Ma Yao swung his sword, attempting to throw it towards the location where the grappling hook gun had retreated, but failed. His throat, which could no longer breathe, could only produce desperate gurgling sounds as he watched the darkness before him grow deeper and the light dimmer. Thud. Ma Yao's head tilted, losing all signs of life. As per routine, Cheng Xu shot him with another arrow to ensure Ma Yao could never resurrect. When Cheng Xu stripped Ma Yao of his armor, he discovered that there were no other items placed in his chest area, but rather 3 short-handled axes. Axes of that size were only useful for throwing, they had no other purpose. This kid not only regarded me as a saint, but also planned to strike first. Cheng Xu dragged Ma Yao's corpse aside and quickly consumed everything, collecting all useful items from him. Taking advantage of the last moments of Phantom Butterfly, Cheng Xu silently returned to his home. This time, he didn't even remove his armor, directly lying into the hot spring, washing away all the dirt and foul odor in an instant. After bathing, eating, and sorting through supplies, Cheng Xu's stamina recovered considerably. He planned to take a blanket to rest in his newly built cottage. While bathing, a bold idea emerged in Cheng Xu's mind, and he decided to experiment. Thus, he returned to the cottage and built a simple bed from wood. Very well, now, let me conduct an experiment. Cheng Xu dismantled the door, then took out a stone block reinforcement material, stretching it until it perfectly fit the doorway. It actually works. At this moment, Cheng Xu's cottage had truly become a fortress nearly impossible to enter. If it weren't for the time required to expand and retrieve materials, this would be quite good. Cheng Xu intended to temporarily use the stone block as a door and rest inside for a while. However, this was not a long-term solution. The reinforcement directions of the walls and door were completely different, and some special functions could only be had by the door. Cheng Xu planned to find something like an iron door or warehouse door later to replace the door of the small stronghold. It's a pity that the house's door cannot be removed, and I can't build there. I can only reinforce it. Cheng Xu laid out the blanket and lay inside, feeling like an Egyptian pharaoh possessing an extremely secure tomb. At this moment, Cheng Xu's stronghold only had 2 windows, both very narrow slits. Unless someone intentionally destroyed it, no one could get in. Cheng Xu closed his eyes with great peace of mind, falling into a deep sleep. He slept for 8 hours, and when he awoke, there were only 5 minutes left until nightfall. This stronghold is great in every way except it feels a bit stuffy. Cheng Xu looked out the window and observed the surroundings, finding no traces of other people. Thus, Cheng Xu dismantled the stone block and reattached the door, waiting for the night to fall. 5 minutes later, the alarm signaling the arrival of night sounded, and the red lighthouse reappeared as the sewage tide began to rise. Originally, Cheng Xu thought tonight would be a dull evening, but then the rose hibiscus sent a notification. Good evening, survivors. I believe you have all become accustomed to the sewage, right? Tonight we will release something special, and we hope you can find it. Cheng Xu raised an eyebrow and opened the administrators group. Caxi Jiao, the annual sewage swimming competition is about to begin, but unfortunately this time, there are no virus or bacteria contaminations. Tung Jiao, haha, my little guy has a grappling hook gun, and who can outswim him? Shiyu Jiao, the strong remain strong, that's for sure, so I kept my distance from him. Tung Jiao, come on, that's not fair. Caxi Jiao, you were whispering next to him, and you're saying we're unfair. Tung Jiao, tch, do you believe he won't find? Cheng Xu realized the issue. It seemed the administrators were somewhat displeased with him and wanted to balance their strength. This was very disadvantageous for him. However, a document appeared in the administrators group, clearly marking the drop locations as always. Shiyu Jiao, look, this distance should be far enough. If he doesn't look carefully, he probably won't see it. Tung Jiao, wait, what is? After seeing those documents, Cheng Xu decisively chose to step out of the door and began to crawl through the barbed wire. Then he pretended to observe his surroundings from the treetops, skillfully fishing out plenty of supplies from the water with his grappling hook gun. Tung Jiao, ha. He discovered the true use of the grappling hook gun. City Jiao, originally the grappling hook gun was the best tool to close the distance for Seed No. But that guy insisted on courting death. Shiyu Jiao, it's over. I should have placed it even further. Now all the items will belong to him. Rui Jiao, it's just fixed items anyway. There are only 1 or 2 random items, so if he gets them, let him have them. Caxi Jiao, what's most infuriating is that this grappling hook gun is an air gun. It just needs a pump to inflate. He doesn't have to spend anything at all. Tung Jiao, luck players are the best in the world. Cheng Xu quickly approached the item drop location, carefully searching the water's surface for any items placed by the administrators. Soon Cheng Xu spotted a supply box bobbing in the sewage, and the grappling hook swiftly launched, fishing the box up. He placed it into his spatial backpack, no longer caring about it, quickly fished out some more supplies, and then proceeded along the barbed wire path to the next location. While crawling, Cheng Xu actually saw quite a few people moving through the barbed wire, but everyone maintained a tacit understanding, and no one was startled. After all, since they couldn't make contact at all, there was no point in creating a fuss. Cheng Xu spent over half an hour successfully fishing out 3 items, so he decided to head back. Tung Jiao, look, this is the strength of a seed player. He's not greedy. Clearly there are still a few items not far away, but he shows no intention of continuing. Really impressive. Rui Jiao, I beg you don't jinx it. Cheng Xu returned to the fortress first, sealing the walls completely before opening the supply box. This time only some of the items were random, the rest were fixed items. Night Vision Binoculars 216X. A binocular that allows for distant viewing with night vision capabilities and has thermal imaging modes to switch between a magnification levels are 2x, 04x, and 16x. Cheng Xu wiped it down with spring water and then tested it on his window. He discovered he could see other houses in the distance, and some people had already built their own 2-story buildings just like him. Especially his other neighbor, the one who originally lived next to the magician and clown, had unknowingly built another fort. His fortress can only be breached by toxic gas. Cheng Xu opened the second supply box and found it was still a fixed, waterproof mask. Not only waterproof, but also capable of filtering external air. It has a built-in breathing pump that can provide unlimited oxygen. As long as you adapt to its breathing method, toxins, sewage, and foul odors will be completely removed from your life. Cheng Xu donned the mask and found that its edges gradually expanded until it completely enveloped his face. Then he noticed that the foul odor around him indeed dissipated, and the fresh air provided by the mask was very refreshing. Good stuff. Since the oxygen supply is unlimited, can I wear it to sleep? Cheng Xu opened the last item and found it was actually a random item. A golden light flashed as Cheng Xu picked up the glowing orb. Eye of the Sleepless. The user will no longer need sleep to recover. When night falls, darkness will nourish your body, providing you with everything you need, but the price is that you will never again taste the beauty of sleep and dreams. Simply perfect. Cheng Xu could not wait to use the item, and under the cover of darkness he felt that cool and reassuring sensation. This feeling slowly nourished his body, quickly restoring the stamina he had just expended. Since I have these items, there is no need to waste time at night. Cheng Xu stored the items and planned to roam the area at night to investigate the specific situation of the 96. Shiyu Jiao, why is he going out again? City Jiao, every time this kid goes out it's a bloody storm. Tung Jiao He slaughter is the essence of this game, or just look at how many spectators are eagerly anticipating his killings. Rui Jiao True, after all, there will be a full 3,200 people waiting to defrost over there. He can't kill that many anyway. Caxi Jiao in the end, who the real seed no. One is remains to be seen. Tung Jiao TCH the combined seed no. Ones from the last 30 plus sessions don't even compare to him. City Jiao I say did you buy in? Tung Jiao ha what? What are you talking about? City Jiao. Nan Jiao in the future try to avoid participating in those events. The ones opening are all big shots, and if you offend them Lord Disasters will have to clean up after you. Tung Jiao, I just bought a little to play with. At this moment Cheng Xu had already arrived at the third roundabout area, where 3 survivors were gathered together barbecuing food on a rooftop. Cheng Xu eavesdropped on their conversation while observing the characteristics of the people. I never expected the 3 of us to make it into the second round of the game, truly rare. The speaker appeared very lean, dressed in a tattered cloak with no signs of filth. Haha, with big brother and third sister we will definitely be unstoppable. Another person picked up a piece of roasted meat and put it in their mouth. The man was scruffy and stout, yet exuded a powerful presence. We must not let our guard down. Among these people are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We must not be reckless. The last speaker was the third sister, an unassuming girl whose tone conveyed a sense of composure. Around the 3 of them lay a large amount of supplies, and they had established pathways between their rooms as a means of communication. Cheng Xu took photos of them in his notebook group, then wrote a remark: close relations, ample supplies, minds engage, can ally trade, do not provoke without reason. He then swiftly climbed to another ring island to record more data. By the time the sun rose the next day, Cheng Xu had completed his records. He had conducted a virtual census documenting 84 people, with the remaining 12 either dead or unencountered. Among the 84 people, 43 were marked by Cheng Xu as sensible, do not provoke easily, while 22 were marked as irritable, easily angered, unnecessary to approach. 11 were marked as vulnerable targets, and 8 were marked as reserve food. Among the 19 most likely to be hunted by Cheng Xu, 4 were relatively close, all within 2 ring island areas. There were even 2 who had developed severe illnesses, clearly on the brink of death, and Cheng Xu felt the urge to kill. However, as the official game had not yet begun, his professional tasks had not activated. Thus Cheng Xu let these 2 go, planning to save them for later. Thanks to the passive ability of the Eye of the Sleepless, Cheng Xu felt energetic the next morning. After rushing back to the rooftop fortress, he began studying the creatures with gills at the door. After all, the sudden appearance of these creatures in the water prison scene had to have a secret, perhaps even an extra surprise. Cheng Xu deliberately threw a segment of human skeletal remains into the livestock pen, wanting to observe the reaction of the fat livestock. As soon as the human limb was thrown in, within half a second the usually quiet livestock began to scramble, even emitting sounds akin to bear roars. Immediately after, the group of green emaciated creatures approached with long steel forks, striking the livestock, harshly causing them to emit screams. Then one of the green creatures spotted Cheng Xu and angrily threw a steel fork at him. The force of the fork's throw was very weak, almost losing all momentum as it approached the house. Cheng Xu looked at the furious green creature below, picked up the fork, filled it with the human limbs he had just caught, and threw it back. The green creature held the fork, no longer shouting loudly, but walked away in confusion. Cheng Xu observed it as it walked to the nearby corpse burial site, threw the remains inside, and exchanged a few words with. A few minutes later, Cheng Xu saw the group of creatures begin to crawl along the wall, arriving under his house, looking up and emitting faint buzzing sounds. Cheng Xu did not go down directly, but waited for them to leave. After he threw them some more corpses, those creatures cheered, and then left Cheng Xu's house. At this time, the manager's group was in an uproar as Cheng Xu was the first survivor to dare communicate with these creatures. Milk Eggplant, damn, I take back what I said about him being a lucky player. How did he know about the hidden task? Kathy Eggplant, what else could it be but luck? However, his luck is too uncanny. Vine Eggplant, all credit goes to me, okay. With my support, he absolutely has incredible luck. With the manager's affirmation, Cheng Xu was even more convinced that these creatures hid something. Sure enough, a notification from Rose Eggplant arrived, and it was sent exclusively to Cheng Xu. Survivor Cheng Xu, you have achieved the unlocking goal for the hidden task. The hidden tasks in this map will be permanently. Cheng Xu discovered that a red dot had suddenly appeared on his professional tasks. He quickly opened it for review. Feed 10 fresh corpses to the corrupted walker task, reward profession skill points 4, just what I wanted. Cheng Xu's growth items were fundamentally tied to killing, and this time he received a reward of 4 skill points, which thrilled. Moreover, he was even happier to realize that the corpses in the sewage could be absorbed by him. So does that mean I can also absorb the corpses in the burial site? If the tide rises sufficiently, perhaps I can gain a significant boost to my stamina and health. Thus Cheng Xu spent the rest of the day fishing for corpses, transforming those unwanted limbs and severed arms into his own enhancement. By the time the last safe night without monsters came, Cheng Xu even ran to fish for corpses in other puddles, bringing back a full 2-space backpack of supplies. On the last day during daylight, he prepared to return home to fetch some items and replenish some spring water. Upon returning home, he found the tanner, old man Zhou, standing at his door using an awl and hammer to knock. Cheng Xu did not make a sound, checking the status of his door, finding that the main door still had 99 durability, hardly diminished. Cheng Xu made no noise, activated Phantom Butterfly, and entered stealth mode. Just as he was about to fire a crossbow bolt, the old man suddenly turned around and threw a large handful of yellow dust in Cheng Xu's direction. Cheng Xu dodged slightly back, and being masked, he wasn't too afraid of toxins and the like. After throwing the yellow dust, Zhou De seemed puzzled and murmured to himself. I clearly sensed killing intent. Why was there no reaction? Cheng Xu raised his arm again, aiming the crossbow at Zhou De. The old man squatted down quickly, using a square leather shield to shield himself. Killing intent perception. This ability is quite strong. Today, however, Cheng Xu was not in a hurry. His stamina was nearly full, and he had no pressing matters to attend to, so he could spend the whole day playing with Zhou De. Thus, Cheng Xu began a contest of patience with Zhou De, occasionally raising the crossbow, then lowering it, waiting for his opponent's mindset to collapse. Thus, Cheng Xu interacted with Zhou De for about 20 minutes, during which Cheng Xu remained stationary, occasionally raising. In contrast, Zhou De changed positions several times, his protective gear transforming from a single leather shield to 3 leather shields stacked together. He could vaguely sense the direction of the murderous intent aimed at him, but could not precisely locate its origin. Therefore, Zhou De believed that there must be a sniper in the distance targeting him, who occasionally lost focus on him due to aiming at other directions. He maneuvered his body on the narrow concrete steps in front of Cheng Xu's house, dodging and weaving, searching for a blind spot where the sniper could not aim. Gradually, Zhou De found a pattern. As he moved towards the church, the murderous intent intensified. Conversely, as he moved upwards towards the house, that intent diminished significantly. Thus, Zhou De decided to take a risk. His frail and elderly body found it difficult to climb to the rooftop without a wire fence, but it seemed that only by reaching the top could he evade the mysterious sniper. Zhou De strapped the large shield to his back and began to climb upward like a cockroach. The only foothold he could use was the doorknob, which was one of the few pressure points available. Cheng Xu watched as Zhou De struggled to lift his leg and place it on the doorknob, then exerted himself in an awkward position to push upwards. Zhou De let out a sound akin to constipation, indicating he was straining hard. Bang! He suddenly leaped upwards, grasping the edge of the roof with his feet on the doorknob, striving to lift his body higher. At that moment, Cheng Xu raised his crossbow towards Zhou De's hand, which was exposed outside the protection of the large shield. Zhou De felt the piercing, murderous intent and instinctively retracted his hand, losing his balance and falling onto the rack at the door. Whoosh! Thud! The crossbow bolt struck him squarely in the face, piercing directly through his eye. Unfortunately, Cheng Xu's shot was not perfectly angled, failing to injure Zhou De's brain, causing him to feel pain and scramble back up, hiding behind the large shield. His fall created space for Cheng Xu. Activating Shadow Step, Cheng Xu's figure darted past like a butterfly, appearing behind Zhou De, and a brilliant blood-bone rose bloomed. With multiple experiences of unleashing skills from behind, Cheng Xu was now adept at evading the arterial blood spraying. At this moment, he lightly moved to Zhou De's left side and stabbed his heart with the ame-piercing dagger. Creak! Crack! In the few seconds of contact between Cheng Xu and Zhou De, the rack at Cheng Xu's entrance completely broke. Cheng Xu quickly dodged, leaping from the broken rack onto the stone steps on the opposite side. As he left, he did not forget to grab Zhou De's clothes, dragging the now lifeless body with no heartbeat or brain activity to the opposite side. Unfortunately, Cheng Xu's jumping ability was still insufficient, leaving Zhou De's pants and shoes soaked in sewage. They can be washed and reused. Cheng Xu, adhering to the principle of not wasting any resources, thoroughly looted Zhou De's possessions, leaving only his undergarments. This rack is beyond repair, but I can build a plank to the roof. It will be convenient to come down from there. Using a grappling hook, Cheng Xu reached the rooftop, where he extended 2 wooden boards, placing them on the stone steps of the opposite side to form a long ramp. Then he threw Zhou De's body into the water, dragging it close to the landfill next to his home, and whistled as he did so. 5 or 6 green rot walkers were gathered together, conversing among themselves. They seemed to recognize Cheng Xu. Upon seeing him, they immediately emitted a low, buzzing sound. Cheng Xu tossed the fresh corpse down, and the few rot walkers instantly let out a rhythmic sound, appearing quite pleased. Cheng Xu's professional task also progressed. Deliver 10 fresh corpses to the rot walkers, 110. It seems this will suffice now to loot their homes. Cheng Xu held onto the key from Ma Yao, as well as the one he just retrieved from Zhou De, preparing to search thoroughly. Ma Yao's house was of a balanced type with not many reinforced materials, but it was filled with various blacksmith tools. This kid really didn't lie, he is indeed a blacksmith. Cheng Xu attempted to take the forge, but it filled an entire space in his backpack, leaving no room for anything else. His other backpack was full of previously stored supplies, making it impossible to continue looting. With no other choice, Cheng Xu could only transport these items in batches. Ultimately, it took Cheng Xu 6 trips to completely empty Ma Yao's armors, weapons, forge, and materials. Could it be that Zhou De is really a tanner? Upon opening Zhou De's door, a wave of mist surged out, tinged with a hint of brown. Inside Zhou De's home were 3 large cauldrons, each containing animal hides seemingly being dyed. There were also numerous products made by Zhou De, mostly leather armor and shields. Although Cheng Xu felt these items were of little use, hoarding them surely wouldn't be a mistake. Who knows when they might come in handy. Moreover, he was about to acquire a new house, so he could use this one as a warehouse. In the future, I might occupy a few more rooms. Zhou De's belongings were numerous but light and foldable, allowing Cheng Xu to loot them all at once. I suddenly realized that my neighbors never seemed to have a good ending. Cheng Xu suddenly recognized that both his first 2 neighbors and these 2 neighbors seemed to have perished at his hands. This is the fate of a killer, a lone star of calamity. Cheng Xu organized himself at home, then returned to the small fortress next door with ample food and drink. He sat at the door for a while fishing for bits of corpses as night fell. After 3 days of development, the first night fell when the crimson alarm sounded. Cheng Xu spotted dozens of lighthouses emitting the same red glow, all ringing out time and space. Have unfrozen. Dear survivors. All 33 players of the survival game from beginning to end have gathered. You will begin the second round of the game. Come enjoy your second-tier challenge on the path to divinity. Let flesh and death become the most solid foundation. Cheng Xu's heart surged with excitement, the desire for slaughter awakening once more, whispering in his ear. More people, more blood. As the alarm ceased, a multitude of eerie sounds erupted around Cheng Xu, as if the entire world had been engulfed with it. Cheng Xu stood by the window using a telescope to survey his surroundings. Some granular pink eggs truly appeared in the muddy swamp, their sizes rapidly swelling, with many repulsive insects about to break free. The delayed documents in the administrator group were finally sent out. Shui Chia, I said I forgot something. I forgot to send the documents today. Nanxia, it's fine. The monster distribution you assigned today is very reasonable. Shui Chia, they're all aquatic enough to trouble those survivors accustomed to modern urban life. Cheng Xu opened the document and began browsing today's monster list. Plague mosquito C. A blood-sucking mosquito carrying a large amount of pathogenic bacteria. Its size is 10 to 12 times that of a regular mosquito with a strong life force. As long as it feeds on human blood, it can reproduce. The mouthparts of those flying insects appeared extremely unsettling, with their elongated bodies instilling a primal sense of aversion in humans. Putrid fly F. Loves protein, able to lay eggs among vast amounts of decaying matter. Its larvae can dissolve most organic material and undergo a process of binary fission. When a batch of larvae fully develops into adults, their numbers are about 20 to 25 times that of the eggs laid. Insects are quite troublesome. Cheng Xu's skills had a significant advantage in unknown combat, but when facing clustered enemies, that advantage would diminish. Moreover, these insects were not conventional enemies. They were more akin to a disaster, their numbers so vast they were nearly uncountable. Plague Shooter C. A zombie with only its upper body capable of condensing filthy substances rich in viruses and bacteria and projecting them in a spraying manner. Its behavior likely stems from the habit of spitting in life with the dirty mucus, primarily composed of respiratory secretions. Not corrosive, that makes it somewhat manageable. Pus Bag B. A sewage creature that grows from sludge capable of spraying clouds thick with bacteria. Contact or inhalation will lead to severe infection symptoms. Tonight is all about monsters related to viruses. The notification from Megue was as usual a bit delayed, just sent out. Survivors. Viruses and bacteria will be the theme of this water prison survival. Therefore, we will particularly drop a type of material to assist you in combating the filth. It only appears at night. During the day, this material will vanish. So the material drop is now. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of heavy objects hitting the water suddenly resonated clear to everyone's ears from afar. This sound seemed to be specially provided by the administrators. Even Cheng Xu, who lived in a confined space, could hear it. Cheng Xu raised his telescope to check and discovered dozens of packages of varying sizes floating on the surface of the nearby sewage waves. Looking closely with night vision, he could see the words disinfectant effervescent tablets. Cheng Xu recalled the previous chat records in the administrator group and knew the importance of this item, especially since it would disappear during the day, leading to extreme scarcity. Cheng Xu took stock of his protective measures to save space. He had only packed an extra set of stab-resistant clothing, which only protected his torso. However, he also had a set of clothes previously used for warmth, which was now unnecessary in the high temperatures of the new map, but would certainly protect against insect bites. If I'm going out just for scarce resources, that might not be worth it. Cheng Xu opened his career tasks to view the new task list. 1. Kill 3 survivors. 2. Kill 3 monsters. 3. Use skills 3 times, 23. 4. Collect 10 units of any material. 5. Leave the shelter 40 meters. 6. Visit another survivor's shelter. One of the tasks was surprisingly close to completion. Since Cheng Xu had remained stationary, the lurking had triggered twice. If the tasks are like this, then I need to visit those guys before the mosquitoes eat them. Cheng Xu was also eager to test the durability of his mask this time. After all, Cheng Xu could not guarantee that he had the disease resistance buff at all times. Cheng Xu put on his stab-resistant clothing and down jacket the heavy gear, making his body appear somewhat clumsy. TSK. The crossbow can only be handheld this time. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xu removed the stone block, ready to venture outside. As soon as he removed the ceiling stone, a swarm of mosquitoes surrounded Cheng Xu. The terrifying buzzing resonated in his ears, with countless insect bodies colliding against his down jacket, the crackling sounds dense and overwhelming. With the cloud of black insects looming over him, Cheng Xu successfully climbed over the barbed wire and slipped into the network of pipes. In that area, the larger plague mosquitoes had diminished, significantly replaced by the more annoying putrid flies that posed little. Those flying insects nearly filled Cheng Xu's entire field of vision, significantly hindering his progress. After struggling for 6 minutes, Cheng Xu finally reached the small island that usually took only a few seconds to reach. After several minutes of torment, Cheng Xu found himself almost immune to the insects. The legs and mouthparts of those arthropods no longer repulsed him. Having calmed his emotions, Cheng Xu sat on a branch and began using his grappling hook gun to fish for supplies. After reeling in over 10 boxes of disinfectant tablets, Cheng Xu decided to start moving towards his destination. Moreover, while he was fishing for supplies, Cheng Xu's level increased, granting him the long-awaited movement skill Chaotic Shadow Blossoms. Transform into a shadow elusive and unpredictable. Basic movement speed increased by 90, a reaction speed increased by 50, weapons will gain shadow attributes capable of inflicting soul damage on the attacked. Consumption 20 stamina points. Duration 5 minutes. This time Cheng Xu also planned to hone his 2 new weapons, letting them see blood and gain experience to grow into lethal tools. Accustomed to the noise of the insect swarm, Cheng Xu quickly arrived at the first marked location where a survivor had been severely injured in the previous round. The survivor had his left arm severed and his right ankle severely fractured during the first round of the game. It was remarkable that he had managed to hold on until now. For the past 3 days he had been lying in bed contemplating how much longer he could survive, constantly gripped by the fear of death. After enduring the baptism of the sewage tide on the first day, his condition worsened and his wounds began to fester and decay. Nevertheless, he struggled to crawl to the second floor, finding a spot where he would not be disturbed by the sewage. Once he lay down, he began to run a fever and would occasionally slip into unconsciousness. His profession was plumber, and he lacked any skills for survival, causing his life to ebb away with time. Finally, he managed to last until the first night of the official competition, and in a daze he heard a buzzing sound. When he regained consciousness, his lower body was already crawling with writhing maggots, and he felt nothing at all. What was even more terrifying was that he was still alive. The last remnants of strength in his body had produced a surge of adrenaline, temporarily awakening his brain as he opened his eyes for one final moment before his demise. Witnessing the horrific sight of himself being devoured, his throat was unable to produce any sound. His vocal cords had been completely choked by something, leaving him with only a faint, incomprehensible croak. Just as he longed for someone to end his life, a short arrow flew in from a distance, striking his head and bringing an end to his pitiful and brief existence. In fact, this was the 4th arrow shot by Cheng Xu. The previous 3 had missed the target by a wide margin. Since Cheng Xu did not have a real bow, he could only use a bolt without fletching, which caused a certain degree of deviation. The blood bowstring, having tasted blood, emitted a faint buzzing sound, resonating with a distinctly pleasurable aura in Cheng Xu's ears. As Cheng Xu gripped the blood bowstring, a buff appeared on him, Blood Feast. This buff enhanced the power of the arrow's shot. Although it had just begun, the increase was only 1, but with each kill he would grow stronger. After dispatching his first target, Cheng Xu did not linger and continued to the marked second location. Climbing to the top of the church, Cheng Xu was very close to the survivor's entrance. Whether using a crossbow bolt or blade, he could kill the target with great swiftness. The second target chosen by Cheng Xu was in much better shape than the first, with only one finger on his right hand fractured, rendering him unable to wield a weapon. Upon Cheng Xu's arrival, he was unexpectedly met with an empty second floor in the house. The flat and unmarked rooftop did not seem like a place where someone lived. Cheng Xu recalled that when he saw that person, he had indeed been standing on the first floor, suggesting he had reinforced the house again. Just as Cheng Xu was contemplating his attack strategy, the first wave of sewage receded, and the water level in the sewage pit dropped rapidly, causing the breeding insects to retreat slightly. Suddenly, Cheng Xu thought of a plan. He took out a box of disinfectant tablets and tossed it onto the rapidly descending water. Due to the effectiveness of his skill, the box that fell onto the water's surface was considered a projectile by Cheng Xu, making no sense. To ensure a kill, Cheng Xu chose not to use the bow again, but instead took out the long and used heavy crossbow, loading it with the only bolt that fit perfectly. Next came the game between hunter and prey. As the tide receded, the box of disinfectant tablets, which looked to be a considerable amount, landed next to the house, appearing very enticing. Moreover, the mosquitoes and insects outside had temporarily diminished with the retreating tide. As soon as the door was opened, the tablets could be quickly grabbed, securing this precious resource. The survivor, who was crouched by the window in the house, also noticed the disinfectant tablets, his expression filled with hesitation. A female face appeared beside him, seemingly saying something. Moments later, another female stood up from beside the male survivor, facing away from the window, joining the conversation. 3 people. They began to discuss, occasionally pointing outside the window. After deliberating for over a minute, they gathered at the door, seemingly preparing to venture outside. Click. The door latch sounded as the security door opened slightly. Cheng Xu also raised his heavy crossbow, aiming at the doorway. Swish. The survivor suddenly yanked open the door, stepping out in a pose akin to a monkey fishing for the moon, swiftly grabbing the disinfectant tablets at the door, then turning to retreat. But in that moment of turning, a crossbow bolt pierced his neck, nailing him to the doorway. Cheng Xu had initially thought the 2 females would hide, but the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations. One of the females quickly grabbed the lifeless survivor, dragging him indoors, while the other suddenly pushed the door as he entered. But she was still a step too late. Cheng Xu had activated Phantom Butterfly the moment they appeared, relying on Shadow Step to rush into their house. Bang! The female slammed the door shut, locking it firmly, leaning against it to catch her breath. Meanwhile, the other female pulled out the crossbow bolt, beginning to use her skills to heal the male survivor. Her profession was doctor, unlike Cheng Xu's inferior skills, as she could almost convert fatal injuries into minor wounds. Additionally, the male survivor's profession was bone picker, possessing a skill called Feign Death, allowing him to last a few more minutes even with fatal wounds. Hurry, pass me the iodine. Clang. The doctor was still asking her female companion for iodine, but when she looked up, the girl had already died at the doorway. Her occipital bone had been pierced by a sharp blade, her eyes wide open, lying there almost silently. The The sound earlier had come from the scissors hidden behind the female at the doorway, which fell to the ground with a jarring noise. Save. The doctor's half-spoken words were abruptly cut off as Cheng Xu stabbed her through the throat, a torrent of blood erupting from her carotid artery. Cheng Xu did not approach her until she had died to prevent any potential counterattack. It was only when his 100 grinds skill leveled up to level 2 that he confirmed her death. In that house, Cheng Xu found plenty of medical supplies, mostly disinfectants, and wound dressings appearing to be the stock of Swish. Just as Cheng Xu was gathering resources, the second wave surged forth, covering the entire house with. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Xu began to scavenge for supplies within their dwellings, stuffing food and other commodities into his spatial backpack. After gathering those items, the tide still hadn't receded. Cheng Xu dismembered the corpses of several individuals in the room while checking his mission. All done, we can call it a night for now. The owner of the house had used all the reinforcement materials on the glass and doors, enhancing their waterproofing to the utmost. Moreover, the glass was transparent, allowing for observation of the outside situation. The sewage was extremely murky with a very low visibility range. Cheng Xu looked out the window and couldn't see beyond the water's surface. The visibility of the sewage is very low and quite viscous. In an emergency, using the sewage as cover could be one method. A few minutes later, the sewage began to recede. Cheng Xu's illusory butterfly had 3 minutes left, and he planned to use this time to quickly return to his shelter. Click. Cheng Xu slowly opened the door latch and was about to sneak out through the gap when a sharp whistle from a bowstring suddenly pierced the air. Thud. The door panel beside Cheng Xu was pierced directly, the force of the arrow crashing the door wide open, the dim light from outside illuminating the cold floor. Cheng Xu's killer instinct warned him that outside was a hunter equally drenched in blood stalking him as prey. Caxi Chia's sequence 10 of the 12th generation archer. I didn't expect to run into him so soon. Tung Chia, give him a few more days to develop. Ru Chia, he's leveling up too slowly, he's a whole 4 levels behind this archer. Perched atop a nearby treetop was an archer blending into the night, drawing his bowstring and aiming at Cheng Xu, who was hiding behind the wall. The first arrow he shot was a signature skill of the archer class called Detection Arrow. This arrowhead would emit a fixed-frequency ultrasonic wave to scan for nearby enemies. The archer, enhanced by hawk vision, could clearly see the silhouette revealed by the ultrasonic scan. At that moment, Cheng Xu's figure was already exposed to his sight. Although Cheng Xu couldn't perceive the ultrasonic waves, the instinct inherent to the assassin class continually reminded him of the danger lurking nearby. This instinct stemmed from his subconscious, the true demon, who killed without blinking, and with the enhancement of the mental tier skill branch, this instinct would gradually grow stronger. Cheng Xu felt he needed to wait for the right moment. Although he couldn't articulate what he was waiting for, his muscles were already primed. Cheng Xu tightened his grip on the broad punch blade in his left hand, taking deep breaths to fill his body with oxygen, preparing for a moment of explosive action. The moment the detection arrow became ineffective, Cheng Xu burst out from the corner, leaping toward the opposite shore. The archer, having waited long since the disturbance in the surrounding environment, and instinctively shot an arrow aiming at Cheng Xu's midair leap. In that instant, Cheng Xu activated the skill Chaotic Shadow, drastically enhancing his reaction speed. In midair, his figure twisted oddly as he struck the arrow's tip with his punch blade. Clang! The force from the arrow exceeded Cheng Xu's expectations, shattering his punch blade and sending a tingle down. In the last few seconds of the illusory butterfly effect, Cheng Xu discarded the shattered punch blade and took refuge in a shooting blind spot within the church. The archer, hidden among the trees, shook his head slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. A valuable prey. He knocked another arrow, activated his skill, and shot a detection arrow, gaining full knowledge of the situation inside the church. Bang! Cheng Xu, sensing the problem, shot the detection arrow with his crossbow, sending it flying into the water. Unbeknownst to him, that detection arrow was merely a decoy. The archer deduced his position based on Cheng Xu's shot and drew his bowstring. Soul-breaking shot activated, gathering energy at the tip of his arrow, forming a diamond-shaped metallic mass that emitted a faint blue glow and pulsed slowly. Buzz. The arrow, glowing with bluish light, shot forth, exploding upon impact with the ground of the church, causing dozens of energy missiles to collide violently within. Although Cheng Xu relied on his enhanced reaction speed to evade several missiles, those erratic projectiles still struck his TSK. A total of 3 missiles hit Cheng Xu, 2 striking his left shoulder and 1 hitting his left fingertip. Despite the protection of his armor, Cheng Xu didn't suffer cuts from the missiles, yet the tremendous impact still penetrated the armor, dealing him a blow akin to blunt force trauma. Originally, Cheng Xu's left hand was already aching from the earlier arrow he had taken when he stepped outside. After receiving 3 strikes, his left arm was nearly incapacitated. No. Continuing to defend like this will lead to death. Cheng Xu's mind raced as he suddenly recalled his earlier thoughts, and between the church and the small island there happened to be a pond. It's really hard to kill. Then let's fire another arrow. The archer on the branch began to gather energy, once more preparing to shoot a second arrow. But just as he had gathered half the power, Cheng Xu's figure suddenly appeared, plunging into the sewage pond at lightning speed. Although the archer shot an arrow after him, it merely burst a bubble on the surface of the viscous sewage. In the still sewage, Cheng Xu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Now it was the archer's turn to be at a disadvantage. Sensing the threat, the archer quickly stowed his equipment and activated the skill Burst Glide, leaping high and gliding to the far side of the small island. Just as the archer descended to about 2 meters off the ground, a figure erupted from the sewage, covered in maggots, charging toward him. Cheng Xu's figure at this moment resembled a ghost weaving through the tree trunks, making it impossible for the archer to aim. The moment the archer's feet touched the ground, the effect of Cheng Xu's chaotic shadow just faded. He took advantage of the last second of speed boost and lunged straight at the archer. Faced with such a stationary target, the archer hesitated not at all, suddenly releasing his grip, shooting a powerful arrow that flashed with white light. Empowered by the full draw skill, the arrow aimed at Cheng Xu's forehead, and as the arrowhead approached Cheng Xu's visor, Cheng Xu reached the distance to activate Lamp Shadow Kill. Cheng Xu's form overlapped with the arrow, and in that instant he resembled a vengeful specter emerging from the underworld, charging straight at the archer's chest. Bang! As Cheng Xu's blade pierced the archer's chest, the thrill of dissecting flesh did not last even half a second before the archer's body shattered into bubbles and burst in midair. His only life-saving item, the dreamlike bubble, was activated, absorbing a lethal blow for him before completely shattering. The archer's figure flashed out from the nearby void, running towards the outside of the small island without looking back. However, Cheng Xu's pursuit skills exceeded the archer's imagination, and a mark instantly struck his body. Sensing the enemy's attack, the archer activated his skill again, hastily shooting a full draw with only 70. He hoped this arrow would hold Cheng Xu back. As long as he could reach the coordinate point he had reserved, he could rely on Cartesian coordinates for precise teleportation back to his sanctuary. But just as the archer turned his head, Cheng Xu transformed into a shadow, silently appearing behind him. The folding knife and bloodbone rose struck simultaneously, hitting the archer, who had no life-saving items. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted from the archer's body, spewing large amounts of blood from his mouth and nose, along with fragments of internal organs crushed by the Tolu seal. Bang! Just as Cheng Xu prepared to further execute the archer, he suddenly crushed a disposable item, causing all his stats to surge, breaking free from Cheng Xu's grasp and vanishing into the void. Cheng Xu looked at the folding knife in his hand, a bloodthirsty killing intent surging within him, the traces of blood left by the archer becoming clearer in his eyes. He was unaware of his abnormality. At that moment, his pupils had already turned vertical, resembling a wolf stalking its prey. The prey must be killed. Cheng Xu lost his usual rationality, following the blood trail as he sprinted wildly through the barbed wire. At the last moment, the archer activated his remaining 2 items, one being Stimulant Large, which could unleash the last burst of life energy from his body. The other was a Cartesian coordinate preset on the shore. Its effect was simple. It would completely cloak the user, dragging them into the void and transporting them back to another point of the coordinates. However, it could not achieve the level of teleportation. It could only be considered a super long-distance grappling hook. When the archer returned to his rooftop, the effect of Stimulant Large had begun to wane, and his internal injuries were gradually affecting his cognition. What? A nobody like him. He struggled, lifting his armor, only to find his stomach swollen, turning purple. Clearly, the archer felt a sharp pain in his belly, along with a warmth akin to the comfort of impending death. He forced himself to walk over to the medical supplies, shoving pills into his mouth. He didn't even know what he was swallowing, merely continuing to gulp mechanically until his body completely lost strength. He leaned against his small bed, waiting for death, with his mouth full of pills. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a frenzied figure burst forth from the mud, covered in maggots and foul-smelling slime, transforming into a shadow and plunging the folding knife into the archer's head. Snap! Gush! The archer's body twitched, slightly falling to the ground as a large amount of black blood flowed from his 7 orifices. After killing the archer, the bloodthirsty desire within Cheng Xu suddenly extinguished, and then his head began to ache. Ugh! Hiss! Cheng Xu clutched his head, curled up on the ground, lying sideways, soaked in the archer's blood, stained with a deep scarlet. In his skill tree, the skills of the mental tier branch slowly activated, climbing upwards, adding an attribute point with. However, unlike the other 2 branches, it only increased mental value, raising Cheng Xu's mental value cap by 30. Vine Eggplant. Now I understand his power comes from within. That unique skill tree branch does not add skills, but tiers open his own seal. Milk Eggplant, crazier than you were back then. Although only a few seconds passed, Cheng Xu felt as if his consciousness had stagnated for hundreds of years, his mind completely dazed. How did I end up at his house? And where's my home? Cheng Xu lingered for a while in the archer's wooden tower, swallowing the guy who had given him a hard time. After the archer's death, his spatial bag became unclaimed and was rightfully seized by Cheng Xu. Moreover, the archer's bag was larger than Cheng Xu's, with a 50 greater storage capacity, filled with various arrows and 4 uniquely shaped bows. As for those very specialized bows, Cheng Xu couldn't yet use them well. After all, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to using his own blood bowstring. In that wooden small building, Cheng Xu found many living supplies and a genuine arrow-making platform capable of crafting fletching, cutting arrow shafts and imprinting arrowheads. Very practical. Based on Cheng Xu's observation, he discovered that the fletching material used by the archer was actually a thin layer of metal resembling tinfoil. Is this even possible? After tidying up the contents of this room, Cheng Xu planned to check inside his house. As he pushed the door, Cheng Xu's left hand involuntarily trembled. There should be quite a few guys like this. Cheng Xu entered the archer's house, unsure of what to say. On the living room wall hung over 30 skulls, each pierced by an arrow nailed to the wall. Cheng Xu approached to take a look. Those skulls were real, and some even still had remnants of flesh showing red stains. We can't waste this. Cheng Xu pulled out all the arrows nailed to the wall, putting them in his bag to take away. Aside from these skull decorations, the archer's living room was quite normal, with nothing strange. On a display cabinet by the wall, Cheng Xu saw several photos, all showing a man with others. He wore a common soft-brimmed hat for shooting competitions, holding a recurved bow, and appeared very confident. Entering the bedroom, Cheng Xu found dozens of trophies and countless medals, all haphazardly piled on the bookshelf. First prize in the Sunset Archery Competition, gold medal in the Hebei Province Archery Competition, gold medal in the Longbow Intercontinental Championship. Cheng Xu saw the archer's name below the trophies. His name was Zhang Yiqi. I should have been the winner of life, yet I ended up trapped in this game. Cheng Xu rummaged through Zhang Yiqi's study, moving his left arm as the dull pain from the impact had yet to fully dissipate. On his desk lay an unusually large piece of paper taped together with other sheets to form a map. On the map, Zhang Yiqi had marked dozens of points, each accompanied by detailed annotations. Survivors were classified into several levels: maggot, wild rabbit, wild goose, fox, gray wolf, and brown bear. Among the various descriptions, Cheng Xu's eyes immediately fell upon the detailed record of himself. Target level: gray wolf. This target excels in close combat using short weapons and occasionally employs bows and crossbows, mastering various forms of combat. The target is suspected to possess armor and can devour corpses. The exact nature of this ability remains uncertain, but the foul air seems to have no effect on him. His activity range is limited, often circling around his shelter, enabling him to execute ambushes effectively. Zhang Yiqi's observations were strikingly precise, causing Cheng Xu to feel a sense of discomfort. With an opponent like him, there must be others. Before the next operation, I must prepare thoroughly. Cheng Xu took a photo of the map for easy reference and uploaded it to his journal for safekeeping. Just as Cheng Xu was about to take the map away, he discovered a note hidden beneath it, the ink still fresh, and the note retained its stickiness, likely written not long ago. 3 hours to the assembly point. He has companions. Without hesitation, Cheng Xu hurriedly gathered his belongings and left Zhang Yiqi's house without delay. In this apocalyptic game, those who become allies with the strong cannot possibly be weak. Given the uncertainty of the enemy numbers, leaving first was undoubtedly the safest choice. At that moment, the hibiscus sent out tonight's announcement. Survivors, tonight's lottery has begun. Presented to you is the Tide Crisis. From now on, the sewage tide will no longer descend. Oh, everything will be engulfed in sewage before dawn. After a long silence, the sewage pool erupted with bubbling sounds as thick viscous liquid began to surge. Cheng Xu poured a bottle of spring water over himself, and then submerged into the sewage, swimming towards his shelter. At a tree near Zhang Yiqi's house, 4 roundabouts away, 3 individuals were concealed among the leaves. Yiqi is late again. Oh, could he still be obsessed with collecting skulls? A female warrior clad in heavy armor carrying a battle axe gazed into the distance, seemingly waiting for a certain figure. Perhaps at the last meeting, he even brought a fresh head. Another male dressed in a feathered cloak chimed in, leaning casually against a crooked branch. I think we should check it out this time. He has been late longer than usual. The last individual, hidden beneath a black hood, carried a collapsible staff on his back, its muted hue barely discernible in the darkness. Hibiscus, luckily he left quickly, otherwise he would soon face 3 enemies. 10 Calyx, I remember these individuals are peculiar rare alliance players in survival games. Cactus, after all, they share a certain blood relation and major disagreements are uncommon. If encountered normally, a lone wolf wouldn't stand a chance. Hibiscus, I can't speak for others, but our little guy will definitely be fine. Let's go, the tide is rising and not many will come out. Let's take a look. The one in the hooded robe made the decision, indicating a higher status within the group. The other 2 nodded and slipped into the barbed wire pipe, heading towards Zhang Yiqi's house. The one with the collapsible staff dressed in a black hooded robe was named Su Gang, who originally lived above Zhang Yiqi and only later joined their alliance. However, compared to the 3, his strength was more formidable, and as a lone wolf survivor, his survival instincts were sharper, leading the others to naturally call him the captain. His profession was staff master, ranked relatively high at 22, and he excelled in mid-range close combat. The one in the feathered cloak was named Lu Kuan, whose profession was perfumer. The outfit was a special item that enhanced. The female warrior with dual axes was named Lu Yu, Lu Kun's younger sister, and her profession was gladiator. Their parents had bought a house for them together, so they conveniently bought one directly opposite. When the survival game began, the 2 were very fortunate to be dragged into this world. Zhang Yiqi had known Lu Yu for a long time, and their relationship hovered between that of lovers and friends, very ambiguous. When Zhang Yiqi encountered trouble, Lu Yu was the most anxious. During the initial 3 days of the buffer period, the 4 of them devised a very detailed plan, gradually occupying more houses from their respective areas. The map in Zhang Yiqi's hand was the result of their collective effort. They aimed to grow stronger through such means, and ultimately seize the championship throne. However, on the first day of the official competition, an unexpected turn of events occurred. When they arrived near Zhang Yiqi's house, Lu Yu's heart sank. The security door of Zhang Yiqi's house was wide open, completely submerged in sewage. The wooden loft on the 2nd floor was also piled high, with frenziedly breeding maggots, white larvae covering the surfaces of the 2nd floor. Not seeing Yiqi's body, the bloodstains were likely consumed by these creatures. Su Gang stepped carefully over the larvae as he ventured into the loft, while Lu Kuan and Lu Yu remained in the pipe on standby, just in case. Soon he noticed something was wrong. All the supplies in Zhang Yiqi's home had been completely looted, several boxes left open. Sigh. It seems Yiqi is in grave danger. As he stepped through the larvae to the other side of the loft, he spotted an inconspicuous item the size of a button lying on the. Su Gang hurriedly picked up the item, which was the Cartesian coordinate Zhang Yiqi used to escape. The coordinates are still here, not erased. Perhaps Ichi hasn't returned yet. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Su Gang returned to Lu Kuan and Lu Yu. Captain, what's the situation? Lu Yu's emotions were highly unstable. Seeing such a scene, anyone would find it impossible to remain calm. Perhaps. Ichi is still alive. We need to check the coordinates. Cheng Xu was unaware of the actions of those few individuals. He swam back, feeling somewhat exhausted. As he lay in his fortress, the entire world was filled with beauty. After relaxing, Cheng Xu lay on his bed and began to contemplate the issues at hand. When exactly did Zhang Ichi observe me? According to the information from the administrators group, he should be a contestant from previous. I only had 6 hours of action tonight. Could it be that he managed to make a round trip in that time? As Cheng Xu rested, the 3 individuals had already arrived at the island where Cheng Xu was located through the Cartesian coordinates. This is the location where Ichi conducted his last reconnaissance mission. It's on the fringes of the area he was responsible for. The 3 climbed up a tree branch, surveying the surrounding environment. The time he activated the item should be around the time of our gathering, and he activated it consecutively within 10 minutes. Lu Kuan searched the vicinity for signs of living beings using binoculars. He initially came for reconnaissance, but upon seeing valuable prey, he wanted to take action, so he returned to store the data and map. Ooh, I know his character too well. Found it. Su Gang was the first to discover Cheng Xu's fortress, but not far from him was an even more extravagant fortress. This was the magician's former neighbor who had always lived in seclusion, hiding very well. Even Cheng Xu had. There are 2 living individuals in fortress-style houses. Lu Kuan prepared to release the toxic mist. As a perfumer, Lu Kuan possessed powerful manufacturing skills. He could create various functional fragrances from the materials present in the environment. Lu Kuan mixed sewage with toxins to create a perfume with corrosive effects. This stuff is very effective against stone walls. Where should we go first? To the side with the thicker wall. The 3 quickly approached the fortress under the cover of night. The fortress, built of concrete and stone, was extremely sturdy, nearly occupying the entire rooftop space. This fortress was even more extreme than Cheng Xu's. There were no windows and no gaps, essentially resembling. The owner of this fortress was resting inside, and the interior, stacked with 3 layers of stone brick walls, only had about 2 square meters of space, just enough for a bed. The survivor was sleeping in the middle with many supplies piled beneath the bed, including a flourishing algal ball that he had activated. This item provided oxygen for his breathing, ensuring he could survive in such a closed environment. His breathing was smooth, and he lay peacefully, unaware of the beautiful dreams he was having. Then he heard a faint hissing sound, as if something was melting. At first he thought it was a noise made by a monster, but soon the hissing grew closer. He suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, clutching his only spear, nervously looking beside him. Pop! Suddenly he felt a strong stench wafting towards him, followed by a sharp pain in his head, as if it were being pierced by needles. A cloud of toxic perfume dispersed within his fortress, quickly reaching lethal concentration. When he collapsed, he still didn't understand how he had died. After his death, all components of the fortress were dismantled, and the 3 quickly checked the items inside. No trace of Ichi. The discarded items are not here. Next one. Cheng Xu, lying in bed, was almost asleep, his eyelids heavy, his mind filled with plans for future actions. Just as those plans began to morph into chaotic dreams, he heard a voice that was not his own. Crack. In an instant, Cheng Xu opened his eyes, fully awake. Cheng Xu looked up to see a small hole poked through his wall, with a purple liquid surging in while the stone wall was visible. Someone has poisoned me. Cheng Xu hurriedly stood up, took a couple of steps, pretended to be poisoned, and fell to the ground. Once on the ground, he opened the administrators group, then made struggling motions, producing very obvious scratching sounds. Vine Tomato, a good show is about to begin. 10 Sepals Tomato, a perfumer lacking combat ability but can buff teammates, a staff fighter, and a gladiator, both are skilled fighters. Vine Tomato, what do you think he can't win? Caxi Tomato, I would have said he definitely can't win before, but now I have some doubts. Vine Tomato Tisk, without that perfumer these 2 guys would only be toyed with. After all, their archer had already gotten themselves killed. Crack. Crack. Cheng Xu heard the sound of impact from one side of his wall. The stone blocks were rapidly cracking, almost on the verge of shattering. Just seconds before the stone blocks were completely smashed open, the ambush skill was activated, and Cheng Xu's figure vanished. Cheng Xu readied his crossbow, waiting for the first intruder. Boom. The stone shattered, but there was no one outside the wall. The 3 were seasoned hunters, extremely cautious, not peeking in as soon as a breach was made. After all, the fact that the wall could not be taken down indicated that Cheng Xu was not dead. More importantly, they did not see the message that Zhang Ichi had just written before he died, unaware of any information related to Cheng Xu. Half a minute later, the heavily armored gladiator Lu Yu walked in front, stepping on the rubble as he entered Cheng Xu's fortress. Cheng Xu remained lying in place, not in a hurry. Boom. Lu Yu suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of air, raising a cloud of dust. Cheng Xu's figure appeared beneath the cover of the dust. That transparent silhouette was very obvious. Buzz. With the sound of slicing through the air, an axe came crashing down on Cheng Xu without any hesitation. The chaotic shadow skill instantly activated. Cheng Xu's figure transformed into a shadow, swirling and flowing lighter than a breeze, directly bypassing the heavy Lu Yu, heading straight for the rear. Sensing the crisis, Su Gang immediately pushed Lu Kuan aside and attempted to intercept Cheng Xu's figure with his. In an instant, Cheng Xu activated Shadow Step, his figure flickering once more, appearing behind Su Gang, raising his arm to unleash his 3rd skill, Lamp Shadow Kill. Before Lu Kuan could use any of the various medicines in his hand, his throat was cut in one swift motion. Cheng Xu's series of attacks flowed seamlessly, causing both battle-hardened survivors to stand on end with goosebumps. For Yiqi's revenge. Lu Yu roared, swinging the board axe in his hand with all his might, but still failed to hit Cheng Xu's body, narrowly missing from the shadow. After unleashing 3 consecutive skills, Cheng Xu had little stamina left. With the last remnants of his skill's energy, he charged directly into the sewage beneath the barbed wire. In those brief seconds, Cheng Xu noticed that the few people around him had no protective masks, unlike himself. It was likely that their immunity buff came from the skills of the alchemist. However, just moments ago the alchemist had already been slain by Cheng Xu, so what he needed to do now was not to rush in and confront them directly, but to stall. As long as their immunity buffs expired, he would emerge as the victor. Cheng Xu, submerged in the water, checked his immunity buff and found that the enhancement from the spring water still had about 2 hours left. The messages in the manager group also confirmed his suspicions. Milk Eggplant, indeed, just as you predicted, that kid killed the alchemist first. Vine Eggplant, now we just need to play guerrilla tactics. Those 2 bulky guys will eventually be overwhelmed by the viral sludge. I will slaughter you. Beast. Lu Yu suddenly yanked and managed to lift a large section of the barbed wire, enough for her robust figure to squeeze into the sewage pool. Lu Yu stood at the shore, afraid to dip her head below the water, and could only thrash the board axe randomly in the water, trying to locate Cheng Xu's position. On the other side, Su Gang had already climbed over multiple barbed wires and successfully reached the opposite end of the sewage pool. He twisted the folding stick in his hand, and one end spiral bend surprisingly sparkled with arcs of white light. Su Gang plunged the electrified end into the sewage, and a buzzing sound erupted. Unfortunately, the conductivity of this sewage was not very good. There were too many impurities in the water, causing its nature to trend towards sludge, with the electric current's range not being very large. Concealed at the bottom of the pit, Cheng Xu realized that this place seemed to be a burial ground, and those green, emaciated creatures were not lurking among the corpses at this time. He quickly activated 2 seeds, producing numerous roots that devoured the corpses, soaking in the water, restoring his stamina. At the edge of the pit, Su Gang and Lu Yu leaned against the barbed wire, noticing that Cheng Xu had not moved since he went down, and the entire water hole was eerily quiet. Captain, I can't hold it anymore. I want to go down and tear that kid apart. Don't be impulsive. He has very little oxygen supply down there. Even with a breathing mask, he won't last long. Lu Yu restrained her impulsive emotions, forcing herself to calm down, while staying at the edge of the pit, her hands gripping the axe, trembling slightly. In reality, Cheng Xu, lurking within, had already consumed 5 corpses, and his stamina was slowly recovering. 10 minutes passed, and the sewage remained calm, while Lu Yu's patience finally reached its limit. Splashed. This time, she didn't even consult Su Gang. The deaths of her loved ones and brother had completely clouded. The heavily armored female warrior plunged into the sewage, her eyes completely unable to open, and her armor caused her to sink further down. Su Gang stood at the other end, hurriedly shouting, "Come up! Grab the stick!" He reached out his stick towards the gradually sinking, but she paid no attention, eyes closed, heading straight down to the bottom of the pit. When her feet touched the corpses piled together, Lu Yu began to flail her axe wildly, attempting to chop Cheng Xu. Seeing her like this, Cheng Xu simply lifted a corpse and threw it directly at her. Lu Yu, having no visibility in the sewage, was struck directly by the corpse, hurriedly using her hands to claw away the slimy, decaying tissue from her face. Cheng Xu was not in a hurry to attack, hiding in the corner, watching the heavy figure gradually lose strength in the water. Although Lu Yu's physique had been enhanced, she still remained within the limits of a normal human, and the amount of oxygen was simply insufficient for her consumption. Soon she felt a sharp pain in her lungs, her whole body tingling. She quickly unfastened her armor, leaving the heavy gear in the water, and with a powerful kick, she attempted to rise. At the same time, Cheng Xu's Tuluo seal came floating, stamping a summons from the underworld on Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu felt as if someone had slapped her back, suddenly turning around near the water's surface, instinctively opening her eyes. She saw a filthy green expanse, and above the water a worried Su Gang, and heard his shouts. Backed! Backed! Sizzle! The Bai Chue had already pierced into her neck, passing through the gaps in her cervical vertebrae, shattering her nerves. Moments later, the energy of the Tuluo seal erupted, blood sprayed from Lu Yu's mouth and nose, large chunks of internal organs gushing out, identical to Zhang Yiqi's death. Only Su Gang remained. Cheng Xu decided not to hide any longer and climbed up through the gap in the barbed wire. Buzz! Boom! With a single swing of Su Gang's stick, the layer of barbed wire bent, opening a larger hole on his side. Su Gang exerted his feet, leaping directly into the barbed wire pipe, aligning himself with Cheng Xu on the same level. Whoosh! Clang! What greeted him was a crossbow bolt smeared with sewage. Although he blocked it with one end of the folding stick, the splattering sewage still hit his face, foul and unpleasant. Die, thief! In the narrow barbed wire pipe, Su Gang could only crouch to advance, and the long folding stick could not be swung freely. Thus he had to use the stick like a spear, both hands clasped, as he charged towards Cheng Xu's heart. At the moment Su Gang struck, Cheng Xu suddenly jumped back, retreating to the second floor of the building, evading Su Gang's clumsy attack. Whoosh! Ding! The second crossbow bolt finally hit Su Gang's arm, embedding itself in the outer layer of his soft shell armor. Su Gang yanked the crossbow bolt out. Surprisingly to Cheng Xu, he chose not to continue attacking, but slowly retreated. My dear colleague, the 3 of them are already dead. I believe you must be wounded and weary as well. Cheng Xu said, nothing loading another crossbow bolt, aiming at Su Gang. Stop. Su Gang will no longer trouble you from now on. If I do Su Gang suddenly raised his hand, throwing a large handful of dry powder from his hand, instantly shrouding the barbed wire passage in smoke. Immediately after, 3 small objects whistled out from within the fog, forcing Cheng Xu to dodge. Ding, ding. 3 small knives struck the wall, falling to the ground. Cheng Xu hurriedly looked in Su Gang's direction and discovered he had already stepped onto the church's roof, running towards the small island. Originally, Cheng Xu did not intend to unleash his skills, as his stamina, recently restored, was still quite limited. In the previous game, he had seized the opportunity to eliminate the top 2 players in the killing game. He didn't want to be picked off by others after his confrontation with Su Gang. However, now that the guy was trying to escape, Cheng Xu activated Shadow Kill to eliminate any potential threats. With the fierce specters lurking in the shadows, Cheng Xu wielded a folding knife and struck the figure that was just about to leave. The hooded cloak and tight-fitting armor on Su Gang largely absorbed the impact of the strike. The knife failed to pierce his heart, yet the tremendous force still sent him crashing down from the air. Su Gang fell heavily onto the top layer of barbed wire, his face scraped by the twisted wires, leaving 2 gaping wounds. Using a folding rod to support his body, Su Gang struggled to stand, enduring the sharp pain of broken ribs, and fixed his gaze on the ghostly figure of Cheng Xu. At this moment, the sky was already filled with stars. Cheng Xu, standing above, appeared as nothing more than a silhouette, like a grim reaper descending from the shadows. Come quickly. Are there any survivors with strength here? Su Gang was aware that he wouldn't last long, but even in death he wanted Cheng Xu to suffer a bit. Just as he was about to shout a second time, Cheng Xu shot a bolt and activated Shadow Kill for the second time. The arrow struck Su Gang's chest, tearing through his armor, and in the next moment the dark figure crushed his heart. At the moment Su Gang perished, Cheng Xu also collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. His stamina had dwindled to 0, and his mental energy plummeted, losing 15 points. Hiss! Cheng Xu felt a blur before his eyes, and it seemed there were flickering shadows in the distance. He knew he had. With his feeble hands, Cheng Xu opened his spatial backpack and rummaged through it, retrieving an item labeled adrenaline. I never expected this thing would save my life. The item activated, and a surge of adrenaline flooded Cheng Xu's body, rapidly restoring his physical functions. Upon regaining consciousness, Cheng Xu looked into the distance again, realizing those shadows were merely the swaying leaves. With the crisis averted, Cheng Xu, during the effective period of the adrenaline, carried 3 corpses back to his fortress, urgently repairing the fortress walls and using spring water to detoxify himself and the corpses, finally allowing himself to relax. Half a minute after Cheng Xu relaxed, the adrenaline wore off and drowsiness swept over him. He lay on the ground. Vine Tomato peaceful. 10 Calyx Tomato, seeing him sleep so soundly, I want to catch some sleep too. I'll leave the watch to you. Vine Tomato. By the time Cheng Xu woke up, it was already noon the next day, with only 6.5 hours until nightfall. Hiss. My head hurts. Cheng Xu felt a bit dazed, slightly confused about what had happened yesterday. He glanced at the 3 corpses, which looked more serene than he felt, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I am tired, but it's better than being like them, thanks to those green creatures' corpses. Thinking of the green creatures, Cheng Xu suddenly realized he had an unfinished hidden mission. So he quickly stripped the 3 corpses, then checked the surroundings for any presence of others. Confirming safety, Cheng Xu dragged the 3 corpses to the edge of the breeding grounds where the green creatures were still chatting. Cheng Xu tossed the corpses down, and the green creatures immediately erupted in cheers, raising the mission progress to 410. Among the 3 individuals killed by Cheng Xu, only one had a spatial backpack engraved with the name of their leader, Su Gang, containing various emergency supplies and interchangeable weapons. In addition to the medical supplies and food, what caught Cheng Xu's attention were the dozen or so bottles and jars, each labeled invigorating fragrance, resistance increased by 10, and nerve stimulation, toxic saliva fragrance, can dissolve stones, the vapor has a dizzying effect, poison feather fragrance, dust insoluble in water, highly toxic. These fragrances were products of the perfumer Lu Kun's skills and held significant meaning for Cheng Xu. Because with his artist branch, he would eventually gain poison-making skills, which would be highly effective for dealing with large numbers of enemies and conducting indirect assassinations. Inside the spatial backpack, there was also a staff that was level with his eyebrows, a wooden stick with an iron hoop. It was rather ordinary and of little use to Cheng Xu, who specialized in dealing explosive damage. Additionally, there were 2 axes, one long and one short, both likely belonging to the gladiator Lu Yu. The spare armor they had replaced was all leather armor with some parts showing signs of damage, likely remnants from the first phase. After quickly tidying up his belongings, Cheng Xu prepared to return home for a good bath and to eat something he hadn't eaten in 12 hours and could already feel his stomach cramping. Cheng Xu inflated his grappling gun and used it to reach the top of the church, preparing to swing back to his island from the tree. Just as he was about to proceed, he noticed a short figure crouched in the bushes, rummaging through something. Cheng Xu drew his blood bowstring and knocked a specially stabilized arrow, surveying the surroundings. It should only be one person. The short figure slowly stood up, seemingly holding something in hand, looking quite pleased as Cheng Xu could hear the person's laughter from a distance. I can't believe I found such a treasure, how wonderful. The figure dressed in black gradually approached Cheng Xu's direction, playing with a short knife in hand. Good things come to those who are happy. Hey, I'll give this to the boss, and he'll definitely reward me well. The voice sounded feminine, but the person was shrouded in shadows, dressed entirely in black with their head wrapped, making it impossible to discern their gender. Another unfamiliar character. The black figure darted swiftly towards the stone path, then stood by the roadside contemplating, while murmuring, "Should I pry a few more locks? After all, I've already sneaked out to play on the boss's orders. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy myself a bit longer, right?" Hearing this, Cheng Xu felt relieved. An arrow flew out, the bowstring thrumming, and the powerful force pierced straight through the figure's head. How could such a person survive the initial selection? Cheng Xu waited a minute to confirm that no one was around before approaching the small black figure to investigate. The person killed by Cheng Xu was only about 1.2 meters tall, with an imbalanced head-to-body ratio and unusually large hands and feet, likely suffering from dwarfism. Has an Adam's apple, must be an anomaly caused by dwarfism. Cheng Xu searched his body and discovered that the fellow was equipped with 6 spatial backpacks. Although they were all the smallest size, it was still somewhat surprising. Moreover, besides a short knife in his hand, he also held a button-sized device, known as the Cartesian coordinate. In addition, Cheng Xu found a blurred symbol on the back of the dwarf as if it had faded due to being soaked in water, making its specific lines indistinct. After feeding the corpse to a green creature, Cheng Xu returned home to examine the 6 backpacks. One of them was filled with various types of lockpicking tools capable of handling most locks available on the market. The remaining 5 backpacks contained meaningless odds and ends: teacups, water bottles, pins, frying pans, screwdrivers, air fryers, toilet plungers, decorative curtains for chandeliers. Cheng Xu simply threw all those useless items into the sewage pond, allowing the bacteria in the pond to have a taste of something new. After enduring a whole day of life and death turmoil, Cheng Xu finally returned to his warm little nest lying in the bathtub and letting out a comfortable sigh. Let's see what tasks are available. There were only 3 tasks during the day, and they were all quite challenging. 1. Kill 3 survivors or monsters within 1 minute. 2. Run for 15 minutes. 3. Create 4 toxins and conduct experiments. Well, I might as well take a good rest today and see how things go tonight. Cheng Xu soaked in the hot spring for over an hour, munching on food that he had snatched from others, which tasted exceptionally delicious to him. Feeling full and satisfied, Cheng Xu found himself sinking into a mire of boredom after detoxifying his equipment. Since the survival game started, it seems my soul has become much more fulfilled, but once I stop, that emptiness intensifies. Cheng Xu did not know what was lacking in his heart. This question, being a part of the situation, left him unable to find answers. In the manager group, no one else spoke, only Teng Chia was present. Teng Chia on duty. So boring. Teng Chia, it seems he has nothing to do either, or else. Teng Chia, in that case my salary would have no hope. Teng Chia, when will you all finish the meeting? Cheng Xu looked at Teng Chia's messages, and that feeling of confusion gradually faded, pulling him back to reality. Suddenly a message appeared in the long-silent survivor group. He Luo Shen, welcome to join our brotherhood. We currently have 11 members. We provide food and shelter, ensuring safety. Below was a photo where the main subject did not show his face, only revealing a powerful muscular body and a voodoo symbol. As a former passionate novelist, Cheng Xu had done a lot of research and was very interested in various occult matters. Upon seeing the symbol on the person's arm, Cheng Xu's pupils constricted slightly. Control, oath, blood sacrifice. The person then sent another message. He Luo Shun, as long as you have talent, our brotherhood will accept you regardless of gender or age. As long as you see our flag, feel free to come. The second image released was an enlarged voodoo symbol identical to the one on that person's arm. This, Cheng Xu recalled carefully, the blurred mark on the back of that dwarf seemed to be this voodoo symbol, but it was too vague for him to recognize. Now the brotherhood only has 10 people left. The guy in the survivor group kept sending messages, and the more Cheng Xu looked, the more he felt this guy resembled a cult. He Luo Shun, as long as you join our brotherhood, your power will be enhanced. He Luo Shun, the great He Luo God will transform into a prophet, awakening each of your paths. He Luo Shun, a storm and doomsday are approaching, and the gods will immerse us in blood. He Luo Shun, as long as you join the brotherhood, all disasters will be smoothed over. Should I throw those things far away? Cheng Xu hurriedly got up, donned his mask, and ran outside. He hurried to the sewage pond, packed all the stolen goods into the spatial backpack, and then swiftly headed to another roundabout. After walking for about a dozen roundabouts, Cheng Xu arrived at a roundabout marked Brown Bear by Zhang Ichi, quickly discarded those items and left. When returning, Cheng Xu intentionally took a longer route, making several turns to observe if anyone was following him. After ensuring everything was safe, Cheng Xu returned to his house, packed some useful items, and stamped many crossbow bolts, heading to the fortress to wait for sunset. The house where he had built the fortress officially belonged to him, so Cheng Xu naturally made some enhancements to the house. The house was also transformed by Cheng Xu into a fortress-style dwelling, sturdy and durable, with excellent waterproofing. Most importantly, it had quick access to the next door. In the adjacent house that once belonged to the clown, Cheng Xu initiated an occupation task, building an identical fort. By the way, the neighbor next door also died. Cheng Xu skillfully climbed onto the roof of that neighbor's house, only to find his corpse still there, though it had started to smell. Cheng Xu pushed him into the breeding ground, discovering that the task had actually increased by 1 notch. Now, he only needed 4 more corpses to obtain a hidden reward. The resources from the neighbor's house were primarily food and reinforcement materials. Without those few people, he would have lived inside a turtle shell. Cheng Xu also found flourishing algal balls and flourishing moss balls in his house, both of which had the same properties and functions, providing oxygen. Though they are somewhat useful, I still dare not take off my mask in the fortress. After all, if someone were to poison me, it would be disaster. Cheng Xu also initiated an occupation task in the third house, not for more territory, but to be able to construct on the roof. Cheng Xu built another fortress similar to his other two using stone and brick walls, deliberately creating signs of. Finally, he intentionally left a weak spot in that fortress, placing many metal pieces inside. If anyone or a monster were to break through that fortress, he would be alerted immediately. Very well, now I can just stay here. Cheng Xu entered the second fortress, which still lacked a bed, only having the bedding he had moved over, forcing him to sleep on the ground. With only 1 hour left until dark, Cheng Xu raised his binoculars to look out beyond the fortress. Soon nightfall arrived. As night fell, the managers seemed to have just finished a meeting and began to chat casually. Nan Xia. Currently the ratings far exceed expectations, and most viewers are paying attention to the assassin, with viewer interest accounting for over 40. Teng Xia He. Ru Xia. There are also a few other popular characters, but without exception they are all lone wolves. Shui Xia. Therefore the subsequent map selection must give preferential treatment to lone wolf players. Sure, Xia. If more people cause more trouble. Can we use the virus city? Zombies evolve daily, and the more people there are, the greater the risk of infection. Bai Dong Xia, or the alien insect nest could work. The more people there are, the higher the chances of being hunted. Nan Xia, let's talk about it later. Right now this map has just begun. Half today's monsters been deployed. Shui Xia deploying now. Shui Xia water 2. Zip. A roar suddenly echoed from outside the fortress. Cheng Xu sat cross-legged and began to browse through today's files. Drowning Spirit, Deathline Worm, Swamp Man, Sludge, Impersonator, Red Umbrella. Drowning Spirit C. Transformed from the vengeful spirit of the drowned, it loves to drag all humans into the water to drown, possessing a long spiked tongue for ambushing and capturing humans. The entity of the drowning spirit can be attacked, lacking the traits of a malevolent spirit. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's still manageable. Deathline Worm B. The eggs are invisible to the naked eye, lying dormant in the water, usually making no noise. Once a human approaches, they quickly hatch into larvae. In the larval stage, deathline worms will attack and cling to humans, secreting a large amount of adhesive liquid from their skin, making it difficult to remove once stuck. Successfully attached larvae will gnaw at human flesh with their mouthparts and rapidly develop into adults, which will grow a massive mouth to devour all tissues of their host. Another bug. Swamp Man B. The first form of the swamp man is a deep green sludge. When a human falls, approaches, or touches it, it transforms into its second form. In the second form, the swamp man will fully replicate a suitably conditioned human and hunt that human. Currently, it is the most noteworthy monster. Sludge Impersonator B. A sludge creature disguised as various objects, able to approach humans and attack using sludge, causing suffocation and death to those trapped. Identifying an impersonator is quite easy, as long as you attack, the impersonator will dodge, whereas normal objects will not. Tonight's difficulty is higher than before. Red Umbrella A. A woman who died on a rainy night, her vengeful spirit lingers after death, drifting around with a red umbrella, indiscriminately attacking everyone she encounters. She will launch attacks that are between physical and non-physical states, and no armor can effectively resist her. The area where she is located will have a strong stench of corpses, as long as one does not pay attention to her presence and does not react to her intimidation, she will not attack further. It's easy to imagine how difficult my survival will be without information. Suddenly a sound of a board creaked outside Cheng Xu's fortress. Cheng Xu looked down from the window and saw a piece of wood lying on the second floor counter, resembling the reinforced materials he usually encountered. Regarding the sludge impersonator's poor acting skills, Cheng Xu naturally chose to ignore it. A normal person would like. Cheng Xu opened the task list to check tonight's tasks. 1. Explore the woods of 2 ring islands. 2. Accumulate 200 meters of movement outside the shelter. 3. Remain hidden outside the shelter for 10 minutes. 4. Perform a dive. 5. Hide in sewage for 5 minutes. 6. Collect 15 supplies. These 6 tasks have a very clear theme, primarily focusing on danger. Venturing out on a night where impersonating monsters are rampant is a significant challenge in itself. The sludge impersonator at Cheng Xu's door transformed into another form, becoming a small pile of inconspicuous cement debris resting on the floor. Originally, when Cheng Xu was building the fortress, he deliberately used a few more stone walls to leave himself an entrance, but now that entrance had an annoying monster added to it. Fortunately, when the previous 3 came, they made a hole in his wall, allowing Cheng Xu to patch in another piece of material, which also barely allowed for entry and exit. Cheng Xu packed his belongings and stood at his door for a minute, waiting for hibernation to take effect before removing the patch. Confirming that no monsters had detected him, Cheng Xu immediately activated Phantom Butterfly, dashed out of the fortress, and sealed the wall behind him. Since he needed to rely on the stench of corpses to detect the appearance of the red umbrella, Cheng Xu took off his mask, planning to put it back on when he dived. He roughly planned his route before departure, only taking the 2 nearest ring islands where he was most familiar with the environment. As long as there were no accidents, he could complete all tasks in 15 minutes. Just as Cheng Xu prepared to head to the top of the church, he suddenly saw a light glowing within the church, not knowing when it had. There was a religiously significant candlestick that had been lit, emanating a warm glow. Such an abnormal object was clearly an impersonator. Cheng Xu climbed over the barbed wire and quickly reached the top of the church, scanning the surroundings. The entire water prison was remarkably quiet, without a sound belonging to monsters, as if night had never fallen. The woods on the island showed no abnormalities, and Cheng Xu decided to seize the opportunity and move quickly. As Cheng Xu crawled out from the barbed wire, a small tree transformed into a mass of mud right under his eyes, quickly turning into a street lamp that emitted bright orange light. Cheng Xu decisively stopped and began to shoot crossbow arrows at those trees. Ting Qiao. That was close. Sure, Xie tonight's night is fine for him, who possesses stealth skills, but the others can't be so relaxed. Tian Xie, you two are still watching him. Stop looking, I have a musician sequence guy here, second in popularity, quite interesting. Kashi Xie, alright, I'm coming to take a look. Relying on the precise judgment of the crossbow arrows, Cheng Xu successfully circled the ring island, then quickly shot a grappling hook to the opposite shore. During the drifting process, Cheng Xu's body momentarily glided over a sewage pit, causing a large surge of green sludge to rise and form a vague figure remarkably similar to Cheng Xu. Then that not entirely accurate swamp man attempted to take a few steps, stumbled on the shore, and collapsed into sludge. The swamp man is even more dangerous than I imagined. Cheng Xu quickly completed the task of exploring the ring island, and then picked up the binoculars to carefully search for a sewage pool that looked relatively normal. Apart from the ponds covered in silt, the rest showed no obvious difference. Cheng Xu aimed at a seemingly clean pond, took out his grappling hook gun, and pulled the trigger. Just as the grappling hook was about to reach the water's surface, the water began to swirl unexpectedly, evading the hook's impact. It's a decoy. Cheng Xu shook his head, retracted the hook, aimed at another pond, and fired again. The hook finally plunged into the murky pit, bringing up a water-soaked wooden plank. Crack. As the hook was pulled back, Cheng Xu had not yet reacted when dozens of black insects suddenly sprang from the wood. Cheng Xu abruptly swung his arm and threw the wooden plank to the ground. On the soil among the bushes, those newly emerged larvae twitched, as if they were fish out of water, slowly succumbing to death. Such pawns are impossible to distinguish, but I have already completed 3 tasks. I should return before my invisibility. Cheng Xu did not intend to take risks for skill enhancement. Completing 3 tasks was sufficient for him. Following the barbed wire pipeline, he prepared to head to the former house of the jester to progress on his occupation task. Although a few decoys appeared on the way, Cheng Xu managed to probe them out, which was surprisingly uneventful. As Cheng Xu reached the top of the church, preparing to climb towards the house, a strong stench of decay assaulted him. His nerves instantly tensed, and his eyes went blank, standing there as if gazing into the distance. A red figure silently appeared beside him. The rainwater dripping from the red umbrella carried a strong scent of blood. The red umbrella stood quietly next to Cheng Xu, facing away from him, motionless. Cheng Xu initially thought she would leave after a while, but to his surprise she stayed until his phantom butterfly wore off. When Cheng Xu's hibernation was forced to activate, the woman in red finally moved. It seemed as if the ghost could see the invisible Cheng Xu slowly turning to face him and removing her mask. Her face, shredded by a knife, was revealed before Cheng Xu, the area below her eyes a gruesome mass of flesh and bone fragments slowly writhing. Do you think I am beautiful? Cheng Xu maintained his expression, his eyes vacant and unfocused, staring blankly into the distance. The ghost gradually approached the bloody fragments on her chin, parting to reveal a hollow throat sac wrapped within. Inside that throat sac were numerous sharp teeth and an oddly twisted eye fixated intently on Cheng Xu. You can see me, right? Just as the ghost was about to touch Cheng Xu, a nearby decoy turned into a radio and suddenly began playing music. The red umbrella transformed into wisps of mist and gradually dissipated, while Cheng Xu clenched his fists and continued on. When he finally returned to his newly built fortress, he realized his hands were already feeling somewhat weak. Phew. Tonight was still too dangerous. Next time I must not rush to complete tasks. Ensuring my safety is to divert his attention. Cheng Xu opened the task management system and found that he had not yet allocated the skill points he earned yesterday. Combined with today's points, he had just enough for a new skill. Cheng Xu decisively spent 2 skill points on the Art of Slaughter branch, acquiring a trap-related skill. The Yukio is actually a skill that consumes mental energy. Yukio, using mental energy as a cost, it extracts the fear and pain from one's consciousness as a basis, transforming it into energy paintings that can be attached to walls, floors, mirrors, tabletops, and other flat surfaces. When a non-user passes by, they will experience a mental shock, feeling a surge of pain and fear. Cost 5 mental energy points. Decreasing mental energy is quite unpleasant. Cheng Xu activated the skill, a sense of inspiration coalescing in his hand, turning into a thick block of paint. He slapped the condensed substance onto his wall and then vigorously smeared it. After a moment, a vivid red figure appeared. It looks like the ghost from earlier. Buzz. In the next second, Cheng Xu felt a buzzing sound near his ear, resonating in his head and causing nausea in his stomach. Half a minute later, that feeling finally subsided. Cheng Xu checked his panel and indeed found a reduction of 5 mental energy points. The earlier discomfort was due to this drop. Since there's no need to go out tonight, I might as well create some traps for unforeseen circumstances, Cheng Xu said, and immediately took out some equipment that he wouldn't use, temporarily attaching it with Yukio. The first painting depicted the red umbrella he had just seen, and as he began the second painting, Cheng Xu realized he was not quite. The painting on the short sword was a silhouette of someone holding a stick. Although it instinctively repulsed Cheng Xu, he could not recall. This time the side effects lasted more than 2 minutes, causing tinnitus, dizziness, nausea, and painful pressure in his eyes, making Cheng Xu suffer considerably. I hope this trap's effect is strong enough. For the third painting, Cheng Xu drew a dagger, still a very simplistic silhouette resembling a door filled with iron bars. In the fourth painting, Cheng Xu depicted another dagger, and the image still showed iron bars, but it seemed there was a figure with its back turned to him outside. After finishing these 4 paintings, Cheng Xu felt as if he were about to die, lying on the bed and pressing hard on his forehead. Tung Chia, oh my god, there are only 80 sanity points total, and you dare deduct a quarter in such a short time. Ruchia, oh, you're still watching. That musician over there is much more interesting, controlling the imitators to attack each other. Tung Chia. Kashi Chia, don't mind him, he only focuses on this one. Shui Chia, but anyone who can lose a quarter of their sanity points at once without going insane is quite ruthless. Nan Xia, I was wondering why the viewership suddenly shot up, but turns out the star contestant is self-immolating. Good, we don't have to work on the program's effect anymore. Cheng Xu, lying on the bed, felt completely drained of strength as a voice gradually floated up from deep within him, echoing in his mind. Speak. Are you still playing online? I was wrong. Instructor. I was wrong. You must report. Respect your superiors. Bang. Ah. Report. I was wrong. Louder. Report. I was wrong. The voice did not belong to Cheng Xu, nor was it in any way similar to him. It was very unfamiliar, but caused a pang in his heart. Cheng Xu felt as if something was constantly surrounding him, releasing malice without restraint. In the endless whirlpool, Cheng Xu suddenly awoke and realized he was still in that fortress surrounded by safety. Outside, it had started to rain at an unknown time, accompanied by intermittent thunder. Cheng Xu checked the time, noting that dawn was still 5.5 hours away. The notification from the hibiscus read that it was sent 24 minutes ago. Survivors. Tonight's lottery has begun. What you have drawn is a thunderstorm. Before dawn, the thunderstorm will not cease. At the same time, a lovely lady in red will receive enhancements, so please do not conflict with her. Upon reading this, Cheng Xu suddenly realized that the sound of rain he was hearing was not the patter of raindrops hitting the roof. The crisp plopping sound resembled someone outside tapping an umbrella. This fortress of Cheng Xu had no reinforcements, its walls did not prevent the penetration of spirits. If the red umbrella outside truly possessed enhancements, Cheng Xu knew he would be unable to block it. His mind began to race, ultimately determining a plan. To avoid directly seeing the ghostly woman's face, he opened the chat group, bringing up both the survivor group and the administrator group, filling his field of vision. Then he donned a mask to prevent himself from reacting too strongly to the ghost's scent. Cheng Xu then chose the most comfortable position to lie down, leaning against the bedding, while casually browsing through the group chat content. However, at this moment, the ghost's attention was not on Cheng Xu. What remained at his door was merely a spirit split from the enhanced red umbrella. At this moment, she had already been captivated by the sound of the musician lingering outside his house, unwilling to leave. For musician was named Zhou Ruaji, born into a musical family and forced by his family to learn various instruments from a young age. However, he was not proficient in any of them, lacking a particular specialty. His skills were rather scattered. When he was dragged into the survival game, the profession he awakened was closely aligned with his abilities, allowing him to use music to achieve various effects. The initial skills he acquired were all for self-protection, enabling him to conceal himself with music and even briefly stun enemies with sound, which allowed him to fare well in the first stage. In the second stage, he had just awakened a skill related to mind control and conducted an experiment with the mud imposter near. The results of the experiment were surprisingly good. The melody of the music successfully caused chaos among those monsters, leading them to devour each other. However, his overly high profile also caused unnecessary consequences, attracting more monsters, including the red umbrella. When the rules of the Rain Knight descended, the red umbrella, angered by the thunder, began to howl frantically, splitting into multiple entities to hunt those who dared to stare at her. But when she arrived at the door of the musician Zhou Raji, she was enveloped by a voice possessing powerful mind control effects, completely forgetting her inner fury. She no longer wandered, sitting on the second-floor platform of Zhou Ruozi's house, hugging her knees, while listening intently to them. Of course, Zhou Ruozi did not know what the ghost intended. He was merely startled and instinctively released his strongest. His music could touch the soul, which meant it consumed spiritual energy, especially his newly awakened D major serenade, which had a terrifying consumption rate of 1 point per minute. Although Zhou Ruozi's previous level-ups had greatly increased his spiritual energy, currently his limit was as high as 240 points, 3 times that of Cheng Xu. However, after a night of consumption, it was nearing the critical line of dropping below 50. Zhou Ruozi, holding his violin, played the serenade under the thunderstorm, his expression beginning to grow dazed and his fingers starting to twitch. He did not know how much longer he had to endure, as specks of bright red were gradually appearing on his rain-soaked clothing, the result of his nosebleed. Boom. Crack. A flash of lightning struck, causing Zhou Ruozi's bow to tremble, breaking several strings, and the music abruptly stopped. The ghostly figure vanished at the same time, yet the putrid smell that belonged to her still lingered. Zhou Ruozi felt a haze appear before his eyes. In a daze, time rapidly flowed backward, and he returned to his student days. He saw the girl who always sat next to him in the band, noticed the veins on her face, and beheld her enchanting gaze. Of course I can see you. Will you keep watching me? I have already lost one chance, I will definitely not refuse this time. Click. Zhou Ruozi embraced the ghost, his entire body beginning to be stained with blood red, as his pure white shirt transformed into a deep crimson. Moments later, his body lost all sensation, slowly collapsing beside his violin. Get up, dear, let us hunt those who obstruct our happiness. Okay. While checking the administrator group, Cheng Xu was suddenly inundated with a flood of chat messages. The administrators seemed to be discussing the scene that had just unfolded. Nanxia sacrificing a musician for a momentary peak in livestream viewership. I wonder if it's worth it. By Dongxia can we sell clips of Ghost Bride and musician later? After all, some viewers love this sort of thing. Shui Xiao indeed, but will these two have another chance to appear? Nanxia, it depends on the audience's reaction. If suitable, we can consider bringing them back. Ci Tianxia, it must still be on a rainy night with thunder roaring. Let the musician perform another piece. Tung Xia, wait, it seems they are heading towards the killer child. Kashi Xia, oh, the livestream viewership is hitting new highs and still increasing. Nanxia, it's simply a walking program effect. Just after the administrators finished speaking, Cheng Xu heard a melodious tune. Though he had never systematically studied classical music, Cheng Xu had still heard numerous pieces used to combat the noisy neighbor. The buoyant and cheerful melody felt incredibly familiar to Cheng Xu. Humorous piece. The enhanced red umbrella was the first to enter Cheng Xu's fortress. Standing beside her was Zhou Ruaji, slowly drawing his bow. The swirling melody danced around Cheng Xu's ears. The originally light and pleasant tune should have been relaxing, but the ghost's face tore apart the soft parts of the piece. Red Umbrella leaned close to Cheng Xu's ear, asking in a near whisper, "Can you see me?" Before Cheng Xu could react, Zhou Ruaji, who was playing the violin, suddenly let out a howl and fell into madness. The first Yukio left by Cheng Xu suddenly took effect, and a red phantom flickered around Zhou Ruaji, causing his body to twitch uncontrollably. Without the slightest hesitation, Red Umbrella quickly turned around to rescue her ghostly groom. Cheng Xu seized the opportunity, dismantled the wall, and activated Fractured Shadows, dashing away at high speed. Currently, the only known entity with ghost-repelling abilities is Cheng Xu's first shelter, which also contains several special enhancement materials. As long as Cheng Xu could safely reach his home, surviving the night would be absolutely no problem. He didn't think too much. Time did not allow him to focus on details, and running was his only goal at that moment. When he crossed the sewage pit between the islands for the second time, using a grappling hook, the swamp man, which attempted to replicate Cheng Xu, finally achieved its goal. A humanoid entity almost identical to Cheng Xu appeared in the water, twisting its neck and slowly adapting to its new The furious Red Umbrella let out a shriek, transforming into crimson smoke and charging towards the direction Cheng Xu had left. "What have you done to my beloved?" she roared, her body sprouting structures not belonging to a human, sharp claws and elongated arms making her appear like an insect. The swamp man had just awakened, mimicking Cheng Xu's tone, muttering to itself, "Hunt." Then it became the first prey of Red. Hiss. 4 or 5 barbed bone spikes instantly pierced through the body of the swamp man, the immense force causing its spine to break in the opposite direction. Red Umbrella instantly opened its throat, filled with jagged teeth and eyes biting off the head of the swamp man. Yet within seconds, the corpse of Cheng Xu transformed into a puddle of green sludge. Now the already furious Red Umbrella became even more agitated, with more and more abnormalities sprouting from her body. But behind her, a mournful violin melody suddenly echoed, filled with sadness and farewell. In fact, Zhou Ruaji had never died. He was merely under the reverse control of the female ghost Red Umbrella. Now, after being struck by Cheng Xu's Yukio mental impact, he became even more disoriented. His consciousness lingered on his school days, where the girl in the red dress brought him genuine joy. The earlier howl of Red Umbrella unexpectedly filled him with an inexplicable heartache. Zhou Ruaji knew he couldn't do anything from beginning to end. He could only play the violin, expressing his unheard sorrow. When he saw that red-clad figure again in his vision, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "You finally deigned to look at me." As the bony protrusions on Red Umbrella began to collapse, merging back into her body, her completely shattered face gradually came together, transforming into a pale, yet captivating countenance. They, one person and one ghost, embraced each other, tears of emotion flowing from both. Meanwhile, Cheng Xu quickly returned to his room, using 4 enhancement materials to add a layer of mountain ghost town evil reinforcement to the house. Then he placed 3 weapons imbued with Yukio beside him, ready to ambush the man so dearly cherished by the female ghost. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see the female ghost appear, nor did he even detect the signature stench of corpses. Kexigia, so in terms of ratings, the musician has absolutely outperformed the killer, right? Tingjia. Shuijia, oh, tonight's arrangement is just splendid. The ratings have soared by 90 compared to the first round of final. Shuijia, so. Boss, do we get any bonuses or something? Nanjiao, there might be. Bill asked Lord Disaster to apply for you. The higher dimensional beings watching this game livestream bestowed blessings upon the human ghost couple, with many even throwing money, frantically praising their chemistry. In short, the focus that was Cheng Xu just moments ago instantly became a different kind of focus, a transcendent light bulb that crossed the boundaries of life and death. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Cheng Xu finally caught a whiff of the nerve-wracking stench of corpses. Red Umbrella, however, she was not the furious entity Cheng Xu had imagined. Instead, she was unusually calm. She stood at the door of Cheng Xu's house, gently set down the umbrella she had been holding all evening, leaned against the wall, and let out a sigh. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked 3 times, and then spoke to herself. "Actually, I originally planned to choose you as my groom. Because you possess a special feeling akin to my former self. I guess you must despise this world, hate others, loathe yourself, and fear falling into the whirlpool of this world to the point of forgetting who you are. Now I have found the one who truly loves me, who I no longer need kindred spirits. Although you infuriate me tonight, I will let you go. On account of our past kinship." Cheng Xu did not make a sound, remaining vigilant, holding the Amei dagger ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Only when the stench emitted by Red Umbrella completely dissipated did Cheng Xu relax. Boom. The thunderstorm outside continued, and the waves of sewage began to rise, soon engulfing Cheng Xu's house, plunging the surrounding world into silence. In the stillness, Cheng Xu suddenly felt as if he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. A sense of confusion rising from within that left him somewhat dazed. You do not need to know who you are, you only need to know to grip your weapon tightly and eliminate all who stand in your way. The voice echoed again, whispering in Cheng Xu's ear. However, moments later Cheng Xu awakened from that state of confusion, and all memories of what had just transpired vanished completely. He only remembered that the female ghost had left, and that he was temporarily safe. Tonight went quite smoothly. Tomorrow during the day, he'll try hunting a few people to earn extra skill points. Cheng Xu remained seated within the formation of 3 weapons, beginning to study the previous map from Zhang Yiqi, comparing it with his own records to determine the next target. Kexigio, when are we going to give those two a comeback? The unresolved human-ghost romance is so appealing to me. Shiuijia, anyway, it's unlikely that this map and the next will overlap. Oh, just wait. Nanjia hunger marketing is also a way to boost ratings. It shouldn't be too fast. 2 or 3 maps later would be just right. Tingjia, anyway, we still have seed now. One of the ratings are definitely secure. Cheng Xu spent another entire night inside his own array, even widening the spacing between the 3 weapons and lying down on the floor at the center to rest his aching back. He waited until dawn, but the Red Umbrella never returned. I must carefully plan how to deploy these 3 traps. First and foremost, Cheng Xu's stronghold, especially the arrow forging station and crossbow bolt press, was vital. These 2 devices sustained his combat capability. Thus he gathered his gear, rations, and crafting tools in one place, and concealed within them a short sword inscribed with. Next he placed an ame-piercing dagger beside his own front door. For the 3rd trap, he positioned it beside the magician's props, to guard against anyone exploiting the 2 interconnected cabinets. Once finished, Cheng Xu readied his bow and arrows, preparing to seek out his target for the day. Before departing, he reviewed his mission list, perfectly suited for hunting. 1. Strike the heart 3 times. And 2. Strike the throat 3 times. And 3. Strike the occiput 3 times. And the first target Cheng Xu had selected was one of the survivors he had marked as reserve rations during the 3-day grace period. That unfortunate survivor had not perished under monster attacks, but succumbed instead to a severe illness racked by violent coughing fits. Each night, to avoid drawing monsters' attention, he bit down on a cloth curtain, muffling his coughs as much as possible. When Cheng Xu arrived at the Ring Island, he found 2 houses already destroyed, interiors choked with sludge, 2-story structures riddled with holes and shattered debris. The sole remaining survivor was ironically the weakest among them. He had devoted all his time to reinforcing his dwelling. The doors, windows, and walls were astonishingly robust, far exceeding Cheng Xu's expectations. Perched atop the church steeple, Cheng Xu realized he had no opening to strike. The door had been reinforced with concrete and steel plates, its thickness rivaling that of a bank vault. To hunt this survivor, Cheng Xu would first need to lure him outside. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently, and indeed heard coughing from within, ragged and fading, signaling imminent collapse. He knocked gently, then whispered through the crack, "Friend, I'm a doctor. My home was destroyed by monsters. Could you please take..." The coughing ceased instantly. No further sound emerged. Cheng Xu waited over 5 minutes, yet heard nothing. The survivor clearly had no intention of opening the door. Failing to secure the kill, Cheng Xu decided to move on to his next target, not far away. Yet the moment he arrived at that Ring Island, something felt deeply amiss. Every building bore thick coats of black paint overlaid with stark white symbols. Though Cheng Xu did not fully grasp their meaning, their origin was unmistakable. The Hulawa got a figure who had persistently invited survivors to join his cult within the group chat. Cheng Xu waited silently among the branches of a Ring Island tree, soon detecting multiple presences inside the 3 buildings, accompanied by eerie chanting prayers. After 2 minutes the chanting ceased, and a man began speaking, his voice booming and resonant. Hulawa God shall grant you invincible strength. He will summon the storm. Only those who shelter in blood shall survive. And click. The central house's door swung open. 7 or 8 figures emerged, clad in heavily ritualistic armor, faces painted pitch black, foreheads marked with voodoo sigils. Cheng Xu immediately spotted his quarry, a gaunt, wiry man trailing behind the group, his face still unmarked save for a faint, blurred imprint. Beside him stood a portly man, bare-chested in a loose tank top, wearing a feathered headdress. Go forth, faithful ones. Gather resources, prepare the rites for our new brother. And the black-painted figures bowed deeply to the fat man, then scattered towards sewage pools, sifting through muck for salvageable materials. Meanwhile, the thin, frail man sat cross-legged beside the fat man, whose hands continuously massaged his skull. Faced with such unsettling fervor, Cheng Xu activated his illusory butterfly ability and withdrew from the sight, lest he witness something that would shatter his sanity. 2 consecutive failures did not deter Cheng Xu. He headed once more toward a Ring Island marked by Zhang Yiqi as this one is ruined too. In all 3 houses bore no trace of living occupants. Shattered windows, collapsed doors, second floors reduced to heaps of rubble and refuse. Determined not to waste precious trap duration, Cheng Xu prepared to rush onward. Yet just before leaving, he caught movement, a furtive head peering out from the broken second-floor wreckage. This man was no resident of the 3 houses. Those 3 had died last night for various reasons. He was merely a scavenger prowling for salvage. His name was Zhang Ku, a peculiar profession scavenger. Nearly all his skills were invested in survival techniques, granting him preternatural resilience. Cheng Xu was like a cockroach. Nothing escaped his notice where resources lay. Whatever he found, he had to carry it home. Moreover, he possessed a unique artifact, the splitting egg. When fed sufficient resources, it could replicate a perfect clone. Within that egg slumbered his flawless duplicate, and should his original body perish, the egg would activate, birthing a new. So far, Zhang Ke had produced 3 such eggs, each hidden separately across the 3 houses, ensuring redundancy. Zhang Ke darted between crumbling walls like a rat. Elusive, unpredictable, nearly impossible to track with a bow. So Cheng Xu chose first to observe from elevation, then descend for the final strike. From his vantage point, Cheng Xu observed for over 2 minutes, confirming Zhang Ke was alone, then swiftly closed in. Inside a room thick with emerald slime, Zhang Ke emitted soft rodent-like grunts. Haha, HNNH. Food, more food. And he carried no spatial pack, only a modest canvas sack crammed with crushed, flattened rations. When the sack could hold no more, Zhang Ke slipped quietly outside. NCHH gay. And Cheng Xu struck, blade flashed, severing his neck cleanly. Murder. And Zhang Ke's cockroach-like vitality defied reason. Even with his cervical nerves severed, he still shrieked aloud. Without hesitation, Cheng Xu drove 2 more precise strikes, one into the occiput, one into the heart, ending his life irrevocably. Even in the complete absence of vital signs, Zhang Ke's body continued to convulse, twitching like a true insect with limbs shaking back and forth. After confirming that the other party had no breath, Cheng Xu carefully inspected his gear, discovering that he bore no weapons or armor whatsoever. Cheng Xu stripped the clothing from his body, revealing it to be infested with fleas and filth, utterly unusable, even unfit to serve as a rag. Cheng Xu promptly discarded the body along with the clothes into the breeding ground and quickly left the scene. 3 more to go. Taking advantage of the remaining 3 minutes of the item limit, Cheng Xu arrived at another island where 3 utterly dilapidated houses still stood. There are no death reports in the morning anymore. I have no idea how many people have died. The dilapidated houses were all alike, filled with green sludge, and Cheng Xu had no desire to explore inside. But just as Cheng Xu was about to leave, he heard a sound of gasping coming from one of the houses. Cough, cough. Vomit. Cheng Xu stood at the doorway, glancing into the room, finding no signs of life in the living room. The sound seemed to emanate from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Moments later, a person covered in pink slime emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in something resembling a placenta, looking quiet. That guy stumbled through the filth, arriving at the doorway, cursing as he walked. Damn it, I need to hurry, or he'll be blocked again and lose another body, wasting all that time. This time Cheng Xu did not act. Instead, he chose to follow, as Zhang Ke clearly had more than one body. Vine Ego, it seems he alone can fulfill all the requirements of the hidden mission. He's really unlucky. 10 Calyx Egg, providing 4 bodies by himself. That's the consequence of not opting for offensive skills. Thorn Egg, indeed, if he had just invested a bit in the escape and disguise branch of the talent tree, he wouldn't have died so easily. Bitter Winter Egg, I'm starting to consider whether to appropriately nerf the assassin. How come all the good stuff is monopolized by him? Vine Egg, that strength. Do you understand strength? Cheng Xu followed behind Zhang Ke, maintaining a distance, trailing him through 4 or 5 islands. Those islands had been reshaped by Zhang Ke using a massive amount of garbage, even excavating several passages suitable only for him beneath the water's surface. Those passages resembled the intestines of a nameless giant beast, twisted and filled with filthy material. Any normal person would feel a visceral nausea just from seeing them. To prevent Zhang Ke from setting traps within the passages, Cheng Xu merely observed the direction of travel before surfacing and moving overland. After traversing 3 ponds, Cheng Xu spotted the footprints left by Zhang Ke, leading to a house that had already become ruins. The area around the house was piled high with branches and dirt resembling a beaver's work. Those materials formed a makeshift dam stacked up to the height of a normal house, with many green sludge stains on the exterior, dried and cracked like scales. In this ruin, which could be described as a den, Cheng Xu spotted a rustling figure. The figure seemed to be digging, with large amounts of dirt flying around him. I can't stay here. Too close, that invisible bastard will find me. I must move my egg. After digging for a while, Zhang Ke suddenly crouched down, picked up a pink egg that was over half his height, and crawled out of the dam through a gap. In a hibernation state, Cheng Xu carefully observed Zhang Ke's movements and quickly followed once the figure had moved a safe distance away. After a chase lasting more than 10 minutes, Zhang Ke crossed several islands and returned to his true sanctuary. During this time, he had burrowed into all sorts of filthy places, traversing paths as wicked as they come. Fortunately, Cheng Xu had a grappling hook allowing him to move from another height. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to keep up with this guy. His main sanctuary was entirely different from those of normal people, consisting of just 1 floor and in a nearly completely shattered state, lacking doors and windows, just the ground covered in branches and mud. Zhang Ke seemed completely immune to the sewage, using the filth as if it were regular clay, constructing a brand new shelter resembling a termite mound. He had seemingly used some method to tear up the entire floor of his home, excavating a basement and covering it with a large amount. To an outsider, it was impossible to tell where the basement was. When Cheng Xu crouched on the roof of the church at his door, Zhang Ke had already placed his first egg and intended to retrieve the second. Hiss! The invisible thief. As Zhang Ke exited the island from the underground tunnel, Cheng Xu immediately entered his sanctuary to begin searching. This guy's shelter is like a real rat hole. Cheng Xu squeezed into the filthy, murky tunnel, and found that he could not see what lay beneath. All he could see was murky green. By feeling his way, Cheng Xu managed to find the entrance to the basement, lifting a trapdoor-like cover to crawl inside. The basement was much more spacious than Cheng Xu had anticipated, or at the very least he could stand up without constantly bending. However, this space was entirely devoid of light, completely dark, forcing Cheng Xu to explore his surroundings. He took out the composite bow once owned by Zhang Yiqi as a makeshift probe to ensure there were no traps in the vicinity. After searching for a while, he realized he had been overly cautious. That rat-like guy had set no traps at all, not even a pit. At the end of the tunnel-shaped basement, Cheng Xu touched the egg as well as the dividing egg next to it. That soft egg exuded an unsettling vitality. Even from nearly 2 meters away, Cheng Xu could see. This is it. Cheng Xu stood near the egg, retracted the composite bow, and took out the folding knife, by Chue waiting for the hibernation effect. After staying in the pitch-black basement for several minutes, Cheng Xu heard splashing sounds coming from above. Soon after, a grumbling voice accompanied the opening and closing of the trapdoor. Hiss. That bitch won't find me now. No one can find me. Safe. Safe. As Zhang Ke landed, he immediately sensed something was off. The dampness of the soil beneath his feet was unusual, and there was a high possibility of an intruder in his home. Cheng Xu basically relied on sound to pinpoint Zhang Ke's location, but still could not activate his skills, perhaps due to the unclear positioning that prevented him from truly locking on. Cheng Xu could only remain still, waiting for a better opportunity. Zhang Ke's mouse-like nose sniffed the air several times before he knelt down to test the moisture of the soil, mumbling in confusion. There's no scent of outsiders. Could the door be leaking? With just these 2 eggs, I must check the door. Zhang Ke climbed along the wall and reopened the well cover, a sliver of dim light spilling into the underground space. Cheng Xu instantly completed the lock-in, and with a swift execution of light shadow kill, he pierced through Zhang Ke's heart before the latter could react. Facing Zhang Ke for the second time, Cheng Xu was somewhat prepared, quickly delivering a cut to both his brain and throat. This time Zhang Ke did not struggle as much as before. He merely flailed symbolically a couple of times before succumbing to death. The eggs that he had placed on the ground soon emitted cracking sounds, and a pool of pale red liquid spilled out as the recently reborn Zhang Ke struggled to crawl out. Cheng Xu had already blocked the birth point, waiting for him to complete his resurrection. The moment Zhang Ke popped his head out, Cheng Xu plunged a knife into his neck, though slightly askew, it still severed Zhang Ke's trachea. Sizzle. Sizzle. Cheng Xu quickly stabbed him twice under the jaw to ensure the opponent's death. He then pulled the corpse out of the egg and stabbed it twice in the chest, completing his professional task. Just one more to go. Cheng Xu held his breath and approached the last egg, waiting for Zhang Ke's rebirth. However, after several minutes of waiting, the egg remained still. Cheng Xu decisively pierced the eggshell, causing a surge of thick liquid to spout forth, accompanied by Zhang Ke's pleas. Don't kill me. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? I haven't attacked you at all. I don't even know you. Sizzle. Cheng Xu remained silent, grabbing Zhang Ke's hair to expose his neck and severing his cervical spine. Like a skilled worker in a slaughterhouse, Cheng Xu precisely struck Zhang Ke's remaining vital points without hesitation. This ability stemmed from his profession. A killer could naturally find an opponent's weaknesses after merely 2 encounters. After eliminating Zhang Ke, Cheng Xu rummaged through his spatial backpack, placing Zhang Ke's corpse inside, while also taking the splitting egg with him. Cheng Xu circled around Zhang Ke's home, but found no breeding grounds. It seemed those green creatures also looked down upon this cockroach-like survivor. In another deserted roundabout without any living beings, Cheng Xu tossed 3 corpses to the green creatures, finally receiving the hidden task reward of 4 skill points. Moreover, he had completed his daytime professional task, earning a total of 5 skill points, which was a significant boost for Cheng Xu. However, he felt somewhat conflicted about his skill choices. 5 skill points could only be exchanged for 2 skills, and the next skill branch of stealth movement was hiding, an upgraded version of concealment. Hiding. When the user's feet remain still for 30 seconds, the skill will automatically activate, rendering the user and their belongings invisible. The invisibility effect can persist for 2 minutes after beginning to move. Passive skill. Consumption. No consumption. This effect cannot be deemed excellent, as one must remain stationary for 30 seconds to achieve 2 minutes of invisibility, severely limiting its applicability for pursuits or escapes. However, the next skill in the stealth movement branch, named Mirror Shadow Obfuscation, would grant Cheng Xu a powerful escape ability. Mirror Shadow Obfuscation. When activated, the user gains the ability to enter mirror surfaces with any smooth surface within a 20-meter radius, serving as an entry point. Entering the mirror world means one cannot touch or influence the real world, and can only observe or exit through the mirror. Consumption 5 stamina points. Skill duration 5 minutes. Having this skill would allow Cheng Xu to traverse through reflective surfaces within a 20-meter radius for 5 minutes, which is undeniably powerful. However, the next skill in the killing art branch, named Brushstroke, is a highly effective warning type skill. Brushstroke draws a mark containing mental wave fluctuations that can attach to any object, including living beings. The mark comes in 2 types, one that warns survivors and another that warns both survivors and monsters. Once the corresponding target is detected, the mark will emit a mental wave informing the user of the precise location of the alarm. Consumption 1 mental point. Mark duration 72 hours. Maximum effective range 100 meters. This skill precisely fills the gap in Cheng Xu's current reconnaissance capabilities, providing him with a degree of intelligence without relying entirely on the manager's information. Moreover, the skill after killing Art also suits Cheng Xu's preferences. It is his first summoning type skill. Dream Gap, upon use, summons a spider that possesses neurotoxin, which can be controlled within a 40-meter radius by the summoner. Consumption, 20 stamina points. Summoned creature duration, 72 hours. Dream Gap and the previous brush stroke could even form a combination technique allowing Cheng Xu to send the spider for unilateral reconnaissance. After much deliberation, Cheng Xu still chose killing Art as the situation had not deteriorated to the extent of needing survival skills. After all, he only needed to level up 3 times to unlock the remaining skills of Stealth Step. Once he sorted out his skills, Cheng Xu emerged from the ruins and retraced his steps home. It was only 2 hours before night fell that Cheng Xu finally reached his shelter. After taking a sip of water to replenish his immunity buff, he began to set up various warning brush strokes around his home. With the experience from last time, Cheng Xu controlled his mental points, generating only 19 brush strokes without triggering the debilitating state from a drastic mental point drop. However, this was still somewhat uncomfortable for Cheng Xu. After completing these tasks, he returned to rest. The network formed by those 19 brush strokes ensured that anyone stepping into the roundabout where Cheng Xu resided would be detected by him. With this layer of assurance, Cheng Xu felt more secure lying on his bedding. However, this sense of security lasted less than half an hour before the first alarm was triggered. The first triggered marker was located at the edge of the roundabout, where someone passed by the island's thicket. Cheng Xu looked through a telescope from the window and discovered that there was indeed a figure hidden among the bushes dressed entirely in a peculiar outfit made of leaves and feathers. The person seemed to be searching for something, continuously splashing their hands in the water. The blackness on their body did not appear to be a tan or a natural shade, but rather resembled some kind of industrial pigment that absorbed most of the light. On their forehead and back were dozens of variously shaped voodoo symbols, of which Cheng Xu could only recognize a few. Blessing, power, purification, loyalty. Cheng Xu put down the telescope and for the first time activated Dream Threshold, summoning a deadly spider. The spider's appearance was entirely different from what he had imagined, exuding an indescribable deadly charm. Its slender legs resembled strands of hair, gently teasing in Cheng Xu's palm, instinctively seeking the pulse and weaknesses of its prey. The pair of sharp fangs hidden at the front lifted slightly, revealing a crimson reflection that contrasted with the red mark on it. Cheng Xu attempted to control the spider, his consciousness gradually merging with the lethal little creature. In an instant, he felt a new perspective in his mind belonging to that spider. In the spider's world, there were no excessive colors or lights, but rather vibrations, heat, and scents. Countless scents flowed through the air, each distinctly representing the presence of an object. They intertwined, forming a web of information. Holding the spider, Cheng Xu felt its quivering in his palm, while from another perspective the spider sensed Cheng Xu's pulse and the blood flowing within him. For a fleeting moment, a frantic thought crossed Cheng Xu's mind. It seems killing myself isn't too difficult. With a buzzing in his ears, his thoughts returned to the real world. He quickly etched a stroke on the spider's back, the red pigment, making it appear even more like a creature not of this world. Cheng Xu dismantled a wall and placed the spider beside it. Relying on its silk threads, the little red creature began to move swiftly, wandering among the sewage pits. Cheng Xu raised the telescope, providing the spider with more information from a human perspective, allowing it to gradually approach the He Luo god cultist lingering among the trees of the roundabout. The cultist had finished his search and started digging a hole in the ground, seemingly to bury something within. The spider had accurately located the cultist's position through the feedback from the stroke and Cheng Xu's visual assistance, preparing to launch an attack. Through the spider's senses, Cheng Xu tasted the air's scent filled with danger and malice, likely related to the voodoo symbols on the cultist's body. The spider slowly descended from the branch, its slender legs poised at its front, waiting for an intimate encounter with the cultist. Its fangs were raised, needing only a signal to strike. Hiss! As the spider sensed the unique warmth of human skin, it lunged forward, its fangs mercilessly piercing into the cultist's shoulder. The cultist, who had just been burying something, slapped his shoulder hard. In Cheng Xu's perception, the spider's signal complete, but immediately afterward the cultist found himself unable to stand, a fierce burning pain shooting from his shoulder to his brain. The colors of the world before him gradually began to shift, as if everything started to intertwine and overlap, becoming indistinguishable from one another. As the neurotoxin paralyzed his lung, nerves, the cultist's life also drew to a close. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xu dispatched a second and third spider, directing them towards the location of the cultist's corpse, waiting for any potential companions. Minutes later, another cultist indeed stepped into Cheng Xu's roundabout, rushing over to check on his companion's condition. This cultist bore fewer black markings and had few voodoo symbols, his face entirely blackened. He approached his companion's side, quickly letting out a scream, then hurriedly looked around in circles. The two spiders lying in ambush on the corpse were ready, just waiting for him to touch his companion's body. After circling around and finding no one, the cultist finally squatted down, trembling as he reached out his hand towards his companion's nose. The first spider Cheng Xu had ambushed was inside the deceased's nasal cavity, its legs very well concealed, impossible to discern without careful observation. The spider's fangs sharply pierced the second cultist's fingers, startling him into flinging his hand and throwing the spider away. But unfortunately, the toxin had already entered his body. Moments later, he experienced the same sensations as his companion. All his organs began to malfunction, his brain spiraled out of control, leaving him teetering on the edge of illusion and reality, drowning in his own despair. The spider that had been flung away was still alive, promptly making its home on the second corpse, waiting for the next fortune. After the deaths of the two cultists, Cheng Xu noticed that their bodies began to gradually regain the appearance of normal humans. The voodoo symbols on them started to dissolve, becoming blurry. This reminded him of the first time he killed a member of the He Luo god, that gnome adorned with symbols. I wonder why this annoying cult has developed here. Cheng Xu opened the survivor group he hadn't checked in a long time, discovering that there were actually over 1,000 new messages, all concerning the He Luo god cult. Fan gang cultist, great prophet, when will the He Luo god bless me? Sutin cultist, yes, great prophet, I have sincerely prayed to the He Luo god for 3 days, when will the blessing that blocks all filth descend? Yan Enian priest, do not worry believers, all 57 of us are praying for you. The He Luo god will surely descend here. These fervent believers even revealed their true names, adding suffixes to their names to denote their identities. 57 people. In Cheng Xu's memory at the beginning, this cult seemed to have very few members. In such a short time, they had expanded to nearly 60 people. This abnormal phenomenon raised Cheng Xu's vigilance. He glanced at the time. With over an hour until nightfall, it should be enough for him to go out and see what the group was planning to bury. Cheng Xu quickly arrived at the place where the two cultists met their demise, placing their bodies into a spatial backpack, and peered into the pit. In the pit, there was a wooden totem that appeared to have just been crafted, made from a branch that had fallen from a tree. At both ends of the branch, several fragments of human bones painted with pigment were inserted, likely the parts of fingers. The aura emanating from the totem was extremely potent. Even someone like Cheng Xu, who had only a superficial understanding, could sense the malice residing within it. Destroying the totem seemed to require more than mere physical obliteration, as that would trigger a curse. Cheng Xu simply placed the totem along with the two corpses into his spatial bag and took them back home. As the signal from the totem vanished, the corpulent figure known as He Luo Shen, seated in a room, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression darkening considerably. Someone is resisting the will of He Luo Shen. He must be the embodiment of an evil spirit. Followers, back at his home, Cheng Xu pondered how to deal with these two items when he suddenly recalled Zhang Ke's splitting insect egg. He took out the activated device, a white object over a person's height that resembled a balloon. Cheng Xu examined the insect egg and discovered that creating a replica required a full 200 kilograms of food and 50 kilograms of wood, not including enhancement materials, which had to be genuine wood. Does a person count as food? Cheng Xu tossed one of the corpses into the splitting insect egg, only to find that the egg eagerly accepted it and directly swallowed the body. Cheng Xu quickly threw in the other corpse as well, along with the voodoo totem. The insect egg showed no signs of disdain and consumed everything, beginning to gestate a new insect egg. Enhancing physical strength requires corpses, increasing life value also demands corpses, and now creating a clone requires corpses as well. Cheng Xu shook his head, feeling increasingly indifferent to killing, to the point where he began to perceive corpses as a kind of resource. Due to the spider's excellent performance, Cheng Xu decided to equip each stroke with a dream quay. Apart from the 2 spiders he left outside, he would need a total of 17 spiders. However, his current physical strength could only generate 7, and considering the approaching night exhausting all his strength seemed rather foolish. Ultimately, Cheng Xu decided to create 3 more, trying to distribute them as evenly as possible around his circular island. After arranging these spiders, he felt somewhat reassured and laid down on his bed, awaiting the night that would come in 10 minutes. As he opened the manager group, he was bombarded with a plethora of messages from Teng Chia. Teng Chia, silly child, run. Teng Chia, why are you still at home? 4 or 5 dozen people are surrounding you. Teng Chia, hurry up and find his lair. Ru Chia, he can't hear you saying that. Sherwang Chia, don't say that. If you keep talking, his salary will be docked for centuries. Teng Chia, just go to find his home base. Teng Chia, it'll be over by night. Nan Chia, this is a work group. I let you chat to lighten the atmosphere, but if you keep making noise, I'll mute you. Teng Chia, can I just say one last thing? Teng Chia, just one last thing, really. Teng Chia, once I say it, I won't keep talking. Teng Chia has been muted. Huff. Cheng Xu calmed his emotions and began to think. Teng Chia knows that I possess the void seed. Oh, why is he still worried about my life? Could it be that the group of He Luo Shen followers are not targeting people? Is there also a demolition team like that? Combining it with the scene Cheng Xu saw last time, the houses they occupied all exhibited black shells covered with voodoo symbols like those of the followers. Perhaps they have a method to forcibly occupy houses. It is very likely related to that totem. Then there are 2 solutions. First, eliminate all the invading followers. With just myself and these spiders, it will be quite difficult. Second, as Teng Chia suggested, seek out their true leader. Now the question arises, where is their headquarters? Cheng Xu's thoughts momentarily fell into a deadlock, completely In this situation, the fastest way to obtain information about the opponent was left with only one option: to catch a tongue. However, those pitch-black followers clearly appeared to be under mental control. No matter how Cheng Xu tortured them, they likely wouldn't reveal anything about He Luo Shen. To find a tongue, he needed to look for someone who had recently received a blessing. Thinking this way, Cheng Xu instantly had a candidate. He had just seen that slender figure receiving a blessing during the day, and he might very well become his breakthrough. Although I don't know if this is correct, I can only give it a try. Cheng Xu put away the splitting insect egg, organized his gear, clearing out a lot of useless items, and packed in the arrow-making platform and the crossbow imprinting device. Then he pretended to know nothing, lying on the bed and deliberately mumbling, "So tired, I'll move tomorrow during the day." Cheng Xu lay on the bed, trying to plan the safest route, that was also closest to his destination based on his memory. On that route, Cheng Xu could quickly reach his destination, and he could also conveniently carry a spider serving as a trump card. The manager group began to send documents as usual, providing the final layer of information support for Cheng Xu's plan. Shui Chia Ting Chia, can you really not talk? Shui Chia He He Shui, Chia Shui 3. Zip. Cheng Xu quickly opened the file, browsing through the names of those monsters. Corpse Necromancer, Fierce Skeleton, Silent Voice Weeper. Corpse Necromancer A has the ability to awaken a large number of corpses and will always have numerous active corpses around. These active corpses cannot infect the living, but will continuously evolve. After existing for a period, active corpses will undergo metamorphosis into more powerful forms with over 600 different types of evolved active corpses. I must avoid them. Fierce Skeleton C, a massive skeletal creature capable of self-assembling more bones to form larger skeletal masses, yet its attack is weak with an intelligence level akin to that of a slug. Silent Voice A, its body is a doll with a sewn mouth housing an evil spirit that lingers near any object that produces loud sounds. If the silent voice detects someone who has not maintained silence, they will be attacked by the evil spirit. Weeper B, an evil spirit that cries softly pretending to be a human in need of help, and can even engage in normal conversations with humans. The Weeper possesses extremely powerful claws and a massive mouth that splits from the jaw to the lower abdomen, secreting a highly acidic liquid for spitting and digestion. Tonight's battle will be perilous. When night fell, all 19 markers of Cheng Xu reacted simultaneously, and the followers of the He Luo god arrived near Cheng Xu's shelter alongside the monsters. The voodoo symbols on their bodies began to operate, granting them the power to conceal themselves within the darkness. The monsters treated these people as if they were their own kind, ignoring them completely. The aura emitted by these followers resembled a tattered drape that had rotted for years, filled with the scent of mold. As they walked, black dust fell from their bodies, covering the originally green sludge and transforming it into pure black. Numerous puddles of sewage were filled with the black dust, forming a somewhat solid black shell that began to sprout black subentities. This group of people appeared as if they were truly inhabited by a divine being, moving in unison and steadily expanding the black dust material. Cheng Xu had already positioned himself atop his building, observing their personnel distribution through a telescope, preparing to create an opening for himself. The first spider, lying in ambush among the bushes, quickly approached, its target leaping down from a branch to land atop a follower's head and biting down. The follower momentarily broke free from the controlled state, convulsing and emitting a heart-wrenching scream. All the followers turned to look at the attacked individual, their faces showing indifference as they watched him struggle on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Xu quietly slipped away from the sight of all the followers, using his grappling hook to reach the bushes while taking a spider with him. After struggling for over a minute, the follower kicked out with his legs and died from asphyxiation. Nearby, several followers crouched down, slicing open his body and scattering black dust inside. The dust began to swell upon contact with the corpse, generating numerous black pustules filled with a gritty black substance. When those pustules grew to a certain size, they rapidly inflated and then exploded, releasing a cloud of dust into the air. After the first death, 3 or 4 more followers quickly succumbed, and the remaining 4 spiders had escaped Cheng Xu's control, instinctively hunting. As too many followers died, those creatures halted their advance, starting to march in place, performing a very primitive. The black dust on their bodies increased, gradually solidifying into a layer of shell that adhered to their skin. These shells were extreme, obscuring even the normal openings of eyes and nostrils, leaving no chance for the spiders to attack. It seemed that the sacrifices of the few followers were merely to test Cheng Xu's attacking methods. These black monsters, which required no breathing, continued forward toward Cheng Xu's house. Cheng Xu noticed that no followers were pursuing him, so he quickened his pace, choosing the nearest path to a place where new followers of the He Luo god might exist. Along the way, due to his skills, he barely made a sound, and those monsters did not come after him, allowing him to proceed relatively. While advancing, Cheng Xu pondered how he would end the He Luo god if he truly found them. After all, the monsters tonight were too powerful. If they attracted the monsters' attention during a fight, it would be a loss. When Cheng Xu arrived at the circular island, he saw a group of mutated corpses wandering beneath several layers of barbed wire, about 20 to 30 individuals in total. The house is still there, the door is still open, and there's even light inside. Cheng Xu released the spider as his eyes, letting it slip through the barbed wire to investigate inside the house. The spider quickly reached indoors, crouching behind the door, carefully sensing the aura of the surrounding environment. The first sensation Cheng Xu felt was a strong and pungent odor of decay, very similar to that of the followers, but even more intense. Inside the house, there were also 4 or 5 very faint auras resembling ordinary humans, but with a hint of decay, which was quite strange. Since he had used Phantom Butterfly during the day, Cheng Xu could not brazenly infiltrate. Now he could only crawl down extremely. Eventually, Cheng Xu reached the top of the church, completing his hibernation before the corpse, and the corpses noticed him, carefully listening to the sounds within the house. Bow your head and kiss the mother of He Luo 3 bows. Crack crack. A sound of bones grinding against each other rang out, as if someone was grinding their teeth, extremely unpleasant. Cheng Xu's pupils constricted from the sound. It seemed that a high-ranking member of the cult was present, likely providing blessings to the newcomers. Cheng Xu controlled the spider to crawl toward the person, emitting a strong stench of decay. Praise the head of He Luo, praise the prophet with blood as the sacrifice. The spider's slender legs gradually approached the figure crawling toward the source of heat, revealing its fangs. Snap! With one bite, the spider's fangs seemed to penetrate a layer of hard shell, getting stuck without touching any flesh or blood-like substance. Snap! Cheng Xu heard a crisp sound. The spider's consciousness vanished from his mind. Who? Cheng Xu exhaled softly. Now that the spider was dead, he had to take action himself. He tightened the folding knife in his hand and readied the crossbow, waiting for the right moment. Sure enough, a follower with only a blackened head stepped outside, glancing around before turning back to say to the people inside, "Sacred One, there is no one outside." Just as he was about to turn his head, a crossbow bolt pierced through his skull, causing his legs to buckle and his body to lean forward, about to fall. At the moment the follower collapsed, a shadow appeared racing toward the pure black figure seated on the floor inside the house. Roar! The figure suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and from beneath it grew a dozen black tentacles, instantly weaving into a large net that enveloped Cheng Xu. Shadow dance activated. His figure brushed past the candle by the wall, cutting off all light in the room, blending into the darkness and appearing behind the Sacred One. As he stabbed down, Cheng Xu felt something was off. The body of the Sacred One had already turned into a hard shell sliced open by the sharp 100 sharpenings, but inside it was nothing but black void. Trap! Cheng Xu's nerves instantly tensed as chaotic shadow bloom activated, relying on his instincts to remain alert to everything around him. Suddenly a slow voice rang out behind Cheng Xu. "Those who disrespect the He Luo God shall die." Cheng Xu did not immediately turn around, but quickly lowered his body, using other senses to assess the situation around him. Sure enough, the first to launch an attack was not the newcomer from behind, but the priest whom Cheng Xu had just stabbed. The priest's arm had transformed into a black blade, slashing towards Cheng Xu's previous position, creating a buzzing. By the faint light from the outside, Cheng Xu saw the priest's body. A bloody glow flickered as the Tuluo seal struck the rigid and clumsy form, followed immediately by a strike as swift as lightning. Bang! The secondary impact of the Tuluo seal shattered the priest's hard-shell body, and the room was instantly filled with black dust. Buzz! Clang! A particularly sinister curved knife slashed towards Cheng Xu from below, but he swiftly kicked it down with incredible reflexes. The knife wielder was unable to dodge, struck by Cheng Xu's Tuluo seal, and the blade hit their throat. The enemy instantly exploded, shattering into black shards like the other priest. In the blink of an eye, having killed two people, Cheng Xu felt no sense of relief, for the shattered enemies were slowly merging. Some black threads began to grow from their broken shell-like bodies, reassembling the shattered fragments into a new entity. Cheng Xu stepped over the fragments and sternly shouted at the new followers huddled in the corner of the sofa, "Where is your prop?" The newly converted follower, trembling, pointed a finger towards the inner room. There lay a bedroom with the door slightly ajar, revealing the flickering light of candles within. Cheng Xu prepared the void seed in advance, just in case. He then quickly approached the door, lifted his foot, and kicked it down. The fragile bedroom door was kicked off its hinges, and with a loud crash the door fell to the ground. A shadow that had been ambushing behind the door could only roar and charge at Cheng Xu. That guy clearly had no training in combat skills. He raised his short sword high, revealing a huge gap under his armpit. Cheng Xu leaned in close to the shadow, directly locking his arm against the incoming slash, while his folding knife stabbed fiercely 3 times into the area of the heart. The body, not yet fully hardened, spewed a burst of black pus and fell dead. Cheng Xu's killer instinct told him that there was only one person left in the room. No second presence could be felt. Cheng Xu saw the fat man he had encountered during the day. He still sat in the chair, his expression showing no signs of panic. He still wore a loose tank top, his large belly protruding outside of it, the accumulated fat looking extremely disgusting. Not a single voodoo symbol adorned his skin, yet it remained very dark black as coal. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Cheng Xu did not hesitate, stabbing 3 times and creating a large hole in the fat man's chest. Haha, this is a power you cannot comprehend, mortal. The fat man did not die, nor did he show any discomfort. The flesh that fell to the ground seemed as if it were not part of him. From the massive gash in his chest, a large swollen bubble gradually began to grow, expanding. This is the greatness of the fungal lord. Great He Luo God. Come, touch it. Become my most powerful follower. Bang. The bubble suddenly swelled and exploded just as Cheng Xu ran out of the bedroom, filling the entire room with a thick cloud of black dust. At the same time, Cheng Xu received a message: Shelter 20403 has been occupied. Cheng Xu's heart sank, and he quickly ran outside. Calm down, Cheng Xu, calm down. Cheng Xu forced himself to calm down, wiped the black dust from his mask, and his brain began to operate at high speed. This dust is the blessing of the fungal lord. Most likely spores, so perhaps I can try using fire. But, fire. Cheng Xu suddenly remembered that he still had a rescue supplies replenishment card that contained a large amount of survival supplies. At this moment, Cheng Xu could not care about losses and gains. Immediately using the item, and a plethora of supplies appeared. A black shadow that was nearly fully restored poked its head out from inside the house, its face displaying a fixed strain. You will become one of us. Cheng Xu quickly rummaged through the supplies, paying no attention to the trash talk coming from the figure. Behind Cheng Xu, the living corpses, feeling the sound, discovered his presence and unleashed excited shrieks, charging towards the house. Found it. Bang. Cheng Xu finally found a tube lighter in a box of survival food cooking set, quickly pressed the flame jet button, disabled the safety, and threw it into the house. Buzz. The concentration of spore dust inside the house had reached a terrifying level, igniting instantly with the lighter's flame, resulting in a dust explosion. For a moment, Cheng Xu lost his hearing, only a ringing sound echoing in his mind. In his daze, he saw two zombies covered in bone spikes rushing towards him, and disregarding everything else quickly fled in another direction. Halfway through his escape, a wave of sewage unexpectedly surged, engulfing Cheng Xu. The aimless zombies fell into confusion, swept away by the wave of sewage, disappearing into the green sludge. Cheng Xu struggled as he crawled out of the water, dragging his body all the way to the highest level of the barbed wire fence, gasping for air until his lungs felt painful and his mouth tasted of blood before he finally stopped. The house gradually became submerged by the tide. The remaining flames quickly extinguished, leaving only a ground strewn with black debris. Cheng Xu's hearing gradually returned a little, but it was very faint, unable to discern the specific details of the sounds. Cough, cough. Cheng Xu coughed due to his earlier excessive breathing, his throat feeling as though he had swallowed fishbone. He struggled to stand up, then climbed down the barbed wire to return to the completely destroyed house. The several new followers had completely died, their bodies charred white, and even if revived, given the extent of their burns, they would likely not survive for long. While dismembering and consuming their bodies, Cheng Xu searched for the two hardened priests, while also keeping an eye out for traces. After a period of searching, Cheng Xu found the fat man first. He lay amidst the ruins, his body covered with burn marks, his cheek and chest burned through, exposing the black bone beneath. Cheng Xu tried to see if this thing could be considered a corpse, but found that his two enhanced seeds could not consume it. Then beside the fat man's body, Cheng Xu saw fragments that had completely stopped moving. They had lost their vitality and fallen into silence. Although it served no real purpose, Cheng Xu shattered the remaining body of the fat man and scattered the pieces into the sewage, seeking a semblance of peace for himself. After doing all this, Cheng Xu's hearing had only partially returned. His right ear still felt somewhat blocked. If I were to lose my hearing like this, it would be too embarrassing. Driven by a desire to hear something, Cheng Xu began to talk to himself unconsciously. As he turned his head, 3 tattered dolls appeared behind him, staring at him with smiles. Cheng Xu decisively fell silent and used the little remaining strength he had to activate a skill, crawling toward his home along the barbed wire. The 3 voices of silence did not leave, but followed behind Cheng Xu, maintaining an exceedingly ambiguous distance. Because of their presence, Cheng Xu dared not crawl too quickly, fearing that the barbed wire would make too much noise. Just as Cheng Xu was returning home, the group of black cultists gathered at his doorstep suddenly looked up in unison, gazing. Next to them, a dam built of black hard shells was piled up, blocking the sewage from entering the church. At this moment, the church, compared to its usual dilapidation, exuded a hint of sanctity, with a candle made of fat placed beside the statue of a god. In the light of the candle's flame, more than 40 believers huddled together, filling all the space in the small church. Our prophet longs to return. The god of Harrow will allow him to return. We must offer blood and flesh, sacrifice death to exchange for rebirth and eternity. Our blood will flow within the prophet. Our bones will support the prophet's journey. 22 believers clad in black shells trembled, then tore open their chests to extract their hearts. The hearts, already stained black, continued to beat, even after being removed from their bodies, producing a stream of black. Those believers threw their hearts onto the ground, their bodies convulsing completely, losing vitality, quickly drying up and crumbling into fragments. Other believers quickly piled the bodies that had turned to fragments together, forming a small pit, and placed the 22 hearts in the pit. Slowly wriggled like a group of cocoons, gradually secreting large amounts of black liquid, filling the pit. Within that pit, a humanoid silhouette gradually emerged, struggling to stand up. If Cheng Xu were here, he would certainly recognize the creature in the pit. It was none other than the god of Harrow, who had just been killed in the explosion. Believers, offer your blood and flesh. The remaining 20 or so believers walked towards him in a dazed manner, plunging into the black pus, their bodily tissues beginning to dissolve. As more and more believers turned into pus, the liquid in the pit began to seep outward, gradually flooding the church from within. When the black pus submerged the flame of the candle, the fat body of the god of Harrow was completely restored, showing no signs of injury. He stood up in the pus, holding a crystal that emitted a black glow, and shouted loudly, "God of Harrow, this is your offering." Then his fat body pressed against the ground, bowing with the highest tribute to the god about to manifest. The crystal suddenly erupted with a terrifying wave, a translucent giant eye appearing above the church, with countless tendril-like appendages sprouting wildly from beneath the eyeball. Annihilation, prayer, rebirth. Accompanied by a grand mental wave, those complex branched tendrils swiftly absorbed the black pus, transforming it into nothingness, gradually dissipating. The fat man who had just knelt in the church underwent a transformation. His body of excessive fat was reshaped already beyond the realm of humanity. His body took the form of a cross with limbs composed of countless filaments gliding slowly through the air. I feel the call of the mycelium master. I am just a step away from truly joining the hive. I need more believers, stronger believers. The now monstrous god of Harrow leaped, gracefully vanishing into the tide of sewage. Within 2 seconds of its departure, the black hard shells remaining near Cheng Xu's island began to crumble, becoming part of it. When Cheng Xu dragged his exhausted body back home, it was already late at night. Along the way, the voices of silence had closely followed him, never leaving his side. Because of their presence, Cheng Xu dared not take risks, only able to activate stealth, but his stamina had been excessively depleted. Even with the blessing of the sleepless, the gap in stamina was difficult to bridge. Thus Cheng Xu stopped and started repeatedly along the way, wasting a great deal of time before finally returning to. As the second wave of sewage receded, the ground of the familiar island was revealed, and the dirty sludge strangely felt somewhat endearing to Cheng Xu. With less than 20 points of stamina remaining, Cheng Xu returned to the side of his shelter only to find his home surrounded by totems seemingly numbering 70 or 80. Anyway, that guy is dead and his skills are likely ineffective. I might as well rest tonight and clean up tomorrow. To avoid making noise, Cheng Xu took out some enhancement materials and built a simple fortress on the second floor of his home, preparing to make do for the night. Accompanied by the three voices of silence staring at him, Cheng Xu lay down waiting for hibernation to take effect. Phew. As the skill took effect, Cheng Xu exhaled, opening his system to see if anything had happened. Oh, I actually leveled up. That counts as a gain. 1. Kill 5 enemies. 2. Survive outside the shelter for 15 minutes. 3. Stay 300 meters away from the shelter. These 3 tasks were inadvertently completed by Cheng Xu, successfully evolving his hibernation into stealth. 4. Craft 20 consumables. 5. Acquire 40 supplies. 6. Obtain 30 kilograms of food supplies. I really can't do anything tonight. I still have 3 malevolent spirits watching me, so I'll have to continue tomorrow. Cheng Xu continued browsing his system, feeling that there was something he hadn't done, a sense of emptiness lingering in his heart. Strange, what is it that has been on my mind? Cheng Xu casually opened his shelter panel, and then he froze. His shelter still had only. Could it be that after that guy's skill became ineffective, I have to occupy it again? Cheng Xu wanted to start the occupation task, but the system popped up a hint: skill is in effect. Please eliminate the skill's influence before trying again. Is he not dead? Cheng Xu exclaimed, nearly standing up in excitement, but the slowly opening mouths of the 3 voices of silence quelled his immediate urge to pursue. In any case, I can't continue fighting tonight. Recovering my stamina takes time, and I can't shake off these 3 evil spirits for now. I must find clues about that guy, but until now I don't even know his name, let alone find direct leads to him. Just then another message appeared in the survivor group, catching Cheng Xu's attention. Burning furnace roast chicken. He Luo Shin, big brother, does your sect still need people? Yes, I can disguise myself as someone wanting to join the sect. Anyway, he doesn't even know who I am. Cheng Xu replied in the group. 4444. He Luo Shin, I also want to go. Are you still accepting people? He Luo Shan did not respond for now, and those who had been very active in the group a few days ago went silent. Cheng Xu knew that although that guy was not dead, his situation could not be too good considering he was in such a broken state. Recovery would take some time. I can't be too anxious. If he doesn't reply to me, I must not appear too obvious. I should first reinforce the defensive measures around the shelter. During the remaining time of the night, 4 more people ed He Luo Shan, but none received any response. Cheng Xu lay on the floor contemplating how to build the defense system of his island, while using his stamina to create spiders. By the time day broke, 4 spiders had already appeared beside him. If the voices of silence can become my summons, the surveillance effect would be exceptional. Cheng Xu glanced at his tasks, which happened to relate to traps and crafting. 1. Build 5 traps. 2. Create 20 consumables. 3. Use skills 10 times. First step, I need to remove those totems. Cheng Xu opened the spatial backpack containing the split bug eggs. Some red eggshells had already split out from the eggs, but due to a lack of material supply, they had stopped growing. Cheng Xu opened the backpack and tossed the wooden totems placed outside his house into it. A total of 70 or 80 totems provided ample material support for the birth of the replicas. After all the totems were consumed, Cheng Xu's shelter returned, reclaiming it as his domain once again. To avoid wasting time, Cheng Xu quickly set up defenses for his other 2 houses, similarly bearing 19 strokes. Then Cheng Xu began to rest on the roof of the 3rd house he was about to occupy, lying down while creating spiders, occasionally eating something, and drinking water to achieve maximum efficiency in completing his goals. By nightfall, the spiders he generated had already covered most of the island's area. Just before evening, he finally received a private message from He Luo Shun. He Luo Shun, come to this coordinate tonight, swallow the blessing of He Luo Shun, and you will naturally meet me. Below there was something resembling a map with some markings that seemed to indicate a route. He Luo Shun, follow the black houses. Each house will have candles and light, so don't worry about getting lost. He Luo Shun, after you accept the blessing of He Luo Shun, all monsters will stay away from you. There is no need to worry about their interference. Cheng Xu weighed the pros and cons and decided to set off immediately. The He Luo Shun, who had lost his followers, posed no threat to his house. Even if he suddenly went to his shelter, Cheng Xu was confident he could return within the duration of the void butterfly. However, before leaving, Cheng Xu shattered all the mirrors in his 3 houses, scattering the fragments throughout the island to pave the way for his future new skills. Then he set off 10 minutes before dark. Referring to the map left by Zhang Yiqi, Cheng Xu quickly pinpointed the location of the first black house. With quick maneuvers, Cheng Xu arrived at the initial starting point and began to proceed along the marked black house. The route indicated on the map was only about 7 or 8 islands away, not too far. As Cheng Xu reached halfway, he vaguely sensed something was off. What does it feel like? The final destination is my island. Cheng Xu's feeling was very close. The final destination marked on that map was only 2 islands away from his home. The environment there was completely different, with soft powder everywhere resembling coal ash, and 3 dilapidated shelters were covered with black hard shells. Unfortunately, the map from Zhang Yiqi was missing a section, otherwise I would have known the destination before making this trip. Cheng Xu decided to wait a little on the trees of the island and did not recklessly go down to scout. At this point there was just over a minute left until dark. Relying on stealth, Cheng Xu silently ascended to the treetops, looking down to observe the surroundings. Only this island is completely dark. The night quietly descended, and Cheng Xu checked the chat records of the management group to prepare for the reconnaissance operation later that night. Nanxia, there are 1364 survivors left. We must reduce it to below 1,000 today. Shui Xia, then he'll slightly increase the strength of the monsters. Nanxia, be careful not to make them too strong. At least 600 must remain for tomorrow night's preparation. Shui Qiao, it's the breeding farm riot, right? During the previous closed tests, I loved this segment of the water prison. Kashi Chia Ting Chia, by the way, why aren't you talking? To be honest, I'm not used to you being so quiet. Nanxia, I forgot to lift the mute. Tung Chia has been unmuted. Tung Chia. Tung Chia, I've decided to be a quiet manager from today. I'm not saying a word. Nanxia, you can remain silent, but you have work to do tomorrow night. Prepare to control the mother of corruption to hunt survivors. Nanxia, you are allowed to show favoritism because he completed a hidden task. Do not attack him, and even allowing him to attack other survivors is permissible. Nanxia, but you cannot reveal your identity or speak, otherwise the audience will question us. Tung Qiao. Shui Xia, however, with the abilities of the mother of corruption, you can only hunt down some weaklings. You cannot touch the real opponents of those killers. Shui Xia Water, 333. Tung Xia, helping a little is better than nothing, but even if I expose my identity to help him, he would never appreciate it. After all, he is a killer, an absolute lone wolf. Ci Tian Xia. Sure, Xia. Nanxia, last time he didn't refuse at all. When watching people, don't add so many filters for yourself. Cheng Xu opened the file and quickly browsed through the monsters for tonight. Weary Traveler, Skinning Artist, Balloon Clown, Deerhead Man Angler. Weary Traveler B. A creature imitating the Weary Traveler, possessing immense strength and insatiable greed, capable of conversing with humans. Primarily attacks with its own appendages, which may disguise themselves as normal objects like backpacks, tents, or lanterns, employing various methods of attack. Skinning Artista. A humanoid creature with great strength, harboring an extreme desire for human skin, its intelligence reflected in unparalleled hunting skills. This creature can also mark its prey. Once it becomes your hunter, it will pursue you relentlessly unless killed. Balloon Clown. Evil spirits appearing in pairs. When the red-clothed clown appears, music will play around the affected individuals, and you must locate the red-clothed clown to take the balloon from its hand. When the second piece of music plays, the blue-clothed clown will appear demanding the balloon. If the balloon bursts, or the one who arrived was one of those who sought to join yesterday, named Feng Sherlin. His profession was monkey, with minimal offensive abilities, relying solely on speed and climbing skills to survive. After being chased by a horde of living corpses for most of the night, he decided to find someone to rely on. Seeing the reactions of those cultists every day was quite reassuring. People continuously joined the Heluo sect. Even for the sake of peace of mind, Feng Sherlin felt he had to make a trip. He had no idea how to conceal himself, and his every move revealed a restlessness akin to that of a monkey. Why is there no one here? Am I being played? Cheng Xu stood on a nearby tree, carefully observing his every move. Feng Sherlin stood there fidgeting, scratching his back one moment, stroking his chin, the next muttering to himself. What a garbage sect, Heluo. Not a shred of integrity. 2 minutes later, a third person arrived quietly. Feng Sherlin was completely unaware, but Cheng Xu noticed the silent shadow. The newcomer was named Feng Ju, a female with the profession of thief, possessing skills that allowed her to conceal herself and exceptional survival ability. However, her problem was the same as Feng Sherlin's. She lacked any offensive skills and could only run when encountering monsters, which was quite awkward. She was here merely to assess the sincerity of the Heluo sect. If all was well, she would join. If trouble arose, she would. After her arrival, another figure stealthily approached, hiding at the edge of the woods, quietly observing the surroundings. This individual was named Zheng Yu, a long-distance runner, exceptionally skilled in various forms of running, both in speed, but he had not an ounce of offensive capability. When Zheng Yu arrived, the black circular area finally underwent a transformation. A black bulge suddenly grew from the ground, slowly enlarging in the woods. As the bulge reached a height of a person, its outer layer transformed into twisting threads, slowly unfurling. When those threads completely unraveled, in the center appeared a humanoid figure resembling the evolved version of the Heluo. Come out, you three. Heluo has already informed me of your arrival. Cheng Xu remained motionless, pondering slightly. The monkey Feng Sherlin directly leaped over, landing beside that humanoid form, moving like a monkey. I will ask one last time, is there anyone who wishes to receive blessings? If no one agrees, Heluo shall forever be out of. Feng Ju and Zheng Yu stepped out from the thicket, exchanging glances before approaching the humanoid creature. Very well, you three are today's lucky ones. Heluo will personally grant you blessings. As it spoke, the humanoid creature pulled a mass of black gel from its chest, encasing a crystal, emitting a continuous stream of spiritual waves. Come closer, extend your hands, and prepare to receive the blessings. Except for Feng Sherlin, the other two not only did not approach, but instead took a step back, seemingly preparing to flee. Sigh. After all, I don't need real believers at this point. I have already completed my evolution, and that garbage sect model is just child's play. Suddenly, two hard, elongated hooks grew from the black soil, piercing Zheng Yu and Feng Ju's calves, rendering their proud escape skills useless. Do you know? What I lack the most now is not believers, but more of myself. That crystal suddenly shot forward, directly knocking Feng Sherlin to the ground, crushing his ribs. From a distance, Cheng Xu could hear the crisp sound of bones shattering. Then the crystal forcibly broke through his ribs, drilling into Feng Shirlin's chest, replacing his heart. Moments later, his monkey-like body was replaced by black threads, his bones and organs falling off and melting into black sludge on the ground. In less than half a minute, Feng Shirlin transformed into something akin to He Luo. Come you too also taste the flavor of evolution, possess a higher-level body, and connect to a higher-level consciousness. As long as I find a satisfactory vessel, I can escape this game and connect with the great mycelium lord, becoming a part of He Luo. Within the management group, the administrators are discussing matters related to He Luo Shen. Nanxia, this guy is a special selection from the sponsors, requiring us to showcase the superiority of fungal consciousness while also ensuring he maintains a high viewership for a period of time. By Dongxia, but so far he only has one viewer in his livestream. Nanxia, that one viewer represents the entire Wager Fungal Collective, a unified consciousness spanning an entire star system. Nanxia, our maps, the mycelium nest, and the consciousness deep sea are sponsored by their collective. By Dongxia, so what do we need to do next? Nanxia, we need to create conflict. We must pit the killer against the fungal consciousness, which will increase his viewership. Tung Xia, how about trying to tell him the weaknesses of the fungal consciousness? Sure, Yi Xia, when arranging the props, I made the weaknesses blatantly obvious. He can't possibly miss it. Tung Xia, true, such a large crystal left exposed, who wouldn't see it as a weakness? Nanxia, there's no need to rush. The fungal collective hasn't pressured us, yet as long as the killer doesn't leave early. In fact, Cheng Xu had suspected from the very beginning that the crystal was the opponent's core. However, due to this guy exposing his weakness so blatantly, and even using it as a weapon, it's incredibly conspicuous, making it hard for anyone to believe that the crystal is indeed the core organ. On the ground, Feng Zhu and Zheng Yu were nearly completely consumed by the mycelium, as black fragmented substances invaded every orifice of their bodies. As the fungal consciousness, Ho Yang relished this process. Each mycelial strand was imbued with his consciousness, and as he devoured others' bodies, he experienced the exhilaration of being in a superior position. I absolutely love this feeling. It's as if I've become a higher species. Huh, you pathetic human ants. Buzz. Bang. A powerful crossbow bolt flew past the two about to die, striking Ho Yang's first avatar. The tip of the bolt struck the avatar's chest, creating a small dent outside the crystal. Roar. Ho Yang let out a beast-like roar, throwing Feng Zhu and Zheng Yu to the ground, as he grew a large number of hard shells around him, angrily waving the black mycelium. Impossible. The spiritual network of He Luo Shen never makes mistakes. There can't be anyone here. Ci Tian Chia, now I understand what fanaticism means. You haven't even tapped into the true fungal consciousness. Ruchia, I thought the sponsors truly had the power to cheat openly. Tung Xia, unfortunately that arrow didn't have enough force. Cheng Xu took a deep breath, adjusted the crossbow and arm crossbow in his hands, and shot two bolts targeting the downed Feng Zhu and Zheng Yu. One bolt hit the heart, while the other struck the back of the head, killing them on the spot. The hosts, now devoid of life, could no longer sustain Ho Yang's fungal strain, instantly turning into withered fragments that slipped out of their corpses, scattering across the ground. Who? Great, He Luo Shen. Please tell me who is stopping me from evolving to a higher level. Just as Cheng Xu was about to act, a silver fishhook suddenly descended from the sky, swaying slowly next to Ho Yang. His type of body stared at the fishhook for a few seconds before suddenly convulsing, a large amount of hard shell abruptly cracking. Yes, I will heed your words. Finally, you are willing to say a complete sentence to me. Swish. Laning Sha activated, and Cheng Xu, still in stealth mode, shot out like a crossbow bolt, heading straight for the crystal. With a sharp thrust, Cheng Xu felt the hardness of the crystal, then turned his hand to slice, forcefully extracting the crystal. Luaning Tumamai activated instantly, as Cheng Xu stepped into the shadows, ready to escape with the crystal. But just as Cheng Xu's fingers were about to touch the crystal, he felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. It was the instinct of the killer warning him that the crystal contained extremely terrifying energy, and he must not touch it. Bang. Cheng Xu could only use Bai Chui again, stabbing at the surface of the crystal. With a successful hit, Cheng Xu swiftly retreated, distancing himself from that avatar. In an instant, the crystal exploded into a mass of fragments, and numerous black spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing towards the spot Cheng Xu had just occupied. I sense you. I finally sense you, bug. Ho Yang gradually locked onto Cheng Xu's position based on the changes in pressure from the ground. Just as he was about to launch a wide-ranging attack, another source of pressure appeared in his perception. Friend, please help this weary traveler. A person dressed in a dirty leather coat appeared in the circular island, carrying an excessively large backpack on his back. Get lost. The enraged Ho Yang swung the mycelium, directly smashing into the weary traveler, crushing its body by half. Of course, this attack was merely incidental. Ho Yang's primary target was Cheng Xu, who was hiding behind the weary traveler. The weary traveler, with only half a head remaining, still bared its teeth, looking at the now visible Cheng Xu. Actually, I've always been able to see you. Let's have a chat. What responded to it was a swift slash that completely severed it. You finally dare to show yourself, little bug. The furious Ho Yang had grown several times larger than before, and he had swallowed that avatar, not knowing where he hid the crystal in his body. Originally, I wanted you to submit to the great will of the fungal master, but none of you mortals truly comprehend the beauty of collective consciousness. Ho Yang's new towering form, over 5 meters tall, appeared extremely intimidating as he looked down at Cheng Xu. I will make you my strongest avatar, ensuring that your talent and power will not go to waste. In an instant, dozens of mycelial strands fell from above, directly covering the area where Cheng Xu was located, leaving no gap. Relying on the power of shadow dance, Cheng Xu instantly shifted to Hou Yang's back, evading this overwhelming strike. However, Hou Yang with his mycelium sensed Cheng Xu's whereabouts immediately. The spikes hidden underground shot out, in an instant piercing towards Cheng Xu's abdomen. Bang! Cheng Xu, just having transformed from shadow into entity, was struck by an entire row of spikes, the tremendous force sending him flying into the air. Thanks to the soft armor and the crystal scales on his abdomen, Cheng Xu sustained no significant injuries. I see you have such solid crystal scales. I believe you are the one I've been looking for. The perfect choice. My tasks. Only 2 items left. Cheng Xu, who had just landed, originally intended to check if there were any new updates in the manager group, but at a glance he noticed that only 2 tasks remained in the evening's task list. The 4 tasks completed earlier corresponded perfectly to killing with a crossbow, eliminating survivors, killing with short weapons, and slaying monsters, all accomplished while Cheng Xu moved. The last 2 tasks were also very simple, just a step away from completion. 5. Survive outside the shelter for 10 minutes, 910-6. Run 500 meters, 431,500. This time let's see how you dodge. Hou Yang slowly raised the thick mycelium from his lower body, covering most of the surrounding area like a pot lid, and then slammed it down. At the moment the mycelium fell, Cheng Xu vanished, activating Shadow Kill, and transforming into a shadow darting above Hou Yang's head. With a swift stab, Cheng Xu showed no intention of lingering in battle, quickly turning and fleeing, sprinting rapidly across the mycelium above Hou Yang. At that moment, Hou Yang resembled a giant trying to swat a mosquito. Facing the agile and swift Cheng Xu, he could only wildly swing his mycelium, attempting to trap him. Stop! I command you to halt in the name of the mycelium master. Cheng Xu suddenly came to a stop, leaving Hou Yang momentarily stunned. Immediately his large face, made of mycelium, broke into a wild smile, launching dozens of mycelial tendrils at Cheng Xu. Return to the mycelium master, return to glory. Boom. All of Hou Yang's mycelial tendrils failed to touch Cheng Xu, colliding with each other and producing a dull. At that moment Cheng Xu had successfully activated Mirror Shadow Illusion, slipping into the first reflective surface. The world in the reflection is completely different from what I imagined. Cheng Xu originally thought that the world within the reflection would merely be a reversed replica of the real space with no differences at all. But in truth, there was no complete space in that formless world, only void along with the light and shadows surrounding the reflective surfaces. The better the quality of the reflective surface, the clearer the light and shadows it projected. However, the reflective surfaces near Cheng Xu were merely the hard shells generated by Hou Yang. The barely regarded mirror of the hard outer shell reflected a blurred reality, making it impossible for Cheng Xu to discern the specific locations they reflected. Cheng Xu searched among the fragments and finally found a relatively clear shard reflecting a sky twink. The scattered fragments on the ground can also serve as exits. I have an idea. Cheng Xu used that shard as an exit, reappearing in the real world within the circular area. While Hou Yang was puzzled, he suddenly sensed Cheng Xu's aura again and quickly turned around. What greeted him was a large number of fragments flung by Cheng Xu. Roar! Hou Yang was already prepared to face the attack, even thinking of a mocking retort for after he took damage. However, those fragments had no attacking power, falling gently on Hou Yang's skin like crushed sand. In that moment of confusion, Cheng Xu's figure emerged from one fragment, slashing horizontally and cutting through a large piece of black fungal tissue. Before Hou Yang could react, Cheng Xu's figure vanished again, re-emerging from another fragment, creating an even more exaggerated gash that caused the black liquid within Hou Yang to burst forth. Shameless bug. Hou Yang frantically shook his body in a mad attempt to shake off the fragments, but some still remained on his massive form. Cheng Xu's movements became increasingly skilled, and his speed in seeking out fragments quickened. In less than a minute, he had added over 40 new wounds to Hou Yang's body. In the formless mirror space, Cheng Xu finally grasped the true power of this skill. His movement in the void did not rely on legs. As long as he locked onto the right target, he could complete the traversal simply by concentrating his consciousness. Stop. The great collective consciousness commands you to stop. Hou Yang remained lost in his delusion, insisting that he had spoken a few words with the true collective consciousness, thinking he was connected to the group. As the wounds on Hou Yang multiplied, even affecting the operation of his body, he felt fear once again. Impossible. I have absorbed so many souls and bodies, there is no way anyone can kill me. Hou Yang curled up devoid of any mycelium master, dignity, rolling on the ground in madness. However, the fragments he had created still existed on the ground, and rolling around in this manner could not shake off Cheng Xu's. Watered by Hou Yang's blood, the 100 sharpenings in Cheng Xu's hand grew sharper, and even developed a scarlet mark resembling an eye. Cheng Xu continuously repeated the actions of traversing and slashing, occasionally tossing more fragments onto Hou Yang to ensure that the wailing giant was subjected to consistent and even torment. By Dongxia leader, what should we do? Nanxia, the fungal consciousness, hasn't sent any news yet, but this guy is acting a bit too embarrassing. Ci Tian, Xia, why not just kill him quickly? Rolling around like this is damaging to our side's image. Ru Xia, boss, just give the order, and he'll do a terrain kill, let him leave with some dignity. Nanxia, let's start. Ru Xia, as you command. Suddenly the circular area where Cheng Xu and Hou Yang were battling cracked open, revealing a bottomless abyss below flowing with highly acidic green liquid, and some creatures very similar to the corruptors were slowly crawling within. No, I haven't yet had the chance to meet that great existence. I don't want to die. Ho Yang's massive body was directly swallowed by the crack, his mycelium sizzling in the acidic water rapidly bubbling and collapsing. Cheng Xu's skill time was just ending. His figure flew out from the fragments, landing beside the massive crack, watching Ho Yang's body gradually lose support and fall into the abyss. After Ho Yang let out his final howl, the chasm closed, and this special contestant from the opposing side died with great dignity due to a terrain kill. After Ho Yang's death, the black substances on the ground began to dissolve, transforming into colorless and odorless dust, gradually blending into the sewage. By Dongxia leader, at this rate the popularity could easily drop off. Nanxia, I know the audience might think we are favoring the killer. Meigui, Xia, why not just mark him separately like last time? By Dongxia, a good idea, give him a click kill reward, and then post his information so that everyone can see it. Nanxia, will handle the information, trying to hype it up without too much impact on the killer's performance. Tengxia, but if that's the case. Nanxia, what? Tengxia, isn't this a bit? Kashi Xia, you should think this way. If you set him as an enemy today, when it's your turn tomorrow night, won't you attract more enemies? Tengxia. Cheng Xu was resting in a stealth state, relying on the passive ability of the sleepless to quickly recover the exhausted state. After the previous series of slashes, Cheng Xu felt a severe soreness in his right arm. The fingers gripping the folding knife were already marked with several blood streaks. Finally resolved such a big trouble. Congratulations. You have received special kill reward. Item selection box 99. Just as Cheng Xu was feeling puzzled, he vaguely saw the fish hook behind the prompt in front of him. Then Cheng Xu slightly turned his eyes and discovered that the notification bar that looked like a prompt hadn't moved at all. Really dangerous. Cheng Xu recalled that hook from earlier and wondered what was hanging from it that made Ho Yang give up his entire hard shell, providing him with this opportunity. Cheng Xu slowly turned his head to leave. Suddenly a pop-up notification made his nerves tense for a moment. Congratulations. You have received special kill reward. Skill point 1. Cheng Xu shook his head, realizing that the notification was indeed real, and he happily accepted it. As soon as Cheng Xu stood up, he noticed a blue teleportation portal appearing before him with a faint outline of the city he once lived in visible on the other side. Such temptation was too obvious for Cheng Xu. He didn't want to pay it any mind. Relying on the 2 additional minutes of invisibility from stealth, he quickly made his way in the direction of his home. When he crossed the second roundabout and prepared to wait another 30 seconds to renew his buff, he suddenly found his sanctuary right in front of him. Cheng Xu tilted his head and realized that the sanctuary was merely an illusion within reach, hiding the hook behind it. I wonder if you have the same obsession as Silent Voice. Cheng Xu bypassed the bait and flew away as 3 deer pretending to graze on the ground suddenly lifted their heads, then slowly lowered them again. Upon returning to the fortress atop the jester, Cheng Xu felt a wave of comfort as all troubles drifted away from him and his condition improved. A rare moment of leisure in the survival game. The hook that disregarded space and time reappeared, now holding what looked like a very comfortable recliner. There's even a show to watch. But in the next moment, Cheng Xu's good mood plummeted. Survivors. So far only 1126 competitors remain. Please continue to strive. Soon we will announce the top 3 most promising contestants. Please pay attention. Cheng Xu hurriedly opened the manager group and began to sift through the previous chat records, his expression grave. Before long, he understood the situation and awaited Nanxia's document release to formulate his subsequent action strategy. Most promising contestant no. 3. Qi Ling. Gender female. Occupation fate diviner. The information was accompanied by her photo featuring short hair, glasses, and a calm, and the woman in the photo felt very familiar to Cheng Xu, likely found in his records. The information ended there, with the announcement being subtle enough to draw attention without being directly lethal. Most promising contestant no. 2. Lien's. Gender male. Occupation beast tamer. This beast tamer had a strong build, impressive muscles, and a blue beast skin birthmark on his face, looking quite formidable. This survivor was not in Cheng Xu's records, and he had no impression of his photo. Most promising contestant no. 1. Cheng Xu. Moreover, with 10 changes, 7 should be severed. Tonight is not suitable for going out. Reinforce the house. She looked at the deep red blood, bit her lip, and wiped it away. 3rd sister, are you alright? It's fine. This person's fate is special. Ordinary divination methods will only invite backlash. I was careless. A male companion had already fortified the house, adding a layer of steel plating that made it look very heavy. 3rd sister, it's done. What should we do next? It's still not enough. Oh, continue reinforcing. Compared to Qi Ling's cautious approach, the beast tamer, Li En's handling was completely different. Unlike other survivors, his shelter was entirely open, with a small yard housing several monsters. These monsters were precisely the strange creatures that appeared every night, yielding to his skill effects and becoming his pets. When these monsters fought for Li En's, they were even more ferocious than in their wild state, granting him formidable combat. However, raising monsters was not a simple task. Those creatures consumed the freshest blood and flesh daily. To maintain their loyalty, Li En's had to hunt once a day to ensure he wasn't devoured by the monsters. When he saw the most promising contestant leaderboard, his first reaction was to scoff. He believed that apart from himself, none of these survivors could be considered powerful. Hungry. A humanoid creature covered in tentacles lay beside Li En's, gently caressing his arm, with its green tentacles pleading for food. Be patient, let's see if any fresh food comes to us. Lien stood up from his chair, drew out a spiked club, and stretched. At that moment, the rose egg announced the special rules for the night. Good evening, survivors. The results of tonight's lottery. The special rule for tonight is split and multiply. All monsters will undergo massive splitting and multiplication during the remaining time tonight, and the multiplied ones will possess stronger aggressiveness. Get ready for the frenzy. Lien's lips curled into a smile, and even the monsters beside him emitted low chuckles. Babies, we have a new batch of fresh food. In contrast to Qi Ling's caution and Lien's arrogance, Cheng Xu chose a most unusual solution. Cheng Xu selected several pieces of glass, smashed them all, and evenly spread them around his house, then slipped into the mirror world and hid. The task for tonight is complete. There's no need to take risks outside. The 5 points of stamina consumption were negligible for Cheng Xu, who possessed the blessing of the sleepless. It seems I now have another essential resource. Cheng Xu decided to keep all the mirrors and glass he could find. Oh, perhaps one day they would come in handy. The monsters that failed to sense any living presence roamed around his shelter for a while before seeking new targets. While hiding in the mirror world, Cheng Xu was not idle. He opened the administrator group and searched for various useful information in their chat records. Shui Chia, the mother of decay, has been activated. You can try it first. Tung Chia, okay, should I come to your space now? Shui Chia, no need, I've given you permission. Oh, just connect. Ci Tian Chia, you started the mecha without me. Sure, Yi Chia, exactly, neither of us has operated it before, and he has done it several times. Shui Chia, aren't you both from the data department? The combat power of mental link bodies. Ci Tian Chia, what, looking down on mental link bodies? Sure, Yi Chia, exactly, where would your year-end bonus come from without us? Shui Chia, no, mainly because you don't have a physical presence. It's hard to understand the operational mode of physical creatures. Controlling the mother of decay might be a bit challenging for you. Ci Tian Chia, how will we know without trying? Sure, Yi Chia, exactly, the boss isn't here this time, and it's a test. Oh, just let us play with it once. Shui Chia, sure. Tung Chia, the test is over. The performance is really weak. It's basically a large water gun. Ci Tian Chia, hee, I'm coming to help. Cheng Xu heard the entire floor of the water prison tremble, and then the ring island he was on even cracked open, a fissure revealing the abyss world beneath. Several pieces of glass fell through the crack, allowing Cheng Xu to catch a glimpse of the situation below, within a 20-meter limit. There was an underground river radiating green fluorescence along with a group of creatures swimming in it. Before Cheng Xu could see clearly, the pieces of glass all fell into the abyss, leaving the observation range. Boom. The crack slowly closed as if nothing had happened. Ci Tian Chia, the structure of physical creatures is incredibly outdated. My spiritual body can't even extend. Ci Tian Chia, those neural circuits are like poorly constructed wires unable to connect fully. Ci Tian Chia, moreover, why do physical creatures receive so much feedback? The redundant and complex signals make it impossible for me to process dynamic commands. Ci Tian Chia, useless physical creatures, I want try again. Shui Chia, what did I say? The consequences of you mental link bodies forcibly controlling the physical ones are just like this. Shui Chia, sure, Yi Chia, are you still playing? Sure, Yi Chia, I copied his spiritual data, so it's like I've played it once. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Kind person, am just a weary traveler. Cheng Xu's attention was drawn by a sound, discovering that his house door in the real world had unknowingly piled up with monsters. 5 or 6 weary travelers were knocking on the door and windows of the jester room. Since Cheng Xu hadn't completed the occupation task, the door and windows of that house hadn't been reinforced, and under the knocks of those weary travelers his health points gradually decreased. Weren't you just uninterested? Why are you back? The group of monsters gathered at the door, incessantly shouting, as if they were truly aggrieved. After a while, one of them suddenly stopped, its body swelling suddenly, and starting to grow outward, completing its division in a few. The other monsters nearby seemed to sense some signal, and began to uniformly divide. In less than 2 minutes, the number of monsters in front of Cheng Xu's door had doubled. Cheng Xu suddenly realized that the special rule regarding division and proliferation was likely a continuous buff. The number of monsters was not simply doubling, but rather growing exponentially. Doesn't that mean the monsters will soon fill the entire world? More and more monsters began to split, and soon the number of monsters surpassed the survivors, making the entire water prison world unexpectedly lively. The clarinet sounds of the balloon clown overlapped with the cries of the Skinner. If one did not listen carefully to the content, they would genuinely think they were in a circus. When the number of monsters reached a certain peak, the division and proliferation stopped, and the water prison was already filled with various humanoid creatures. All the shelters were uniformly assaulted. The monsters, having lost their suitable targets, began indiscriminate attacks. Cheng Xu's 3 houses suffered varying degrees of damage. Among them, the clown house, which was still in the occupation stage, was the most severely damaged, with all the windows smashed and the door hanging precariously. The house was already crowded with fatigued travelers and Skinner. The furniture inside had been completely dismantled by those creatures, and aside from the transmutation box, which was an item itself, everything else had turned into a pile of garbage. Kexiki, so why choose such a rule tonight, just to reduce a bit of the population? By donkey, it's not that I also asked the monster department to adjust the monsters' attack patterns, weakening some of their strength. Now they prefer to destroy furniture. Kexiki, isn't that the same? The shelter is gone, and the survivors will still die. By donkey, it's about dismantling furniture, not the houses that can waste some of their time. Tengxia, then give them a little surprise tomorrow night. Tingxia, look at that little killer hiding away to avoid maximum losses. Tingxia, those survivors staying in the houses don't know how many enhancement materials they will spend to repair their homes. Rookie, not everyone has such a formidable skill set. Cheng Xu watched that group of roguelike monsters tearing apart his furniture, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, the enhancements at home are sturdy enough. The monster's instincts still favored approaching places with human presence. The command to destroy furniture could not completely alter their habits. When a living person appeared, the monsters would still surge forward like zombies. During the long night, there were a few survivors who left a deep impression on Cheng Xu, filling the boredom of his weight. One of them had developed membranous wings resembling bat wings, gliding back and forth between the islands, barely dodging them. However, when he passed through the spider trap set by Cheng Xu, he accidentally triggered a waiting spider and was bitten, dying on the spot. Another survivor whose profession was unknown transformed into a huge iron ball, wrapping himself inside and allowing the monsters to push him forward. Even barbed wire could not stop his movement. He rolled over various ditches pushed by the monsters as he circled around. As dawn approached, Beastmaster Li Enz arrived near Cheng Xu's island with his pets, tearing apart the weakened monsters as if chopping vegetables. Children, kill fiercely. I'll take you to collect food during the day. Li Enz wielded his spiked club, leading the monster horde, smashing the heads of those monsters directly. He was like a war meat grinder, forcibly carving a bloody path through the gathered monsters. When the sky brightened, Cheng Xu finally emerged from the mirrored world, looking at the pile of monster corpses at the entrance of the island that had not disappeared, his expression grave. Such an opponent must be eliminated as soon as possible. Cheng Xu did not rush to make a move. After all, tonight the mother of corrupted walkers, Tingxia, would descend, and at that time the possibility of killing Li Enz would be greater. Haha, with this pile of food you guys will probably be able to evolve 1 or 2 more times. When that happens, let's go loot those survivors' homes. Li Enz's voice came from outside the island, followed by a dozen monsters of various shapes, pulling something resembling a truck as they moved slowly. A monster with 9 heads sat at the front of the vehicle, using its heads to pick through the corpses, placing the tender and more appetizing meat onto the vehicle while discarding the rest into the sewage. As Li Enz walked, he loudly mocked the surrounding survivors, exuding arrogance. Hey, cowards hiding in the houses. Your Grandpa Li is here. If you have the guts, come out and play. If you don't, hurry and find a place to bury yourself. Cheng Xu stood on the second-floor rooftop, observing that guy's every move in stealth mode, treating such provocations as if he hadn't heard. Through a period of observation, Cheng Xu discovered that on the outer side of Li Enz's body a layer of pale white light was slowly undulating in an area that appeared to have no protection. That radiance blocked everything from the outside. Even the green pollutants could not approach his body. If someone were really lured out by provocation or attempted to shoot a sneak attack, they would likely be torn apart by the monsters surging in the next second. Facing such a guy only by restraining all his monsters could there be a possibility of killing him. Cheng Xu quietly followed behind that group of monsters, noting down his path in his record book group. Li Enz's shelter was relatively far from Cheng Xu. By the time he returned home, the corpses pulled back by the monsters had already filled 2 vehicles. All right, young men and women, dig in. Roar. Those monsters cheered, directly dismantling one of the wooden board vehicles into a pile of wood, as if kittens tearing apart a cardboard box, joyfully bouncing around in that heap of corpses. These oddly shaped monsters at this moment surprisingly jumped around like small animals, tearing the flesh of those monsters, and began to feast heartily. Cheng Xu, who was tracking not far away, quietly recorded the characteristics of each monster, pondering how to deal with these creatures. The one with 9 heads is clumsy and slow. I can target its lower body. The one with shells and poisonous pincers has gaps in its armor near the head, and its pincers are not very agile. I can attack the head. The one with strong arms has a structure similar to humans. I can try attacking its brain and cervical spine. Tingxia, look, this is what it means to prepare for a rainy day. I will be the first to take down this guy tonight. Kexiki, the mother of corrupted walkers, and the corrupted walker legion, can at most hold those monsters back. You can't defeat him. Tingxia, but there's still the killer. Onion, the killer will definitely take out the Beastmaster. After documenting those monsters, Cheng Xu temporarily left Li Enz's territory to return home and check on the situation, while also preparing various items needed for the night. On his way to gather supplies, Cheng Xu took the time to complete a profession task related to crafting, unlocking a brand new skill, Noise Point. When hitting an enemy, it can cause a small-scale mental shock damage and increase all damage taken by the target by 40 for 5 minutes. Cost 1 point of mental energy. This skill granted Cheng Xu the capability to combat highly resistant opponents, boosting his confidence for the night's hunting operation. For the remainder of the day, Cheng Xu focused on resting and adjusting his state to its optimal level. As night fell, a strange chanting of scriptures echoed throughout the entire water prison, replacing the usual lighthouse alarm. Within each small chapel on the island, the statues wrapped in countless bandages began to animate, growing plump bodies and unfurling filthy drapes. The white fat placed before the statue began to burn, illuminating the entire chapel like a candle. The rotwalker lurking beneath the water crawled up the steps of the chapel, crowding inside, its body curled up into a ball, kneeling on the ground as if in prayer. The irregular chanting gradually merged, resembling a grand chorus infused with numerous elements, brimming with unsettling vitality. Those sounds seemed like a mass of proliferating bacteria, expanding, gradually forming colonies that filled every void in the world. Listening to the chaotic chanting, Cheng Xu felt an instinctive urge to vomit. Just as his discomfort was about to reach its peak, the chanting suddenly ceased. The abrupt silence was akin to the calm before a storm. Apart from Cheng Xu's own heartbeat, there was not a sound in the air. A rumble, a low humming from the depths shattered this moment of tranquility. The entire water prison began to collapse, the ground cracked, and the green sludge in the abyss surged upwards with the rushing tide. Countless beings glowing with green fluorescence emitted desperate cries. Cheng Xu had initially stood at the top of the second floor, trying to observe the situation outside, but the sewage that erupted from below was more rapid than he had anticipated, directly flooding his second-floor fortress. After the sewage rose above his ankles, the upward trend slowed down, but the water level continued to rise. Cheng Xu controlled his spider to climb to the highest point of the trees, while he took out his grappling gun and quickly reached the island, climbing to the highest point within the water prison. The green sewage continued to rise until it nearly submerged the treetops before it stopped. Fish-like creatures and some bizarrely shaped beings began to swim around, forming an exceptionally complex formation beneath the vast surface of the water. The center of the formation was very close to Cheng Xu, seemingly the small chapel on this island. Various green creatures swam about while emitting sounds praising some powerful existence. The sound resembled a psychic wave, allowing Cheng Xu to understand the meaning behind those murmurs. The Great Mother shall be revived tonight. The Great Mother shall swallow tonight. Rejoice, praise, new disciples shall join us. Suddenly at the center of that enormous formation, Cheng Xu saw a deep green glow. The glow emanated from the depths of the sewage, illuminating a massive existence whose form was indistinct. That bloated and gigantic body slowly floated upward with the current, a series of bubbles stirring up the entire sludge, as if the water containing all things filthy had begun to boil. As the massive glowing body approached the surface, Cheng Xu sensed a wave of disgust stemming from human instinct. The mother of rotwalkers leaped out of the water, its immense flesh-like form oozing pus with lumps all over its body, continuously spewing eggs of various sizes. Those eggs fell into the sewage, and the creatures contained within hatched, joining the ranks of the sludge dwellers. Cheng Xu stared at the gigantic monster, deliberately showing some tension with his legs, even preparing to flee. Then a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, it's me, remember? Cheng Xu feigned confusion, then intentionally held back and did not respond to Cheng Xia. Since you completed the hidden task of the Rotwalker, I can help you tonight. By the way, you wouldn't really have forgotten who I am, would you? Yes. Well, the higher-ups don't allow me to communicate with you openly, so you play along a bit, and I'll lead these guys away while you secretly hang on my back. Okay. In the next moment, the massive mother of rotwalkers began to move its rear and expelling a large number of green eggs, propelling its enormous body forward. As it passed the branch where Cheng Xu was, he lightly leaped and landed directly on the back of the mother of rotwalkers. Slow. Perfect. I have limited time. Who do you want to take down first? They'll help you deal with them. Is this part of the task reward? Why are you such a rule follower? Even if it's not, so what? Helping whoever I want is just my pleasure. Why do you want to help me? Well, it's a long story. Anyway, you must win a slot in the battle royale. As long as you win, my fortune can multiply 5. Cough, cough. The battle royale is... you see my memory. This map will eventually lead to a battle royale with 500 people. Will the venue still be between these islands? No, it will be in a real water prison without any exits where the sewage can rise to your chest. The battle royale. Is it tomorrow? No, tonight. My task is to reduce the number of survivors to around 500, then give you 2 days to prepare for the battle royale. Will others also know about the battle royale? No exclusive news. I guarantee only you will know. Hee. Then, what do I need to prepare? Take advantage of these few days to create more spiders and your mental attack traps. Don't go out and conserve your strength. Thank you, Ting Chia. Hee, as long as you can win, that's the greatest gratitude for me. So who do you want to deal with tonight? That beast tamer Lien's. Let's go. I hunted all night yesterday, and now it's all gone. Lien stood on the back of a monster, watching the aquatic creatures scrambling for the carcasses in the water, his heart filled with resentment. These fish are all so bony, even if I kill them all there wouldn't be much meat. It's truly frustrating. The tentacled monster drew closer to Lien's, making a low pleading sound. Hungry. There's nothing to eat today, darling, let me think of a way. Woo. The monster whimpered, curling up and using its appendages to clean its tentacles. As Lien's hesitated whether to dive into the water to fish, he suddenly saw a massive swarm of densely packed aquatic creatures surging towards him, filling the sewage beneath his feet. Upon seeing Lien's and his monsters, the aquatic creatures immediately revealed their fierce intentions, surging from the water towards the monsters floating on the surface. Roar. The angry monsters began to retaliate passively, and the small fish swarmed like mosquitoes. Though their bites were not painful, they were exceedingly annoying. Without their master's command, they did not dare to initiate an attack. Hungry. Lien's glanced at the frenzied fish below, shaking his head helplessly. Looks like today's meal will be them. It probably won't taste great, kids. Just make do and dig in. The dozen monsters immediately let out fierce roars, plunging into the water to hunt the fish. Meanwhile, the mother of corruption was slowly moving forward, as it could only propel the water in this manner, and given its enormous body, its speed was exceedingly slow. The controlling vine was in no rush at all, even taking the time to explain the types of aquatic creatures to Cheng Xu. The fish at the forefront are called throat of desire. They have big mouths, but no digestive organs. They are born solely to eat, and once they finish, they die. Following them are the second wave of creatures known as decomposition worms, responsible for processing what the throat of desire. These worms reproduce in decaying matter, generating a large number of larvae while creating more corrosive liquid to accelerate the decomposition of the meat. The third batch to arrive are the true combat units, inferior fish dragons, seemingly specially modified rapid growth units, which are particularly easy to produce. They possess strong biting power and an insatiable appetite. Even iron lumps would be stripped of several layers. Accompanying the inferior fish dragons are numerous corruptors responsible for handling enemies overlooked by the fish dragons. Finally, circling around the mother of corruption are the mud beneficiaries and chosen corruptors, who can be considered true elites. Listening to the incessant descriptions by the vine, Cheng Xu felt slightly irritated. Accustomed to silence, he was not quite used to the vine's chatter. "Ah, we've arrived. The fish dragons have already engaged in a brawl with the beast tamers monsters. We'll soon see that. But just to be clear, this machine has limited capabilities. Oh, I can only help you hold off those monsters. You'll have to deal with the beast tamer yourself." "All right." Cheng Xu did not show any emotion, remaining very calm. During the daylight waiting period, Cheng Xu specially prepared 3 Yukio traps for Li In's, attaching them to 3 crossbow bolts, intending to catch them off guard. That guy has something called Tiger Gang talismans on him, which charges up through killings, allowing him to resist a lot of damage once fully charged. Be cautious. Cheng Xu remained still, simply responding with a brief, "Okay." What else was there? Right. Li In's is actually quite skilled in close combat, and also proficient with mid-range weapons. It's best for you to keep your distance and draw him into the water. Before the vine could finish, one of Li In's monsters collided with the outer body of the mother of corruption, producing a... "Anyway, it's all on you for Li In's. I need to dive." Li In's figure remained atop the water, holding a cigarette he had pulled out from somewhere, watching the situation in the water while smoking. In the instant the mother of corruption quickly submerged, Cheng Xu's figure flickered and appeared directly behind Li In's, placing a noise point on him. Though Li In's was adept in combat, his profession was beast tamer, lacking the combat instincts typical of other fighting professions, so he did not immediately sense the threat from Cheng Xu. It was only when he felt the noise point being applied that he realized an enemy was nearby, quickly discarding the cigarette in it. However, Li In's combat skills were indeed on point. Even after being ambushed from behind, he showed no signs of panic, executing a side shoulder drop, while simultaneously kicking backwards with his right leg. The sudden counterattack, though it failed to hit the invisible Cheng Xu, disrupted his attack rhythm. The beast, sensing the presence of another person on its back, let out a roar, attempting to alert its master. Possessing the beast tamer profession, Li In's instantly understood its meaning and confirmed that his opponent was a person. He retrieved a pair of bifurcated hand axes from his spatial backpack, the curved blades resembling some sort of branch-like decoration. "Come out, buddy, with such a small space on Akai's back, where can you run?" As he swung the hand axes, he slowly moved, while at the same time the monster floating on the water surface began to slowly submerge, reducing its backspace. Bang! An arrow was fired, striking Li In's Tiger Gang talismans, causing the white light to flicker. "Found you." Li In swung the hand axes fiercely towards the direction from which the arrow was shot, crossing both axes to seal off any possible escape routes for the opponent. Li In's anticipated seeing the splash of water as the opponent fell in, as well as the bloodstains when his Akai penetrated their body. But as the axes swung through, nothing happened. Just as Li In's was taken aback, a piercing cry erupted from Akai beneath him. A surge of red blood mist gushed forth from the sewage as his monster was attacked by 7 or 8 mud beneficiaries, losing a part of its limbs. "Akai, don't mind me, run." Following the command, the monster immediately dove down, beginning to retaliate among the various aquatic creatures. The battle between the monsters and the aquatic creatures was extremely intense, with various colors of blood mist erupting in the sewage, making the already murky water even dirtier. As Li In's fell into the water, he quickly sensed something was amiss. The layers of the Tiger Energy talisman on him had dramatically decreased. Due to that single arrow, his talisman energy had directly diminished by 1/3. This was energy he had accumulated since the first round, and normally a regular crossbow arrow wouldn't deplete it so significantly. Of course, the reason was simple. The arrow shot by Cheng Xu was a meticulously prepared Yukio crossbow arrow, which had no effect on Li In's, leaving Cheng Xu somewhat astonished. Seeing the enemy's methods were so bizarre, an involuntary thought of the mysterious first place flashed through Li In's mind. "I see. You must be the first place. Cheng Xu. Buzz!" As he shouted loudly while floating on the water's surface, Cheng Xu's Tuluo seal struck directly at his body. With no experience in underwater combat, although the Tiger Energy talisman could provide him with the air he needed to breathe, Li In still felt some trepidation towards the deep water. Moreover, lurking below was the first place holder, who was exceptionally ruthless in their attacks. "I'm sorry, children." At Li In's command, the monsters entangled with the aquatic creatures began to surface. Even as their bodies were torn open with gaping wounds, they showed no intention of stopping. The dozen or so monsters encircled Li In's, using their flesh and blood to build a dam for him. Of course, there was also a hidden figure atop this dam. Cheng Xu appeared like a relentless evil spirit, once again approaching Li In's to launch a fierce strike. The erupting Tuluo seal and the stabbing of Bai Chue caused the energy of Li In's Tiger Energy talisman to drop significantly once more. Just as Li In's was about to urge these monsters to take him away swiftly, the sudden drop in talisman energy almost drove him to madness. "Where the hell are you?" Li In's furiously swung his hand axe, yet he still failed to touch Cheng Xu at all. The few monsters finally adjusted their angles, quickly moving across the water surface while dragging a long string of aquatic creatures torn from their bodies. On the slightly bumpy backs of the monsters, Li Enz could scarcely maintain his balance and dared not attack again, and after all, once he fell into the water, he would truly have no chance left. Cheng Xu did not give him a moment's respite. The second Yukio crossbow arrow was knocked and swiftly shot out, striking Li Enz's body a second time. Crack. Li Enz's talisman capacity was down to the last bit, and the white glow enveloping his body showed significant. Stop. Cheng Xu, I want to negotiate with you. Li Enz couldn't afford to be slowed, directly stating his offer: as long as you spare me, I'll give you all 14 of my pets. The response to him was the second Tuyuo seal. The blood-red mark floated down and struck Li Enz's chest. This time he finally saw Cheng Xu's position, clearly throwing a pair of hand axes before quickly retrieving a stick, swinging it in the most primitive manner. Ding ding ding. 3 extremely crisp sounds rang in his ears and cracks appeared prominently in his throat heart and the white light at his brow. At the same time, a powerful chaotic energy swept through his body, causing the white energy surrounding him to crack like shattered porcelain, producing a series of fine breaking sounds. You forced me to this. I want life, and neither will you. Suddenly a cyan flame ignited on Li Enz, emanating a deep and dark glow spreading towards his beloved 14 pets. The monsters touched by the flames rapidly lost their vitality, letting out waves of mournful cries. The power gradually surged towards Li Enz, filling his muscles with explosive energy. These muscle tissues were so robust that they even burst through his own skin. Akai Minmin Xiao Bai Curry. Li Enz recited the names of the 14 monsters, his body filled with agitated energy, directly locking onto Cheng Xu's position. I will use your blood to honor them. Just as Li Enz transformed into a flaming meteor and dove into the water, hundreds of mud benefactors blocked his path, wrapping their soft bodies around the agitated Li Enz. The spiritual fluctuations of the mud benefactors also reached Cheng Xu, who had initially planned to launch the mirror shadow obscuration to evade. I estimate these guys have almost drained his energy. When the time comes, you help me deal the finishing blow. Thanks. Look at you already thanking me. Ooh, I've told you helping you is helping myself. No need for thanks, you're making me feel quite embarrassed. I want to awe. Li Enz roared from within layers of mud, but only a vague sound escaped. As Li Enz's vitality decreased to a certain level, the mud benefactor spoke again. To give a proper account up top, you'll need to make a cool finish later. Cheng Xu did not reply, but instead shattered the half piece of glass in his hand. When Li Enz's life was down to the last 2, he finally broke free from the binding of the mud benefactor, appearing before Cheng Xu. Finally, you have no more tricks left, right? Li Enz supported his body with great effort, burning his last life force, wanting to tear Cheng Xu apart. Cheng Xu, not far from him, showed no signs of panic. He flicked his right hand, and many shining shards floated up from it. Li Enz's brain, nearly burned to ashes, didn't react in time, allowing those shards to pass by him. In an instant, Cheng Xu's figure vanished. Sizzle. Cheng Xu's figure suddenly appeared behind him, stabbing a knife into the back of Li Enz's head, drawing forth a trickle of remaining blood. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After what seemed like an initial motion, Cheng Xu's figure swiftly traversed between mirrors, each appearance slicing a wound across Li Enz's body. In the water, Li Enz resembled a villain from an anime, caught in a hilariously slow-motion scene, only changing his posture upon being struck by the blade. When all the flames on Li Enz were extinguished, Cheng Xu returned to the starting point, twirling the folding knife in his hand before putting it back into the side pocket of his armor. It's indeed cool, but not very practical. If you ever encounter a real strong enemy, I suggest you avoid using that move in the future. I've learned. Oh dear, my fault, my fault. Whenever I speak with you, I can't help but become serious. Don't be so tense. Seeing you tense makes me... What's your goal moving forward? None for now. Then I need you to help me a bit. Please go ahead. I need to quickly reduce the number of survivors to below 500, so I need your cooperation to finish off the stragglers. It will also help raise the limits of your 2 weapons. Okay. The Mother of Corruption swiftly dove down, leading the aquatic tribe towards the nearest survivor shelter. Within that shelter, a survivor was frantically stacking reinforcement materials in their home to cope with the suddenly increased water pressure. When the structure of his home stabilized, the survivor completely relaxed, believing that if he could just weather the next few hours, the world would be safe. Suddenly, an extremely jarring knocking sound came from outside his door. The survivor, who had been lying on the bed, jumped up. He watched helplessly as his door began to crack, green water gushing out, and a swarm of green monster fish flooded into his home. When the survivor was surrounded by the fish, Cheng Xu transformed into a shadow and ended his life, sparing him from any further pain of flesh being torn away. Cheng Xu followed the tribe of the Mother of Corruption, dealing with dozens of survivors hiding in shelters, and helped Ting Xia complete the kill quota as the night was about to end. As the fissures in the earth closed up and the Mother of Corruption along with her tribe vanished, Cheng Xu returned to his shelter. The sudden increase in water pressure destroyed the door of the magician's room, soaking the furniture inside with filthy water, turning it into a mushy mess of decayed matter. Although Cheng Xu's own home had sturdier ceiling measures, some water still seeped in, causing no damage, but leaving the entire house. After briefly washing the floor with hot spring water, Cheng Xu began preparing for the competition, as instructed by Ting. Perhaps to make the subsequent show more interesting, just as the filthy water receded and the world lay in ruins, Rose Chia issued a brand new announcement. Congratulations to all surviving survivors. Your courage is commendable. especially a few of the most promising contestants who performed exceptionally well during this disaster. Then the list that originally contained only 3 names expanded to 5 with some updates. Most promising contestant 5th place, Wu Heron. Gender male. Occupation blacksmith. A ruggedly strong face appeared below with Wu Heron's slightly dark skin, revealing swirling patterns like molten lava flowing through veins. Most promising contestant 4th place, Dong Duo. Gender male. Occupation hyena. A face remarkably similar to a hyena appeared on the list with a slightly hunched back and drooping eyes that made him look far from a good person. Most promising contestant 3rd place, Qi Ling. Cheng Xu was slightly surprised after Li Enzi's death Qi Ling still did not become the new 2nd place, but remained in 3rd. This made him even more curious about who the new 2nd place could be. Most promising contestant 2nd place, Su An. Gender female. Occupation instigator. A face of considerable charm appeared on the list with a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, yet a hint of malice hidden in her eyes. Cheng Xu instinctively felt a sense of disgust. This dissonant smile resembled artificially sweetened confectionery, filled with chemical agents only making one feel nauseated. Perhaps a more troublesome character than a beast tamer. After the list was announced, Cheng Xu saw the long-awaited death report, but the numbers on it were enough to astonish most survivors. Survivors. This is the long-lost death report. Can you guess how many survivors we have left? 533 people. You are the ones who truly understand the rules of the game. Please continue to strive, for you are not far from becoming deities. Cheng Xu turned off the broadcast, opened his skill panel, and contemplated the development of his skills moving forward. Thanks to Ting Chia's help last night, he had leveled up twice. However, he felt a bit conflicted about his skill choices. The next skill in the Killing Arts branch was called Dirge, which was very suitable for battle in a battle royale type. Dirge. Upon killing a target, gain a 10 increase in all attributes stackable up to a maximum of 17 layers. Duration 5 minutes. Consumption 5 stamina points. Although this skill was very useful for battle royale games, there was another skill in the Stealth Steps branch that Cheng Xu greatly craved. The next skill in this branch was Thick Fog, which merely generated a temporary smoke, making it somewhat lackluster. However, after spending 4 more skill points, he could unlock the next skill. Stealth. Enter an invisible state able to conceal the entire figure of the skill user. When taking or inflicting damage, the user will exit the invisible state. Duration 15 minutes. Consumption 10 stamina points. The effect of this skill was nearly comparable to the illusory butterfly that could only be used once a day, making its value exceptionally high. However, to awaken Stealth, Cheng Xu needed to level up 4 more times within the next 2 days. While it was not impossible, if he randomly drew a task to kill survivors, he might find it challenging to complete due to a lack of time. After all, there were only a little over 500 survivors now. The rest were either seasoned veterans capable of hiding themselves or formidable adversaries. Completing a kill would be extremely difficult. After much contemplation, he chose to play it safe and acquired Dirge, deciding to stay home and focus on creating more Yukio and dreamless spiders. Just as Cheng Xu began crafting traps in his home, Tung Chia also finished her control and returned to her office space. Tung Chia, tonight was truly relaxing. Kashi Chia, you almost went out yourself to help him fight. Is that necessary? Tung Chia, helping him fight won't happen. That would be pointless and would not benefit his growth in the slightest. Kashi Chia, he's just a survivor, a human with no talent. How much can he possibly grow? Tung Chia, you don't understand that feeling from being an insane person not understood by the world to struggling through the arena, killing, and climbing upwards. Kashi Chia, are you talking about him, or yourself? Tung Chia, he has just arrived at the arena, slowly liberating his true nature, still a distance away from slaughter and ascension. Kaksiki, continue. Tung Chia, I was born into a slave family, without the rights of a citizen, destined to become fuel for the upper races, burning my life away. Tung Chia, when I grew strong enough to fight, I was thrown into the arena by those upper races battling against a group of children my age. Tung Chia, 17 children, a dagger, only one could survive. Tung Chia, that was the first time I tasted the flavor of slaughter, and also the first time I understood the power of weapons. Tung Chia, I was trained as a gladiator, thrown into the arena, sleeping in a cage with beasts, consuming many forbidden drugs that drove me further into madness. Tung Chia, on the day I officially came of age, I faced my second battle. Tung Chia, my opponent was a fighter who had achieved 172 victories in the arena, but had recently lost an arm in a match. Tung Chia, so I became his G. Why was I just a slave? Why was my struggle meaningless? Why were those guys able to dominate everything about me? Tung Chia, on the edge of life and death, I finally realized there was no other reason, only because my strength was insufficient. Tung Chia, so I began to concoct a plan to annihilate everything, demanding more drugs from those who imprisoned me, pushing my body to overload. Tung Chia, when the battle began that night, I broke free from my electronic shackles, driven by the madness the drugs provided, charging towards the energy facility of the entire arena. Tung Chia, the batteries used for power were actually remnants of a death pulsar filled with deadly radiation and heat. Tung Chia, I don't even know what I was thinking at that time. Before the security personnel arrived, I swallowed a piece of the pulsar's remnant. Tung Chia, thus, I became what I am now, relying on the immense radiation and heat to kill everyone in that arena. Tung Chia, at that time my brain was consumed by overwhelming power, and all that remained was the urge to. Tung Chia, looking back, now probably over 1,300 pieces. Kaksiki, unbelievable. Tung Chia, in any case, I felt what it meant to possess power, and I was tormented by that desire, always pursuing the path to become stronger, embarking on my journey. Kaksiki, so how did you end up here? Tingxia, when my strength reached a certain level, I discovered its limits. In the real world, I could no longer grow stronger. Tingxia, at that time, I began to contemplate a new way to gain strength, while rampaging through the universe, slaughtering everything I saw. Tingxia, until I encountered the first higher-dimensional being. Kaksiki, you must have come across the Disaster Lord. Tingxia, yes, I turned a planet cultivated to become a farming industrial park for the Disaster Lord into charcoal, and then he personally beat me up. Tingxia, I witnessed the power embodied in the Disaster Lord, and felt that unimaginable strength, thus, I declared war on him. Kaksiki, huh? Tingxia, yes, I reached an agreement with the Disaster Lord. I would work in his company, constantly enhancing my strength until one day I would replace him and become the new Disaster Lord. Kaksiki, so what does this have to do with that survivor? Tingxia, the growth of power requires honing. The strength of the Disaster Lord has already transcended my level, and that kind of honing is ineffective. Kaksiki, you don't mean to cultivate a battle maniac like yourself to help you become stronger, do you? Tingxia, exactly. I sense that near-mad fighting will within him. Only someone like him, having undergone the tempering of blood and fire, can drive me to become even stronger. Tingxia, we are kindred spirits walking side by side on the path of slaughter. I believe he will understand my dream and pursue the same goal. Tingxia, perhaps to you he and I will become rivals, but I believe that mutual tempering is what defines true friendship. Kaksiki, let me warn you first, if that kid wins the final showdown, he will become our company's mascot, responsible for awarding the next champion. You won't have a chance to battle him. Tingxia, by then he will come looking for me himself. Cheng Xu did not see any of that information. Nanxia deleted it all from the work chat under the pretext of not posting private messages in the group. He continued to labor to craft more Fushahui crossbow bolts, his sanity hanging on the brink of collapse and fluctuating wildly. Lying in bed, aside from the necessities of life, he did nothing but produce spiders and more Fushahui. The images that had nested deep in his mind were gradually extracted and piled around Cheng Xu. By nightfall, he had fashioned 23 bolts laced with intense psychic resonance stacked in a nearby sack. The spiders he had made swarmed the ceiling, so numerous that their exact number could not be told. Cheng Xu shook his groggy head, continually siphoning out his own fears, which slowed the recovery of his sanity. He needed to rest. He opened the administrators group to see whether Tingxia had posted anything useful, only to find a single line saying that Tingxia's message had been withdrawn by the group owner. I hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. Shui Xia, they just had a meeting. What exactly were you all discussing? Kaxi Xia, certain topics about why members of the combat division are so perverse. Shui Xia, so why is that? Kaxi Xia, generally speaking it's raising goo. Shui Xia, what? Now you've made me even more curious. Nanxia, do not discuss others' private affairs in the work group. Shui Xia, by the way boss, are we releasing monsters tonight? Nanxia, well, let a few weaker ones loose as a token. Shui Xia, alright then. Various zombies in different states, it's decided. ITLLBU. Nanxia, prepare the final arena of the water prison. The combat division, and I will go find the owner and negotiate usage rights. Tingxia, okay, coming right away. Kaxi Xia, with such a dark, twisted backstory, yet always acting sunnier than anyone. TSK. Shui Xia, want to take this to private chat. Sure. Xia, what are you talking about? Add me in. Ru Xia 1. CIT on Xia 1. If there were no powerful monsters, maybe I could still finish some tasks. Cheng Xu glanced at his missions and found it hopeless. 1. Kill 3 survivors. 2. Kill 6 survivors. 3. Kill 9 survivors. 4. Kill 3 survivors consecutively. 5. Kill 6 survivors consecutively. 6. Kill 9 survivors consecutively. These professional tasks felt like a joke designed to keep him from completing any of them. It was likely that the number of zombies in the water prison now outnumbered the survivors, making such slaughter tasks impossible. So Cheng Xu rested only briefly before returning to bolster his arsenal. Aside from Cheng Xu, Qi Ling, a diviner, had also foreseen the great free-for-all 2 days hence, and was now making the final preparations for the killing game. Third sister, are you sure there will be such a battle in 2 days? Second brother, my precognitive dreams do not lie, and moreover this reaction was extraordinarily strong, a 1 in 9 chance of survival. We must be on guard. Qi Ling downed a cup of coffee, riding the dopamine it supplied to barely stave off her headache. She had possessed this gift since she was 10, though at the time, she did not understand what it meant. Only when swept into the survival games did those visions become concrete, usable data. The first time she had a precognitive dream, it was only half a day before her grandmother died. In the dream, she saw the crash with chilling clarity. The blood on the ground filled her with fear. When she woke, she told her father the dream. He punished her by making her copy 100 times on paper. I will never speak such ominous words again. Before she had finished copying, the hospital called. Her parents hurried to the hospital and told her to sort out dinner on her own. From then on, Qi Ling knew some secrets must never be told. People cannot truly feel one another's experience. In any case, she would bury those secrets deep in her heart. Third sister, your big brother forged a suit of armor for you. I guarantee you will not suffer any harm in 2 days. A scruffy, bearded, middle-aged man produced a suit of armor from his space backpack. It was as heavy and solid as a statue. If I wear that, I'll barely be able to run. Brother, you should keep it for yourself. Don't worry, this armor has a second mode. Oh, I can carry you on my back and run. The armor suddenly deployed a tortoiseshell-shaped shield with straps beneath it that fit the scruffy man's shoulders perfectly. We do not know what the situation will be then, a wearing that would only drag you down. Hey, third sister, I don't like the sound of that. What do you mean drag you down? Without you the two of us big oafs would have died in the first round. Indeed, big brother, as an armor forger the quality of this armor is reliable, otherwise we could not have taken down that great shield soldier in the first round. Qi Ling looked at the two burly yet considerate men before her and felt a warmth in her chest. Feeling the twitching pain in her finger, she put down her coffee cup. I do not know how much longer I will live. Before I go I will see that big brother and second brother make it to the next round. The second brother, a clockmaker, keenly noticed the pain in her finger side, took out a painkiller, and broke half a pill. This medicine must be taken sparingly. After swallowing the painkiller, she felt the spasms in her bones ease and the hidden ache gradually subside. Second brother, fetch me 10 G, I will cast one more divination. Not today. You are dealing with headaches and bone pain. If you complete the divination and something happens, the medicine will have been wasted. Second brother. Qi Ling's expression grew very serious. The sharpness in her gaze even unnerved her second brother. This is a battlefield of life and death. The three of us do not possess great power. If we do not seize the initiative, there will be nowhere to bury us. All right, I'll fetch it. Sigh. Whether it is second brother or big brother, I hope you will no longer show any unnecessary mercy. It will do you no good. Hey, mercy has its benefits too. The three of us are doing rather well. Looking at big brother's cheerful face, Qi Ling closed her eyes helplessly. In that moment, Qi Ling's heart was filled with worry, both because of the uncertainty that lay ahead and because of the kindness that lived in those two men's hearts. If I die, how will the two of you go on living? Tingxia, I finished my work. Let's see what that little fellow is up to. Caxiji, still calling him a little fellow, weren't you just saying he was a sharpening stone? Tingxia, when did I say that? Caxiji, just right, the only ones who saw that chat record are you, me, and the boss. Haven't you always wanted to practice with the assassin? Tingxia, what's wrong with practicing? Sharpening killing skills, enhancing personal abilities, only through battle. If my theory is correct, one of us will be able to ascend through killing. Nanjia, alright, let's not talk about this. Whether the assassin can survive until the end is still uncertain. Tingxia, exactly. You all don't understand what friends mean to us. Tengxia, friends are those who can understand each other's Tao and move forward in the same direction. Tengxia, moreover, let me tell you. Tengxia has been muted by the group leader. Rookie, he's just excited to finally see someone as crazy as himself. Shawuji, I don't quite understand what he was just saying. To me, friends must completely merge their minds and share consciousness. Sishinji, exactly. If consciousness can't be shared, what kind of friends are those? Rookie, I don't quite understand your consciousness beings. This conversation was observed by Cheng Xu, and he began to understand why Tengxia valued him so much before. However, Cheng Xu had an instinctive resistance to the concept of friendship. In his subconscious, the term friend seemed to signify a vulnerability and betrayal. Thinking about this now is pointless. After all, I haven't truly reached the final stage of the competition yet. Cheng Xu took a break, and once his mental energy recovered above the limit, he began to continue crafting crossbow arrows. Although Tengxia was muted, he did not leave the live stream, watching together with other viewers as Cheng Xu replicated those terrifying moments from his consciousness, transforming them into Yukio. Starchild 3. Alright, the 6th Iron Gate is almost surpassing the number of stick figures. Lost Tribe 306. I find it hard to understand what fear really is. Is it a profound memory worth remembering for humanity? Magnetic Charge Variant Group 26. Hurry up, is anyone placing bets? The highest odds right now are for the power within him stems from fear, just like mine. Tengxia looked at the arrows piled high on the bed, letting out a sigh. When he truly comes to understand himself, I wonder how he will deal with that madness. Will he succumb to despair, plunge into madness, or accept his own scars? A surge of condensed nuclear reaction energy erupted from Tengxia, illuminating the surrounding spatial barriers in a scorching red. I eagerly anticipate. After 2 full days and 1 night of crafting, Cheng Xu began to gather his strength for the final escape from the water prison the next day. The crystal scales used for survival had grown from his abdomen to cover his entire torso, with only his back remaining partially protected. The vital areas of his torso were fully covered. First, once I enter the venue, I must see if the Void Seed can be used. If it can, I will become a special audience member in this deadly battle. Unfortunately, just as Cheng Xu picked up the item, he saw a message in the manager group. Sishinji Hehe, the assassin, doesn't know yet that tomorrow's Battle Royale arena is an abnormal space. Such spatial props that repel each other can't be brought in at all. By Donji, this can barely be considered a selling point, but it might make the title of first place seem a bit foolish. Nanjia, not really. Audiences like to see the drama of strong not winning. Whether the assassin wins or loses, our viewership will definitely rise. Cheng Xu nonchalantly pocketed the item and sighed softly. It's a pity I don't know the specific structure of the water prison battle royale. I can't utilize the terrain for ambushes. My biggest advantage over others is invisibility. In theory, as long as I am not discovered, I can remain hidden until the battle royale completely ends. However, some may possess large-scale AoE skills, and in such cases, I might need the Phantom Butterfly and Mirror Shadow Obscura to ensure safety. The ultimate goal of this battle royale is survival. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't make a move and will conceal myself as much as possible. Advancing to the next round is definitely not a problem. Phew! A loud alarm suddenly rang out, plunging the entire world into darkness. This darkness, compared to an ordinary night, harbored a deeper stillness, an undeniable weight, like a wall blocking the way, impossible to evade or penetrate. Cheng Xu felt the environment around him rapidly changing as numerous things that should not have appeared in his bedroom began to surface. The sticky and damp texture gave Cheng Xu a sense of reassurance. After all, this mud felt at least the same as before, with no sudden emergence of strong corrosiveness. In this pitch-black world, Cheng Xu sensed that the space had completely transformed. The furniture around him had vanished, replaced by a murky pond with no discernible boundaries. The viscous sludge rose to his chest, making his breathing somewhat obstructed. In such darkness, a notification suddenly appeared before Cheng Xu. Hello to all surviving participants who have made it this. Welcome to the venue for your final game, the true water prison. Mud, sewage, and indescribable filthy refuse. Will they become your grave or a step on the stairway to transcendence? We shall see. With the notification concluded, Cheng Xu quickly bowed his head and submerged into the sludge. However, the texture of the sludge was thicker than he had imagined. Unlike the green sewage he commonly saw, it was nearly impossible to move normally in it. Moreover, this true water prison had no illumination, and one could only discern the positions of others through sound. In the sludge, it was impossible to hear any external sounds. Cheng Xu slowly floated up again, poking his head out of the sludge to carefully listen to the surrounding sounds. At that moment, a white light illuminated as some guy activated a skill to summon a powerful flashlight in his hand, emitting an extremely blinding glare. Buzz, bang, thud. Dozens of ranged attacks instantly struck the source of light, and a cacophony of collision sounds erupted, yet none resembled the sound of hitting a body. When the attack subsided, everyone realized it was merely a humanoid-shaped wooden board with a powerful flashlight attached. Crossbows, stones, and iron pellets had nearly destroyed that wooden board, yet the powerful flashlight continued to beam directly at the ceiling of the water prison. The distance from the muddy surface to the ceiling was less than 1 meter. The gray concrete was laid out extremely flat, without any dents or pits. Cheng Xu tried his best to distance himself from the beam of light, hiding in the shadows of darkness. Using the faint light, he scanned his surroundings, but found no traces of anyone. A dozen individuals were exposed to the flashlight's illumination. Before they could react, more ranged weapons flew towards them. A few unfortunate ones were struck by attacks from unknown origins, piercing their vital areas and becoming obstacles floating on the surface of the mud. The remaining ones dived straight into the viscous mud, relying on it to shield themselves from the oncoming weapons. At that moment, everyone heard the familiar sound of alarms, and the entire water prison emitted a heavy mechanical noise. Initiating water fill. A cold mechanical voice echoed as a massive pipe over 10 meters in diameter suddenly opened at the top, unleashing torrents of wastewater that quickly filled the entire water prison. Starting drainage cycle. Some red glowing sewage outlets suddenly opened, expelling a portion of wastewater before swiftly closing and randomly opening another outlet. The water in the water prison quickly became turbulent, pushing those survivors unwilling to interact with others together, forcing them to start fighting each other. In an instant, chaos erupted. Cheng Xu relied on the mirror shadow illusion and hid among a pile of swirling mirror shards, attempting to endure this period. However, before 2 minutes had passed, only 2 shards he had thrown remained within his sensing range, while the rest slipped away through the... Left with no choice, Cheng Xu returned from the mirror world to the water prison. Upon his return, he collided head-on with a large mass of people caught in the turbulence. Those dozen individuals had completely merged into a clump indistinguishable between the living and the dead, their bodies intertwined and bound by a crimson hue. Bang! Cheng Xu felt a bone-chilling coldness as a dagger protruding from a corpse struck his soft armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xu unleashed a Tuluo seal and thrust his blade into the muscle of that arm. The Tuluo seal exploded successfully, creating a chaotic shockwave that propelled Cheng Xu away from the mass of corpses. The moment Cheng Xu touched the bottom of the water pool, the sewage valve above slowly closed, leaving a sealed space filled. In the previously dark water prison, a flashing alarm light appeared, the red light illuminating every struggling survivor. The untimely notification from the hibiscus once again shattered the silence after the disaster. Survivors. From now on, the water prison survival game will enter countdown mode, limited to half an hour. Only the top 100 potential candidates on the leaderboard can enter the next round. To help the survivors better find their targets, we will mark the positions of the top 20 in your view. Now, let the battle begin. Cheng Xu looked up and found a very conspicuous one suddenly appeared above his head. Even invisibility couldn't eliminate it. At the moment the mark appeared, the survivors who had just barely survived the turbulence erupted violently, launching various attacks towards Cheng Xu. Cheng Xu quickly activated mirror shadow illusion, darting among the shards of glass to evade numerous energy-laden attacks. However, his hiding behavior was quickly seen through by a survivor with the profession of shaman, who directly used silent strike to forcefully sever Cheng Xu's connection with the mirror shards. That shaman belonged to a 4-person team, and when he successfully released Cheng Xu's skill, the other 3 rushed towards Cheng Xu. When the second weakened missile was about to hit Cheng Xu, his body transformed into a shadow, dashing towards an enemy and stabbing by Chue into the gap of his armor. A burst of black mist sprayed out, staining a large area of wastewater red. Yet Cheng Xu's figure did not stop, instead it danced as if in the blood mist, gliding through the enemy's blades, and in a swift turn severed the vital arteries of 6 foes. When he truly revealed himself, the folding knife had already pierced the heart of the shaman. Behind him, a series of blood mist billowed up, merging into a sharp stroke, exhibiting an astonishing beauty. Among the shaman's small team, there was still one person left who had just been responsible for guarding the rear, engaged in a desperate battle with another survivor. When he turned around, he found his teammate had floated alongside others, transformed into a mass of cold bones. Feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat, he let out an angry roar and directly detached the mechanical device hanging from his body, pressing a button. Boom. Buzz. A powerful shockwave surged through the wastewater, sending all surrounding survivors flying. However, that guy's self-detonation caused no substantial harm. The explosion's force couldn't even penetrate the barrier. Cheng Xu, who was just knocked to the edge of the water prison, had barely stopped when a spiked projectile swiftly flew towards him, its speed not resembling that underwater. Cheng Xu blocked it with his folding knife, relying on his instincts to successfully lock onto the ambusher. The emaciated assailant also noticed Cheng Xu's gaze, hurriedly activating a skill to enter a state resembling invisibility. But his actions were still a beat too slow. Cheng Xu, embodying the shadow, ignored the drag of the wastewater, swift as a phantom, and with one strike decapitated the assailant. Initiating drainage gate. A more urgent red light flashed, and the drainage gate of the entire water prison instantly opened, expelling all wastewater within 3 seconds. The sudden change in environment plunged the entire water prison back into a frenzied melee. Cheng Xu swiftly shattered a piece of mirror. Just as he was about to dive into it to wait for an opportunity, he discovered the mirror in his hand had lost its reflective surface and had become extremely rough. Then Cheng Xu suddenly felt a strange fluctuation enveloping him, as if all his strength was fading away and everything began to spiral out of control. The once chaotic battlefield of the survival game had now fallen silent. An apparition of a woman suddenly appeared, seated majestically on an ethereal golden throne, looking down at Cheng Xu with disdain. This woman was none other than Xu, in the second-ranked contender on the potential leaderboard. Her profession, instigator, was ranked 7A, just below Cheng Xu's assassin. Her only abilities were related to mental suggestion and soul manipulation, requiring her to consume emotions such as hatred, sorrow, jealousy, bloodlust, madness, and rage to gain enhancements. At the beginning of the survival game, the human-shaped sign holding a flashlight was created by her, meant to extract the last bits of negative emotions needed for her upgrade. After she achieved an upgrade, she intended to use her newly awakened marginal invisibility to lurk outside the fray and find opportunities, but the arena was flooded, prompting the survivors to engage in combat. The influx of negative emotions fueled her rapid growth and power, awakening new skills along the way, even granting her the coveted cognitive integration skill. Accompanied by her 2 special items, the brain in a jar and wisdom in a bottle, her soul's strength temporarily reached a level sufficient to influence 200 people. Thus, the 200 individuals under her control efficiently began to group attacks, swiftly eliminating the other unrestrained survivors. In the eyes of those she commanded, they were merely fulfilling the administrator's killing task, and upon completion, they could directly advance to the next round. Now that task had come to its final item. Kill the first place. First place. Ridiculous. Suan looked at Cheng Xu, who was gasping on the ground, and revealed a contemptuous smile. Just right, I still need to kill a few more, so let's practice on you. A dozen swift-moving survivors rushed towards Cheng Xu, moving with an unbelievable synergy, layering their attacks in a synchronized manner. Cheng Xu swiftly fired the first Yukio crossbow bolt, then leaped aside to evade the incoming ranged weapons. Clang! The wide-headed crossbow bolt was not fast enough and was easily blocked by a frontline survivor, producing a crisp sound as it fell to the ground. Buzz! No, don't come closer. Ah! Help me! Help me! Survivors within the range of Yukio quickly fell into panic, breaking free from Su-in's mental suggestion en masse. Cheng Xu did not activate any skills, but charged directly into the chaotic area, killing 5 or 6 survivors who were paralyzed by fear. Taking advantage of the chaos, Cheng Xu hurled out a dozen mirror shards and swiftly rushed towards the enemy's rear. Hey, cheating is not allowed here. First place. Su-in activated her skill disruption, turning Cheng Xu's mirrors into non-reflective frosted glass, abruptly halting his offensive rhythm. Forced into a corner, Cheng Xu had no choice but to fire the second Yukio, his form merging with the shadows, arriving simultaneously with the explosion of fear. Those few did not last, even 20 seconds, being slaughtered by the fear and the butcher hidden within the shadows. Covered in blood after killing those survivors, Cheng Xu resembled a demon emerging from hell, with the congealed blood forming patterns of death upon him. Very good, as expected of the first place. Those weaklings are not worth your effort. Ooh, I want to save them for the next round. On the other side of the water prison, those affected by the mental suggestion stood like wooden stakes, staring at Cheng Xu. From among the faceless crowd, a few figures slowly emerged, their aura causing Cheng Xu's pupils to constrict. Above those figures floated several numbers, 30457. This won't do at all. Their ability to unite is due to the second place's skill. I must find out where the second place is. Cheng Xu charged forward instead of retreating, hurtling towards those figures with the force of thunder. Seeing Cheng Xu barreling towards them, the figures did not dare to hesitate, quickly raising their weapons to prepare for a confrontation. But Cheng Xu's figures swiftly passed through the armed individuals, plunging directly into the crowd. 2. I just need to find the number 2. Cheng Xu quickly darted among the crowd, casually killing several unprotected survivors to reduce their numbers. You're cheating again, friend. Could it be that your first place was also obtained through cheating? The survivors, who had just stood like scarecrows, suddenly erupted, unifying in their attack on Cheng Xu. Those influenced individuals paid no mind to whether they would harm their own. Various attacks were thrown wildly, and blood mist erupted in the crowd. Agile Cheng Xu easily broke through the encirclement, weaving through the crowd, unleashing his spiders to attack those without. But the number of opponents was still overwhelming, and Cheng Xu's stamina quickly waned. His evasion speed and reaction ability began to decline. Clang. At the moment Cheng Xu's speed fell below a certain threshold, a heavily armored man wielding a long-handled halberd blocked his. That powerful strike successfully struck Cheng Xu's body. Although he had a folding knife to block, the tremendous impact still forced him to stop in place. The long-awaited hyena dong duo lunged directly at him, opening his massive jaws towards Cheng Xu's lower back. Cheng Xu ignored his paralyzed right hand, using it for support. He lifted his left foot and kicked hard, striking dong duo's nose, causing him to emit a series of hyena-like whines. Boom. Before Cheng Xu could catch his breath, a massive iron ball came crashing down. Cheng Xu exerted all his strength to evade the spot where the iron ball landed. In an instant, Cheng Xu felt as though the drainage net beneath him was about to shatter. The iron ball had smashed a huge crater into the ground with many broken iron wires oddly bending around it. The iron ball had been launched by a giant steel machine operated by 2 people in addition to the 2 men below providing power. The third-ranked Qi Ling was seated above, acting as the operator. More attacks from survivors followed in quick succession, forcing Cheng Xu to dodge and weave amidst the onslaught, exhausting his last bits of stamina. If the first place is just this, then it's rather meaningless. The apparition of Su En floating in the sky gently raised her finger, pointing at Cheng Xu amidst the crowd. Amidst the siege, Cheng Xu abandoned his attack, redirecting his energy towards contemplation, evading various assaults, while pondering how Su En managed to conceal herself. We all should have a marker. The system cannot be wrong. Furthermore, invisibility cannot erase that marker. It will hover above us until death. Cheng Xu thought Su En's skills are all psychological. Could she have employed some psychological trick to make me overlook something? He pondered what exactly is being concealed. Suddenly Cheng Xu felt a tremor of collapse course through his body, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfing him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Cheng Xu quickly glanced up, finding Su En's illusion in the sky, extending a finger towards him, revealing a smile. That smile was rife with hypocrisy. The upturned corners of her mouth tinged with disdain, and the glimmer in her eyes was filled with falseness and mockery. With his muscles regaining their normal response, Cheng Xu realized he could no longer evade those lethal attacks. A cruel arrow pierced through his mask, striking his left eye. Cheng Xu felt his vision suddenly darken, followed by a wave of intense dizziness. His foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. No, it's not time yet. In that moment of falling, Cheng Xu saw a demon lying on the ground, smiling at him. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the chaotic water prison halted at that very second. The figure gave Cheng Xu the middle finger, saying, "Are you still not going to accept my help? Once that knife falls, you will truly be dead." Cheng Xu saw the foreign knife belonging to the blacksmith hovering near the back of his head, ready to strike. Cheng Xu even imagined what it would be like to have his head severed. For some reason, he found himself wanting to laugh. "I accept. Good, my friend, I think you will enjoy the taste of blood." Roar. Originally afflicted by exhaustion, Cheng Xu suddenly erupted, folding his body in a way no normal human could, causing the blacksmith's foreign knife to miss. Immediately, Cheng Xu seized the blacksmith's left ankle, yanking it with a surge of 300 strength. Caught off guard, the blacksmith transformed into a human-shaped weapon, shielding Cheng Xu from the iron ball chain launched. With a sound of cracking bones, the chain ball was sent flying, while the blacksmith's heavy armor crumpled like a crushed can, forming numerous wrinkles. In that moment, the number 5 above the blacksmith's head slowly dissipated, announcing his demise. Cheng Xu did not pause for a moment, crouching in a very bizarre pose. As he picked up the foreign knife, his legs exploded with power, launching him forth like an arrow. At that moment, he resembled a frenzied bear, using the remnants of the blacksmith's body as a shield, with his foreign knife as a weapon, rampaging through the crowd. With both strength and speed increased by 300, Cheng Xu's attacks transcended conventional styles. Each kill showcased the limits of humanity. The blacksmith's body in his hands transformed into a human-shaped hammer, crushing some heavily armored survivors directly within their iron can. And that foreign knife in his hand was as agile as a dagger, capable of severing a head with just one clash. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, Cheng Xu's shattered mask had already fallen away, his face splattered with the blood of enemies. Yet at that moment, Cheng Xu was exceptionally elated, revealing an exhilarating smile. Soon the blacksmith's body could no longer withstand it, being forcefully smashed into 3 segments by Cheng Xu. Without the hammer, Cheng Xu recalled, he still had a pouch of Yukio crossbow bolts. Abandoning the crossbow, he directly used the bolts as weapons, initiating a second wave of slaughter among the crowd. The surging waves of fear gradually converged, resonating to form a much larger Yukio area, dragging all the gathered survivors into it. Su En controlled the remaining unaffected survivors to quickly retreat beyond the range of the Yukio influence. The affected survivors soon transitioned from a cacophony of wails to a state of eerie silence, as Cheng Xu snapped their necks one by one. Standing within the realm enveloped by dozens of Yukio arrows, Cheng Xu looked towards the sky, the last remaining eyeball, revealing unprecedented excitement. "I know where you are now. Su En, your little psychological tricks are indeed effective." The illusion of Su En in the sky let out a laugh, lightly waved her hand, erasing the illusion effect on her body, revealing her true self. "As expected of the first place, quite powerful, so I cannot spare you." Cheng Xu's legs suddenly surged with power, leaping towards Su In, who was gracefully seated on her floating throne. Yet Su In showed not a hint of panic, instead sitting upright on her throne, activating the effect of an item. How do you like the taste of the equal contract? When the equal contract was cast, the selected individual would mirror the caster's actions for 3 minutes. Suddenly Cheng Xu's body, which had leaped high, plummeted rapidly, landing on the ground seated upon a non-existent throne. What do you think, my esteemed first place? If you concede and sign a slave contract with me, I will let you live until the next round. How do you feel about that? Under the influence, the survivors quickly gathered around Cheng Xu, drawing their weapons and stabbing towards his rigid body. The cold sting made the frenzied Cheng Xu taste the flavor of nearing death as the Reaper awaited him at the edge of hell, already flipping through the record book. No, absolutely not today. Cheng Xu's consciousness was stained by a sea of crimson as a similarly despairing day resurfaced in his memory. Are you logging on or not? I'm sorry, I was wrong. You must report. You must respect your elders. Smack. Oh, I was wrong. Report. I was wrong. Cheng Xu saw the instructor holding a steel bar and the child in front, whose legs swelled rapidly after being struck. In that instant, Cheng Xu felt an unprecedented desire. He craved power, the power to dominate his own fate. Then, as that instructor approached him, Cheng Xu snatched the steel bar from his hand and slammed it down onto the opponent's knee. The sound of bones shattering along with the instructor's wail further expanded the desire within Cheng Xu's heart, bringing him to tears of joy. Cheng Xu felt that what he held was not merely a weapon, but the boundary between life and death. Whoever he wished dead would perish in an instant, more pure and equal than any rule in the world. Power. I crave power. Only power is my only chance at freedom. Ha! The fragments of memory abruptly halted with Cheng Xu's laughter, and when they reappeared, he was already lying on the ground alongside 5 instructors, 7 security guards, and their principal. This is your most pure desire. Congratulations on embracing its blessing. I shall present to you the purest craving. The voice of the demon echoed in Cheng Xu's ear like the buzzing of sword blades clashing against their sheaths, carrying an unprecedented sharpness and power. Within the water prison, the already battered Cheng Xu had lost his breath, maintaining a seated posture resembling a withered bud. But suddenly a blaze of fiery crimson erupted from all his wounds, igniting several nearby survivors in an instant. Those scorched survivors let out anguished cries, transforming into pure energy that surged into Cheng Xu's body. His limbs began to regrow in an instant, the new flesh and tissue filling his wounds as more and more crimson flames ignited upon him. Cheng Xu lifted his head stiffly, his half-face devoid of eyes enveloped in crimson flames, resembling a demon even more than a demon. He gazed at Su In the sky, his eyes filled with immense desire. Your power shall belong to me. Su In suddenly felt a sharp pain in her brain, and the equal contract resting beside her was ignited by a strange crimson flame, gradually turning to ashes. She sensed her mental power was fading away as if being greedily sucked by some existence, causing her mental strength to plummet and rendering her cognitive integration ineffective. Cheng Xu broke free from his rigid stance, slowly standing up, resembling a king rising from his throne, his aura radiant like the blazing sun. The flames enveloping him did not dissipate with the healing of his wounds. Instead, they grew more violent, transforming into countless burning tendrils that erupted in all directions. The temporarily uncontrolled survivors regained their sanity, but what awaited them was an aggressive crimson flame. What is this? Water flow surge. Why is there no effect? Help! My dear, save. Anyone who comes into contact with the blood-red flames will be targeted by them. No living being can escape their curse until their life is completely drained by the insatiable flames. The life energy restored the organs in Cheng Xu's body, and with each step he took, the old scar tissue gradually fell away, turning to ash in the air. With each step Cheng Xu took, his aura intensified while Su In's power diminished. The flames on Cheng Xu seemed to suddenly gain their own intelligence, transforming into a massive hydra rampaging within the water prison, slaughtering those defenseless survivors. Their life energy manifested as the purest fleshly power sprouting from behind Cheng Xu, forming a pair of wings made of bones and flesh. A multitude of eyes of varying sizes emerged on Cheng Xu's wings, staring intently at Su In on the throne, releasing a terrifying mental wave. The chaotic waves caused Su In to completely collapse, her mental structure forcibly shattered, and a mass of crimson flames ignited in her right eye, consuming her gaze. Cheng Xu gently flapped his fleshly wings, slowly approaching Su In atop the throne, watching her be gradually consumed by the burning flames. This is mental power. My mental power. The spreading flames had already ignited the right half of Su In's face, turning her hypocritical smile into kindling, drowning it in a sea of crimson. At this moment, it was just as Cheng Xu had returned from the brink of death, except their positions had completely reversed. Cheng Xu slowly raised his hand, a slender bone spike growing from his fleshly wings, suddenly piercing Su In's chest and piercing her heart. A torrent of blood gushed forth, consumed by the crimson flames, transforming into pure power that returned to Once the body turned to fine ash, Cheng Xu slowly sat upon the throne like flying device, feeling the power surging. Beneath the throne, the remaining 80 or so survivors had completely given up on the conflict, hiding behind the artificially constructed cover, trembling with fear. Cheng Xu saw those still alive, and a new desire surged within him. I want your power. Cheng Xu raised his hand, gathering immense flames and flesh in his palm as a dangerous aura began to spread. Just then the entire water prison was enveloped in darkness again, the timer abruptly stopping with 5 minutes and 13 seconds left. Nanxia. Nanxia Rose Chia simulate a brand new scene quickly to make things go smoother. Rose Chia simulation in progress. By Dong Xia, my god, I'm starting to doubt whether he is purely human. His potential is just too exaggerated. Teng Xia has been unmuted. Nanxia, Teng Xia, I need you to write a detailed report on his subsequent developments. We must make certain changes to the game content. Kashi Xia, why are you also? Nanxia, we must impose certain limitations on his development, otherwise our show won't be watchable. Shui Xia, isn't the next map a survival map? Just expand the map and put him in an uninhabited area, right? Nanxia, Shui Xia, you are in charge of expanding the map, but do it quickly. Shui Xia, as you command. Nanxia Ci Tian Xia, sure, Xia, you too modify his task list. Reduce the content related to slaying monsters appropriately. Ci Tian Xia, coming right up. Sure, Xia, it's been a long time since it's been this lively. Teng Xia watched the abrupt end of the battle royale on the screen, releasing a heavy magnetic storm. He chose to accept his inner self. Incredible. Why can he remain calm at the edge of life and death? Or is there a difference in the soul structure of Earthlings compared to mine? Born with more possibilities. Within his soul there are still more hidden powers. How is this possible? A series of questions flooded Teng Xia's mind, causing it to even overlook the news of its betting losses being credited. Until sure Xia's consciousness spread into Teng Xia's office space, it finally snapped back to reality, receiving its work. In Cheng Xu's live broadcast room, all high-dimensional beings watching the competition erupted. Hydrodrifting mind temporal anomaly detected. E-sequence spiral resetting reporting to upper levels. Pulse Citizen 836, what the hell, isn't there still 5 minutes left? I still want to see my Su Gu rampaging. Spectrum Ring 69, a disaster, the live stream has been interrupted, hurry to fix it. If I miss the exciting moments I will go to your universe and conduct a spectrum bombardment. Devourer Cluster 31, I craving slaughter. Craving to witness slaughter. Planetary Mind 1536, Cheng Xu, Cheng Xu, Cheng Xu, Cheng Xu 1024. The live stream suddenly resumed, but everyone in the footage was lying on the ground, green sewage slowly flowing beside the survivors, yet it did not touch their bodies. Dear audience friends, the live broadcast room has returned to normal. Due to Killer Cheng Xu releasing too powerful a force, our signal transmission was disrupted. We apologize for this. We will now replay the event. A sudden video appeared in the live broadcast room depicting Cheng Xu murmuring as he generated a blazing energy sphere. Immediately after, Cheng Xu suddenly stood up from the throne, his body radiating a fiery brilliance, rapidly spreading massive radiation in all directions, turning the entire live stream screen white. When the white light vanished, it returned to the previous scene. Everyone had fallen into a coma, including Cheng Xu. He remained seated upon the throne like flying device, like a slumbering emperor. Abyssinity 364, what a pity there were no killing scenes. Gazer 84, but still so cool, I want to raise one. Wandering Scar 34, well, nothing is perfect, this is acceptable. Of course, this entire scene is not a real sight, but rather the result of real-time calculations performed by the mechanical being Rose Pepper. In a sense, it resembles a cutscene from a video game. The slightly overloaded Rose Pepper has halted all operations, temporarily going offline to allow its computational components to rest. Meanwhile, the other administrators have begun their busy tasks, adjusting maps, creating reports, and reporting to the higher-ups, leaving the group chat momentarily silent. Cheng Xu, trapped in a time freeze, is unaware of all this. When he finally awakens, the world has transformed into a snow-covered landscape. He feels a throbbing pain in his hands and feet, his entire body weakened to the extreme. Cheng Xu realizes he can't lift his legs at all, and his arms can only shake uncontrollably, completely unable to function normally. However, there is some good news. His eyes catch sight of the familiar chandelier and the ceiling that he had been too busy to clean. Huff. Cough, cough. The only thing Cheng Xu can do is open his panel to check his current status. Extreme fatigue. Muscles have essentially lost the ability to move, requiring over 8 hours of rest to recover. Anger embers. After the anger calamity recedes, your body will be weakened to 20 of its original data, lasting for 24 hours. Desire embers. After the desire calamity recedes, your body will enter a state of nerve disarray, lasting for 24 hours. Cheng Xu discovers that his extreme fatigue debuff is about to dissipate, with less than 5 minutes remaining. I've been lying on the floor for nearly 8 hours. In Cheng Xu's communication box, there is a notification sent by Rose Pepper 7 hours ago. Congratulations to all for passing the Battle Royale test. Welcome to your next map, Distorted City. Here you will live in an enormous city on the brink of destruction, filled with constantly evolving distorted creatures. Every 3 days, these distorted creatures will undergo evolution. Their powers will grow in ways you cannot imagine. In this city, your primary task is survival until the game ends. All supplies will no longer be dropped, all resources are limited, so please be prepared for hunger. For the first 4 days, the distorted creatures will not evolve. This is your best opportunity to gather resources, so make sure to seize the time. Ugh. Huff. Cheng Xu attempts to lift his hand, but all he gets in response is a spasm of his muscles. I need to hurry. But I still have to waste a whole day. Cheng Xu opens the survivor group chat, which has been silent for a long time, and finds that it has returned to a scale of 998 members, likely because the survivors from previous games have escaped the frozen time. Then he opens the administrator group and finds them chatting idly. Milk Pepper, so I suspect the boss took a bribe from that guy. Caxi Pepper, yeah, otherwise why extend the rest period by a day? Isn't that clearly favoring the killer? Nin Pepper, is there a possibility that I'm still online? Milk Pepper, so what exactly is the boss thinking? Why extend the rest period? Nin Pepper, the audience's demand is particularly high, especially after the battle royale. They believe we are intentionally diminishing the presence of the killer. Nin Pepper, to give them an explanation, I chose the simplest and least balancing method to showcase our compensation. Nin Pepper, remember to think more before you speak next time. Milk Pepper. Milk Pepper. Water Pepper, few adjustments complete. Now it's difficult for the killer to encounter others. By Dong Pepper, how did you adjust it? Water Pepper, I placed more than a dozen interconnected shopping malls between him and others with a complex environment that would take considerable time to navigate unless he directly crashes through. Tongue Pepper, in my view, he is more likely to choose to climb over. Caxi Pepper. Tongue Pepper, is the report finished? You just came to chat. Tongue Pepper, almost done, I just came here to find some inspiration. Bang! Cheng Xu's weakened state finally lifted, causing his arm to twitch, suddenly uncontrollably jerking up and landing a punch on the nearby arrow-making platform. Hiss! Cheng Xu then experiences what nerve disarray means in the context of the Desire Embers. His legs suddenly began to kick wildly like a bullfrog used in a spinal reflex experiment, forcefully propelling Cheng Xu's body several meters away. Thud! Thud! Cheng Xu's head is pulled by his body, rubbing repeatedly against the legs of the chair, occasionally banging his head against it. After half a minute of this electric shock-like experience, Cheng Xu's nervous system finally calmed down, halting his wild Cheng Xu can't help but want to complain a bit, only to find that his mouth and tongue are also uncooperative, producing a sound akin to a hiccup. Enduring the weak feeling of his leg muscles being unable to work, Cheng Xu slowly stands up, his hands mimicking a T-Rex pose as he wobbles towards the bedroom. Halfway there, Cheng Xu feels extremely thirsty and decides to change his path to get some water from the hot spring first. He tries to pick up a teacup from the table, but after 6 attempts he fails to touch the edge of the cup. Cheng Xu feels as if his hands are malfunctioning hydraulic arms, with his muscles continuously tense and completely unable to extend his arms. On the 7th attempt, Cheng Xu finally manages to knock the teacup to the ground, the metal cup bouncing several times before rolling under the coffee table. Damn. Squeeze. What a mess. For Cheng Xu, bending down has become a highly difficult maneuver, making it nearly impossible to pick up the teacup. Cheng Xu decides to simply lie in the hot spring and drink a few sips. After all, it's not contaminated. At this moment, he resembles a zombie more than a zombie, limping into the bathroom and collapsing into the bathtub, submerging his throat in the spring water. Feeling the sweet spring water, Cheng Xu suddenly realizes a problem. He seems to have forgotten how to swallow. Struggling for a long time, he coughs while trying hard to gulp down the spring water. After drinking an unknown amount of water, Cheng Xu finally no longer feels thirsty and limps back to his room. When he finally lies down on the bed, his nerves relax, transforming him from a paralyzed T-Rex into a cold-blooded rest. Lying on the bed, Cheng Xu, perhaps due to excessive nerve fatigue, soon fell into a deep sleep. In the profound slumber, he spent several hours until he was awakened by a very clear scratching sound. At this time, there were still 2 hours until the debuff on him was completely eliminated. Although Cheng Xu opened his eyes, he dared not. The eerie scratching sound came from beneath the floor of his house, as if a group of mice were hiding below. Cheng Xu waited for 5 or 6 minutes, and the sound had not changed at all, maintaining a rhythm like a metronome, very precise. Cheng Xu opened the house panel and found that the floor's health had decreased by less than 1. There were indeed some things underneath trying to dig through the floor to give him a surprise. Those aberrant creatures, have they started attacking the shelter now? Cheng Xu couldn't conduct an investigation and could only wait amidst the relentless harsh sounds. After another 10 minutes, he heard scratching sounds coming from the wall of his bedroom, right next to where he lay, very obvious. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones rubbing against concrete made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. With no drowsiness left, Cheng Xu could only open 2 chat groups to see if there were any messages to relieve his boredom. Shui Chia, boss, should we advance the evolution planning cycle a bit? Nan Chia, share your thoughts. Shui Chia, based on the previous test data, the growth rate of the survivors is still too fast. The aberration levels of those creatures can't reach the desired intensity. Shui Chia, this has led to this map turning into something similar to the previous killing game map, and I'm worried it will cause the audience to suffer from aesthetic fatigue. Nan Chia, I do have such plans, but am only considering increasing the number of monsters, adjusting the evolution time. What do you think is a suitable duration? Shui Chia, adjusting from 3 days to 2.5 is most suitable. During the experiment where evolution occurred every 2 days, only 91 survivors were left, and they nearly all perished. Shui Chia, in the experiment with a 3-day evolution limit, the later survivors also ignored the aberrant monsters engaging in human versus human battles. Nan Chia, then let's tentatively set it at 2.5 days. By Dong Chia, change the parameters. By Dong Chia, is there anything else to modify? Everyone please share your opinions, I'll go make some on-site corrections. Kashi Chia, boss, if you want this map to have a stronger survival flavor, I suggest reducing the resource amount further, ideally down to 50 of the original. Kashi Chia, then proportionally enlarge the map by 50 so that the chances of those survivors encountering each other become smaller. Nan Chia, 50 seems a bit excessive. Oh, let's slightly increase it to 65. Any objections? Nan Chia, if there are no further objections, let's proceed like this. By Dong Chia, when making on-site corrections, pay attention to camera angles and try not to let the audience notice. By Dongxi understood. Suddenly Cheng Xu felt everything around him paused for a brief moment, which was hard to detect, but there was an odd sense of stasis. Even the scratching sound behind his head was momentarily stilled. This map actually emphasizes survival. And there's no Ting Xie to provide me with information anymore. Cheng Xu counted his skill points, intending to allocate points to stealth as much as possible, adding an extra layer of assurance while scavenging for resources. In the survivor group, where no one had spoken for a long time, a message suddenly appeared, catching Cheng Xu's attention. Eager to eat, everyone, it seems we have returned to our hometown. I'm not lying, I can even see the fast food restaurant I often eat at outside. Below is a photo taken 2 seconds ago. Under the orange-yellow lighting, the night city revealed a serene atmosphere with white snowflakes falling and accumulating on the streets. At the end of the snow-covered road, Cheng Xu saw a red sign with a bespectacled old man vaguely able to see the words, "Outside. Is it snowing?" Cheng Xu wondered if it was because of an issue with his nerve perception, as he felt not a hint. Eager to eat, I don't know why everyone participated in this game, but I was accidentally caught up in it. Eager to eat, I have survived until now, killing so many people just to return to the real world. Eager to eat, I feel like I'm home now. Whoever wants to play this game can do so. I'm leaving first. That guy left a selfie looking a bit desolate with half a middle finger missing, but the smile on his face bore a strangely warm expression. Cheng Xu carefully observed the photo and noticed that behind the man there was a slender creature hidden in the snowdrift, coiling its body and preparing to launch an attack. A few seconds later, the survivor sent his last message. Eager to eat, don't come out. The snow is warm, this is death. Then he sent a photo taken from an unknown angle, very blurry, but barely revealing a humanoid face. The eyes of that face were extremely large, almost occupying a third of the entire face, while the rest was filled with an insect-like, complex mouthpart. After this photo was sent, the number of people in the survivor group decreased by 1. No one in the manager group has sent out any documents. Oh, I have to rely on myself. Hi Chow, it's rare to encounter such a sage who waded through muddy waters for everyone. Oh, please allow me to observe a moment of silence for him. Who ni, this is the funniest joke I've heard in the past few days. Zhuan Yiliang, respect, understanding, and blessings. With that brave individual who dared to face the outside world, the survivor group became much more lively. After all, everyone had been struggling between life and death for days, and their emotions had been suppressed significantly. At this moment, they vented all at once through the virtual network environment. Cheng Xu looked at those chat records, and time quickly passed. When he came to his senses, the weakening debuff on him had already expired for more than 10 minutes. The strength of those monsters shouldn't be too high after all. This hasn't even started mutating yet. Cheng Xu shook off his somewhat rusty body, equipped his weapons, and prepared to go out for a simple exploration. Using the 15 minutes of invisibility from illusory butterfly, Cheng Xu slowly opened his door and stepped outside. This time his house was not located in a remote wilderness, nor was it in a familiar residential building, but appeared directly in the middle of a dilapidated shopping mall surrounded by shattered architectural structures.